Yichin naturally didn't know about Lin Kuo, the majestic saint of Tianyan Holy Land. Suddenly, the idea of writing a book was born, and he still takes himself as the hero. The reason why Yichin gave up his original plan to produce a few books. Instead, it has increased to dozens of books. Mainly idle is also idle. It's better to earn more. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Anyway, if I want to break through, there are still nearly 2 years left. And use Xianwang Xiling to write novels. An hour easily 2 or 300,000 words. One book a day is not a problem. What's more, I brought over the novels I liked in the previous life, such as The Tomb of the Gods, The World of Longevity, The Cultivation of Immortals by Mortals, The Inverse of the Immortals, The Transformation of the Stars, and The Coiling Dragon. When the time comes to make it into a film and television drama, it can be regarded as satisfying a thought of my previous life. Of these books in the previous life, some of them were made into TV dramas. But what did that all look like? Fighting horse? It's outrageous. And in the world of cultivating immortals, any special effects can be solved directly by a fantasy. And those big scenes and the like are even easier. Please have a strong hand. The August 20th, the great changes in the world, and the scenes of the battle between gods and demons all came out. I can read these novels I liked in my previous life. After completing the adaptation of the book into a TV series that fits the original work, it is also extremely perfect. In short, after confirming that there is no big problem, Yichin continued to practice daily and write books. Go out once in a while to meet your confidant. The day is very comfortable. Blink of an eye. Then another half year passed. Today's Xianwang live broadcast has completely covered everything. Live delivery, live broadcast hunting monsters, live fishing, live alchemy, refining device, even live farming. Everything that one expects to find can be said to be all-encompassing. Immortal cultivators can see everything they want to see in it. Of course, the upsurge of national live broadcasting has also passed. After all, the profession of anchor does not seem to have a high threshold. But in fact, the threshold is also there. Not everyone can attract fans. After being impulsive at the beginning, many cultivators gradually realize the reality. Nowadays, many immortal cultivators already have the habit of watching live broadcasts. And in many places in the world of cultivating immortals, I can often see the immortal cultivators flying around with the Immortal Net photo stone. There is no need to doubt. These are basically anchors. And today, another anchor has become the #1 in the hot search. The other party was live broadcasting the exploration of a ruin that had been turned over many times. Surprisingly, a hidden formation was discovered. After breaking the formation again, he actually got the inheritance of an ancient sword fairy. All the major holy lands threw olive branches to this anchor one after another. It has also attracted the envy and jealousy of countless immortals. The gifts in the live broadcast room are flying. But while discussing, the fairy net PHS of all the cultivators suddenly shook. Then came the system prompt sound. Xianwang Xiling will be updated in a minute. Option to defer updates. This moment, in the entire world of cultivating immortals, countless cultivators were shocked. Has a new app been released? This is really surprising. And, can you choose to postpone this update? Xianwang PHS has become more and more humane. However, many immortals think that this function is a bit tasteless. Who would say no to experiencing a new app for the first time? A group of immortal cultivators are waiting. There are some emotions in my heart. Because according to past practice, after Tianyan Sacred releases a new application, he will start to retreat. But just 2 days ago, there were also people who saw the Holy Master Tianyan coming to the ancient clan. It was photographed and posted on the internet, where it became a hot search. In the past, the Holy Master went to the Holy Land of Yaoqi and traveled with Fairy Qingqing and others a lot of times. So obviously, during this time, the Holy Master has never retreated. And it is extremely rare to release 2 new apps in succession. From all indications, the Holy Master's breakthrough speed seems to be not as fast as before. After all, Sheng Tianhai released a new app before. Not too long later, the Holy Master appeared in front of the public again. The cultivation base will be higher than before. But this time, after the release of the Xianwang live broadcast room, it has never been closed, and now a new application has been released. Holy Lord obviously has no breakthrough. But now, the Holy Lord has left the customs and beheaded the champion Ho. Almost 2 years have passed. If ever, 2 years are enough for the Holy Master to break through 2 small realms. But now the Holy Master is still in the early stage of integration. Although there is no breakthrough for 2 years, it is normal. But on a monstrous person like the Holy Lord, it seems a little amazing. This moment, everyone has an idea. That is, when the fusion period is reached, even a monster like the Holy Master can't break through as easily as before, like eating and drinking. While this made everyone feel sorry, they also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, looking at an evildoer, they broke through countless realms in the time it took them to break through one realm. It is really a big blow to their confidence in cultivating immortals. It even makes them feel that they are cultivating fake immortals. Today, the breakthrough speed of Holy Master Tianyan is a little bit normal. All the cultivators in the world of cultivating immortals felt relieved. It can be said that at this moment, the discussion about the slowdown of the breakthrough speed of the Holy Master is even more heated than the discussion about the new application. Ordinary cultivators have complicated emotions about this matter. But for the high-level powerhouses of the top forces in the major holy places, this is definitely not good news. No immortal cultivator hopes that there will be a strong man who can suppress the current world and crush them on their heads. Therefore, it is a good thing for them that the breakthrough of Tianyan Holy Master slowed down. If the Lord Tianyan can exist in this life, but cannot break through, they will be more happy to hear it. But the problem is that now the threat of the Du family emperor is on everyone's minds. They all expected the Holy Master Tianyan to maintain the previous breakthrough speed. It would be even better if he could become the Mahayana period earlier than the Du family emperor. After all, once you reach the Mahayana period, you can control the fairy weapon, the combat power sword instantly. Then whoever achieves the Mahayana period first, the other is likely to perish. In this case, although the Lord Tianyan is only in the initial stage of integration, but it can be inferred from the previous breakthrough speed of the Lord Tianyan. It is very likely that the Lord Tianyan broke through the Mahayana stage earlier than the Du family emperor. As a result, the Du family emperor was photographed to death. This is the hope in the hearts of all holy lands. However, now they got the news that the breakthrough speed of the Lord Tianyan had slowed down. For them, this is definitely a bolt from the blue. The major holy places are worried. They're all secretly guessing in their hearts when the Lord Tianyan will be able to break through the middle stage of integration. When will the Mahayana period be achieved again? For a while, many holy masters even wanted to run to see what happened to the Tianyan holy master, and if there was anything that needed help. If possible, most of them would not be stingy with treasures. It can be said, this is the first time that the major holy places hope that a cultivator can break through. And besides that, Shiyuan continent in the depths of the endless sea. In the Du family palace that stretches like a heaven and earth, a man sits cross-legged on top of a giant peak that looks like Tongtian. Endless black air lingers around the body, as if connected to the netherworld. And beside the man, 2 enormous and terrifying black dragons roared and circled. After an unknown amount of time, the man opened his eyes. The eyes are like a black hole, absorbing countless rays of light. There was a smile on the corner of his mouth. One step closer to the Mahayana period. Tiangong reversed. It really came down. For 0.6 break through the Mahayana period, maybe faster than I expected. 10 years, at most another 10 years, I will definitely become the only Mahayana in this world. It's just that I don't know what state the Holy Lord Yin is in now. This person is the emperor of the Du family. But after mentioning Yichin, the original confidence and arrogance on his face disappeared. Without him, Yichin is too evil. Before that, it was a realm of 1 year. Incredibly fast. So even if the Du family emperor reversed to Xiangong, he would pay a huge price to quickly break through the Mahayana period. But my heart is still worried. He was worried about waiting for himself to go out. Wouldn't Holy Master Yin become a fairy that day? He immersed himself in the fairy net PHS in his hand. This fairy net PHS is really convenient. You can know the world's major events in an instant. This is the batch of PHS sent back by the former champion Ho Rongzhua. Although not authenticated, many functions cannot be used. But looking is obviously out of the way. And soon, looking at the hot searches on Xianwang Weibo at the moment, a smile appeared on the face of the Du family emperor. Did Holy Master Yan's breakthrough speed really slow down that day? It was a breakthrough in a year or so before. 2 years have passed, but there is still no breakthrough. Obviously, this person's opportunities will eventually run out one day. The fairy road is long, and it is certainly desirable to go forward. But in the end, it depends on who goes further. I was worried at first that Holy Lord Yin would be one step ahead of me that day and achieve the Mahayana stage, causing me to fall short. But now there is nothing to worry about. According to the current breakthrough speed of Lord Tianyan, 10 years later, it will be unbelievable to be able to achieve the middle stage of integration. And I, after 10 years, will surely achieve the Mahayana stage. The outcome is decided. The entire world of cultivating immortals is in my hands. Emperor Du's family slowly stretched out his hand and squeezed it in the air. Endless magic energy boiled in the sky, blackening half of the sky. Shaking his head lightly, the face of the Du family emperor could not help showing a little regret. If he had known Tianyan Xingzhu's cultivation level earlier, he would not be able to go forward as before. Why do I want to reverse the Heavenly Dragon Bagong? After the reversal of Tianlong Bagong, it is indeed powerful, but there are dangers in the end. The current emperor of the Du family. Occasionally, I can already hear some magic sounds from my mind, although it is not to the extent that it affects one's mind. But after all, there are hidden dangers. Emperor Du's family was extremely proud at first, thinking that he would definitely become a fairy. But now there are variables. Although the cultivation speed is faster, the strength is also stronger. But the emperor of the Du family was a little worried that he would lose his true self and be stiffened by the demonic barrier that was born. If so, even if he is invincible, he is not himself. What's the point? Thinking of this, the Du family's emperor couldn't help being murderous and angered Yichin. Because if it wasn't for Yichin, he would be so against the sky. He will not be eager for quick success, reversing the heavenly kung fu. Holy Lord Tianyan, you have harmed me like this. I won't let you die easily. Reversal of the heavenly skill can refine the devil corpse puppet. You can awaken the heavenly hegemony body, but you are qualified to become my magic bean. Emperor Du's family sneered. Originally 26 copies. This Tongtian giant mountain is majestic, and the aura of surrounding the road is extremely domineering. However, I do not know when Jufeng had unknowingly cooled down. It's like it's turned into a monster. Although the entire world of cultivating immortals was surprised because the Lord Tianyan hadn't broken through for so long. But for most ordinary cultivators, this matter is too far away from them after all. No matter how fast or slow the breakthrough is, whether it is a breakthrough in a few months or decades, there are still men standing at the highest peak in the world of cultivating immortals. They can only look up. So after just a brief surprise, they are looking forward to the new application. Curious what the new app is, although the major holy places are flustered. But what is the use of panic? So, how should time flow? Or how to flow? Just blink. It's time for a new app update, accompanied by the scheduled time. At the same moment, the PHS of countless immortal cultivators in the entire immortal world vibrated. Next moment, directly into the update state. The update speed of PHS is still as fast as before. Only after less than 100 breaths, the update is officially completed. A beep sounds when the update is complete. All immortal cultivators entered the homepage of Xianwang PHS for the first time. I want to know what the new application of this update is. And at the moment of entering the homepage, the version update description immediately jumped to the eyes of all immortal cultivators. Xianwang PHS version 2.1 update content is as follows. *1. Add an online reservation function to the rides of all the teleportation arrays under Tianyan Holy Land. And at the same time, you can check the start time of each teleportation array. The function is added to the online Tianyan Pavilion. It's version 2.1. Previously, it was version 1.x. Is there any meaning in this version number change? Many cultivators are quite curious. The change of the version number was actually done deliberately by Yichin. After all, there are fewer applications worth doing now. Next, the application of Xianwang PHS mainly relies on entertainment. Naturally, the version number can be updated. Yichin has already made a decision. Wait until the entertainment is over. At the same time, there is nothing worth doing. Just let go of the authority of Xianwang Xilingtong directly, allowing immortal practitioners to make their own apps. Of course, an app with the same function as Tianyan Holy Land cannot be made. After all, how could Yichin agree to other cultivators competing with him for business? As for other types of applications, it is optional. In terms of the creativity of the cultivators, most of them can create some interesting applications with the characteristics of the cultivating world. And the revenue from these apps, you can take half of it yourself. Like the Apple company in the previous life, it lay down to earn Lingshire. And this is the 3.0 version after the big entertainment version. In short, Yichin has already planned everything, and the cultivators didn't worry too much about the version number changes. I am quite satisfied with the first update of version 2.0. Today, the teleportation array in Tianyan Holy Land has spread throughout the entire world of cultivating immortals. It is one of the important travel methods for cultivators. However, it is obviously impossible for the teleportation array to be activated once by a single person. The cost is too high. Generally, only 50 people are gathered together to start at once. Therefore, before taking the teleportation array, you often have to wait for a long time. But now, there is no need to wait. You can ride directly by booking. Very convenient. Therefore, most immortal cultivators are quite satisfied with this update. Everyone then looked down to new application, Xianwang Novels. Xianwang Novels, where you can read all novels for free. This version update description is extremely short. All the immortal cultivators who watched had their eyes widened in confusion. Fairynet novel? In the world of cultivating immortals, there is also the saying of novels. In the world of cultivating immortals, there are also storybook novels. In the square market, there will be immortal cultivators who will buy a few copies specially to read and relieve their boredom. But let's be honest, means nothing. It's bland and not interesting at all. Therefore, immortal cultivators who are interested in novels are extremely rare. At this moment, I saw a new application, which turned out to be an application for reading novels. Countless cultivators were a little disappointed after being stunned. After all, many Xianwang applications move offline things online. And obviously, the same is true for this fairy net novel. Post offline novels online. Let everyone watch. But honestly, so boring stuff. Who is willing to waste time watching it? If you have free time, why not use other applications? Xianwang Weibo, Xianwang Short Video, Xianwang Live Broadcast. Which app is not more interesting than reading a novel? So for a while, many cultivators are quite disappointed. They never thought of it. The new app turned out to be such an app. It's so boring. There is no way to compare with the previous application. The gap is too big. Many immortal cultivators even directly shut down the fairy net PHS. I'm busy with my own affairs. And this situation is not uncommon. Obviously, everyone is really not interested in novels. But Xianwang PHS now has more than 10 billion users. Even if most of them are not interested, choose to leave. But there are still quite a few immortal cultivators who plan to enter the new app and take a look. But let's be honest, even they didn't expect much. After all, those storybooks and novels in the world of cultivating immortals are those things that have been turned over and over again. Chattering, hesitation, lackluster. It has seemed very boring. So it can be said, Xianwang novel is among all the applications published by Xianwang Xilingtong. Least expected. The lowest heat. Related discussions on Xianwang Weibo. Also full of disappointment and disinterest. However, no immortal cultivator said that the Holy Lord of Tianyan was exhausted. After all, Xianwang PHS has released so many amazing applications. No fancy apps can be made these days. It is also understandable. Anyway, there are those applications before. They're already very satisfied. Ming Dynasty. On the outer mountain of a first-class sect, there is a small courtyard. These are all courtyards where outer disciples live. And in one of the most remote yards, a young man with a little fear and a little humiliation on his face. The boy's name is Han Jishan. He is a mid-stage qi refining disciple. After the elders finished teaching the exercises today, the junior sister sitting next to him asked him a few questions about his practice. The junior sister is young and beautiful, with a good figure. Being questioned by the other party, Han Jishan was naturally agitated. Quite enthusiastically explained the other party's doubts. The junior sister was very grateful and exchanged PHS communication numbers with herself. In the end, Han Jishan didn't expect that he was targeted by someone just to help his junior sister. It turned out that it was because there was a brother who was in the late stage of qi refining and fell in love with the younger sister. But the pursuit failed and was rejected by the junior sister. Instead, they set their sights on all the male disciples who dared to get close to their junior sisters. So when the lecture was over and he went back to the courtyard, the other party led people to block him. But he didn't hit himself. But he threatened to make himself stay away from his junior sister in the future. If there is a next time, I will teach Han Jishan how to be a good person in the subsequent Zoman Grand Competition. There are even other threats. What the other party said was cryptic, but Han Jishan understood it. That is, when I go out to do tasks, I will target myself. Within the mountain gate, Disciples are forbidden to attack each other, but going out of the sect is strictly prohibited. But Zawan is difficult to manage. When Han Jishan was threatened in this way, he couldn't help but feel fear in his heart. He could only watch the other party leave triumphantly. Back to the courtyard. Han Jishan was extremely distraught. His fist clenched and then lowered, dissatisfied but a little afraid, extremely aggrieved. Thinking of that pure-hearted junior sister, Han Jishan felt even more humiliated. He asked himself in his heart, should I give in? Avoid the little junior sister in the future? Han Jishan would not be reconciled if he gave in. But if you don't give in, you will be targeted by a brother in the late stage of chi refining. The days after that will definitely not be too easy for me. It is even possible to be under the black hand while doing the task. Therefore, Han Jishan fell into hesitation for a while. Under such circumstances, Han Jishan didn't even notice the update of Xianwang PHS. The prompt sound after the update is completed comes to mind. Han Jishan suddenly woke up. A new app. In the past, Han Jishan must have been extremely curious about the new application. But now, Han Jishan is really a little bit unmotivated. But it is still habitual to open and have a look. When I saw that the new app turned out to be a novel app, Han Jishan also had an unconcealable disappointment on his face. He has also read a lot of novels about the world of cultivating immortals. Honestly, it was all boring, where the disciples of the family went out to fight for righteousness and kill demons. Either encounter a dangerous situation, lose all cultivation, fall 430 into a cliff, get a powerful inheritance, and then revenge. Back and forth, that's all. Is really boring. But obviously, Han Jishan's heart was in a mess tonight. He simply opened the new app, Xianwang Novels. Wanted to see if there was anything I hadn't seen. Just flip through to clear your mind. Enter the homepage of Xianwang Novels. The novice guide immediately pops up. The instructions for beginners of Xianwang novels are as follows. For all the novels of Xianwang novels, the first 20 chapters are free for the public. After reading, you need to use Linkshare to recharge book coins to pay for reading, or you can choose to watch advertisements for free reading. You can vote, reward, and collect books you like. You can publish your own work in the Writer's Zone. Looking at the introduction, Han Jishan raised his eyebrows slightly. It takes Linkshare to read this fairy net novel. Han Jishan obviously thought of it a long time ago, but it can be paid and free, which is interesting. It's as if you can get Linkshare by watching the advertisement. As for the writer section, Han Jishan also understood. It is to let the cultivators write novels and publish them in this fairy net novel. It's like making videos and doing live broadcasts. But let's be honest, Han Jishan felt that few people would be writers and write novels. After all, many novels in the world of cultivating immortals are written by mortals, such as cultivators. How can I write a novel in the mood? Wouldn't it be good to practice and earn spirit stones if you have this skill? So Hu Jishan just scanned the novice introduction of this fairy net novel and turned it off directly, and enter the homepage of Xianwang novels. There are already many novels on the homepage, and below, there are 3 options. One is a bookshelf. One is Book City. One is my option. Hu Jishan belongs to the Book City at this moment. Look at the novel displayed on the homepage. Hu Jishan's eyelids twitched slightly. Fingers covering the sky. Fairy breaks the sky. Mortal cultivation of immortals. Eat the big world. In this way, Hu Jishan became interested. Because let's be honest, the titles of these books. Yuan Fun is different from the title of the novels he has read before. The name of a novel I've read before. What is the story of killing demons and eliminating demons? What is the record of fairy adventures and so on? To be honest, it's boring to watch. But the name of the novel among the fairy net novels is in its own vein. At first glance, it is simple. It makes a lot of sense to think about it carefully. Let yourself involuntarily have the idea of wanting to see it. Could it be that these books are different from those novels in the world of cultivating immortals? Hu Jishan hesitated for a while out of curiosity. Gently point towards one of the books. The name of that book is called Xian Breaks the Sphere, Early Stage of Gas Refining. Hearing the ear-piercing voice of the elder, the young man was expressionless, but he clenched his palms involuntarily. The sharp nails pierced into the palm of his hand, causing a burst of sharp pain. Just read the beginning. Hu Jishan, who was still a bit careless at first, immediately showed a bit of surprise. To be honest, this beginning is really interesting. The beginning of those novels he had read before. Or just introduce the characters in the book. If it is the beginning of all kinds of blood feuds, I'm really tired of watching it. Such an interesting beginning is really unheard of. This time, Hu Jiwen completely became sexually interested. Shen Xian looked down. The rhythm of this fairy breaking the sky is very fast. Soon Hu Jiwen understood what kind of story this was. A genius. At the age of 20, he reached the late stage of qi refining. Only one step away from building the foundation. High hopes were placed on the family. As a result, in the next 5 years, not only did his cultivation fail to improve, but it regressed. This is the story of a fallen genius. In the world of cultivating immortals, there are a bunch of novels about slaying demons and eliminating demons in blood and hatred. Hu Jishan has never seen this type of stock market. Then, Hu Jishan, who was just planning to glance at it, continued to look down. Soon, Hu Jishan became fascinated and drunk. So it turned out to be because there is a powerful remnant soul in the ring belonging to his mother, who absorbed his power to wake up. It's no wonder geniuses suddenly regress in cultivation. This kid actually has a fiancé, which is enviable. What? It turned out to be a divorce, and it was done in public. This is really bullying. Hu Jishan was talking to himself while reading a book. Anyway, it doesn't matter if I'm alone. When Hu Jishan saw the divorce chapter, Lu was furious. Empathize with the protagonist, especially when seeing the elder of the Yunlan sect threatening the protagonist. I can't help but think of how that senior brother threatened me during the day. Think here. Hu Jishan couldn't help clenching his fists. The humiliation suffered by the protagonist is exactly the same as the humiliation suffered by himself. This is really too bullying. Hu Jishan couldn't wait to continue watching. I want to know how the protagonist endured this humiliation. And when you see the end of this chapter, Hu Jishan couldn't help but stood up directly. Happy, really happy. Obviously, the other party came to divorce, but the protagonist actually wrote a letter of divorce directly, wanting to get rid of the other party. Looking at the expressions of Nailan Yanran and the Yunlan sect elder in the book, one can see how stunned and angry they are, and even aggrieved. However, the opponent is a giant, and the protagonist actually offends the opponent so much. I admire this courage. 30 years in Hedong, 30 years in Heshi. Don't bully young people into poverty. When you see the last sentence, the excited Hu Jishan froze on the spot. At this moment, only this sentence remained in his mind. 30 years in Hedong, 30 years in Heshi. Don't bully the young and poor. At this moment, he seemed to feel the determination and courage of the protagonist when he said this. And under the determination and courage of the protagonist, Hu Jiwen couldn't help but feel ashamed. The protagonist is facing a behemoth at the Golden Core stage, but not afraid. Dare to act boldly and be full of anger. There is no yielding, no compromising. And what about myself? Just because he was threatened by a brother who was a little higher than himself. Worry about gains and losses? Just be afraid? Compared with the protagonist in the book, I am simply far worse. That senior brother is just a small realm higher than himself. And I heard that the aptitude is average, and it is difficult to break through the foundation building stage in this life. And what about myself? His talent is not bad, as long as you practice harder in the future. The Zawan Grand Competition at the end of this year may not be able to break through the late stage of qi refining. At that time, the same realm, why should I be afraid of that senior brother? When faced with a threat, he will worry about gains and losses and surrender. If it's because of a brother who is in the late stage of qi refining, he will succumb. Then how can I climb the peak of Xianlu in the future? Think here. Hu Jishan suddenly realized. He has made up his mind to be like the protagonist in the book. When encountering difficulties, don't give up on yourself. Instead, try to overcome difficulties. This book is truly a divine book. How can there be such good-looking novels in the world? There are so many studies compared with those books about slaying monsters and killing demons, revenge and revenge. Let me see who is sitting. Potatoes? How come they have such a strange name? Hu Jishan was very grateful for this book, Immortal Breaking the Sky, because this book is not just good-looking. It also helped Hu Jishan strengthen his will. Like an elder, he gave himself a slap in the face. With excitement, Hu Jishan continued to look down. The protagonist alchemy. The protagonist defeats the people in the family who bully and mock him. The protagonist defeats the family's enemies. Chapter by chapter, Hu Jishan is particularly enjoyable to read. Wait until the 20 chapters. But suddenly a prompt popped up. The free chapter has been read. The next chapters are paid chapters. You can recharge reading coins to buy novel chapters to watch. You can also click to read for free. After watching a 1-minute advertisement, you can read 50,000 ministers for free. Hu Jiwen's heart itches unbearably at the moment. I can't bear to look there. but he was a little reluctant to recharge. But watching ads for free is obviously worth it. Yichin chose to watch it for free without hesitation. In an instant, a video advertisement suitable for cultivating immortals in the Qi refining period popped up. A full 60 seconds and cannot be skipped. Yichin felt a little impatient, but can only wait. Wait until the ad finally runs out. Yichin immediately looked at the latest chapter. But 50,000 words sounds like a lot, but fleeting. The addicted Yichin quickly read 50,000 characters and encountered an advertisement again. Yichin could only watch the advertisement patiently again. After reading it, continue reading, a full hour zhaos. Yichin watched the advertisement 4 times. When he sees that the protagonist is about to get a strange fire, the novel came to an abrupt end. You have seen the latest chapter of this novel. You can add novels to the bookshelf and update them every day. You can also go to the book city to watch other novels. At this moment, Yichin was, this novel, didn't finish writing? It's too much. I scratch my head and scratch my head, looking forward to what will happen to the protagonist in the next chapter. In the end, it's not finished yet? Can unfinished books be sold? Too much, too outrageous. Obviously, Yichin, who has never followed online novels. For the first time, I felt the pain of chasing updates. The current Yichin is still too young. Wait for him to pursue other books in the future, and when he meets a eunuch. Only then will he understand that it is good to be able to catch up every day. Much better than being a complete eunuch. Yichin really didn't expect that at this time, he would be able to sell unfinished books. There is such a funny thing about time. It really refreshes the 3 views. Fortunately, at the end of the chapter, there is a line of author's words. This book is updated 5 times a day, each with 10,000 words, a total of 50,000 words. Stay tuned, 50,000 words per day. That's not bad. Yichin smiled immediately. He put the book on the shelf, randomly glanced at the author. I found out that the author has other books. The Immortal Universe. Great Dominate. Yuan Zun. This author has so many books, and they are all serialized. Incredible. From books to people. Yichin, because of the book The Immortal Breaks the Sky. I have a great affection for this author. Immediately, I chose the book Immortal Moving Universe to continue reading. Soon, Yichin immersed himself in it again. Wait a breath to see the latest chapters. Yichin let out a long breath. This book is the same as The Fairy Breaks the Sky. All the protagonists are in crisis. Then be indomitable. Finally solve the enemy's story. It was exciting to see, but for some reason, Yichin had a vague feeling of déjà vu. It feels like this Immortal moves the universe and Immortal breaks the sky. It seems a bit similar, but not quite the same. Forget it, never mind. From now on, I will follow up on these 2 books every day. Next, I'm going to practice 640-inch. The protagonist in the book is taught by the strong man in the ring. But your own efforts are also indispensable. Moreover, for the sake of the goal, the protagonist is not afraid of hardships and dangers. Even if he is close to death, as long as he has hope, he dares to go. In comparison, I'm too slack. And I'm too cowardly. I think I'm talented and have a great future, so I will voluntarily give up on tasks with high returns but high risks, and I don't want to be in danger. But if you don't take risks, how can you get a chance? So, next I will work hard to practice, and my colleagues will seize every opportunity. Yichin was infected by the protagonist in the novel and made up his mind. Immediately shut down Wong PHS. Start to meditate. And on the second day, Yichin went to Zawan Lecture Hall. In it, Yichin saw the fresh and pleasant little junior sister yesterday sit next to each other without hesitation. When the little junior sister saw Yichin, she couldn't help showing a look of surprise on her little face. But then he revealed an apologetic expression and said, "Senior brother, I'm sorry. It's all me, brother, who caused you to be targeted and threatened. Senior brother, stay away from me. That person is narrow-minded and has a bad temper. If he sees me approaching you again, he will definitely trouble you, senior brother. And if the Zoman Grand Competition is met by the opponent at the end of the year, the opponent will definitely be cruel." The little junior sister obviously knew about Yichin's threats yesterday. Concerned, CGCF worry about the opening. However, after hearing this, Yichin didn't have the slightest panic. Instead, he smiled lightly. "Junior sister, it doesn't matter. Since ancient times, immortality has been a contention word. There are too many cultivators but too few treasures, so we have to fight for everything. and a fairy who is as precious as junior sister naturally cannot have smooth sailing. But it's okay. I'm not afraid of anything. Moreover, there is still half a year before the Zoman Grand Competition. In the past 6 months, I may not be able to break through the late stage of Qi training and that mermaid canopy. So, junior sister, you don't need to worry. Just wait for the Zoman Grand Competition to see me win. Hu Zhishan's self-confidence is beyond words. The younger junior sister looked at Hu Zhishan. Listening to Hu Zhishan's words, her pretty face was slightly red. Hu Zhishan even compared himself to a treasure. Any woman would be delighted. What's more, Hu Zhishan is not bad in appearance, so he is full of vigor and confidence at the moment. It even hit the heart of the little junior sister. Okay, junior sister, I will definitely be in the audience, because senior brother, come on. Hu Zhishan laughed out loud. But at this moment, the senior brother who threatened Hu Zhishan yesterday was standing in the distance with a gloomy face and gnashing his teeth. He didn't expect that. Hu Zhishan, who was cowardly afraid to look at him yesterday, has such courage at this moment. He moved to the front of the little junior sister again. The most important is, when Hu Zhishan saw himself, there was no fear in his eyes, but he was extraordinarily calm. This made him even more furious. When the martial arts lecture was over, he immediately blocked Zhishan again. Junior brother, it seems that you really don't cry when you see the coffin. During the Zoman Grand Competition, I will find a relationship and be in a group with you. As long as you don't lose too quickly, you will always meet me. When the time comes, junior brother, just don't regret it. Hearing this, Hu Zhishan smiled lightly. 30 years in Hedong, 30 years in Heshi. Don't bully the young and poor. Brother, your cultivation level is indeed higher than mine now, but at the end of the year, how do you know you won't be able to break through? So, I'm also looking forward to competing with you in Zoman. I hope that, senior brother, you will not look too ugly when the time comes. After speaking, Hu Zhishan left leisurely and confidently. And that senior brother looked at Hu Zhishan's confident appearance. Especially when I heard the phrase 30 years in Hedong, 30 years in Heshi. Don't bully the young and poor. Do not know why. There was a feeling of uneasiness in my heart. Nobody knows. In the future, a great power who will be well known in the world of cultivating immortals. It turned out that it was because of reading a novel that it started to rise. Certainly, that was a long time ago. On the fairy net, when Xianwang novel was first launched, it was just lukewarm. Very few people discuss it. It can be said that since the release of Xianwang PHS, the most deserted app update ever. However, after a long time, in Xianwang Weibo, there are more discussions about Xianwang novels. Hey, at first I thought it was just the novels I've read. Those are novels about revenge or chivalry, slaying demons and demons. But I never thought that this is not the case at all. Indeed, I read it too. To be honest, I was very pleasantly surprised. These novels are much better than I thought. The 9 dragons pulled the coffin and sank horizontally in the void. It was an incredible scene. You must know that dragons are immortal beasts. A 9-headed dragon corpse pulls a black coffin. What kind of person is buried in this black coffin? Indeed, that flick of the finger to cover the sky is really too domineering. It makes me so drunk. I think the Book of Immortality is also good. The protagonist is just a slave at the beginning, but he does not succumb to fate. He secretly learns the way of immortality and finally walks on the way of immortality. It is admirable. I'm really shocked. How did these novels come out? If the previous novels in the world of cultivating immortals are at this level, why don't I read novels? What are you talking about? Are you talking about the content of the novel? The novel in Xianwang's novel is so interesting. 0-inch. Impossible. It's not that I haven't read novels. It's nothing more than chivalry or slaying demons and demons, heroes saving beauty, and so on. What I said is true. The novels in Xianwang novels are completely different from the ones we have read. If you don't read them, you will definitely regret it. Is it true? Then I'll go and have a look. Along with the discussion on Xianwang Weibo, the voice is getting louder. Many cultivators who read novels and apps when they see them, but just don't bother to read them and go about their own affairs, are also attracted. Genius turned into waste? A 3-year contract? Pulling coffins from Kowloon across the starry sky. Elixir, restricted life? Immortal, by accident. Set foot on the Immortal Road, obtained a small green bottle, and used the worst spiritual route to seek immortality? And the immortal cultivators who have died actually wake up from the grave after 10,000 years. And the surrounding area of the grave is full of the graves of immortals and gods? Are these the contents of the novel? Look at the discussion on Xianwang Weibo. Everyone was shocked. Somewhat unbelievable. Are these really the contents of the novel? The content in the novel is so wonderful, so mysterious and unpredictable. But the novels they have read before are not like this at all. This time, many immortal cultivators couldn't bear it anymore. They really want to know, are the applications in the Xianwang novel really as interesting as those fellow Taoists said? They also want to figure it out. The 3-year agreement. That dead back. What is it that immortal cultivating immortality? Then, originally a tepid fairy net novel. After a brief spread of word of mouth, usher in a surge in the number of readers. Countless immortal cultivators who heard the news poured into the fairy net novels. Holy Lord, the first-day results of Xianwang's novel are a bit mediocre. Less than 8 million people have used the Xianwang novel app. On top of the Holy Master peak, the Foreign Affairs elder spoke with some concern. He was afraid that it would affect the mentality of the Holy Master. After all, the breakthrough speed of the Holy Master is not as usual. It is the first time that the new application released has such a low popularity. It would be bad if it affected the mentality of the Holy Master. Hearing this, Yichin, who had just received his skills, just raised the corners of his mouth and smiled faintly. It's okay, let the bullets fly for a while. Yichin was indeed not in a hurry. On Earth, although there are quite a few people who read novels, but it is definitely not a popular category. And in the world of cultivating immortals, leisure stuff like novels has received even less attention. So, it is normal for Xianwang novels to perform poorly on the first day of launch. Yichin was not affected at all, and seeing that his own Holy Master is still in the usual calm posture, the Foreign Affairs elder breathed a sigh of relief. It is good that the Holy Lord is not affected by his mentality. It doesn't matter whether the application called Xianwang novel fails or not. It's just that the Foreign Affairs elder is a little strange. The Holy Lord said, let the bullets fly for a while. What is a bullet? After the Foreign Affairs elder reported some more things, only then turned away with confusion, and Yichin walked towards the cave leisurely. In the cave, only Master is sitting there, sitting cross-legged with her bumpy body. Her figure is perfect and attractive. Yichin smiled and sat across from Master and looked around curiously. Where did you go? Why haven't you seen anyone these days? Hearing this, Nangong replied softly. Kerr said she was going to write a novel. Hearing this, Yichin frowned. Lin Keir is going to write a novel? Well, it's wrong to be a saint and go to write a novel? What do you think? But Yichin is too lazy to say more. At this moment, I am alone in the cave with Master, sitting opposite Master, smiling and looking at Master's flawless pretty face. Sensing Yichin's gaze, Nangong suddenly stared coquettishly. Rebel, what's your plan? Yichin smiled immediately. Master, what did you say? How could I possibly make a bad idea? 17? Humph. It's good that you didn't make a bad idea. I'm your master. Nangong Wanjing said. Yichin interrupted with a chuckle. I just want Master to fulfill the bet. How can this be a bad idea? As he spoke, Yichin reached out and picked up a lock of Master's hair. Nangong blushed immediately. Random glared at Yichin. Traitor. But apart from glaring, Nangong didn't resist at all. Instead, she took the initiative to walk back to her quiet room. Most importantly, the door of the silent room was not completely closed. Seeing this, Yichin's eyes suddenly brightened. Master is still like this, his mouth is too upright. Finally, the bet was fulfilled. Yichin's mood was quite agitated. But immediately, Yichin thought that Lin Keir hadn't been around these 2 days. Could it be that Lin Keir was using the excuse of writing a novel to indulge in medicine, so that the Master can fulfill the bet? After all, Nangong fulfilled the bet. Only the bet with Lin Keir can be fulfilled. While thinking, Yichin took light steps and entered the Master's quiet room with anticipation. As for fairy net novels, Yichin didn't care at all. Anyway, it's just a copyright layout. Even if it really doesn't catch fire and is not welcomed by immortal cultivators, Yichin doesn't care too much. After all, it was within Yichin's prediction. The linkshare that Xianwang novels can earn. Not much at all. Compared with other applications, it may be insignificant. Although the book is not popular, it is naturally impossible to earn copyright fees in the future. But this does not affect the subsequent film and television platform plan. So, for the time being, let's enjoy the Master's bet first. Accompanied on the fairy net, there are more and more discussions about Xianwang novels. It is also attracting more and more immortal cultivators. Go to Xianwang novels and read those novels that are said to be miraculous by fellow Taoists. To be honest, when I first watched it, most cultivators still don't take it seriously. After all, what kind of flowers can a novel like this play out? Isn't that what happened? However, wait until they read the first 3 chapters. The disapproval before dissipated directly. He was immediately drawn in. After all, internet novels on Earth have been developed for many years to attract readers. The first 3 chapters are called the 3 golden chapters. And it is these 3 chapters that attract people. Not to mention, the first batch of books in Wong novels. However, Yichin carefully selected the most popular boutiques from all the online novels on the earth. So, how can a cultivator who is exposed to online novels for the first time resist the attraction brought by the 3 golden chapters? Most of them fell directly. Unable to pull it out completely, I was immersed in the magnificent plot world in the book. And many immortals. The first book I read may be just right for me. But even so, they can see that the novels in this new application are indeed completely different from the novels they have read before. As for flowers, and there are quite a few novels in Wong novels. Even if most cultivators don't like 1 or 2 novels, they can always find a novel that suits them. Most importantly, this Wong novel can be read for free. It's free to read, though you'll need to watch ads. See what happened to the ad? If it is paid, many immortal cultivators may give up reading novels. After all, the price of reading novels with linkshare is not low. Most low-level immortal cultivators are definitely reluctant. But it's free to watch, so why not watch it? After all, these novels are extremely interesting to write. And it's not just novels read by male immortal cultivators. Among the Wong novels, there are also novels suitable for female cultivators. The domineering suzerain is in love with me. Imperial concubine's promotion. Your Majesty don't. The cruel holy son and the cold wife. Those female cultivators who read these novels, who were even less interested in novels, also had their eyes lit up. These novels are so interesting, although the feelings in these novels are somewhat inexplicable. The high-ranking male protagonist is always inexplicably paying attention to the female protagonist because of a little thing and has a good impression of the female protagonist and takes care of her. But it's really touching. When watching, these female cultivators can't help but flush their pretty faces. Sweet because sweet. If only there were holy sons, it would be great if the suzerain liked them so much. In addition to the sweet text, the female frequency, there's also abuse. For example, there is a female frequency book. The Taoist companion of the heroine's young horse and bamboo horse finally became the master of the clan. But he changed his mind and accepted it. The concubine is also a scheming ***ch, trying to frame the heroine in various ways. Therefore, the hero hates the heroine more and more. In the end, he dug out the eyes of the heroine who was born with supernatural powers and used magic to install love on her body. The heroine was heartbroken and left. The male lead found out the secret, regretted it, and started chasing his wife. Thus opened a road of abusing his wife for a while and chasing his wife to the crematorium. In short, the female cultivators in the world of cultivating immortals were stunned by this miraculous plot. They joined forces and scolded the heroine for being stupid and calling the heroine a scumbag. But looking forward to the next development of the plot, it can be described as extremely lively. And more immortal cultivators have read novels in Wong novels. There are more and more related discussions on Wong Weibo. Originally, Wong novels were only at the end of the trending searches. As time goes by, hot search terms are rising faster and faster. Finally, on the 3rd day, hot search is about fairy net novels. It directly climbed to the top of the hot search. Wong novels are completely popular. It really surprises me that novels can be written like this. Because I was not interested in novels before, I almost missed such an interesting thing. These novels are all incomparably exquisite, and the exposition of the exercises and the description of the protagonist's perception of the breakthrough really touched me, and made me suddenly realize some difficult problems in cultivation, and there are signs of breakthrough. This Immortal Net novel is good, but it has a huge flaw. That is, how can it be sold as an unfinished book? I really want to know how the protagonist who can cover the sky with his fingers can start the road of cultivation. His holy body actually requires 100 times the resources of a cultivator of the same rank, and consumes so much. How can he become a fairy? I want to know so much. I feel like I won't be able to sleep today. Yeah, so am I. The Immortal Breaking the Sky is indeed a good book, but I really regret reading it. I should have read it after finishing the book. 50,000 words a day is not enough. I finished it in the blink of an eye. To 160 is not fun. I can't stop watching that eternal life. The elder brother of the protagonist's sect seems to be fair, but in fact he suppresses the protagonist everywhere. I really hope that the protagonist can kill this guy, but the gap between the protagonist and the opponent is too big, and I don't know when I can take revenge. I also want to know what is the little green bottle obtained by the protagonist of the mortal cultivating immortals. The little green bottle must be a treasure. But what is it? Update quickly. Update quickly. I've already rewarded you for updating. Update today quickly. On the Immortal Net, countless immortal cultivators are discussing the shock that the Immortal Net novels brought to them. These novels really broke their perception of novels. How can novels be so interesting? In addition to slaying demons and being a chivalrous man, how can a novel have so many interesting plots? Most importantly, reading these novels made them unbearable. The villain slapped his face. The protagonist directly revenges overnight. And what kind of relic opportunity is encountered? The biggest benefit is the protagonists. The beauties in the book also like the protagonist. Such a book, how can you not feel good after reading it? The world of Cultivating Immortals is indeed colorful. The possibilities are endless, but that's for the strong. For low-level cultivators, the fairy is unattainable, and it is a luxury to see the upper side with my own eyes. As for treasures, they can only look at the expensive treasures in the Xianwang auction house and sigh in awe. As for what remains, what inheritance was born, it is also the battlefield of contemporary arrogance. But these low-level immortal cultivators have to worry about the shortage of spirit stones, the shortage of medicine pills, and the damage of spirit weapons, but they don't have to worry about maintenance of spirit stones. The colorful world of Cultivating Immortals. In fact, it has nothing to do with them. And now, through this fairy web novel, they could be the main characters in it. Watch the protagonist unscrupulously hostile to the top powerful forces. Watch the protagonist tease countless arrogance in various ruins and obtain treasures. Then watch the protagonist linger among countless female fairies, wantonly among the flowers. They made the protagonist into themselves. This refreshing feeling is naturally difficult to add. So, countless cultivators are completely attracted by the novels in Xianwang novels. Addicted to it. The most important is, to read Xianwang novels, you don't need linkshare. You can watch novels at will just by watching the advertisements. It's just not too cool. If it is the only thing that makes them dissatisfied. That is, these books are not finished. Daily updates are required. But this also made them develop the habit of chasing after updates. See the reminder of book updates every day. It will immediately enter the Fairy Net novel. Check out the latest chapters. And as time goes by, the novels and Xianwang novels have basically entered the middle stage. It's getting more and more exciting. Then, there are more and more discussions about the plot of Xianwang novels. Between any different books, they all start to compare. Oh my god, this book is so enjoyable to read, but the former Taoist couple of the protagonist is really upset with other men. And that Hua Yunfei is the successor of the Werewolf Empress? Swallowed the physique in the world has changed from immortal to the top physique. If there is such a heaven-defying technique in the world of Cultivating Immortals, I am afraid that the world will be in chaos long ago. Eternal Life is also very cool, killing decisively. The villain can't survive 3 chapters. This is definitely the most ruthless protagonist I have ever seen. I love it. My favorite is the book Swallowing the Galaxy. The main character in it is too upright. He has been fighting against immortals from outside the realm in order to protect his hometown, and never surrenders. I don't understand why there is such a garbage book as Daoist Gu in Xianwang novels. Isn't it too cruel? What do you know? This book looks cruel, but it's really cool. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. I feel that the protagonist who can cover the sky with his fingers is the fiercest protagonist in all the books. He is physically invincible and has profound magic power. I am afraid that he can beat other protagonists. I just laughed. The protagonist who breaks the sky with the Buddha's anger red lotus destroys everything directly. When he collects all the strange fires and raises his skills to the top, he may be able to directly burn the entire world of Cultivating Immortals. Can you stop blowing the sky? The protagonist of the Tomb of the Gods, the profound art is reversed. And when the 7 demon knives against the sky are released, when the protagonist becomes an immortal, he may be able to split the world of Cultivating Immortals in half. Invincible. Everyone is right, but I think the protagonist of the perfect fairyland is the fiercest. Don't look at Xiao Doubting, who just loves to drink animal milk, but he is really too fierce. Now he has grown a supreme bone, sweeping everything. It may be because these fire books appeared at the same time in the world of Cultivating Immortals. Moreover, Yichin changed the cultivation system into the immortal cultivation system. So there was a war of void between different readers. There was an argument that the protagonist in that book had the most invincible talent and the most powerful combat power. This kind of debate, of course, can't win the outcome. But the heat it brought made Xianwang novels even more popular. Even the strong in the world of Cultivating Immortals can't help it. One after another, they entered the Fairy Net novels. These strong people are naturally not interested in novels. But the excitement was too great. Many strong people couldn't bear it. And when they watched the plot, they were all amazed. Honestly, it's more fun than they think. But soon, their faces became serious at 5.0. What attracts them is naturally not any plot. Rather, in this book, the description of cultivation, the description of different realms, and the overview of breaking through realms. In previous novels, regarding these contents, they're all written very casually, and they are written in one stroke. After all, those who write books are all mortals or low-level practitioners. What do they know? But in these novels and Xianwang novels, the cognition about cultivation that was written casually in a few words touched them, those who were in the nascent soul stage, or even the strong ones in the transformation stage. Even learn a lot. How is it possible? Who is the author of this book? Only the truly strong, who have experienced these realms, can write so realistically. The author who wrote these books is a top-level power? But which top-level power, who is so leisurely and elegant, actually came to write a novel? Many experts in the world of cultivating immortals. Looking at the novels in the Xianwang novel application, I was shocked. These novels, seemingly wild and unconstrained, are actually just fantasies. But among them is the perception of cultivating immortals. It is to make their great powers startled, and the unconstrained magical powers in the book also inspired them. This moment, many great abilities have confirmed one point. That is, only the strong who have really experienced these realms can be so realistic. So, are the authors of these books powerful? But how can a great man be so boring and go to write a book? Everyone was surprised at first, but immediately, a figure appeared involuntarily in his mind. Holy Master Tianyan. Only a character like Holy Lord Tianyan, who can't be guessed by common sense, can write such interesting novels. Otherwise, who else could it be? Not to mention, the Fairy Net novel application itself was created by the Lord Tianyan. That novel was also written by Holy Lord Tianyan, so it is not impossible. And in the book, there are many places that can be confirmed. For example, as we all know, Lord Yichin loves to use the extinguishing hand to blast and kill enemies. And in the book The Tomb of the God, the protagonist in it, 26, also likes to use the Mietian hand to target the enemy. Another example is knowing that the Lord Tianyan has no magical powers. Attacking Wushuang, the speed is the best in the world, and there is a top-level clone method, and the strength of the battle array shocks the world. But the 9 secrets that appeared in covering the sky with flick of fingers fit perfectly. No one knows the divine power of the Holy Lord. But it was written in the book. What does this mean? In short, in many books and Xianwang novels, you can find some things related to the Lord Tianyan. The most important is, only the Holy Lord Tianyan can write out the realization of the realm in it with such ease. Ls. I wish there was only one. These novels with different signatures were all written by the Lord Tianyan. As for a top existence like the Holy Master Tianyan, why would he write a novel? They were not too surprised. After all, if it is another powerhouse, they will also be surprised. But the Lord Tianyan has always been unconstrained, so they are not surprised. The most important thing is the stuff in this Fairy Net novel. It is also very useful for their practice and can bring inspiration. They are naturally flocking to it. Then, the powerful people in the world of cultivating immortals have all started to read novels, although they're not attracted by the plot. But watch carefully, and when you see the paid chapter, naturally, these great abilities will not waste time. They are all directly recharged with spirit stones and following the actions of the mighty ones. Xianwang also spread the wind. In the novels currently being used in Xianwang novels, the descriptions and perceptions about cultivation in them are all true. This naturally caused a wave of excitement for watching the novel. Even Denung is reading novels. How can they not go up? Then, countless cultivators poured into the Fairy Net novels again. Xianwang novels are getting more and more popular. For a while, the limelight even overwhelmed other applications. In the following days, there are news from time to time. It is said that because someone read a novel, he felt something in his heart and broke through the realm. This makes many immortal cultivators read novels more seriously. Now, not just Xianwang. Even in reality, there are more immortal cultivators discussing Xianwang novels. Among the Zomen, some brothers were discussing the plot of the novel updated yesterday. In casual repair, there are also immortal cultivators who blush in order to fight over which novel's protagonist is more talented. It is the restaurant, the king of music. All the diners were drinking while talking about the insights they got from the novel. The popularity of Xianwang novels can be seen. And all this, naturally, Yichin did it deliberately. Yichin made a perfect breakthrough all the way. The understanding of practice is absolutely top-notch. When revising these books, incorporate your own perception of practice into them. In the end, this result was created. And for online novels, updating is king. Most of them are basically updated with 50,000 words per day, and a small number of them are 20,000 to 30,000 words per day. National Taiwan University is full of management, and people can't stop watching it. Naturally, the novels in Xian Wang's novels became more and more popular. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. In the Tianyan Holy Land, the Foreign Affairs Elder flew to the top of the Holy Master Peak again. Look for Yichin. When seeing Yichin, the Foreign Affairs Elder immediately bowed and saluted. I have seen the Holy Lord. And Yichin, who just finished training. You stretched leisurely. How is Xian Wang novels doing now? Yichin turned his head and asked. The Foreign Affairs Elder nodded quickly. Holy Master, Xian Wang novels became popular a month ago. There are nearly 6 billion people chasing updates every day. Last month, the total income of Xian Wang's novels exceeded 10 million. Although Xian Wang novels are popular, it is beyond the expectation of the Foreign Affairs Elders. But his expression is still calm. After all, the income of 10 million high-grade spirit stones from Xian Wang novels is completely at the bottom among all the applications in Tianyan Holy Land. It's just higher than the online Tianyan Pavilion that doesn't charge at all. An income of 10 million high-grade spirit stones a month. For today's Tianyan Holy Land, it's kind of insignificant, really. I'm used to the monthly income of hundreds of millions of moving axes. It is normal for the Foreign Affairs Elders not to be excited. Besides, the novels in Xian Wang novels were written by the Holy Master himself. After wasting so much effort, there is only so much income. It feels a bit unworthy. But Yichin smiled slightly when he heard the words, "It's not bad." Yichin didn't have much expectation for the income brought by Xian Wang novel itself. Now there are tens of millions of top-grade Lingshire income every month. Already good. The Elder of Foreign Affairs saw that his Holy Master was actually satisfied. I didn't know what to say for a while, but he still asked in confusion. Holy Master, haven't you finished writing the novels in Xian Wang's novels? Why not release all of them, 697, but like now, update bit by bit? If it has been updated, all the novels have been completed. That income will definitely double. When Yichin heard this, he was immediately stunned, then shook his head. If you put all the novels on it, you can indeed earn more. But the question is, what next? Don't readers just leave after reading it? How does the Fairy Net novel application itself develop? So, throw a head start and automatically update daily. Although you don't earn much in a short time, but the popularity of the novel will definitely get higher and higher with the update. You will attract more and more readers. Instead, earn more. The most important is, Yichin needs to attract enough authors to start writing books. There is only new content coming out. Only Xian Wang novels can remain popular for a long time. In order to continuously create high-quality copyright content. In the future, I will let my family sell copyrights to earn spirit stones. So, it is the best practice to throw a beginning and update it every day. And Yichin also prepared a few more books. It is planned that there will be no fire books for a certain period of time in Xian Wang novels. Just throw the few books I prepared to keep it warm. Immortal cultivators read Huashu, and they may not be satisfied, so they read other novels. This keeps readers coming. But Xian Wang novel has been online for a month now. How is the author doing? This is what Yichin cares most about now. Xian Wang novels. Obviously, it is impossible to rely on these novels produced by Yichin to remain popular all the time. Even if these books are enduring and tried and tested top-level online texts on the earth. But if there are only 30 copies, there is no doubt about it. It won't be long. If Xian Wang novels are applied, no one cares about them. Only Xian Wang novels, like Xian Wang live broadcasts and Xian Wang Duan videos, have enough creators to have enough content. Only then can it continuously attract cultivators to read books. Stay hot and earn. Produce a variety of novels that have copyright value and can be sold in the future. Then, Yichin spoke. How about the number of authors of Xian Wang novels? Hearing this, the Foreign Affairs Elder shook his head. Holy Master, although a month has passed. But the Xian Wang novels are except for the books we uploaded. There is only one more novel. However, the score of this novel is not bad. Hearing this, Yichin frowned. Only one novel? That is, only one author has published the book. This is a big problem. Although Xian Wang novels are popular, but it did not attract writers of fiction. Yichin felt a little tricky for a while, so he asked casually, who is the only author? The foreign affairs elder immediately had a strange expression on his face, but he still spoke up. Holy Master, the only author, whose pseudonym is Mai Shizhuan Tianxiaowudi, and her real identity is the Saintess of Tianyan Holy Land, your disciple Lin Ke. When Yichin heard this, a black line appeared on his head. Lin Ke really wrote a book? And soon, when Yichin knew the title of the book written by Ke, there are more black lines on the head. The overbearing master is in love with me. This book has been published for a month, and there are already 200,000 copies. But pretty hot. Even hotter than most of the women's video novels on Earth that Yichin carries. The number of comments exceeded 100,000. And in the comments below, many of them are speculating about the author's identity. The author shouldn't be the saint of Tianyan Holy Land. I think it is because the master in the book is also the master of the Holy Land and a supreme genius. And those experiences are too similar to the Tianyan Holy Lord. The same is true for the female villains in the book. Although they have different names, they seem to have some similarities with the Holy Master's Taoist companions, such as the patriarch of a first-class family, the elder of the Holy Land, and the empress of the dynasty. I'm afraid that only saintesses have the courage to write like this, not afraid of big men like snakes. The author, please add more. It's too sweet to read. If I have such a master, I will die without regret. That's right. Master dotes on the heroine too much. He went to the edge of the mainland to kill the ancient royal family, and it turned out that it was just because the other emperor said that he wanted to accept the heroine as his concubine. Looking at these comments, Yichin's face darkened even more. Resisting to open the text, I took a few glances. I didn't even see it. Don't say anything else. Lin Ke's learning ability is really strong. Just after reading a few books, I have thoroughly researched the story of Mary Sue, the heroine of Earth, and Lin Ke wrote real people into the book. On the contrary, self-taught without a teacher, directly created the same line of humanity in the world of cultivating immortals. However, the fanfiction on Earth is basically about female stars and strategies for various female stars. I didn't expect to come to the world of cultivating immortals. The one who was attacked in the book turned out to be himself. Yichin clenched his fists. I feel that this apprentice of my own needs to be educated. He waved his hand. Yichin said directly, seal the book, no. Seal her writing account. She writes well, but don't write any more. The foreign affairs elder was taken aback when he heard the words, but nodded quickly. Apparently, appearances also know what's in the book, so not much to say at all. Yichin temporarily let go of the idea of educating Lin Ke. Instead, he began to think seriously about how to attract immortal cultivators to write novels. But just a little thought. Yichin suddenly realized, there is no need to think of any way at all. Just touch people's hearts with money and it's over. Past Earth. Every year, many young people enter the online novel industry. Let's say they like writing novels and love this industry. That is obviously unlikely. Maybe, but not many. The most important thing is what has appeared in the news. A certain novelist has an annual income of tens of millions. The copyright of a book by a certain novelist has sold for sky-high prices and other eye-catching news. Those who do not understand the web literature industry, it is precisely because of these eye-catching figures on the news. To become a novelist, I dream that I can also earn tens of millions a month and become a great god. As a result, there are tens of millions of online novel authors. And in the world of cultivating immortals, the same can be the case. You don't even need to do a hot search or something. As long as Xianwang novel makes a sales list, announce the income of the top 10 novels. I believe it is enough to attract countless cultivators. Although the income of Xianwang novels is not high, but that is for Tianyan Holy Land. The total income of 10 million high-grade spirit stones. For any holy place in the world of cultivating immortals, it is a huge sum of money. And even if it is assigned to one of the books, there are also hundreds of thousands of income, and it's monthly income. This kind of monthly income is something that the nun can't earn in a year. And now, just write novels, no matter what level of education you have. Even the immortal cultivators in the Qi refining period. As long as the novel is well written, you can also earn money. How could the cultivator not be moved by this? I'm afraid it won't be too long before there will be a wave of authors. Although so attracted authors, the quality of the works created is uneven. But as long as the quantity is large enough, high-quality goods can be produced after all. Those immortal cultivators who are not suitable will naturally give up. But the ones that are left are all written that can be recognized by others and can earn linkshare. As long as they continue to cultivate in this industry, what is written is bound to get better and better. With the wisdom of an immortal cultivator, The novels created in a year or two may easily surpass the novels on Earth. So, after figuring out a solution, Zhao Diheo, Yichin spoke directly and told the Foreign Affairs elders. At the same time, it also talked about the establishment of the monthly ticket list, the reward list, and the new book list. Doing so can make it easier for good books to stand out in the sea of books in the future. When the Foreign Affairs elder heard the words, he immediately figured out what his holy master thought, immediately nodded in response, and then went to execute. The executive power of the Foreign Affairs elders. Naturally, there is no need to say much. Just tonight, when the Cultivator opened the Fairy Net novel to catch up, then I saw that there was an extra banner on the homepage of the bookstore. Xianwang Novel Revenue List. Look at this sudden extra banner. Many readers showed curiosity. Aren't most of these Xianwang novels free to watch? Those who are willing to spend spirit stones to read novels are probably the only ones with great powers, right? But how many people are capable? Therefore, the income of novels is definitely not high. In this case, how did you come up with an income list? All the time. All cultivators think so. Although Xianwang novels are popular, many people read novels, but not how to make money. Why? Because everyone chooses to read for free, will not recharge Linkshare at all. Instead, choose to read the ad, although they don't understand why it is so heavy. But if you can go whoring for nothing, you will definitely not miss it. But it is also because of this. They also thought that those popular novels would not earn much Linkshare. But now, even the sales list came out. It really made them curious. After all, everyone is naturally curious about income. They all want to know too. How many spirit stones can the novels in Xianwang novels earn? So most readers just clicked in. Immediately, a new page comes into view. Number 1 in the sales list. Cover the sky with a snap of your fingers. Last month's income, 730,000 high-grade spirit stones. Second on the sales list. Immortal breaks the sky. Last month's income, 690,000 high-grade spirit stones. The moment you see the sales figures, countless readers' eyes widened involuntarily, and 383 wondered if he had read it wrong. But take a closer look. Nothing changes at all. Rank number 1 with a snap of the fingers. Last month's sales were really 730,000 top-grade spirit stones. And the second-ranked Immortal Breaks the Sky. It is 690,000 high-grade spirit stones. As for the next 8 books, from the Perfect Fairyland to Immortality and then to Mortal Cultivation, sales figures behind it all are hundreds of thousands. It is the lowest 10th place. They all had an income of 400,000 last month. But how is this possible? Everyone was really shocked, even involuntarily doubted the authenticity of this number. After all, that's all they know. Except for myself, there are not many immortal cultivators around who read novels who spend spirit stones. All watching ads. On the Fairy Net, everyone chats. Those who use Linkshare to read novels are as rare. In this general situation of prostitution, tell me, these books earn hundreds of thousands of high-grade spirit stones a month? To be honest, they don't want to believe it at all. After all, Linkshare can't just fall from the sky out of thin air. So for a while, everyone doubts the authenticity of this list. But soon, they saw a line of small characters behind the sales data of each book, like that snapping fingers to cover the sky. Behind the sales figure of 730,000, there is a line of small words enclosed in brackets. Subscription revenue, 1,400 top-grade spirit stones. Advertising revenue, 728,600 top-grade spirit stones. Look at the fine print. All the cultivators fell silent. Number 1 book. Last month, there were 1,400 top-grade Linkshare subscription income. To be honest, this number is in line with the expectations of the immortal cultivators. After all, there are not many immortal cultivators who pay. But there are tens of billions of people in the world of cultivating immortals. After all, there are millions of immortal cultivators who don't care about reading books. So it's normal to have such an income. But this advertising revenue? Why do books still have advertising revenue? Could it be that when they read books for free, they must see an advertisement every 50,000 words? Can this be used as a spirit stone? Everyone was confused for a while. They looked down. Sure enough, the rest of the 9 books is also like this. Both subscription revenues account for a small portion. Much of it is contributed by advertising. And at the bottom of the list, they saw a description. Advertising revenue is provided by advertisers. Every time an ad is shown, the advertiser needs to pay for the ad. Advertising revenue from books is advertising expenses. The author's income, then CGCC, is half of the sales. Seeing this, the group of immortal cultivators finally understood. Is that so? They did read the novel for free. But that doesn't mean novels don't make money. The advertisements they see are all paid by the advertisers. And because of free prostitution, many immortal cultivators who may or may not read books choose to read books. And there are a large number of them. On the contrary, the advertising cost is ridiculously high. Overall income becomes higher. All of this was beyond everyone's expectations. How can you still earn spirit stones like this? Tianyan Holy Land has never disappointed people in terms of earning spirit stones. There are simply too many means. This moment, everyone was shocked, but at the same time astonished. They also became extremely convinced by this list. After all, there are few people who recharge Lingshire to read books. But those who read novels for free are simply a handful, especially during this time. Basically, 8 out of 10 people are reading novels. Have such an income. On the contrary, it is not surprising. No doubt, novel revenue list released immediately caused a sensation in the entire world of cultivating immortals. Countless cultivators were amazed at the fact that reading books for free can also earn Lingshire. I was also completely shocked by the income of these novels. There are so many spirit stones in one book, and that's just 1 month's worth of sales. And the author, half of the sales can be divided as income. The example of the first-ranked flick of the finger. The sales volume of the fingers covering the sky is 730,000 top-grade spirit stones. The income distributed to the author is 365,000 high-grade spirit stones. What concept is this? A cultivator in the nascent soul stage can only earn 10,000 to 20,000 high-grade spirit stones a year. For a holy land as rich as Tianyan Holy Land, Elder Waning only paid 50 or 60,000 a year. And when it comes to the stage of transforming gods, people like the Supreme Elder of the Holy Land can only have a maximum of 3 to 400,000. And that's annual income. As for the refining period, it is said that the Tianyan Holy Land is enshrined to the branch sect, Lianshu, with millions of offerings a year. That's amazing enough. And write novels. There are more than 300,000 high-grade Lingshire income in 1 month. If keep it up, isn't it 3 or 4 million a year? This is more than the annual income of a Denung during the refining period. And it's several times more. This is really incredible. As we all know, matters such as income are the most heated discussions. Then, in a very short time, the author of the novel's income surpassed the power of refining the virtual period. So he was on the top of the double list of Xianwang Weibo and Xianwang's short video list. It has attracted the attention of countless immortal cultivators. Look at this income. Countless cultivators at this moment are moved. How can you make so much money writing novels? At this moment, all the cultivators in the world of cultivating immortals were shocked. Money touches people's hearts, as long as it's human, as long as it is a civilized society. Naturally, they are extremely interested in high income. Then, on the fairy net, it boiled directly. I really didn't expect that I could earn so much spirit stones just by writing a novel. After a year, wouldn't I earn more than the almighty alchemist? More than that, look at Chen Dong, who ranks first. He has written 3 books. Whether it is Covering the Sky with a Flick of a Finger, Tomb of the Gods, or Perfect Immortal World, they are all in the previous life of the sales list. 150 square meters of high-grade spirit stones. Hey, doesn't this mean that a month's income is comparable to a year's income for refining Sudanung? Recently, when I read Xinwang's novels, I suddenly realized that novels can still be written in this way, and a story was born in my heart. But I haven't started writing. After all, I have been too busy recently, and I have to do tasks for cultivation every day. How can I have time to write novels? But now, seeing the author's income, I am moved. The same is true for me. These novels let me know that stories can be so unconstrained. But because I read books for free before, I felt that I couldn't earn spirit stones, so I didn't try. Now I think I can try it. Yeah, I didn't expect that free novels are the key to income. I'm going to give it a try. I don't want to earn hundreds of thousands of dollars a month like these novels on the rankings. I'm an immortal cultivator in the Qi refining period. As long as I can earn a few top-grade spirit stones every month, I will be satisfied. I'm already planning to open a book. After all, there are only so many books in Xianwang novels. The sooner you start using them, the better your chances will be. Writing novels is safe, and the threshold is low. Cultivating the 6 skills of immortality to earn spirit stones requires the guidance of a famous teacher, as well as various input and practice. Going out to do tasks is dangerous. If writing novels can earn spirit stones steadily, then it is very suitable for me up. I always feel that the era has changed since the appearance of the Xianwang app. In the past, the higher the level of cultivation, the more money you made. There is no need to question this. But what about now? Although those with higher cultivation bases earn more money, those with lower cultivation bases have more opportunities because of the application of the Immortal Network. Many low-level Immortal cultivators earn the same income as high-level Immortal cultivators. Even earn more. That's right, I know an Immortal cultivator in the Qi refining period who broadcasts his daily life of learning alchemy and earns a few middle-grade spirit stones every day. His income is already comparable to many gold elixirs. Wong novels. This is an opportunity for us low-level Immortal cultivators. After all, high-level Immortal cultivators are not interested in novels, and they don't read as much as we do. As long as we work hard, we may be able to get extra rewards. I've decided. I want to write a book in which the main character keeps pretending to face the villain during his journey to immortality. I've already thought of the name. It's called The Immemorial King of Immortals. To be honest, I'm different from everyone else. When I saw the plots of the protagonist and the female cultivator in the recent FairyNet novels, I was very much looking forward to them. As a result, these writings were too cryptic, and they were all written in one stroke. So I plan to write a special one. The protagonist's book about female cultivators. The plot is written in more detail, and I have confirmed the number of names. It is called Mary Immortal Master. Upstairs, post the book quickly. I want to read it. Then I plan to write a book titled The Suzerain of the Zawan sect is my Taoist companion. For some reason, I feel that the hat upstairs is a bit green, but it doesn't matter. I just like such exciting things. It is recommended not to write about real people. 2 days ago in Wong novels, there was a book called Domineering Master Falling in Love with Me. I felt that it was written about the Lord Tianyan, but I couldn't find it today. It must have been blocked. I suggest not seek death. On the FairyNet, numerous netizens talked about it. Stimulated by this sales list, many cultivators made up their minds to write novels. In fact, before, it wasn't that there were no cultivators who enjoyed reading novels and wanted to write novels. But this idea was dispelled because of reading novels for free. After all, cultivators still take cultivating immortals as their top priority. They are unwilling to do things that are not good for cultivating immortals without earning spirit stones. And now, when they learned that reading novels for free, the author not only won't lose linkshare, but can earn more. So the concerns were directly dispelled. 5. Must write. And start the book now. After all, because I have experienced Wong's short video and Wong live broadcast before. Let the cultivators already understand a truth. When the wind comes, the sooner you step into the air, the more likely you are to succeed. After most people have reacted, the difficulty of earning spirit stones will increase countless times. So, today, many immortal cultivators who had already had ideas in their hearts entered the backstage of the author of Wong novels for the first time. Apply for a writer account. Send the book directly. For a while, the new book storage list is constantly updated. One after another, new books entered the FairyNet novels. One by one, the immortal cultivators with dreams of getting rich became the first batch of online novel writers in the immortal cultivating world under the bewilderment of the dazzling figures on the sales list. Ask for flowers, but in Tianyan Holy Land. Since the release of the sales list, Yichin has been paying attention to the backstage of Wong novels, and the subsequent development was as expected by Yichin. The sales figures of Wong novels sparked heated discussions. It also directly attracted a group of immortal practitioners to become authors. Just an hour. Among the FairyNet novels, 800 new novels have been added. Seeing this number, a satisfied smile appeared on Yichin's handsome face. If there is an author to open a book, it means that it is stable. Moreover, the book can be opened so quickly. Obviously, they were all interested in writing novels before, and in the future, there will only be more and more immortal cultivators in Tianshu. Yichin is fine at the moment, flipping through the new book with a leisurely mood. The content of these new books inevitably surprised Yichin. To be honest, the learning ability of immortal cultivators is indeed stronger than Yichin imagined. Just read a few novels. Now that the book is opened, it is well written, although there is still a little problem with the rhythm of the book. Some even have some unpleasant thunder spots. For example, the heroine was killed, the heroine was snatched away by the villain, or the protagonist uses identity to pick up girls, abuse the master, and so on. But overall, it's well written. They have roughly grasped the essence of online novels. There are several, and even have the potential of the fire book. Nowadays, the online novel industry has just begun to develop, and it is bound to experience mistakes. Yichin was a little surprised at the learning ability of the cultivators. But think about it as well. Immortal cultivators can cultivate spiritual consciousness, and their brain power is several times that of humans on Earth. A photographic memory is a basic operation for a cultivator. It is indeed not too difficult to use such a brain to write novels. Yichin is quite looking forward to waiting for half a year. What kind of grand occasion will the online novels in the world of cultivating immortals develop into? Yichin also liked reading novels in his previous life. Now idle is also idle, reading new books to relieve boredom. Finally, Yichin's eyes widened involuntarily when he saw a new book. Mortal Bing Cultivating Immortals. Brother Bing's spiritual root attribute is not ideal, but he also got into a third-rate sect by accident. Next, Yichin looked at the book, obviously surprised. Although Yichin knows that cultivators are all intelligent people and can infer other things from one instance. But the speed of drawing inferences from one instance to another is too fast. But even so, Yichin was only slightly surprised. Randomly glanced over. He just threw it aside and went to practice contentedly. As for why not watch more? The main thing is that I really don't feel it. Only when I can't experience things by myself. I want to find excitement in novels. The issue is, today's Yichin can't experience anything, so naturally not interested in these things. At this moment, you only need to know that the development of Xianwang novels is on the right track. After there is a lot of content in Xianwang novels, income will naturally usher in a wave of skyrocketing. Moreover, Xianwang novels have advantages that Earth Network novels do not have. That's what you could do with color. Anyway, there is already a grading 027 system. Let them go. And it was exactly as Yichin expected. Since the sales list of Xianwang novels was announced, there are countless immortal cultivators who poured into Xianwang novels to write novels. Every day, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of novels are released. And the update speed of the cultivators is fast. After all, Xianwang PHS codes with thoughts. As long as the train of thought is not blocked. 30 to 50,000 words per hour. Easy and relaxed. This speed is enough to make the writers of internet novels on Earth go crazy with envy. And things like web novels. The original emphasis is on a big tube. The more updates, the more satisfied readers will be. So although online novels have only just begun to develop in the world of cultivating immortals, but in terms of daily word count, has easily surpassed the Earth. Some books even reached 200,000 words the next day after they were published. Start charging. And those readers who are addicted to Xianwang novels. At the beginning, when only 30 novels were updated, every day was full of meaning. After all, there are too few books. It's not fun to watch at all. And now, Xianwang novel has new novels released every day. Naturally, it made them very happy, although the quality of these novels varies. But it is also quite satisfying to choose a new book that suits one's own taste from among many new books. And although many immortals are writing novels for the first time, for routines and the like, he is not proficient enough. But what I write is extraordinarily spiritual. Many immortal cultivators have also found their favorite new books. In short, the liveliness of Xianwang novels can be seen by everyone. But with the influx of a large number of authors, immortal cultivators in the world of cultivating immortals have also experienced some of the egg diagrams of readers on Earth. That is to meet Duan Geng and the eunuch. In the beginning, the online novels and Xianwang novels were all prepared by Yichin in advance and completed. 50,000 words are automatically updated every day. So although it is necessary to catch up, it happens every day. It's fun to watch, but now it's different. These new authors are posting while writing. It can only be said that it is reasonable to suddenly stop updating one day. For example, the Merry Immortal Master who ranks first on the new book list. The limelight was at its peak. It can be said that this batch of new books has attracted the most attention. The heat is high. As a result, the update was suddenly interrupted a week ago, and there was no update for 3 full days. It made countless immortal cultivators who were fascinated by it and waiting to follow up read it a little bit at a loss. Hurry up and ask the author what's wrong in the comment area. The author did not update the novel until 3 days later, and explained it in the novel, saying that it was too exciting to write. Suddenly went mad. It was not easy to be rescued by Master. This reason left countless readers speechless, and other novels that are interrupted midway. The reasons for asking for leave are also different. Some people suddenly feel something in their hearts, and they're going to retreat and make a breakthrough. Some masters are about to compete in sects and need to practice hard. There's also a sect that is going to war with other sects, and there is no way to update it if you go to the battlefield, and you will update it when you come back alive. There are even masters who want to take the tour. In short, the reasons for asking for leave are all strange and different. But this is also the reason for breaking the characteristics of the fairy world. And it's all business. Although readers are upset, it is not easy to say anything. But it's okay to break the update. At least the other party can continue to update in the future. Readers can bear it. But things like eunuchs are really unbearable for readers. The prosperity of the world is all for profit. Many immortal cultivators write novels for the purpose of earning spirit stones, dreaming of getting rich overnight. Just like the novels on the ranking list, it is easy to earn tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of high-grade spirit stones. However, the reality is cruel. Novel just released. Most of the time, no one cares. So, basically day one. Many authors on a whim just look at the bleak collections, comments, flowers, and reward data. I chose the eunuch. Never update again. The number of such eunuch books is extremely large. But after all, the number of words is too small, and the readers are also few. So it doesn't matter much. But many of the novels have been watched by many readers. Also, suddenly eunuch. Some are directly impossible to break the update. At the beginning, readers still feel that the author has something to do. But after waiting for a long time, the author did not come back. Obviously, will not write again. And there are also some authors who have a little bit of integrity. Some will post an update announcement, declaring themselves eunuchs. The reason most authors choose eunuchs is that they earn too little. It's better to do something else to earn lingsure. Choose to give up. But there are other reasons too. Some eunuch writers said that they had no inspiration and could not write, so they chose to give up. Some eunuch authors also said that they were too busy to write novels later, so they gave up. These are still common. The reasons given by some authors eunuchs are extremely outrageous. Some said that they were going to the Immortal Realm, and the PHS on the Immortal Net would not be available, so there would be no way to update it. Some said that they won the first prize of the Tianyan lottery and became rich overnight, so there is no need to thank the novel. Some also said that they were writing colorful novels, but they were discovered by Taoists, broke their legs, and never dared to write again. In short, these are all kinds of strange reasons for breaking the change. It really refreshed the three views of readers in the world of cultivating immortals. Taught them a hard lesson. Before, they only saw the advantages of Xianwang novels. But now, they discovered the biggest problem in Xianwang's novel. That is the mode of posting while writing 4.4. The chance of changing the eunuch is simply too great. And when this is obviously very cool to watch, the eunuch who is chasing him suddenly becomes an eunuch. This feeling is really painful. So, on the fairy net, there are countless discussions about the authors of the crusade against eunuchs. There is even a powerful person who loves to read books. Chase a novel eunuch. Angrily speaking, I want to ask the strong man in the holy land of heavenly secrets to help deduce the author's identity and come to give some gifts to the author. When this remark comes out, it went directly to the hot search. It has welcomed the support of countless readers who have suffered from eunuchs. What's more, what kind of hunting eunuch-author alliance is to be established? Such momentum. The author who directly frightened the eunuch trembled and silently opened the writer's background every day at 5 o'clock. I just want to save my life. After all, readers in the world of cultivating immortals will really come to send warmth. Although in the application of Xianwang novels, there have been unavoidable problems of breakage and eunuchs. But this does not affect the vigorous development of Xianwang novel itself, especially in the background of the writer of Xianwang novels. The previous day's contribution fee will be displayed every day. This effort pays off. Many immortal cultivators who intend to make a living on this are working harder and harder to renew. After all, they had already found out. The more words in the novel, the higher the income will be. The more updates, the higher the exposure rate of the novel. Therefore, Xianwang novels are extra volume. A daily change of 50,000 is not uncommon. There are also many authors with daily updates of 100,000. Many immortal cultivators cherish this opportunity very much. After all, not all immortal cultivators know how to cultivate the 6 skills of immortality, and they all like to take risks outside. There are many immortal cultivators who are born with a quiet temperament. If it is not forced by life, they will never go out and run around. And now, Xianwang novels. Let them have the opportunity to earn lingsure by sitting at home and without going out. Because it's free to read. And the entire Xianwang novel has billions, tens of billions of readers. Therefore, as long as the author's writing is not too bad, he will try his best to update it. They can earn spirit stones in fairy net novels. It's nothing more than earning more and earning less. 01 N. The speed of development of Xianwang novels has also exceeded the expectations of the founder, Yichin. Maybe it's because the update is too fast. Many authors can finish a book in a month or two. And with the experience of writing a book, when the author writes a new book, he can learn more about online novels and write more interesting things. There are many authors who have already started to emerge. For example, there is an author who has mastered the essence of ambiguous texts and pretended texts. After finishing the first book, directly opened a book called Saint's Personal Master. Book. The protagonist has a mysterious master who has been leading the protagonist to practice in a secret realm. When the protagonist becomes an adult, he will send the protagonist down the mountain to protect a saint of a sect. At the beginning, the protagonist was disgusted by the saint and felt that the protagonist was a piece of trash. In the end, I was amazed by the various talents of the protagonist. This novel has attracted countless readers every day. It went straight to the top of the new book list. The author even said that this book has 50,000 words every day, and a total of 20 million words will be written. It has made countless readers feel addicted. collected and rewarded one after another. At the same time, all kinds of cultivating novels that innovated through the old and brought forth the new were also revealed in the Xianwang novels. For example, the same humanities. Those who cultivate immortals enjoy reading novels like Covering the Sky with Flick of Fingers. But I regret some characters in the book, and some characters hate them. So I wrote a fan novel. Let the protagonist enter these worlds to practice through the book and change the plot, which also attracted the attention of many readers. The author is not yet known. He created the legendary Infinite Flow. There are also authors. Find another way. I wrote a novel in which the protagonist becomes rich suddenly, has unlimited wealth, pretends wantonly in the world of cultivating immortals, earns $400 million, and finally becomes a fairy. It is also extremely hot. In Xianwang novels brought a wave of gods and heroism. There is also a cultivator who writes that the protagonist returns from the fairyland and sees his daughter living in a kennel and being bullied by others. Tian sure gives an order. This type is also quite popular. In the Xianwang novels, a trend of returning of the strong started. As for other genres, there are quite a few. For example, Go Daolu. Cultivate in one place, just don't go out. Then there are enemies coming to give away heads. There is also the Beast Flow. Control all kinds of spirit beasts and sweep the world of cultivating immortals. Even the Strange Flow appeared. In short, the speed of development of Xianwang novels is beyond everyone's imagination. It can be called 100 flowers blooming. Let many readers become more and more addicted. It also made many authors get rich overnight. The income from royalties far exceeds that of the seniors with higher realms. The comprehension of immortal cultivators is even higher than I predicted. It is really unexpected. Yichin looked at the current Xianwang novel rankings, and to be honest, he was a little surprised. Among the current Xianwang novel rankings, there have been many books written by immortal practitioners, all very interesting, various genres that emerged after a long time of development on Earth in previous lives. It was actually done by the immortal cultivators in a short period of time. And blue out of blue is better than blue. Yichin even saw many immortals and began to fantasize about other cultivation systems. For example, there is a cultivator on the ranking list who wrote a novel about Wahanliu. Human beings become stronger by cultivating martial souls, such as 1,000-year soul rings, 10,000-year soul rings, etc. This novel has attracted many readers to watch it. In short, the development speed of Xianwang novels is beyond Yichin's imagination. With the mind of a cultivator, playing online novels is indeed far beyond the Earth. I believe it will not be long. The online novels in the realm of cultivating immortals can surpass the Earth in various aspects. Maybe later, when I become a top power, I can easily travel through the world and return to the Earth. You can even directly send a wave of cultural baptism to the Earth and send a gift package of online novels. Yichin stretched leisurely. Looking at the Foreign Affairs Elder, he smiled and asked, "How is the current income of Xianwang novels?" The Foreign Affairs Elder also had some amazement in his eyes and hurriedly answered, "Holy Lord, your decision to announce the sales figures before is really very effective. Since that day, countless authors have poured out and countless new books have poured out. The daily income of Xianwang novels is even more serious. Starting from a monthly income of 10 million yuan, it will skyrocket. Now, only in the past 3 months, the income of Xianwang novels last month reached 50 million high-grade linkshare. 150. However, at this level, the data growth of Xianwang novels has basically slowed down. So, basically there won't be much increase after that. It will remain around 50 million. Hearing this number, a smile appeared on Yichin's face. That's not a bad number, although not much. But for the future copyright fees, Tuan is the bulk of Xianwang's novels. And Xianwang novels are already popular. On behalf of the copyright of Yichin's plan, there's a lot to do. And Yichin hasn't spoken yet. The Foreign Affairs Elder continued. Holy Master, the previously updated Xianwang Weibo question and answer function has also increased Xianwang Weibo's income a lot, plus other little additions. So the previous applications in the past few months have added 50 million high-grade linkshare profits almost every month. So, the monthly profit of our Tianyan Holy Land. Now it has reached 1.8 billion high-grade spirit stones. Hear the number. The smile on Yichin's face is even brighter. Originally, I had waited for so long. Yichin is already very close to accumulating enough spiritual stones to break through the middle stage of fusion. And now, the monthly income has increased by another 100 million high-grade spirit stones. It will undoubtedly save a lot of time again. Yichin believed it. It won't be long. You can prepare yourself to break through the middle stage of integration, controlling the immortal artifact. Yichin nodded in satisfaction. Everything is perfect, and the development of Xianwang novel is smooth. What to do next? It is ready to break through. Now 2 years, a year and a half has passed. Only half a year away, I can break through. I stayed in the state of the early stage of fusion for almost 3 years in total. To be honest, this time is for ordinary cultivators. It's only just getting started. But for Yichin, it seems a bit long. But Yichin is very clear. There will be more and more spiritual stones needed for breakthroughs in the future. So income must be increased. In the absence of suitable new application releases, want to increase income? It can only be achieved by increasing the number of consumers. So, Yichin is determined to win the Zawanzu market. The 2 billion people in Zawanzu must be included in the coverage of Xianwang. Let all the cultivators above enjoy the convenient life of cultivating immortals brought by the fairy net. And the only obstacle, it is the Duan family. So, wait for the first time to break through. Then he took the fairy artifact and went to Zawanzu. The emperor of the Duan family, who was under the fairy weapon, was directly shot to death. Liberate the entire Zawanzu and make your own contribution to the freedom of the immortal cultivators in Zawanzu. Yichin is at this moment already made plans for the future. Peace of mind. After sending off the foreign affairs elders, he continued to sit safely in the sea of clouds, practicing supernatural powers. Time is like water. Half a year in the world of cultivating immortals is astonishingly fast and fleeting. And even after so long, on the fairy net, the popularity of fairy net novels remains unabated. Today's fairy net novels have become more prosperous. There are countless types and contents of novels, and most of today's wishu are high-quality goods. It is different from the web novels on Earth. Earth's online novels seem to have gone down a crooked path just for fun. The whole story is pretending to face. And what about the fairy net novels in the world of cultivating immortals? Although it was briefly popular for a while, it pretended to be a face-slapping book, but slowly or out of their own characteristics. Although pretending to face is also essential, but it is more fairy-like and pays more attention to the plot. All kinds of unconstrained plots, magnificent chapters, and smooth plots. All are excellent products. It can be said, from its appearance to its peak of development, Xianwang novels only took 1 year. It surpasses the internet novels of the Earth. Although somewhat surprising, but if you think about it carefully, it's normal. After all, the brains of immortal cultivators are really not comparable to that of ordinary people on Earth. A photographic memory is a basic skill in the world of cultivating immortals. On Earth, because the web novel is too long. Don't say that readers will forget the previous plot after seeing it later. Even the author will forget when he writes. As a result, many mistakes and omissions appeared, which made the later writing of the book not good enough. But cultivators don't have this problem at all. A book from start to finish is a breeze. Therefore, in the world of cultivating immortals, the probability of high-quality novels appearing far exceeds that on Earth. And fairy net novels are popular. Also affects other apps. For example, among the short videos on Xianwang, some immortal practitioners sensed the opportunity and began to make short videos explaining and recommending online novels. It also successfully set foot on the wind. And in the live broadcast of Xianwang, some authors even broadcast code words live, attracted many readers to watch and reward the subtleties in the Jianjian book. There are also authors with good grades who have opened paid live broadcast rooms and paid lectures to teach immortals how to write novels. Earn even more than writing novels. The popularity of Xianwang novels can be seen from this, and the skills and supernatural powers in the Sutra Pavilion on the Immortal Net. If there is a fire book that uses the name of a certain method or a certain magical power in it, it can even greatly increase the sales area of these exercises and supernatural powers. This made many big players who uploaded exercises. They are all asking whether the Tianyan Holy Land can let the authors of those fire books add the exercises and supernatural powers they uploaded to the books to increase their popularity. They are willing to pay for advertising if they can. In Xianwang Weibo, there are countless discussions about the novel, often on the hot search. I feel that the perfect fairyland written by Chen is related to the sky covered with a snap of his fingers. It may be at a different time, but I think sure Hao is more powerful. After all, he has walked out of a world. Perfect, don't brag, but I am a little surprised at the boldness of this author. Although the novel is a fabrication, Everyone in the world knows that the physique of the senior Tianyan Sacred Master is the strongest in the sky. How dare the author write such a thing? Aren't you afraid to offend the Holy Lord Tianyan when the holy body hangs and beats the heavenly overlord? People like the Holy Master are not so narrow-minded. The Saint's personal master has 30 million words so far. How many words does the author intend to write? I'm really shocked. If the skills are not strong and the supernatural powers are not good, I feel that writing fairy net novels is really a good choice. I recently read a new book about the Du family's emperor. I couldn't help but wonder, can the Du family's emperor really break through the Mahayana stage? With Wong, the secrets that were once secret are no longer secrets. The Du family was really too domineering and cruel back then. Champion Ho is domineering enough, but not 1/10 of the former Du family. If the emperor of the Du family really achieved the Mahayana stage, the entire world of cultivating immortals would be in bad luck. It's a pity that the Holy Master's breakthrough speed has slowed down. Otherwise, it is really not certain who will break through the Mahayana stage first. I'm a disciple of the Holy Land. I heard that our Holy Land has a deadly feud with the Du family. It may be exterminated at that time. It really worries me. Okay, don't worry everyone. There is great power to stand up to the sky, and even if the Lord Tianyan is lower than the opponent, he may not be an opponent. It's different. Although the Holy Master Tianyan is evil, but after the Mahayana period, the other party can control the fairy weapon, and the gap in strength will suddenly become unimaginable. Countless cultivators are discussing, and can't help but worry. After all, the Du family is not a good person. What was done thousands of years ago, it can be searched freely on Wong. Even in the short videos on Wong, there are some videos of Zhao Haohao, ruled by the Du family in ancient times. That's really fate. What first-rate sex and second-rate sex are all precarious. No cultivator would like to live in such a world of cultivating immortals. How could they not be worried? In their hearts, only the figure of the Lord Tianyan emerged. If one day, Emperor Du's family really broke through, drive the fairy weapon to hit Ming Wangzhou, I am afraid that only the Holy Master Tianyan can possibly contend with the opponent. But the difference between the two sides is a fairy weapon. Although the Holy Master Tianyan is evil, but in the situation that the realm is not as good as the other party, he is still short of a fairy weapon. Such a situation, can the Holy Master Tianyan really compete? And there is a time when there is a faint worry in the world of cultivating immortals. Yichin stretched his waist leisurely. 5 billion high-grade spirit stones, officially put together today. I can finally break through the middle stage of integration. Yichin was quite emotional. This breakthrough, it has been a long time since the last breakthrough. It is the longest time I have waited so far. But the time was not wasted. 9 secrets went one step further. The Immortal Sutra is becoming more and more essential. Even the power of the bloodline of the heavenly overlord body is becoming more and more majestic. As for the Longevity Sutra that I want to create, there has also been a lot of progress. Holy Lord, our mission to explore the locations of other states is still hanging there. However, it may be because of the fact that the Du family hid in Zaiwanzu and the fall of the ancestor of the Heart Artifact sect dare to take on the mission of exploring other great states. It was a bit stalemate for a while. I wonder if I want to increase the task reward? And the expansion work of the Tianyan Pavilion branch has basically come to an end. Recently, in the rating system of Xianwang map, it seems that there are some stores that get good reviews. Let your relatives and friends come to the store, and then ask them to help you get good reviews. How should we deal with this? There is also the problem of grading Xianwang novels. Some novels are full of color, but there are also novels that focus on plots, but some chapters involve special content. Should these be classified as restricted? 560. Before, the Foreign Affairs Elder was reporting some matters that required Yichin to make a decision. Yichin heard this and thought about it. Just reply one by one. Wait until things are processed. The Elder of Foreign Affairs bowed slightly, preparing to say goodbye and leave without delaying his cultivation in his holy field. But Yichin waved his hand and stopped the Foreign Affairs Elder. Next, I will retreat for a while. If there is a problem, you can handle it yourself. And if the Du family is looking for trouble, for example, if the emperor of the country breaks through the Mahayana stage, then gather the manpower temporarily and close the Tianyan pavilions in various places. Call all our people back to the Holy Land and make a decision after I leave the customs. Yichin ordered lightly. Hearing this, the Foreign Affairs Elder raised his eyebrows. My holy master, is this going to be closed? The Foreign Affairs Elder guessed that the breakthrough speed of his own holy master slowed down this time, and it might take decades to break through again. Turns out it's only been 3 years now. The holy master is going to retreat again? The Foreign Affairs Elder was surprised. He also carefully looked at his own holy master. He was a little worried about whether his holy master could not break through for too long, and he was a little anxious. Absai, so you're going to forcibly shut down? But forcibly shutting down this kind of thing. There are all those immortal cultivators who are about to die, and they have to do it as a last resort. And the success rate is extremely low. 1 breakthrough in 1,000 is good. Most of them failed to break through, and their vitality was seriously injured. Thinking of this, the Foreign Affairs Elders couldn't help but feel a little worried. He looked at his Holy Master and said seriously, Holy Master is going to retreat this time. But is he going to break through the middle stage of integration? Yichin felt that the Foreign Affairs Elder was weird. But Yichin has also noticed it before. The Foreign Affairs Elder was afraid that his breakthrough speed would not be as good as before, so he would deliberately stop doing things that required his cultivation. So at this moment, on the contrary, he probably guessed what the Foreign Affairs Elder was thinking. So he smiled lightly and nodded. That's true. I feel something in my heart, and I'm ready to break through the middle stage of integration. Yichin's previous breakthroughs were not directly mentioned. But this time I said it bluntly, for the sake of reassuring the elders of foreign affairs. The elders of foreign affairs in the province worry about it all day long. And the Foreign Affairs Elder heard the words. I'm even more worried. My own holy master was not straightforward before. But that confidence can be seen without saying anything. But this time the holy master directly said that he was going to break through. Instead, he seemed a little less confident. This made the Foreign Affairs Elder feel even more that the holy master is going to forcefully break through in a hurry, right? So he said tactfully, Holy Master, you are the top arrogance in the history of cultivating immortals. There is no one. The fairy road is in front of you, and it is a smooth road. So, Holy Master, you don't need to worry. It's better to wait. Yichin didn't expect that he would speak directly for the sake of the Elder Foreign Affairs. On the contrary, it made the Foreign Affairs Elder even more worried. Yichin has black lines all over his head. It took a long time to finally persuade the Foreign Affairs Elder, who was overcompensated. Then he shook his head helplessly. For my confidant, I communicated one after another, telling them that I was going to retreat, and there was no need to worry if I couldn't get in touch with me. Then it flew leisurely into the forbidden area. Into the forbidden area. Yichin looked at the Tianyan fairy book that had been floating in the center of the forbidden area for tens of thousands of years, with a smile on his face. Wait for yourself to break through. Then you can control the fairy weapon. To be honest, Yichin also has a lot of expectations for controlling the immortal weapon, the top weapon in the world of cultivating immortals. However, the fairy artifact to be brought to Zawan at that time must not be the Tianyan fairy book. After all, Tianyan Xianshu is the only server in the world of cultivating immortals today. If in the collision with other fairy artifacts, some charm is lost or damaged, that would be a big loss. That is, there is no damage. In case the fairy net data is lost in the collision, it will be a loss. Just like the mechanical hard disk on the Earth, after a strong shock, the mechanical hard disk may not be broken, but the data in it is destroyed. It's not that Yichin is unfounded. The main thing is that if you don't become a fairy, you can't figure out the principle of the fairy pavilion. The Tianyan Immortal Book is a unique server in the world of cultivating immortals today. If something goes wrong, if Yichin wanted to become a fairy, it would be infinitely more difficult. So, never use the Tianyan Immortal Book. At that time, you can go there with a shared Huan Yu Ding. Sitting cross-legged, Yichin leisurely sat cross-legged in a familiar place. Turn on the system. The system homepage immediately came into view. The host cultivation base. The initial stage of integration. It can break through to the middle stage of integration. Please select the breakthrough level. Ordinary breakthrough. 500 million high-grade spirit stones. Choose ordinary breakthrough. Affect the potential. After reaching the early stage of true immortality, you can no longer break through. Excellent breakthrough. 5 billion high-grade spirit stones. Choose excellent breakthrough. Influence potential. After reaching the early stage of Daluo, you can no longer break through. Perfect breakthrough. 50 billion high-grade spirit stones. Choose perfect breakthrough. It will not affect the subsequent realm breakthrough, and a random reward will be presented at the same time. Look at the breakout option. Yichin smiled slightly and directly chose the perfect breakthrough. Moment. In Yichin's storage ring, there are endless top-grade spirit stones. It disappears instantly. Next moment, a mysterious atmosphere. It came from within Yichin's body. This moment, the blood power of Yichin's heavenly overlord body circulated crazily. Endless bloody divine light burst out. And behind Yichin, 10 illusory gods, like ancient demons, hovering continuously. Yichin's bright eyes closed slowly. Officially began the perfect breakthrough. Zawanzu, on top of the giant peak of the Du family palace mountain range. Originally, above the giant peak, there was a great sun at the level of a Taoist instrument, constantly blooming with light. And I don't know when. The great day has gone out. On top of the once majestic main peak, it has turned into a demonic realm. Endless magic is boiling. And in the middle of the main peak, sitting cross-legged in an imperial robe, the emperor of the Du family. In the endless black air, it also became a bit more eerie. And behind him, there is a ghost looming, with an astonishing momentum, like an ancient demon. From time to time, there was an intimidating jia and cold sound. But the emperor of the Du family didn't seem to notice it at all. After a long time, the Du family emperor opened his eyes, and the phantom behind him disappeared. The emperor of the Du family looked at the demonic energy slowly dissipating around him and frowned. After the Shin Gong was reversed, the demon energy in his body became more and more intense. This made the Du family emperor a little worried. However, this worry did not last long. Emperor Du's family is very proud. He thinks that he has a firm mind and his heavenly skills have been reversed, so it won't affect his mind in a short time. Hidden dangers can be easily resolved in the future. Close this kind of thing. It's not that after retreating, the cultivator will only continue to practice without any other thoughts. Actually, immortal cultivators will also rest and change their mood. Unless it is the final moment of breaking the realm, you will go all out. As for those who are close to death, it's all about the limit. Push yourself. Emperor Du's family is very satisfied with his current progress. He knows. Another 6 or 7 years at most, you can officially break through the Mahayana period yourself. To become a cultivator today, the only Mahayana period exists. It is the only existence that can control the fairy weapon. Emperor Du's family is looking forward to it. When he was in the realm of the Mahayana period, he controlled the immortal weapon and came to Ming Wangzhou. What kind of terrified expressions will be shown in the world of cultivating immortals in Ming Wangzhou? In that day, Holy Master Yin saw himself coming with a fairy artifact. Will you panic again? After all, in the Mahayana period, the cultivators of today are already invincible. What's more, he can also control the fairy weapon. In the face of absolute strength, even the rare top arrogance in ancient and modern times will be hated. When the time comes, kill the Yichin first and shock the entire world of cultivating immortals. Immediately, family by family, those holy places that dared to rebel began to be slaughtered. It's not just the Holy Land, but the entire Ming Wangzhou had a heart against my Du family. So all the cultivators in Ming Wangzhou should be blood sacrificed, leaving no one behind. In the end, the smile on the face of Emperor Du's family became more and more cruel. But soon, Emperor Du's body shook and he reacted. He was just now, and his mind was affected. At this moment, the face of the Du family emperor was ugly. The hidden danger of Tiangong reversal is greater than he imagined. Now it has been able to unknowingly affect myself. What about when you break through the Mahayana stage? Isn't it more serious? Thinking of this, the killing intent in the eyes of the Du family emperor became even more boiling. In his opinion, I have the talent to become a fairy. But because of that Yichin, he had to reverse his natural skills and finally fell into this state. It was all Yichin's fault. When the time comes, I will directly take the fairy artifact and go to break the Tianyan Holy Land. Let Yichin understand what despair is. The emperor of the Du family hated Yichin more and more in his heart. Looking forward to carrying the fairy artifact and hitting the Tianyan Holy Land, Yichin looked desperate. With a smile, the emperor of the Du family closed his eyes again and entered the state of cultivation. The black mist shrouded the entire top of the giant peak again. The phantom once again disappeared in the black mist, whispering, "On the fairy net, it's been quiet lately. The development of novels is getting faster and faster, and there are more and more categories. Because the cultivators update quickly. Therefore, the speed at which Wishu appears is one after another. Now there are popular daily novels about returning from immortality to enjoying life. There are also many rebirth texts. Relying on rebirth, they seize opportunities everywhere, get various opportunities, and finally rise. And the villain article has already been written. A book about the villain of destiny, which directly became popular in the entire Xianwang novel. Even boarded the hot search. It has attracted countless authors to start writing anti-routine villains. And besides the novel, the most surprising trending search was the news about the elder sister of Yu Maozong. Since Xianwang Weibo appeared, there is an account which has been comparing the senior sister of Yu Maozong with other female cultivators. Now these words have become a hot topic in Xianwang. Immortal cultivators will say this sentence at every turn. And it is obviously not the deity of the master sister of Yu Maozong who caused the hot search. 0. For flowers. 0. Instead, it hacked the account of the senior sister Yu Maozong, who is still jumping up and down. Because since the elders in the Holy Land of Heavenly Mystery made calculations, the results have not been calculated. It has attracted the curiosity of many Deduction World masters. Yu Maozong obviously couldn't move them. They're just curious. Then they all left. It even brought a wave of deduction challenges. Immortal cultivators who can deduce all came to deduce this person's identity. But something happened that surprised them. It doesn't matter what kind of master or great power it is. They couldn't even deduce any information. There was even a powerful man who was aroused to be competitive and spent a lot of money to deduce it but still failed. When the news comes out, the heat suddenly exploded. What is the identity of the immortal cultivator of the elder sister of the Black Imperial Demon Sect? The entire world of cultivating immortals is proficient in deduction, and there is no way to do it. Not even a few words of information can be deduced. It's incredible. Some people speculate that the other party may have some special inheritance. Some people also think that they may have gotten a chance and are carrying some kind of rare treasure. Some people think, could it be the reincarnation of Denung? So it is impossible to speculate. But no matter what it is, it makes the cultivators in the world of cultivating immortals more and more curious. Under this person's account, countless immortal cultivators left messages asking questions. They are all curious about the real identity of this person, looking forward to when it will be exposed. Some cultivators also said that Tianyan Holy Land must know. After all, any PHS that speaks needs real name authentication. However, no immortal cultivator asked Tianyan Holy Land to announce the information, because Tianyan Holy Land has already promised that it will not disclose any information about immortal cultivators in the immortal net. There was once a great expert in the void refining stage who was insulted in Xianwang. If you were so angry, ask Tianyan Holy Land for help and ask the other party's real identity. The results were all rejected. One can imagine the strictness of Tianyan Holy Land. But this also made all the cultivators more at ease. After all, it is extremely beneficial for the vast majority of immortal cultivators to protect the other party well. In short, amidst the countless excitement, time passed slowly. In the forbidden area of Tianyan Holy Land, the Holy Master Tianyan, who has been sitting there cross-legged, slowly opened his eyes. On Yichin's body, qi and blood soared into the sky. Behind him, 10 incomparably clear and terrifying figures of gods circled among them. If someone sees it, they will be shocked. Because of these 10 divine forms, they are indeed the legendary 10 evil spirits of ancient times. True Dragon, Kuanping, Phoenix, Thunderbeast, Qilin, Mantis Yu. These 10 evil spirits from ancient times are all the top existences of the monster race. Has a terrifying bloodline and innate supernatural powers. Invincible at the same level. Once to Shang, you can fight immortals. And the 10 evil spirits are bound to be able to break through to the realm of immortals. How terrifying is this talent? In the ancient years, the Yaozu once ruled this world of cultivating immortals. Until some of the 10 evil spirits went to the fairyland, and some fell. The pureblood 10 evils are gradually pushed out of the stage of history. The human race got the opportunity to rise. It can be seen that the horror of the 10 evils. But now, although the dew in the field area has long since disappeared, but time still has the blood left by the 10 evil spirits. As long as the monsters have a little bit of 10 fierce blood, they are the top geniuses in the monster clan. It can be seen that the 10 evils are extraordinary, and the body of the heavenly hegemony is based on the 10 evil spirits. You can use the power of the 10 evils to attack the enemy and suppress everything. This is the scariest part of the celestial hegemony. With a human body, borrow the power of 10 evils. How invincible! And besides that, Yichin's flesh body is even more crystal clear, like the most precious treasure in the world. When Yichin opened his eyes are like a bright starry sky, extremely deep. Yichin felt his current strength. The corners of his mouth hooked up. By myself, I successfully broke through the middle stage of integration. And after the breakthrough, my own bloodline's supernatural powers are initially awakened. You can initially borrow the power of the 10 evils and apply it to yourself. At the same time, it can control the power of 10 evils to suppress the enemy. The strength of the heavenly domineering body is undoubtedly revealed. Borrowing the power of the 10 evils is just the beginning. In the future, wait for the heavenly hegemony to truly achieve greatness. It is even possible to combine the powers of 10 evil spirits into one, as if seeing one body. More invincible. Yichin thought about it. The 10 gods behind them waved away. And Yichin felt the strength of his current physical body, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Every breakthrough during the integration period. This could make the flawless body even more perfect. And Yichin possesses the Celestial Overlord body and the Immortal Sutra, supported by both. It directly makes the magnitude of this transformation even more astonishing. Yichin's flesh body was already terrifying. After this breakthrough, at least dozens of times higher. To be honest, the current Yichin is standing there. Among them, it is difficult to hurt Yichin. As for the integration period, don't even think about hurting Yichin. If one day, Yichin's soul will disappear, leaving only his body, I'm afraid there is nothing that can be damaged. Feeling his current flawless body, Yichin became more and more satisfied. Although it is still far from being immortal for hundreds of millions of years. But now it feels like a supreme treasure body. And besides that, the improvement in other aspects after this perfect breakthrough is also amazing. A perfect breakthrough, even the improvement of a small realm breakthrough, is comparable to the promotion of a large realm in other immortal cultivation worlds. To be honest, feel the power you have now. Yichin felt a little swollen. I can't wait to go to Zawan Zoo. Try it out with Emperor Du's family. However, Yichin still suppressed the bold thoughts in his heart. The system is turned on. Moment. The system prompt sounded from the mind. Congratulations to the host for perfectly breaking through the middle stage of fusion. Reward the True Dragon Treasure technique. True Dragon Treasure? Seeing this, Yichin's eyes light up. The 10 evils all have their own innate supernatural powers, which are called the 10 fierce treasures. In addition to their own powerful talents, the 10 evils are also invincible. This allowed them to roam the world of cultivating immortals, an era of repression. Therefore, the 10 fierce treasures are very famous in the world of cultivating immortals. Once learned, you can display the innate magical powers of the district. The power can be imagined. It's a pity that the 10 fierce treasures have always been inherited by blood. Even searching for the soul can't find it. And as the 10 fierce bloodlines gradually weakened in the world of cultivating immortals, even among the monsters, there is no existence of inheriting the 10 fierce treasures. He actually obtained the 10 fierce treasures? These 10 fierce treasures are simply the most perfect supernatural powers for me. The heavenly hegemony body can add the power of 10 evils. Wait for the sky to become a domineering body. It is equivalent to directly adding a Deshang's 10 evil powers. But because there is no 10 fierce talent and supernatural powers. After all, there are some regrets. And now, 10 fierce powers plus 10 fierce treasures. Combining the two into one, the combat power bonus brought by it is not just as simple as 1 plus 1. As long as the practice is successful, Yichin's combat power, it will raise a huge step again. 10 fierce powers, 10 fierce treasures. Now that I have obtained the True Dragon Treasure technique, if I can get all the ominous treasure techniques in the future, one's own heavenly hegemony body is more complete, and it is integrated with the power of 10 evils. Combining the two into one, what kind of terrifying power should erupt? Yichin is looking forward to this. Skip the Azure Dragon Treasure technique you have obtained for the time being. Yichin looked at the system again. The system interface comes into view immediately. The host's cultivation base, the middle stage of integration. It can break through to the late stage of integration. Please select the breakthrough level. Ordinary breakthrough, 1 billion high-grade spirit stones. Choose ordinary breakthrough. Affect the potential. After reaching the middle stage of true immortals, you can no longer break through. Excellent breakthrough. 10 billion high-grade spirit stones. Choose excellent breakthrough. Influence potential. After reaching the middle stage of Deluo, you can no longer break through. Perfect breakthrough. 100 billion top-grade spirit stones. Choose perfect breakthrough. It will not affect the subsequent realm breakthrough, and a random reward will be given at the same time. Looking at the spirit stones needed for a perfect breakthrough to the late stage of integration. Although Yichin had expected it in his heart, but there were still a few black lines floating over his head. The spirit stone needed for a perfect breakthrough. Sure enough, it doubled. Reached the terrifying hundreds of billions of top-grade spirit stones. What concept is this? Even today's Tianyan Holy Land has a monthly income of 1.8 billion high-grade spirit stones and an annual income of 21.6 billion high-grade spirit stones. This income is already incredible, but it will still take 5 years to break through to the late stage of integration. His Krypton Gold Immortal system is indeed the same as those online games he played in his previous life. The later the stage, the more outrageous the amount that needs to be recharged. Shook his head. Yichin no longer looked at the system. Instead, he glanced at the PHS on the ferry net to confirm that nothing major had happened during his retreat. So he sat down cross-legged. Start to comprehend the real dragon treasure technique that you just got. Although Yichin is very confident, it is believed that even if the Du family emperor breaks through to the Mahayana stage, he can kill him by himself. But in Yichin's heart, improving one's own strength is the first priority. A Du family emperor, it's the same to clean up later. So, Yichin made a decision. Learn the real dragon treasure first. Then go to the branch sect, take the Huanyu tripod, and go to Zawanzu. The real dragon treasure technique is very mysterious. Extremely difficult to learn. But maybe it's Yichin who has the heavenly body. You can borrow the power of the real dragon to add to yourself. On the contrary, it is extremely easy to practice. In just 1 month, Yichin has already started. True dragon treasure. It is also a kind of killing technique. Every move can arouse the power of a real dragon. And the real dragon is the ancestor of the dragon clan in the world. The use of the true dragon treasure technique can naturally exert a huge suppressive force on other monsters with dragon blood, or immortal cultivators who practice dragon-like kung fu and supernatural powers. Let the opponent's combat power be greatly reduced. However, although the true dragon treasure technique is also the ultimate killing technique, but it is different from Do Zi Mi in many ways. But maybe the two functions are too similar. It is also possible that the level of the real dragon treasure technique is higher. The attacking power of Do Zi Mi cannot be added to the real dragon treasure, but each has its own advantages. Do Zi Mi can be used at your fingertips, and the killing power of any magical power will be multiplied several times. And the true dragon treasure technique itself is the supernatural power of extreme killing. However, Yichin feels that there may be a possibility of fusion between the two. Maybe wait for your Mahayana period, or become a fairy. Can combine the mysteries of the two into one. The created 0-1 supernatural power, the attacking force will be so strong that it is difficult to add it. To be honest, today's Chen. On the contrary, I feel that the 10 fierce treasures and the 9 secrets have a lot in common. For example, the Phoenix treasure technique among the 10 fierce treasure techniques. The most important thing is rebirth from nirvana, which can make one's own body recover even more severely, even more terrifying in an instant. This point is somewhat similar to Zizimi, and the Kunpeng treasure technique among the 10 fierce treasure techniques. It is the speed of the world. It is somewhat similar to Zingzimi. Yichin even suspected that the 9 secrets might be that human immortal cultivators could not learn 10 fierce treasures. So they borrowed from the 10 fierce magical powers to create a top-level supernatural power suitable for human immortal cultivators. If so, then Yichin combines the advantages of both into one. The final result is bound to be extremely gratifying. Let go of these distracting thoughts. Yichin did not continue to practice the real dragon treasure technique. Instead, he got up slowly. Although the true dragon treasure technique is just getting started now, there is still a lot of room for improvement. But it takes a lot of time to go further. That being the case, Yichin plans to go to Zaiwanzu first. The Du family emperor was destroyed. Then open the market in Zaiwanzu. Continue to study after the income of your own holy land has skyrocketed. After all, no matter what, cultivation comes first. Open up the Zaiwanzu market earlier. It will be able to break through to a higher level 1 day earlier. Naturally, Yichin can clearly distinguish the priorities. Yichin glanced at the Tianyan Immortal book that had been up and down for tens of thousands of years in the Forbidden Area. Immediately the corners of his mouth curled up, and he stepped out. Came directly in front of Tianyan Xianshu. The fairy is cold and has its own resistance. Resist anyone approaching. But Yichin didn't care, and urged the Bing Zi Mi, and instantly grasped the Tianyan Immortal book. Moment. The Tianyan Immortal book was greatly shaken, and the immortal light circulated endlessly. But only a moment later, Tianyan Xianshu returned to calm. The fairy light slowly dissipated, quietly held in Yichin's hand. The corners of Yichin's mouth also curled up. Before, Yichin was only able to channel Tongtian's immortal hand with the help of the Great Formation. If you have to say it, you can only say that you have a little bit of authority. But it's different now. Under the urging of Bing Zimi, Yichin already possessed most of the authority of Tianyan Immortal Book. At this moment, even without the help of a large formation, Yichin can also go anywhere with the Tianyan Immortal Book. But this does not mean that Yichin has become the master of Tianyan Immortal Book. Maybe it's because the realm is too low after all, or Yichin is not a fairy yet. Yichin just has the permission to use it, rather than recognize the Lord. However, Yichin can also understand this. After all, the opponent is a fairy weapon. If you don't become a fairy, you will still be immortal after all. It is already good to be able to borrow. Yichin pondered for a long time, only then slowly let go of the palm, then turn around and leave. Walk out of the large formation in the forbidden area. Yichin looked at the empty front and smiled. The Elder of Foreign Affairs did not guard the door. It seems that the world of cultivating immortals has been quite calm recently. But Yichin opened Tianyan PHS and notified the Foreign Affairs Elder. Let him come over. I have something to explain. And in the vast territory of Tianyan Holy Land, the Foreign Affairs Elder, who was taking a break from his busy schedule, was fishing beside a big blue lake like a jewel with a fishing rod. Suddenly received a communication from the Lord. The Foreign Affairs Elder immediately frowned. This time, the Holy Master had only retreated for 2 months, much shorter than before. This is unreasonable. After all, as the realm gets higher and higher, it will take more and more time to break through. However, the Holy Master retreated this time, but it took even less time. Think of what happened before. There was a bad feeling in the Elder Foreign Affairs. Could it be that the Holy Master really failed to break through? Failure to break through is nothing. With the age of the Holy Master, there is plenty of time to break through again. But the Foreign Affairs Elder was worried that he would fail to break through this time, which would break the indomitable momentum and mentality of his own Holy Master. So he immediately dropped the fishing rod. Fly towards the forbidden area at the fastest speed. I want to use my long life experience to persuade everyone to be discouraged. Along the way, the Foreign Affairs Elders were thinking about what to say in their hearts. But when he reached outside the forbidden area, when he saw the Lord who was looking at the rising sun at his home, he was stuck for a moment. In addition, the Elder Wu of 077 has not yet reached the stage of transforming gods. Naturally, he couldn't see through Yichin's cultivation. But he has feelings. At this moment, Yichin in his eyes was radiant and radiant with a terrifying aura. Compared with before, it seems to be much stronger. But how much tougher he was, the Foreign Affairs Elder couldn't say. It's like an ordinary mortal seeing a building that grows from 1,000 floors to 2,000 floors with the naked eye. Ordinary people may feel that the building is taller, but how much higher is definitely unknown. And the Foreign Affairs Elders at the moment are in this state. His eyes were full of disbelief. Holy Master, have you broken through? Hearing this, Yichin turned around leisurely and said, Breakthrough. After getting the confirmation of my Holy Master, Foreign Affairs Elders have mixed feelings. At this moment, he finally figured it out. My Holy Master said that it is difficult to break through when the integration period is reached. Is it really that difficult? Is it for more than one breakthrough in a year to almost one breakthrough? The problem is in the state of integration period. 3 years to break through a small realm? Tell me, how did it come to be associated with the word difficult? It is difficult to break through a small realm in 3 years. How do you let other cultivators live? It's been 800 years, and I still haven't broken through to the stage of transformation. Think here. At this moment, the Foreign Affairs Elder felt a little sad. This moment, the Foreign Affairs Elder closed himself. He already understood that the Holy Master's so-called practice is difficult. It is not the same thing as the difficulty of practice that I think. The Foreign Affairs Elder has already made up his mind. In the future, the Holy Master will say something about the difficulty of practice. I absolutely don't believe a word of it. After a long time, the Foreign Affairs Elder stabilized his mood and asked, I don't know if the Holy Master came to me. What is your order? Hearing this, Yichin also became serious. After all, we have to talk about business. The Holy Land can start preparing to enter Zawan's, such as materials for the teleportation formation. The manpower of the Tianyan Pavilion branch in Zawan's must be prepared in advance. Also, Shiyuan continent is even farther away from Mingwang state. Please ask the formation masters in the Holy Land to evaluate and consider it in advance so that it can be directly connected. If the distance is too far, how should I choose a transit place? For the sake of efficiency, we can also invite formation masters from outside the Holy Land to design together. In short, these things must be prepared so that they can be stationed in Shiyuan continent as soon as possible in the future. Yichin said it very simply. Prepare the required materials in advance, thus saving time. The sooner Zawan is popularized, the sooner the income of the Holy Land will skyrocket. When the Foreign Affairs Elder heard this, his eyes widened immediately. Holy Master, are you going to Shiyu incontinent? Yichin nodded upon hearing this. The Foreign Affairs Elder immediately frowned and spoke to dissuade him. Holy Master, I believe that with your strength, you will definitely be able to suppress the Emperor of the Du family. But the problem is that the Du family has a fairy weapon. If the other party insists on not insisting, it will be difficult for you to suppress the other party. So going this time, it is very likely to return without success, and it will only increase the risk. After all, it is the other party's territory. Rather than this, why don't you wait, Holy Master? With your current breakthrough speed, Holy Master, it will be the Mahayana period, and I'm afraid it won't take too long. At that time, maybe even the Emperor of the Du family has not broken through the Mahayana stage. And when you reach the Mahayana period, you can control the fairy weapon. At that time, it will be easy to suppress the Du family Emperor. Time is on our side, he said. Since that's the case, Holy Master, you don't need to take the risk to go there. The Foreign Affairs Elder said, very sincerely. It also makes sense. Yichin nodded, then smiled. Elder Foreign Affairs, what you said makes sense. However, I can already control the fairy weapon. So, even if the Du family Emperor can't hide, it's useless. The Elder of Foreign Affairs heard the words. His eyes widened, and he looked at his Holy Master in disbelief. Can the Holy Master control the fairy weapon? How can this be? You know, since ancient times, except for immortals, only in the Mahayana period, one can rely on the power of one's own domain to temporarily control the immortal weapon. This is something everyone knows. Before the Mahayana period, even the coercion of the immortal weapon could not be isolated. Not to mention controlling the fairy weapon. If others say so, the Foreign Affairs Elder will only listen to it as a joke. But the problem is, the person who said so in front of him is his own Holy Master. Think of so many incredible things created by your own Lord. The Foreign Affairs Elder was silent. After a long time, the Foreign Affairs Elder said cautiously, Holy Master, have you brought out the Tianyan Immortal book? As he spoke, he kept looking at Yichin's body up and down. Want to find traces of Tianyan Xianshu. Hearing this, Yichin immediately smiled and shook his head. No, after all, the Tianyan Immortal book is my own celestial artifact, and it hurts to break it. So I will go to the branch sect in Mingwang Prefecture later. Bring that Huan Yu furnace. This is a fairy artifact I bought. Even if it breaks, I won't feel bad. Listen to the words of your own Lord. The Foreign Affairs Elder was silent. Now, the Foreign Affairs Elder thought of Duan Tianya, who auctioned off the celestial artifact. Although Duan Tianya is in order to cultivate immortality. Sell out your own inherited fairy artifact. But obviously, if there's a chance in the future, I definitely want to redeem it. If Duan Tianya heard the words of his own Lord, Duan Tianya's expression will definitely be very exciting. Well, that's all I have to say. You are here to prepare in advance. After I kill the Du family Emperor, you can start sending people to Shiyu Continent to set up the teleportation array. After Yichin finished speaking, he got up directly and flew towards the outer layer of the Holy Land. After leaving the customs, Yichin notified Shizuan and others that he was going to Zaiwanzu. Take your time, and you should be able to solve the problem within a month. So it doesn't hurt to see you later. Yichin flew away like this, and the Foreign Affairs Elder looked at the back of his own Holy Master, his face full of puzzled expressions. My lord, how in the end is the cultivation base of the middle stage of the fusion? The one who controls the fairy weapon? It is really puzzling, but if it's true, I'm afraid the whole world of cultivating immortals will be a sensation. After all, the immortal artifacts in the world of cultivating immortals cannot be moved, they can only be fixed in one place. Although the power is terrifying, but the main function is to protect the Holy Land forever. But if your own Holy Master can control the fairy weapon, then the pattern of the entire world of cultivating immortals will change drastically. Any holy place will bow down in front of its own Lord and be more respectful. Because the Holy Lord really possesses the ability to destroy the Holy Land. My own Holy Master, why is it so outrageous? The Foreign Affairs Elder really couldn't figure it out. When Yichin had just arrived in Mingwang Prefecture, he received a communication application from the Queen of Great Zhou. During the communication, Empress Zhou was very happy. After learning that Yichin was going to Fenzhou, Empress de Zhou immediately went to Fenzhou to find Yichin. The meaning of longing in it is particularly strong. The reason why Yichin was found out by the Queen of Great Zhou as soon as he arrived in Mingwang Zhou. Naturally, it is not some Empress of the Great Zhou who monitors Yichin. But when Yichin was riding the teleportation array, he was seen by the Cultivator. The well-deserved #1 person in the world of cultivating immortals like Yichin is naturally the focus of attention of cultivators. So relevant information, pictures, and short videos immediately became popular searches. No one knows. It was even speculated. Lord Tianyan went to Mingwang Prefecture to meet the Empress of Great Zhou privately. However, no cultivator discovered Yichin's cultivation. Chen Nuaz. After all, the foreign affairs elders often see Yichin and have a close relationship with Yichin. Only then can you see the slight difference in Yichin's breath, so you can guess. It is naturally impossible for other cultivators to guess this, so I didn't think much about it. And when the news that the Empress of Great Zhou appeared in front of the branch sect of Tianyan Holy Land spread on the internet, it also confirmed the speculation of countless immortal cultivators. The Lord Tianyan came here for the Queen of Great Zhou. This made Empress de Zhou uniquely favored by Holy Lord Tianyan, overwhelmed the guesses of other female cultivators, and won the approval of more immortal cultivators. And in Xiyuan continent, while the Emperor of the Du family was in seclusion, he glanced at the trending searches, saw the short video, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Breakthrough slowed down, and instead of working harder, she gave up on herself and indulged in beauty. Such an immortal cultivator, even if he is talented, can't reach the peak of the immortal road. After I break through, I will bring a fairy weapon and descend in front of you. How interesting will your expression be when the time comes? A branch of the Tianyan Holy Land. The area is also very extensive. After all, it was once the family land of the Duan family, and it was just not taken care of before. And as the Tianyan Holy Land took it, after dropping a lot of spirit stones, the entire branch sect has regained the atmosphere of a fairy family. Among them, there are many disciples and dozens of suspended peaks showing the strength of layers. Although this is only a division, but it is an extremely important talent-producing area in Tianyan Holy Land. Xianwang PHS application needs all offline personnel. Basically, they're divided into sects. And when Yichin came to branch sect, Empress de Zhou also arrived at the same time. Long time no see, still graceful. Although today's Empress de Zhou has never worn a dragon robe, but dressed in purple neon clothes, she still looks extremely dignified as the Empress of Great Zhou. And the black dragon printed in front of him was bulging by the figure of Queen de Zhou and turned into a fat-headed dragon. When Empress de Zhou saw Yichin, her pretty immature face was full of joy. Just when he was about to approach, he frowned slightly. Because of Yichin, she felt a wave of fear. This fear is not from the bottom of my heart, but from the exercises. It was as if he had encountered the existence of a superior person. This discovery puzzled Empress de Zhou. And Yichin also noticed this, smiled slightly, and immediately understood. It is the oppressive force brought by the real dragon treasure technique. The Empress of the Great Zhou practiced 673 of the Du family's heavenly dragon bagon. It happened to be restrained by the real dragon treasure technique, so I felt uncomfortable. After Yichin came to his senses, he covered up his natural aura. Empress de Zhou felt more comfortable now. She stretched out her jade hand and took Yichin's arm. She looked at Yichin with beautiful eyes, joy and longing that she hadn't seen for a long time, and asked, "Husband, why did you suddenly come to Mingwangzhou? Did you miss me?" See this scene. Elder Wong Changchun and Taoist Kong Ming, who had been waiting in front of the Finzong Mountain Gate for a long time, looked at each other in blank dismay. Empress de Zhou is the most aloof. They really hadn't thought of it. Empress de Zhou actually had such a side in front of her holy master. My own holy master is really the envy of men. When Yichin heard this, he smiled lightly. I really miss you, but there is also a small thing that needs to be done. Empress de Zhou's beautiful eyes were curved into crescent moons, but she was also somewhat curious in her heart. After all, with Yichin's current strength and status, there are very few things that Yichin needs to do personally. It is really curious. So Empress de Zhou couldn't help asking, "What's the matter?" With an indifferent smile on his face, Yichin casually said, "Go to Xiyuan continent and suppress the Du family emperor." Empress de Zhou's Danfeng eyes, which were not small at all, instantly widened. Going to Zawanzu? Suppress the Du family emperor? Is this a trivial matter? Empress de Zhou's pretty face was full of astonishment, and she hurriedly said, "Husband, I think it's better not to worry about this matter. The opponent has been in the late stage of fusion for thousands of years, and may break through the Mahayana stage at any time, and his strength is bound to be fierce. I think we should take a long-term view and wait until your husband's strength improves again and you have more confidence. And ahead, Wong Changchun and Taoist Kong Ming of the sect also nodded repeatedly. The whole world of cultivating immortals is guessing when the Du family emperor will call. As a result, the Du family emperor has not come yet. His own holy master is planning to conquer Shiyuan continent. It's kind of amazing, but they also felt that this decision was a bit reckless. The two also want to speak to persuade. Yichin just smiled lightly. I have broken through the middle stage of integration. A simple sentence from Yichin. But the three people present all stared at the sky in an instant. Yichin unexpectedly broke through again? Naturally, they couldn't see Yichin's cultivation level. But Yichin obviously didn't need to deceive them. Empress Dezhou spent a whole month with Yichin 2 years ago. This time we met again, and indeed found that Yichin's aura was stronger. There are changes, but she never expected that Yichin would make a breakthrough. The outside world has been repeating before, saying that the breakthrough speed of the Lord Tianyan has slowed down, not as good as before. It may be that the cultivation has encountered a bottleneck. It could also be that the opportunities are running out, and successively released, ADF, 2 new applications. It seems to confirm this. But now, looking at Yichin, the three of them no longer believed in this rumor. The Lord has broken through from the early stage of integration to the middle stage of integration. It will take more than 2 years to complete the calculation. In more than 2 years breaking through a realm, is this all slow? All the cultivators in the world of cultivating immortals are afraid that they will directly die of shame. Moreover, the head of the house is already strong in battle. Leaping over the ranks to kill enemies is as easy as eating and drinking. Breaking through the middle stage of fusion now, as long as the Du family emperor has not broken through to the Mahayana stage. Packing it up is a breeze no matter what you think. But knowing that Yichin's breakthrough speed has not slowed down, the three of them were surprised, but still disagree. His own holy master is indeed strong, but the Du family is also a holy place. For thousands of years, there have been rumors that the Holy Land is indestructible. The reason for this is because of the Immortal Doctor. The Du family has immortal artifacts. No matter how strong his own holy master is, he is not in the Mahayana period after all, and cannot control the fairy weapon. And as long as they can't control the fairy weapon, the opponent just needs to avoid it and not fight. My own holy master can only make a trip in vain. This is also the reason why the major holy places in Ming Wangzhou trembled and were terrified when they learned that the Du family emperor was about to break through the great vehicle. Because there is only Mahayana period. In order to destroy the immortal Holy Land, Taoist Kong Ming joined Tianyan Holy Land later. I am not familiar with Yichin, so I dare not say more. As for Elder Wong Changchun, he has always been dedicated to his career and has won Yichin's trust. At this moment, he hastened to dissuade him. Holy Master, the Du family is a holy place after all, protected by immortal artifacts. As for the Emperor of the Du family, he was 2 small realms higher than you, Holy Master, but he still didn't dare to come to Mingwang Prefecture to take revenge. This shows that the other party also understands the strength of your combat power, Holy Master. Now that you, Holy Master, take the initiative to come to the door, the other party must be vigilant and frightened, and there is a high possibility that they will avoid fighting and hide under the protection of the fairy weapon. So, Holy Lord, you will probably return without success this time. Instead of this, it's better not to go. Taoist Kong Ming nodded slightly at the side. It is also quite recognized. Empress Dezhou's beautiful eyes twinkled, and she also agreed with Elder Wong Changchun's words. At the same time, Meimo looked at Yichin and said, Husband, it is indeed so. Besides, my husband, your talent is still unstoppable, breaking through the speed of people. Time is on our side. Since this is the case, my husband, you might as well wait until you break through to the Mahayana stage, and then go to Zawanzu to find the Emperor of the Du family. With your breakthrough speed, husband, maybe when your husband reaches the Mahayana period, then the Du family Emperor is still in retreat. So, we don't need to be too impatient at all. At the end, even Taoist Kong Ming couldn't help but said, Holy Master, only immortal weapons can deal with immortal weapons. So, Holy Master, you don't need to worry. With your talent, Holy Master, it is only a matter of time before you break through the Mahayana period, and you will naturally be able to suppress the Du family emperor at that time. Yichin listened to the 3 people's words and nodded with a smile. Indeed, only immortal weapons can deal with immortal weapons. If there is no immortal artifact, even if I have the strength to suppress the Du family emperor, there is nothing I can do about him. Seeing that Yichin listened to their words, all 3 breathed a sigh of relief. They were afraid that the Holy Master was young and vigorous, and when he arrived in Zawanzu, he might be overshadowed by the Du family, drawn into the radiation range of the fairy weapon, and suppressed by the fairy weapon. Although his own Holy Master is ridiculously powerful, but the power of the immortal soldiers is undoubtedly stronger. A ray of breath from the fairy artifact can shock and kill Lianshu. And to really launch an attack, even in the fusion period, if you can't block a blow, you will definitely fall. Now the situation of Zawanzu is unknown, and it has been ruled by the Du family for nearly 10,000 years. No one knows if there is an ambush. Therefore, it is better for the Lord not to take risks himself. The three of them just breathed a sigh of relief. I heard Yichin speak again, so I came here to divide the sect this time to get the fairy artifact. With the immortal artifact after going to Shiyuan continent, we can easily break through the Du family and suppress the emperor of the Du family. When Yichin's voice fell, Empress Dezhou, Elder Wong Changchun, Taoist Kongming, they all involuntarily widened their eyes. If this is the comic world, it is estimated that the heads of several people are already full of question marks. How can this be? Although the Holy Master has broken through, but it only broke through to the middle stage of integration. It's not the Mahayana period. Well known. In the world of cultivating immortals, there are no immortals. Only the Mahayana period can barely control the fairy weapon. And the reason why the Mahayana period was able to control the fairy weapon, it is because of their domain strength. And my own Holy Master is only in the middle stage of integration. Where does the power of the domain come from? So, the three of them were extremely confused at the moment. Empress Dezhou rolled her eyes, full of confusion. After a long time, Empress Dezhou spoke seriously. Husband, what do you mean you can control the fairy weapon with the current state of the middle stage of fusion? Yichin looked at the pretty face of Empress Dezhou, boutique. For a moment, the three of them were all in extremely complicated moods. If others say so, they definitely wouldn't believe it at all. But the one who said this was his own Holy Master. Since Yichin was born, he has created too many unbelievable things. And with the cultivation base of the fusion stage, he can control the fairy weapon. It sounds unbelievable though, but if Yichin is doing this, it seems reasonable. Seeing the expressions of the three of them, Yichin just smiled. Yichin doesn't like to explain too much. They saw it later. Yichin looked directly at the Foreign Affairs Elder. Take me to see the fairy artifact. The Elder of Foreign Affairs hurriedly nodded, and immediately flew to the mountain gate to lead the way. The same is true for Taoist Kongming. Yichin, on the other hand, embraced the familiar and beautiful body of Empress Dezhou and followed leisurely. Along the way, the disciples, deacons, and elders of the branch sect, whenever they saw Yichin, they immediately saluted with admiration in their eyes. Many arrogances of the branch sect joined in Yichin's name. Soon, a few people arrived at the forbidden area of the sect. This place is similar to the forbidden area of Tianyan Holy Land. There are formations handed down from ancient times. Follow the Foreign Affairs elders to lead the way. Several people directly stepped into the formation. As for Empress Dezhou, originally intended to avoid suspicion, after all, is an outsider. But Yichin didn't care. He directly embraced the Queen of Dezhou and entered the court. One step in, as if entering another world. In the center of nothingness, a three-legged golden tripod stands horizontally in it. And inside the tripod body, there seems to be a flame that will never be extinguished. There was a continuous stream of divine fire flowing down the body of the tripod. The entire forbidden area, like the interior of a volcano, is extremely hot. Several people looked at the miraculous Huanyu Ding, and they were all amazed in their hearts. This is the soldier of the immortal, one of the most powerful weapons in the entire cultivation world, even without waking up. But it still made several people feel heavy in their hearts, and they couldn't help but have the urge to worship. And Yichin looked at Huanyu Ding and smiled. It is said that the Huanyu Ding was built by the ancestors of the Duan family, with a whole piece of bed and phoenix gold. The power is among the crowd of immortal weapons, and they all belong to the high ones. My family only spent a mere 150 million yuan to buy it. Definitely picked up a big leak. But fortunately, I participated in the auction and got the fairy artifact. Otherwise, I would not be willing to use the Tianyan Immortal Book. Then you can't go to other holy places to borrow fairy artifacts, can you? Given the importance of immortal artifacts to the Holy Land, it would be a ghost if I could borrow them. In the complicated eyes of the three people, Yichin let go of the hand around Empress Dezhou's waist, strode forward, and walked directly to Huan Yujing's side. Zero, asked for flowers, maybe offended. The flames in Huan Yu Dingding's body became vigorous all of a sudden. The divine fire boiled, and the voice of the fairy phoenix resounded in the forbidden area. The faces of the three queens of the great Zhou dynasty all showed shocking expressions. With the movement of the fairy, all three of them trembled a little. Xianwei is like this, people can't help but want to worship. Simply involuntary. This is the magic weapon, the most terrifying fairy artifact in the world. Even if you never wake up at all, just with a little reaction, there is such a terrifying divine power. And in their eyes, Yichin's figure remained calm. After standing next to the Huan Yu Ding, the big hand directly grabbed the body of the Ding. At this moment, the divine fire boiled even more. Phoenix's voice also became sharper, with a hint of warning. 0. However, Yichin was unmoved. The big hand directly touched the body of Huan Yu Ding, caught one of the tripod legs. At this moment, Huan Yu Ding seemed to be completely enraged. The divine fire is like a erupting volcano. There is even a phoenix coming out, as if ready to attack Yichin at any moment. The three of them watched this scene, sweating in their hearts. But Yichin's expression remained calm. Huan Yu Ding's reaction was much greater than that of Tianyan Sacred. But this is also normal. After all, Yichin and Tianyan Sacred have been together for a long time, and the other party has gotten used to Yichin's breath, and they finally got a little close. The Huan Yu Ding originally belonged to the Duan family. I don't have the blood of the Duan family. Not too close either. The reaction is naturally violent. But Yichin is still confident. Bing Zimi is running crazily at this moment. It has to be said that the military character is secret and extremely powerful. Everything is a soldier. Even the enemy's weapons can be plundered and used for one's own use. And as Yichin's realm is getting higher and higher, it is an unattainable fairy weapon. You also have to bow your head before Bing Zimi. Just a moment. Time seemed to stand still. The fire is no longer boiling. Xian Huang no longer honked at Yichin. Huan Yu tripod shook the tripod reluctantly. Then it gradually becomes smaller. From the original giant tripod, several meters high, it turned into a small island no more than 20 to 30 centimeters. Then it broke away from Yichin's palm, slowly floated up, and landed on Yichin's shoulder, spinning continuously, falling down with flames. The three empresses of the Great Zhou, who had been pinching sweat. Looking at this scene, his eyes widened in disbelief. Yichin just stood there calmly. On the shoulder, a small tripod slowly rotated. There are continuous drops of divine splendor, wisps and wisps of immortality. Now, the immortal power of the fairy weapon has been completely restrained. But the three of them looked carefully, and they could still feel the hidden terrifying power from the Huan Yu Cauldron. Fairy artifact, really driven by Yichin. Looking at this scene, the eyes of the three were full of disbelief. Although there have been speculations before, but when it happened, it was really hard to accept. In the hearts of the three of them, thoughts even came up involuntarily. Holy Master, could it really be the reincarnation of an immortal? And it's not just an ordinary fairy. Although the outside world has long spread the saying that his Holy Master is the reincarnation of an immortal, that's why he can practice so fast. But in fact, none of the real powers have much faith in them. They are only half-believed. After all, it is not that there have been exiled immortals who reincarnated in 970 in the world of cultivating immortals. But these recorded banished immortals, they are all extremely arrogant and indifferent. They don't look down on immortals at all. Once Su Hui is awakened, all I want is to become a fairy again and return to the fairyland. So these banished immortals, apart from fighting for opportunities, can ignore everything for their own breakthrough. He is indifferent to anything in the world of cultivating immortals. There is only practice in one heart. Treat any cultivator as an ant. And obviously, not so with Yichin. Yichin changed the world of cultivating immortals too much. Although he has his own pride, he is not arrogant. It is completely different from the style of the exiled immortal. Therefore, Denung does not think that Yichin is a reincarnated celestial being. But now, the three of them couldn't help but have this thought again. My own Holy Master, shouldn't he really be a banished immortal? If not, how could he do such an unimaginable thing and subdue the immortal artifact with his cultivation in the mid-stage of fusion? But no matter. Things are actually happening right in front of your eyes. Taoist Kongming was therefore in awe of Yichin even more. Elder Wong Changchun, on the other hand, had mixed feelings in his heart and was particularly emotional. Not even 10 years ago, the master's cultivation level is still lower than his own. In a blink of an eye, the Holy Master is already in the fusion stage and can even control the fairy weapon. It's outrageous. As for Empress de Zhou, at this moment, the love in the beautiful eyes is even hotter. My Taoist companion is really not ordinary. How? Yichin looked at the three people who looked a little dull and smiled lightly. The three of them recovered from the shock. All are filled with emotion again. The Holy Master really controlled the fairy weapon. What does this mean? The pattern of cultivating immortals has really changed. Before, the major holy places paid more respect to their own holy masters. But now, the major holy places are about to fear their own holy lord. After all, his own holy master controls the fairy weapon. It means that they truly have the ability to destroy any holy place. the person the Holy Lord wants to kill. Even if you hide in the depths of the Holy Land, you will definitely die. The impact of this on the major holy places is naturally not small. But fortunately, my Holy Master is reasonable and has never destroyed anyone's sect for no reason, not to mention the ambitions of the Duan family. Therefore, the major holy places should not be too worried. And the Du family in Zaiwanzu. Maybe it's really bad luck. That emperor of the Du family might really be a monster. But his own Holy Master is even more evil. Now there are fairy artifacts, unless the other party has broken through the Mahayana period. Otherwise, there is no suspense. The Du family of the ancient royal family. Maybe this time it will really disappear into history. Elder Wong Changchun is the core elder of Tianyan Holy Land. Knows the most secrets. The outside world had guessed before. The reason why the Holy Lord chose to take action against Champion Ho was to become enemies with the Du family. It was for the 3 billion high-grade spirit stones raised by crowdfunding. It was also for Empress de Zhou. But in fact, Wong Changchun did not. The main reason for his own Holy Master to make a move. It was because the Champion Ho had affected his family's business in Mingwang Prefecture, causing his business to suffer huge losses and his income to drop. This is the main reason for the Holy Lord's move. But now, the Lord took the initiative to go home. I'm afraid it's also because of this. The Du family occupied Zaiwanzu, affecting the expansion of their own PHS. To influence the expansion of PHS is to influence the Lord to earn Lingshire. That's why the Holy Master will personally take action this time. Thinking of this, Wong Changchun shook his head. I am afraid that the Du family emperor will not understand the true cause of his death until his death. That is affecting the earning of spirit stones by the Holy Master. As for Empress de Zhou, she was a little happy at the moment. If you explain the holy place where Wang Zhou and the Du family have the deepest enmity, undoubtedly the great Zhou dynasty, the emperor of the Du family was not dead, and the whole Zhou dynasty could not feel at ease, trembling with fear. The Du family was destroyed. The one that gained the most was undoubtedly the great Zhou dynasty. So she looked at Yichin's beautiful eyes, except for love. Still grateful. Yichin looked at the shock of everyone and didn't pay much attention. Because shock is normal. After giving the 3 of them time to recover, Yichin spoke to Wong Changchun. Elder Wong, you dispatch a group of elder deacons to follow me across the endless sea to Shiyuan continent. Survey the range of Shiyuan continent, map information, etc. in advance. To make it easier to determine the location of the Tianyan Pavilion in advance, as well as the location of the teleportation array. The specific number of people is up to you to choose. Tomorrow we will trigger and go to Zaiwanzu. Wong Changchun nodded immediately when he heard the words. He understood what the Holy Master meant, which was to wait for the Du family to be destroyed. Stationed in Zaiwanzu for the first time, and expanded to Zaiwanzu. At the same time, Wong Changchun was also feeling emotional in his heart. My own Holy Master is really too confident. It seems that he is not worried at all what will happen if the Du family emperor breaks through to the Mahayana stage. After all, it was his own Holy Master who was sure that the Du family emperor would not be able to break through, so he was so confident. Or is it that his own Holy Master doesn't care whether the Du family emperor breaks through? Even if he breaks through, it doesn't matter. So he is so confident? Elder Wong Changchun was very curious about this. Good Lord, I will choose good people and lead the team to go with you, Holy Master. When Taoist Kongming heard the words, he immediately recommended himself and wanted to go together. After all, there will inevitably be a world-shattering war in Shiyuan continent. Fairy collision. There is also the battle between the Du family emperor, who is closest to the Mahayana period in the world, and his own Holy Master. Such a scene has never happened in 0.9 for thousands of years. How can I miss it? So you have to keep up? Both of them wanted to go. Yichin didn't care and agreed directly. Although the fairy artifact was gone, the 2 strong men followed suit. The strength of branch sects declined. But in fact, there is no force at all, looking for trouble for the branch of the Tianyan Holy Land. So it doesn't matter. And besides that, Empress de Zhou also had her beautiful eyes twinkling, and she looked at Yichin with a watery look. Husband, I want to go too. Empress de Zhou will also go with her. Although there are many things in the great Zhou dynasty, but this trip to Zaiwanzu will definitely take several months. How can I give up when I can be by Yichin's side for so long? What's more, he was able to witness the destruction of the Du family with his own eyes. When Yichin heard this, he naturally had no reason to refuse. Besides, there is a beautiful woman to accompany. Why refuse? Since you want to go, let's go together. Next day, Elder Wong Changchun and Taoist Kongming enthusiastically gathered their hands. Although this is a branch of Tianyan Holy Land, but since its establishment, it has been very attractive to the immortal cultivators of Ming Wangzhou. Don't say anything else. There are quite a few formation masters of the 3rd rank and 2nd rank alone. there is no need to worry about manpower at all. The Empress of the Great Zhou Dynasty also used the PHS to remotely control the affairs of the Great Zhou Dynasty. After all, it may take several months to go to Mingwang Prefecture. Need to organize in advance. Yichin, on the other hand, stayed quietly on a beautiful mountain range. Feel the composition of Huan Yuding. Immortal artifacts really have a different focus. Huan Yuding is very unsuitable to be a server. Calculations are terrible. However, the power of Huan Yuding far exceeds that of Tianyan Immortal. If Huan Yuding is in the hands of an immortal, one blow can shatter continents and burn oceans. Although Yichin can control it now, but only barely. Definitely can't reach this kind of power. But even so, anyone cultivating Immortality 03, as long as there is no immortal weapon, even during the Mahayana period, he can only drink his hatred in front of Yichin. This is the horror of fairy artifacts. This comprehension came to the second day. In the mountains, several female voices came out. It should be a few female disciples from the branch sect who came here to look for something. Senior Sister Chu-Chu, what have you been busy with recently? You even bought a cassock from Daoxuanfang. This forensic doctor and Taoist Jiechi sold it live, and you got a huge sum of 50 top-grade spirit stones. This cassock is really beautiful. Didn't I start a live broadcast recently? Occasionally, I will live broadcast some of the daily life of the Holy Land, and I will also edit the live broadcast content into short videos and post them on Xinhuang short videos so I can earn some high-quality goods every month. Lingshire, this cassock is so beautiful. I want to buy it too, but unfortunately I can't afford it. I also want to live broadcast to earn spirit stones. Yes, we are the branch disciples of the Tianyan Holy Land. In the outside world, we are also the arrogance that everyone envies. Once the broadcast is launched, it will definitely attract people to watch. If you have the talent to live broadcast and bring goods, it will be easy for you to get rich overnight. Forget it. I'm a little embarrassed. I heard that junior sister Chen from the intersect is writing a novel recently. It seems to be quite popular. She has recently replaced her elixirs with the top-level elixirs produced by the Danding Holy Land. It can be seen writing novels still earns spirit stones. Writing novels can indeed earn Lingshire. I saw a screenshot of the author's manuscript fee on Xianwang.com, and there are tens of thousands of high-grade Lingshire's manuscript fee in a month. In the past, there were so many ways to earn spirit stones in the world of cultivating immortals. Either the 6 skills of cultivating immortals, or hunting monsters and going out to do tasks. There is no other choice. It is our Holy Master who created Tianyan Shao Lingtong makes it easier for us to earn spirit stones. That's true. The Holy Master has really changed the entire world of cultivating immortals. Many immortal cultivators have soared to the sky because of the PHS through the fairy net. It is all thanks to the Holy Master. Holy Master is really handsome. If I can be the Holy Master's companion, even my death is worth it. I'm planning to write a novel in which the male protagonist will be written according to the Holy Lord. As long as it is well written, there will definitely be many female cultivators who will read this type of novel. Is it based on the prototype of the Holy Master as the male protagonist? I want to read it too, and you must tell me when you post the book, and I will give you a reward. Actually, there are quite a few books of this kind. You haven't found some books in the female channel. The male protagonists in them all use Mietian Palm, and killing the enemy is as simple as eating and drinking water. This is all based on our Holy Master. Prototypical. However, it's normal. After all, since the birth of the Holy Master, in the entire world of cultivating immortals, there are not many female cultivators who cannot be moved by the Holy Lord. Yichin, who was sitting there cross-legged, listened to the chatter of his disciples. A black line appeared on his forehead. In my previous life, I often read fan fiction about stars and the like on novel websites. It's also very exciting to watch. I didn't expect to come to the world of cultivating immortals. I became a character in the book. No, it must be strictly investigated. In the previous life on Earth, BL texts were very popular among women, and they were the ones for men. Although Yichin doesn't know if the female author in the world of cultivating immortals has such a strange hobby. But Yichin must take precautions in advance. Otherwise, I feel that I can make myself sick. Right now, the 2 women walked out of the forest and saw Yichin sitting cross-legged on the peak. The 2 women stared at Yichin, first stunned, then their eyes widened. Holy Lord! Both women were startled. I didn't expect to see the Holy Master here. Although the news that the Holy Lord came to the branch sect yesterday has already spread in the branch sect. but they really didn't expect that they could see their own holy master with their own eyes. At this moment, the faces of the two women blushed, although the two women are only in the foundation building period. But they all know. The content of the chat just now must have been heard by the Holy Master. Although a big man like the Holy Master would definitely not care. But it's a bit too social. The two women tremblingly stood in front of Yichin like quails. And Yichin looked at the two women. Both of them looked good. Among them, the one who plans to write a novel is even more innocent. Yichin smiled. Don't be nervous. However, I don't think you should write novels or anything. Yichin's last sentence was addressed to the female student who was about to write a novel. The female disciple's face turned even redder. He nodded with his head down and hurriedly agreed. Yichin looked at the woman and smiled softly. After a few days, I will make a video and let you be the starring role. As long as the filming is good, you can earn more spiritual stones than writing novels. The woman was slightly taken aback when she heard the words. 180 shooting video? Short video? To be a leading role? What does it mean to be a leading role? But although I don't understand, but in the woman's heart, the business can't help. She felt that her chance was coming. And on the side, the female disciple who was broadcasting live also looked envious. She has already heard that the Holy Master is not those cruel and mighty powers in the world of cultivating immortals. Now it's hard to see the Lord once. It is natural to seize the opportunity. So Memo looked at Yichin pitifully. Yichin smiled lightly. I will also look for you when the time comes, and I will give you a supporting role. The woman immediately showed a bright smile and hurriedly thanked her. In other words, the two women still have self-knowledge. Otherwise, they might have to come together and agree with each other. Yichin didn't say anything more and left leisurely. The figures slowly disappeared in place. Only two female disciples were left as if they were in a dream. Neither of them thought of it. Just in my spare time, I went to the mountains to find things. To be able to meet the Holy Lord. I also got a chance to be a leading role, a supporting role, and so on. Although not very clear about the specifics. But the Holy Master said it himself. Earning more than writing novels. That can be false. After a long time, the two girls finally spoke. Holy Master is so handsome. Not to mention how much the sudden encounter with his own Holy Master shocked the hearts and life paths of the two female disciples. What Yichin said to the two female disciples just now is true. Wait until the Du family is dealt with. Zawan's market will be officially opened. Yichin will definitely not need to worry about the specific expansion details at that time. So what Yichin has to do is to develop new applications. Just as planned before. Start making long-form video applications. And the video app itself isn't a hassle. The most important thing, of course, is content. So, I had to shoot a TV series. Yichin planned to wait for his return from Zawanzu. So I started to adapt and shoot several novels. In her previous life, Yichin liked the novel covering the sky with flick of fingers. As for the female student who was about to write a novel, just now, she has an aura, which is very suitable for the role of Jizue, the heroine in the book. And the female student who was doing the live broadcast had a melon-seeded face and a bit of aloofness. Instead, she can play the leading role's ex-girlfriendly Xiaoman. And except for covering the sky with a flick of a finger, immortals breaking the sky can also be photographed. Naturally, such a miraculous operation of turning a horse in a fighting spirit cannot occur. And devour the starry sky. Yichin is planning to adapt these 3 books into a TV series. Of course, these online novels are undoubtedly very long. Rich content. If it is made into a TV series, if it is not randomly adapted and respects the original work, there will be at least hundreds of episodes. Since Yichin wants to make a film, he must respect the original work. You can't change the plot randomly like the Earth. So, these 3 adapted novels are divided into seasons. In the first 1 or 2 seasons, Yichin will shoot it himself. As for the latter, after the relevant talents are discovered, the subsequent content can be handed over to other people for shooting. In short, the problem is not big. And as long as the 3 TV series I filmed are successful, can earn spirit stones, it is bound to allow countless forces in the world of cultivating immortals to find business opportunities and pour into this industry. At that time, the copyright of the novel will definitely be able to sell for a high price. And the world of cultivating immortals can produce many more stars. After all, fame means value. For example, the female disciple who broadcast live today participated in a fire drama, even if it was only a supporting role. It can also bring her fame to a higher level. Her live broadcast room will definitely attract more people. The benefits are great, so it was within Yichin's expectation. In the future, the world of cultivating immortals will definitely be like the Earth. There will be countless cultivators who want to enter the film and television industry, become actors, and shoot TV dramas. After all, even if it is not a paycheck. The benefits brought by other aspects are also huge. It will definitely make countless immortal cultivators flock to it. Wait until the trip to Shiyuan continent ends. The film and television project began. Yichin is located in the suzerain hall of the branch sect. Soon, Elder Wong Changchun and Taoist Kongming came to report. Staff preparations have been completed. A huge flying boat of the Taoist level has stopped in front of the mountain gate, ready to go anytime. Yichin nodded. Coincidentally, the Empress of Great Zhou had also arrived at this moment. Yichin gently embraced Empress de Zhou's slender waist and flew towards the flying boat. Elder Wong Changchun and Taoist Kongming followed closely behind. The flying boat is huge, covering hundreds of square kilometers, covering the sky and the sun, like a continent. This is a flying boat produced by the top refining Holy Land, and the price is very expensive. But Tianyan Holy Land is naturally affordable. When Yichin boarded the airship, a group of elders, deacons, and disciples who have been waiting on the flying boat for a long time. They all saluted immediately and looked at Yichin excitedly. Yichin smiled lightly, nodded, and then said, "Let's go." Elder Wong Changchun responded immediately. Next moment, the flying boat moved slowly. In the sight of countless people, with extremely fast acceleration, it flew towards the distance. The Holy Lord of Tianyan came to Mingwang Prefecture. The news that a large group of strong men were suddenly summoned and left in a flying boat naturally attracted the attention of all major forces. Existence like the Holy Master Tianyan. Every move is naturally eye-catching. Therefore, Feizhou's whereabouts have always been paid attention to, and the speed of the flying boat is extremely fast. Only 2 hours later, they left Mingwangzhou and headed for the depths of the Endless Sea. The powerhouses of all the holy places and first-class forces were puzzled watching this scene. They all speculated. Could it be that there are ruins in the depths of the Endless Sea? There are strong people who are hesitating whether to follow the path to sea. However, some cultivators spoke online. Isn't the direction the flying boat is heading in the direction of Zaiwanzu? Could it be that the Holy Master is going to Shiyuan continent? When this guess comes out, immediately above the fairy net, the sunstone stirred up waves. Because the flying direction of the flying boat has always been a straight line. If you fly straight forward, it is indeed the direction of Zaiwanzu. The Lord of Tianyan took the people from Tianyan Holy Land to Shiyuan continent. Is this going to start a war with the Du family? But the problem is this is unreasonable. Zaiwanzu is the territory of the Du family. There are not many people led by Tianyan Holy Master. Isn't it a bit reckless to run over like this? Moreover, even if the Holy Master is evil, if one is worth 100, everything. But the problem is, the Du family is also a holy place with immortal artifacts. Under such circumstances, no matter how powerful the Holy Master Tianyan was, he would definitely have nothing to do with the Du family emperor. After all, the Holy Lord has not broken through to the Mahayana stage. It is definitely impossible to control the fairy weapon. So, what exactly is Holy Master Tianyan going to do with this big move? There is great power to be curious and choose to keep up. There are also immortal cultivators who are acquainted with the elders of the branch sect of Tianyan Holy Land. Immediately call Tianyan PHS to inquire. And when the result is known, these great powers were stunned, because Holy Lord Yinyan actually went to Zaiwanzu, and the people who brought it were not for the war. It is to design the interstate teleportation array, as well as the teleportation array network within Zaiwanzu. It is basically planning to expand directly in Shiyuan continent. This is simply not taking the Du family seriously. Everyone was shocked. The emperor of the Du family, no matter what, is a great power in the late stage of fusion, the closest existence to the Mahayana stage. That's so disrespectful too. Moreover, even if the jihad calendar is evil, in the early stage of the fusion, 2 small realms, Chen and Zhao, were crossed, and they were able to suppress the Du family emperor. But therein lies the problem. The Du family has a fairy weapon. How do you deal with people avoiding you? Can't the Holy Master Tianyan keep blocking the door of other people's holy land? In short, the news that the Lord Tianyan pointed his sword at Zaiwanzu caused a huge commotion in the world of cultivating immortals. Countless cultivators are discussing. They were all very confused, and some didn't understand. They all felt that the Holy Master Tianyan did not play cards according to common sense. Although the Lord Tianyan is strong. But it's not the Mahayana period after all. If you can't control the fairy weapon, you can't solve the Du family. In that case, it would be considered that the Tianyan Pavilion was established in Zaiwanzu this time, and the teleportation array was established. It may also be destroyed by the Du family, unless the Holy Lord has been sitting in Zaiwanzu. But how is this possible? The world of cultivating immortals spoke highly of Lord Tianyan. It is believed that it is impossible for the Holy Lord to do useless work. So for a while, there are countless guesses. Everyone is curious. What exactly does Holy Lord Yinyan want to do? The Lord Tianyan suddenly went to Zaiwanzu in a large scale. This move not only caused a huge sensation in Mingwang Prefecture and Great Yinzhou, on Xianwang Weibo and Xianwang's short video search number 1. Even Zaiwanzu also caused a commotion. Du family. At the beginning, General Yu brought tens of thousands of fairy net PHS back to Zaiwanzu. Basically, the core members of the Du family have won. Although because there is no certification, more functions cannot be used. But at the most basic level, it can be done. So, the Du family located in Zaiwanzu. It was also the first time I got the news. Get the moment when the Lord Tianyan arrives in person. Everyone in the Du family was amazed and terrified, although they have the arrogance of the royal family. But they are not fools. The Holy Lord Yin Tian is a well-deserved top evildoer. An unprecedented existence in the history of the world of cultivating immortals. Cultivating a breakthrough is as simple as eating and drinking, and the combat power is even more powerful than imagined. Even in the fusion period, he still deliberately crosses the realm to kill the enemy. And the shot is extremely understatement. It seems that the enemy is not a level higher than himself. It's just a realm lower than myself. The Du family knows the strength of the champion Ho 950 best. So after seeing the short video of the fall of Champion Ho, the Du family was terrified from the bottom of their hearts towards the Lord Tianyan. If it weren't for his own family, His Majesty the Emperor, I'm afraid people have been panicked for a long time. And now, has Tian Yinxing mainly descended to Shiyuan continent? But His Majesty is currently retreating to break through the Mahayana period. What if the notice is not received? His Majesty does not leave the customs. Who can stop the Holy Lord of Tianyan? I never thought that Holy Master Tianyan would dare to go to Zaiwanzu on his own initiative. I have studied this person carefully on Xianwang, and it seems that he is really fearless. Although it is unbelievable to come to Zaiwanzu this time, Chen is something that this person can do. What should we do? Notify His Majesty immediately, and call all the clansmen back to the palace at the same time. With the protection of the fairy artifact, no matter how strong the Holy Lord Yin is, he will not be able to hurt us that day. Immediately, some clan elders made a countermeasure. Everyone nodded in unison. Some members of the Du family had humiliation and anger on their faces. This Yichin, you dare to be so rampant when you kill the champion of my Du family. There are many clansmen who have such an attitude. He thinks that His Majesty can easily 80 kill Yichin. Yichin came here to seek his own death. But there are also members of the tribe with worried faces on their faces. If Your Majesty has not broken through the Mahayana stage, will he be the opponent of the Holy Master Tianyan? Why not? His Majesty has never made a breakthrough, and that is also in the late stage of fusion. He is 2 small realms higher than Tianyan Xingzhu. How could he lose? That's true. In my opinion, Holy Lord Yin Tian is probably too inflated. He thinks that he is invincible with a little talent. If Your Majesty has not left the customs, then let him show off for a while. Anyway, when His Majesty leaves the customs, this person will undoubtedly die. It's just a jumping clown who wants to kill himself. Although everyone in the Du family was flustered. But for His Majesty, he still trusts him very much. But what the Du family never thought of was their sire. In fact, the news has already been received. At this moment, Emperor Du's family looked at the trending searches in PHS and frowned. He didn't expect that. I haven't gone to find the Holy Master Tianyan yet. As a result, Holy Master Yin was 1 step ahead of himself that day, and wanted to come to Zaiwanzu to find him. How dare you? Emperor Du's family was furious. He was not a genius. For the Du family emperor to be able to achieve such a cultivation level at his current age, he is definitely a genius among geniuses, and a cultivator who is 2 small realms lower than himself. How dare you act so recklessly? He didn't take himself seriously at all. This is definitely the greatest humiliation for the Du family emperor. He wished he could go out immediately and kill Yichin on the Endless Sea. However, the impulse just appeared and disappeared immediately. There was vigilance in his heart. For the sake of cultivation, no one is a fool. Tianyan Xingzhu can create Tianyan PHS, let alone a fool. Ellis, the other party must rely on something. How dare you come here so recklessly? And the other party didn't put himself in the eyes. It must be to lure myself out of customs. After all, I am about to break through the Mahayana stage. And once he breaks through the Mahayana period, he can control the fairy weapon. No one in the entire world of cultivating immortals can stop him. It is even more impossible for the Lord Yin Yin that day. At that time, the Holy Land itself can be destroyed easily. Truly invincible. So, that day Yin Shengzhu must not want to break through the Mahayana stage by himself. Moreover, it is said that the breakthrough speed of the Holy Master Tianyan is now slowing down. Obviously in a hurry. That's why I came here at this moment. Want to lure yourself out of customs. Think here. Emperor Du's face showed a sneer. The more the enemy doesn't want me to do it, the more I want to do it. Since you seem to lure me out of the customs, then I will not go out of the customs. With the protection of the fairy artifact, even if you run out of tricks, you won't be able to affect my sharing. You can only watch me break through the Mahayana stage in despair. Time is on my side. Holy Lord Tianyan, the more you are like this, the more flustered you appear. At this moment, the Emperor of the Du family looked peaceful, as if he had the chance to win. As for the messenger cranes constantly flying under the giant peak, Emperor Du's family didn't even look at it. It seems that he is still retreating. Emperor Du's family didn't intend to go out. Instead, he intends to work hard and break through the Mahayana period in a few years. By the time, naturally, he would bring the fairy artifact to the Tianyan Holy Land, break the protection of the fairy artifact, and make the Holy Master Tianyan fall into despair. Thinking of this scene, the corners of Du's Emperor's mouth curled up. He will never admit it. I didn't leave the customs this time, mainly because I had a guilty conscience. Because he felt that Yin Sheng came in menacingly that day. If you go out of the test, even if you are 2 small realms higher than the opponent, you may fall. Fortunately, the Lord Tianyan is not in the Mahayana period after all. Can't control the fairy weapon. It is to be prepared again, and the menacing attack will come. It can only increase in vain outside the Du family's palace. However, no matter what, this time the Lord Tianyan came. It still brought humiliation to the Du family emperor. The emperor of the Du family sat down cross-legged, continued to practice, and kept accumulating, looking for an opportunity to break through. Just hope to break through the Mahayana period as soon as possible. All shame. And in the endless sea, Yichin sat on the bow of the boat leisurely, looking at the raging waves and sky of the endless sea with a calm expression. Finally, Yichin raised his eyebrows slightly. After a full 2 months of sailing, finally in the boundless sea, I saw a continent. At this moment, Elder Wong Changchun also flew behind Yichin with an excited look. Holy Master, Zawanzu has arrived. The corners of Yichin's mouth curled up, and he stood up and stretched leisurely. Zawanzu, I finally arrived. Shiyuan continent is indeed far away from Mingwang state. Even taking the top-level flying boat took a full 2 months. Along the way, the array mages were discussing how to create an ultra-long teleportation array. Before, even the formation mages' understanding of the formation will never be easily communicated with others. Even if they are located in the same Holy Land, they are good at different things. That's hardly selfish. It can only be said to be a manifestation of human nature to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. But now it is different. The formation masters of the branch sects all spoke freely, expressing their own ideas one after another, talking about the method of creating a super long transmission sending formation. The scene was in full swing. It has brought a lot of benefits to every array mage. The reason for this, the main reason, is the emergence of the Buddhist scripture pavilion of Xianwang. The model of the Sutra Pavilion in the Immortal Net allows any field in the world of cultivating immortals to usher in a wave of technological explosion in a short period of time. Many cultivators have already understood, although working behind closed doors can keep one's unique skill from spreading. But communicate with others. But it can make yourself stronger. How to choose is naturally self-evident. Nowadays, many formations in the world of cultivating immortals have been improved. Follow current trends. Maybe it won't be long. Ultra-long-distance teleportation array technology can be researched. Yichin saw this matter in his eyes and was satisfied on the road. After all, the long-term development of Xiaoxian and the 6 skills of Xiaoxian will undoubtedly bring about an increase in productivity. The immortals in the world of cultivating immortals are richer. The more spirit stones you can earn. So, Yichin is happy to see the results. The flying speed of the flying boat is naturally a bit slow for Yichin. If Yichin flies by himself, it will take 1 month to reach Shiyuan continent. However, although Yichin wants to expand to Zaiwanzu as soon as possible to expand his income, but not in such a hurry. So 2 months. Yichin has been leisurely with the Queen of Greizhou. The seascape of the endless sea is particularly charming. The deeper it goes, the more wonderful scenes it has. For example, a group of fishermen practicing in the moonlight at night. Or it could be as wide as 10,000 miles wide, like a monster in the stage of transformation of gods on a piece of land. There are also small purple fish flying above the sky like a swarm of bees, covering the sky and covering the sun. Yichin and Empress de Zhou saw many beautiful scenery along the way. The endless sea is undoubtedly a rather peculiar place. Of course, peculiarity also represents danger. Come all the way. Even the monsters in the void refining stage had encountered quite a few of them. It's no wonder that so many great powers fell into the endless sea. Unfortunately, there is Yichin on board. Yichin didn't even need to make a move. Just a giant roar can shatter the flesh and blood of monster beasts. So go all the way. There was basically no delay in the flying boat. When finally reached the border of Shiyuan continent, Elder Wong Changchun and Taoist Kong Ming immediately came to report. Holy Master, we should have reached Zawan. However, we don't know exactly where the Du family is. So, it's better to send someone out to find out the news and determine the direction. When reporting, the two suddenly felt the convenience of the Xianwang map. In today's Mingwang Prefecture in Great Yinzhou, there is no need to ask for directions where to go. You only need to open the Xianwang map to search and get the most detailed information. And this Shiyuan continent has nothing. Also ask for directions. For a while, all the cultivators who came to Tianyan Holy Land couldn't help being a little uncomfortable. And Yichin smiled slightly when he heard this. In fact, there is no need to ask for directions, although there is no map data of Zaiwanzu in the Xianwang map. But in fact, in Zaiwanzu, there are tens of thousands of unauthenticated users. The locations of these users are mostly gathered in the same place. Yichin didn't even need to think about it. He knew that this must be a member of the Du family. Most likely, it was the champion Ho who came to Ming Wangzhou last time. One of the people around him left first, just to give away the fairy net PHS. But with the Du family style of work, that must be given only to my family. And at this moment, those inactive users are so gathered. Obviously, there must be the Du family's palace. But when Yichin was about to speak, a dragon boat rushed over. Who are you, who secretly returned from the sea? Let me see your permission. If not, immediately kneel down and confess. The dragon boat was splendid and majestic, and there were 7 immortal cultivators in armor standing on it. Leading the way is the stage of transforming into gods, and the rest of them are all late nascent soul. These people all have cold expressions and cold eyebrows. It seems that the next moment is about to make a move. Yichin glanced at it and was too lazy to speak. Taoist Kong Ming, on one side, immediately understood the meaning of his holy master. 0 asked for flowers. Since he chose to join the Tianyan Holy Land, he would hang out with Yichin. That knew Yichin very well, knowing that the holy master is a character who doesn't like nonsense. Taoist Kong Ming stood up immediately. A big hand until Bailong boat. The terrifying power in the mid-stage of void refinement is undoubtedly erupting at this moment. The few cultivators on the dragon boat were all terrified, but there was still anger on his face. If you dare to attack us, you are calling the Du family an enemy. Have you really thought it through? Not to mention me, the emperor of the Du family. Even the champion is enough to raise his hand and destroy you. The leader of the dragon boat threatened. Hearing this, Yichin suddenly smiled. Champion Ho has been dead for several years, and the other party still doesn't know. It seems that the news was blocked by the Du family. Only people from the Du family could know, and the other party saw him, but he didn't know him at all. This also proves a point. That is, the Du family did not inform the people below about their upcoming arrival. It is estimated that it is afraid of causing a huge panic. Yichin still didn't speak. Taoist Kong Ming sneered. Emperor Du's family is indeed very strong. But what is it in front of your own lord? My own holy master is already able to control the existence of immortal weapons. After the emperor of the Du family breaks through the Mahayana vessel, let's touch porcelain again. Taoist Kong Ming glanced at the 3-legged tripod on Yichin's shoulder. Then the big hand didn't stop. He directly held the dragon boat in his hand. Everyone on board stared wide-eyed. They didn't expect that even if the emperor moved out, the other party would have no fear. The dragon boat was boiling with immortal light, and tried its best to resist the suppression of Taoist Kong Ming. But it's useless at all, just in vain. The immortal cultivators among them had no way to escape, and they were all terrified. They shivered, because they can't figure it out. In Zaiwanzu, he left the Du family. Who else can have such a strong person? Holy Master, how to deal with it. Taoist Kong Ming bowed his head respectfully and asked. Yichin thought for a while, then shook his head. There is only one report left. Let's destroy it. Yichin did not intend to destroy the Du family. But the decisiveness that should be shown must also be shown enough. The reason for staying alone. It is hoped that the news will spread throughout the world of cultivating immortals. If only the Du family emperor could be lured out. That is undoubtedly more trouble-free. Hear Yichin's words. Taoist Kong Ming nodded immediately. A strong man like Taoist Kong Ming would naturally not be merciful. With a thought, between his brows, a phantom of an ancient lamp appeared. The ancient lamp radiated a divine light, which shot directly at the dragon boat. In an instant, at least the dragon boats of the lower Taoist level have no power to resist in the face of this divine light. It exploded with a bang. As for the immortal cultivators on the dragon boat, except for one standing at the end, they were not affected. The others exploded along with the dragon boat, did not leave any trace in the world. All the long-eyed deacons of Tianyan Holy Land who were watching this scene clicked their tongues. Taoist Kong Ming deserves to be the most powerful person in the Yinyan Holy Land besides the Holy Lord. A power who can rank among the top 10 in the world of cultivating immortals. The strength is indeed extremely impressive. Before, some people felt that the top 10 were too weak, but they didn't think that 630 was strong. Now it seems that it mainly depends on who to fight with. Those top 10 who are against the Lord, such as Taoistics, such as Fong Bailey. He looks weak in front of the Holy Lord. But when it is other cultivators, the gold content of the top 10 came out. Taoist Kong Ming also had a smile on his face. This was the first time he made a move in front of the Holy Master, so he naturally had to go all out to make a good impression. And Yichin nodded slightly, revealing his expression. Yichin thinks Taoist Kong Ming is okay. And the only remaining immortal cultivator was full of panic. He turned and ran without hesitation, because he had just heard Yichin's words. The other party deliberately spared his life. He was afraid that the other party would change his mind. Direct blood sacrifice escape method. The speed of the whole person has increased by a full 30%. It quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. As for Yichin and his group, they just looked at them lightly. There was no movement. There is no plan to chase. Holy Lord, what shall we do next? Elder Wong Changchun asked for instructions. Yichin said casually, let's go to the center first, and then we will naturally arrive at where the Du family's palace is. When everyone heard the words, they all nodded. Immediately, the dragon boat started again, split the void, and drive towards the center of Zawanzu. And when the immortal soldier fled back to the immortal city, immediately rushed to the city lord's mansion. After explaining the whole story clearly, he was soon led into a secret room by the city lord, who was equally astonished. There is an altar in the Chamber of Secrets. The city lord immediately inlaid dozens of high-grade spirit stones on it. Immediately, the formation on the altar was activated. Next moment, a puff of smoke gushed out from the altar, and a dry noise came from inside. City Master of Dongming City, what do you want to report? The city lord hurriedly lowered his head and said, report to the prince. A spaceship descended from overseas today. On the flying boat, there is a refining period. He directly killed a team of immortal soldiers from my Du family. The opponent's strength is unfathomable, and the person who made the attack is at least a powerful person in the void refinement stage. And according to the report of the only surviving immortal soldier, there is a young man on the flying boat, who is young, but he is the leader of the flying boat, but unfathomable. The city lord immediately reported the news he had learned. There was an instant silence. After a long time, he spoke again. The opponent made a move. How did that immortal soldier survive? The city lord hurriedly replied. It was the young man who gave the order, saying that he wanted to keep a living person and report back. There was silence again. After a long time, there was a voice. Holy Lord Tianyan has really descended on Zawanzu. Hearing this, the city lord was slightly taken aback. Holy Master Tianyan? Who is this? But it hasn't waited for the city lord to say anything about asking for help and dispatching more powerful people. The black mist disappeared in an instant. Obviously, it was the other side of the altar that ended the communication. The city lord and the immortal soldier looked at each other in blank dismay. For a while, I was a little confused about the situation. What's going on? And in the Du family palace. On the same day, the news of the arrival of the Holy Master Yin came out. The entire Du family was shocked. Although it was guessed before, the other party is likely to come. But when the other party really set foot on Zawan, it still brought shock to everyone present. The Holy Lord of Tianyan has really come. Isn't he afraid of His Majesty the Emperor, whose family may break through to the Mahayana stage at any time? How could this person be so bold? They didn't take the Du family seriously at all. They are the Du family, but the royal family in ancient times. Today, His Majesty, who is close to the Mahayana period, is in charge. That day, Yin Sheng Lord. How dare you? For a while, everyone in the Du family was puzzled. Moreover, it is such a thing that someone really hits the door. For the Du family, it is completely incomprehensible. They are in Shiyuan continent, and they are well-deserved Earth Emperors. They have never been the only ones who have taken the place of others. It was the first time to be knocked at the door by others. For a time, everyone was in complicated moods. After a long time, the prince with the highest status said, "Does your Majesty know about this?" Someone on one side immediately shook his head. "After I got the news, I wanted to inform His Majesty immediately, but unfortunately, your Majesty is still in retreat, and the PHS is in flight mode, unable to get through. So I just left a message." Hearing this, everyone present was disappointed, although they feel aggrieved. But Holy Lord Yin was too evil that day. Even the Champion Ho can be beheaded. Everyone knows the strength of Champion Ho. So, accept your Majesty. No one is an opponent of the Holy Lord Tianyan. But some people are not reconciled. Can we lead the Lord Tianyan into the battle? My Du family is extremely powerful. It is rumored that even immortals can be trapped. Although we are not up to the mark, it is not too difficult to be trapped for a period of integration. As long as this person is trapped, he can be easily wiped out slowly. However, someone immediately retorted, "Didn't you see the past achievements of the Holy Master Tianyan in the short video on Wong? The Taoist Sex Dalian formation is no worse than our Du family's absolute formation. What happened in the end? Trapped the Holy Master Tianyan. Even the formation was directly snatched away by the Holy Lord Tianyan. Sacred Lord Tianyan's attainments in the Array Way. Even the masters of the Array Way in Ming Wangzhou would bow their heads when they saw it. What do you use to trap Holy Lord Tianyan?" Hearing this, everyone on 5.8 fell silent. Siege? No one said this at all. Less likely. Therefore, your Majesty will not leave. They really have nothing to do with the Lord Tianyan. After a long time, the prince shook his head. "Hey, if that's the case, forget it. Anyway, I'm waiting under the protection of the fairy artifact. Under such circumstances, so what if he is invincible? Holy Lord Tianyan, it's just a fusion period. Is it possible to sacrifice an immortal artifact to break the protection of my Du family's immortal artifact? So, why panic? When His Majesty leaves the customs, this son will undoubtedly die." Hearing this, the members of the Du family also looked much more relaxed. Indeed, he's indeed a monster. But no matter how evil, can you still sacrifice a fairy artifact during the fusion period? So, nothing to be afraid of. The Du family members have already prepared a countermeasure. That is no matter what the Lord Tianyan did outside the palace. They don't care. It was the Holy Master Tianyan who collapsed the mountain where their Du family worshipped their ancestors and had their ancestors. They absolutely won't care. They made up their minds. Just stick to the palace and wait for His Majesty to go out. Anyway, no matter how tough Lord Yin Sheng was that day, it is also impossible to come and die under the Du family's fairy weapon. But what the Du family didn't know was, their Majesty just woke up during 2 months of cultivation. Sitting cross-legged on the spot, I realized the benefits of this retreat. This retreat is God. In his opinion, in 2 or 3 years at most, he can conduct the last retreat and break through the Mahayana stage in one fell swoop. This made the Emperor of the Du family very happy. He glanced at PHS in flight state. Lots of voicemails. And the latest is today. Emperor Du's family frowned. And after listening to a few voice messages, his expression became even uglier. Holy Lord Yin, did he really come that day? How dare he? Emperor Du's family clenched his fists tightly, suppressing the anger in his heart. After all, no matter who it is, they will be furious if they are so underestimated by a cultivator whose cultivation level is so much lower than their own. But the Du family emperor was still calm. He thinks, Yichin must have a whole card. Otherwise, is the other party running to die? That day, Yin Shengzhu can become the #1 person on the bright side of today's cultivation world. It is definitely not a funeral. So, the opponent must have a whole card that can target him. So, I'm furious again. Also can't go out. If you really get out of the customs, you will be fooled. A sneer appeared on the face of the Du family emperor. Trying to lure me out? Impossible. If you, Holy Master Tianyan, have the ability, call in. Unfortunately, even though you bid for an immortal artifact, you have two sexes. But if you have not cultivated to the Mahayana stage, you will be unable to control it after all. So, let you be arrogant again. 3 years later, I will let you know what it means to be a real fairy. Emperor Du's family is very relaxed at the moment. Because that day, Holy Master Yin, no matter what ultimate move he prepared, I don't even know how to accept tricks, I only retreat with peace of mind. Unless that day, Yin Xingzhu can sacrifice a fairy artifact. Stand in front of yourself. But how is this possible? There was a faint smile on the face of the Du family emperor. Behind him was a shadowy figure, as if roaring at the sky. On the third day of arriving in Zawanzu, the flying boat has approached the center of Shiyuan continent. Today, Rixingren already knows the location of the Du family's own business. And this goes all the way. The general situation of Shiyuan continent. Yichin et al. Also concluded the same. It has to be said that the more you get over the situation in Zawanzu, the more you can feel the cruelty of the Du family. Under the rule of the Du family, the entire civilization of cultivating immortals in Zawanzu is under strict control. Just one. That is to establish a sect, you need to apply to the Du family. An application is still required to establish a sect. This is unimaginable in the entire world of cultivating immortals. It is precisely because of this regulation. The number of sects in Zawanza now is 90% less than before the arrival of the Du family. And many former first-class forces were wiped out by the Du family. Even the Holy Land was wiped out by the Du family. And the remaining sects and holy places also have to make offerings every year. Give 80% of the proceeds to the Du family. I can only keep 20% for myself. The four sides of the entire Shiyuan continent. It is even guarded by strong people, who are forbidden to leave Zawanzu for those cultivating immortals. And if there are immortal cultivators from other states coming, will be killed immediately. It is estimated that in these years, many great powers have disappeared in the Endless Sea. Many of them may have approached Zawanzu unintentionally and were killed. And in this closed condition, the Du family has an overview of most of the resources in the entire world of cultivating immortals. Become more and more powerful. In the major holy lands, the daily influence is getting weaker and weaker. It is said that 10 years ago, the Du family planned to control the number of immortal cultivators in Zawanzu. Each sect is only allowed to cultivate a certain number of outstanding disciples each year. Approved by Soul. If it is not approved, the cultivation of immortals will be prohibited. If one dares to cultivate immortality secretly, once discovered, the whole family will be imprisoned. This rule was just when the wind came out. He was opposed by the entire immortal world in Zawanzu. Although the Du family said it was because the environment in the world of cultivating immortals was getting worse and worse. The concentration of spiritual energy had dropped by 30% compared to the ancient times. The difficulty of cultivating immortals has increased, and the resources for cultivating immortals are insufficient. If there are too many immortal cultivators, no one will be able to become an immortal. So I plan to only allow those with high aptitude to cultivate immortals. As for those with low aptitude, don't waste your aura. In order to allow the world of cultivating immortals to last for a longer period of time. It sounds nice to say, but in fact, everyone in Zawanza knows about it. The Du family just wanted to reduce the number of immortal cultivators. After all, in the view of the Du family, the cultivation resources used by other cultivators are a waste. They should all be kept by the Du family. If it weren't for the fear of suddenly causing opposition among the immortal cultivators in the whole state, the Du family probably wanted to prohibit all cultivators outside the Du family from cultivating immortals. In short, the various operations of the Du family are extremely astonishing. If it is true that the Du family can rule the entire world of cultivating immortals, I am afraid that the holy land of Ming Wangzhou will not be left as an inheritance. It is difficult for future generations to cultivate immortality. The Du family may really prohibit anyone outside the Du family from cultivating immortals. What Yichin heard was outrageous. The Du family's move is a bit like the operation of the Earth's feudal dynasties who were unwilling to enlighten the people's wisdom. After all, as long as you succeed, the Du family no longer had to worry about rebellion, because there is not even a cultivator outside the Du family who would rebel. And the Du family exclusively enjoys the resources of the entire world of cultivating immortals. Create countless strong people. It is really possible to become an immortal dynasty in the world of cultivating immortals. Yichin didn't bother to comment on the Du family's bold idea. Anyway, in Yichin's opinion, the end of the Du family is already doomed. Beside Yichin, on the mature and beautiful face of Empress Dezhou, there was a little paleness. She is also practicing the heavenly dragon bagong. The closer you are to the palace, she is under more pressure. Moreover, during the recent period, Empress Dezhou felt unprecedented pressure and felt a little more gloomy and cold. Yichin gently held Empress Dezhou's jade hand. It's okay, soon you won't feel this way anymore. Empress Dezhou was a little worried and was about to say something. Behind Yichin, Elder Wong Changchun approached expectantly. Holy Master, we can already see the Du family's palace. The Du family's palace is just 100,000 miles away. Look, Holy Master, that gigantic peak that seems to penetrate the sky and the earth is the core peak of the Du family's palace. Emperor Du's family practiced on it. Besides, the members of the Du family have basically retreated here, so we have hardly encountered anyone with the blood of the Du family along the way. Yichin nodded upon hearing this. Looking at the huge Tongtian peak in the distance, he smiled. And the universal cauldron on Yichin's shoulder is still spinning continuously. Yichin stood on the bow of the spaceship. Dressed in white, she is as graceful as jade. In fact, there is no need for Wong Changchun to remind. Yichin also knew that he had arrived at the place. Because it is on the giant peak ahead, Yichin already felt a strong breath. This breath is dozens of times stronger than that of Champion Ho. It can be said that it is the most powerful aura that Yichin has ever encountered. Of course, this has to exclude Yichin himself. And Yichin saw it. It has also been able to pass through the blocking clouds and see above the peak. On the top of the peak that seems to be Tongtian, a man in a purple robe also stood there, looking at him, looking at each other. The corners of Yichin's mouth curled up slowly. And on top of the giant peak, the Du family's emperor, dressed in purple, stared at Yichin with an extremely gloomy expression. As a later stage of fusion, he is close to the existence of the Mahayana stage. Naturally, one can clearly perceive Yichin's majesty. Yichin didn't know when. It has broken through to the middle stage of integration, only a small realm lower than myself. This discovery made the Emperor Du's face extremely ugly. Although he is proud, he thinks that he is a peerless arrogance. If it can be born in Xingu, he is definitely a genius who can sweep the same generation all the way and finally become a fairy, dazzling an era. But he also admitted, Yichin's enchanting level is even better than his own. This kind of existence is unprecedented. Even Tianjiao, who was able to become a fairy in the ancient time, will be suppressed in front of Yichin. If I can be 2 small realms higher than Yichin, there may be a price to pay, but I still have the confidence to suppress Yichin. But if it is only a small realm higher than Yichin, the outcome is really unpredictable. Calculate the time, but it will break through the middle stage of fusion in 3 years. This is really evil and makes people feel uneasy. If such an existence appeared in Immortal Ancient, I am afraid that all the talents in the world will work together to destroy this area. If he doesn't die, my heart is restless. The murderous intent in the Du family's emperor's heart was even stronger, and the picture behind him was like a sea of anger. He made up his mind. After breaking through the Mahayana period, no matter what method is used, Yichin must be killed. Yichin looked at the Du family emperor and smiled faintly. Then he stepped out in one step, left the flying boat, and boarded 9 heavens. There will be a collision later on. The power is huge. So Yichin turned his head and said to Elder Wong Changchun, "Back." Wong Changchun immediately understood. And the immortal cultivators of Tianyan Holy Land on the flying boat all looked excited. They all know a great battle that could shock the world is about to begin. There were a few immortal cultivators who were anchors present. They couldn't bear it and took out the Immortal Network photostone, wanting to broadcast live. After all these months, on the fairy net, countless cultivators are still paying attention to where the Holy Master went after he left Mingwang Prefecture. Has it really arrived in Xiyuan Continent? Start the live broadcast now. The number of online viewers is definitely beyond imagination. The number of his own attention will inevitably skyrocket, and the audience enjoys watching it, and maybe they'll give a reward. So they are really excited and want to broadcast live. Taoist Kong Ming frowned immediately when he saw the actions of several people in the branch sect. How can you start the live broadcast without the permission of the Holy Master? Hearing this, those few people put down the Immortal Net photo stone in embarrassment. But at this moment, Yichin, who has set foot on 9 heavens, smiled lightly and said, "It's okay. You can live broadcast. Just so that they can know the fall of the Du family emperor at the first time. There is no obstacle in Shiyuan continent. The authorized refining forces of Xianwang Xilingtong can also start preparations and supply in advance. This will speed up the coverage of Xianwang Xilingtong. Yichin is not interested in pretending, because today's Yichin doesn't need to pretend at all. But there are good things that are always to be done." Hearing this, Taoist Kong Ming nodded immediately. "I understand, Holy Master." Then he looked at the cultivators who wanted to broadcast live. "You heard it. You can start the broadcast." On the other hand, Wong Changchun is very smart. He even immediately used his PHS to send a message to the Foreign Affairs Elder who was far away in Tianyan Holy Land. Tell him to set the live broadcast here to the top as soon as possible. And those cultivators have long wanted to broadcast live. Naturally, it will start broadcasting directly at this moment. The title of the live broadcast room has been thought of. The Holy Lord has come to the Du family's palace, and the battle is about to begin. And the response speed of the Foreign Affairs Elder was also very fast. Immediately, the live broadcast room was set to the top and placed on the homepage of the Xianwang live broadcast room. The Xianwang live broadcast room was extremely lively. Many immortal cultivators already have the habit of watching live broadcasts, posting barrage chats in major live broadcast rooms. In Wu Wukai's live broadcast room, today Wu Wukai is determined to be strong, and he wants to return to the Monster Beast Mountain Range during the live broadcast and find trouble with the fox demon who hanged him. Even more swear, "If I can't fight this time," really swallowed the sword. And it's not just swallowing your own, but also the senior sisters. Swallow it all. For a while, the barrage was extremely lively. They were all urging Wu Wukai not to be beaten at all, but to swallow it up. But right now, there was a colorful barrage in the live broadcast room that attracted many immortal cultivators. Someone broadcasted the live broadcast of Senior Tianyan Xingzhu. Senior Tianyan Xingzhu is now in front of the Du family's palace. The battle is about to start. As soon as this barrage comes out, it immediately attracted the attention of millions of immortal cultivators. These days, everyone has been speculating whether the Holy Master intends to go to Zaiwanzu with the branch people of Tianyan Holy Land. The result really went, and now it's in front of the Du family's palace? Real or fake? Immediately, countless people exited the studio, and Wu Wukai was taken aback, seeing the sharp drop in the number of people in the live broadcast room. What happened? Have you failed yourself? But soon he also saw what happened from the barrage. Immediately, he turned to the Immortal Net photo stone and said, "Fellow Taoists, there is a live broadcast of Senior Tianyan Sacred Master. If there is nothing to say, you must not miss it. Next time I will deal with that fox demon." Fortunately, he escaped unharmed today. After finishing speaking, Wu Wukai simply and neatly played the broadcast. Even the anchor ran away. Some of the few viewers left, Zhao Nuozho, were speechless and immediately exited the studio. On the first row of the homepage, I found the live broadcast room of the Holy Lord and immediately clicked in. Then the immortal cultivator who came in was surprised to find out they're just a few dozen breaths late. But the number of viewers in the live broadcast room has reached 1 billion, and it keeps climbing. Some immortal cultivators even called their PHS to tell their friends to come and watch the live broadcast. In short, the number of people in the live broadcast room soared faster than expected. The immortal cultivator, who was the first to start the live broadcast, was the leader of the Tianyan Holy Land. Looking at the number of people in the live broadcast room, his eyes widened in disbelief. Just started airing. There are 3 billion immortal cultivators watching it. This definitely broke the record of the Xianwang live broadcast room. It's incredible. Sure enough, don't worry about big anchors, peerless fairies, and the like. Truth on the top class in the world of cultivating immortals. It has to be your own Holy Master. This appeal, absolutely. The live broadcast room has only just started. The number of viewers ushered in a hurricane, and the live broadcast screen was facing Yichin standing on the sky, looking at the Tianyan Holy Lord who was dressed in white. Countless cultivators were immediately excited. Holy Lord's previous battles were broadcast live with pictures at the beginning, and then short videos were continuously posted. When the live broadcast application came out, I felt that the biggest use of the Xianwang live room was to live broadcast the scene of the Holy Lord's battle. Now I finally see it. This is the real-time live broadcast, and you can see the battle scene for the first time. Oh my god, it's already 5 billion viewers. It's unbelievable. Holy Master still looks the same, but why is there another small cauldron on Holy Master's shoulder? Huh? Really, it looks familiar. It seems to be exactly the same as the immortal artifact Huanyu cauldron that the Holy Master bid for before. But this is actually an immortal artifact? How is it possible? It can't be a fairy weapon. It's probably a counterfeit. That's true. Immortal artifacts can only be controlled in the Mahayana stage. Although the Holy Master is against the sky, he is still in the fusion stage after all. Many immortal cultivators were attracted by the small cauldron on Yichin's shoulder. Some people even exclaimed, but soon calmed down. Indeed, it can't be a fairy. After all, the Holy Lord is a fusion period. 453 In the world of cultivating immortals, there are many magic weapons and treasures of immortal cultivators, all of which imitate the appearance of immortal weapons. This situation is not uncommon. They only thought that the Lord Tianyan paid special attention to the Emperor Du's family. That's why the Lord Tianyan, who has never used weapons, brought a Taoist weapon this time. The live broadcast room was extremely lively. They are all looking forward to the next big battle, and at the same time looking for the figure of the Du family emperor. Unfortunately, they never saw the figure of the Du family emperor. I just saw the majestic palace of the Du family. The Du family's palace has amazed many immortal cultivators. It was spectacular, really worthy of the ancient royal family. Even hiding in Zawan, its scale is still far larger than most holy places. Countless people were discussing in the live broadcast room. At the same time, they are waiting for the appearance of the Du family emperor. After all, today's Yichin Holy Land is blocked to the door. With the style of the Du family, the Du family couldn't bear it anymore. And in the Du family's emperor's face was indeed getting uglier. At their level, as long as there is a reason, they can easily hear any sound. That's why Yichin allowed to speak on the live broadcast. He also heard clearly. In Yichin's mouth, it seemed that he was bound to die, to live broadcast his own death, then cover the PHS market to Zawanzu as soon as possible. It was too arrogant, too deceitful. He wished he could rush out and kill Yichin immediately. However, the Du family emperor tried his best to keep himself calm. Don't be fooled. He felt that Yichin did it on purpose. I just said this on purpose, trying to irritate myself and trick myself into leaving the protection range of the fairy artifact. If you go out by yourself, that is the fulfillment of the wish of the Lord Tianyan. Therefore, the Du family emperor continued to stand safely on the top of the giant peak. At the same time, I entered the Xianwang live broadcast room. Go to watch the live stream for myself. But it's okay not to see it. As soon as I saw my blood pressure, it went up immediately. A live broadcast room with billions of people, and the number of viewers is still soaring. Among them, there are naturally countless barrages. The number of bullet screens cannot be described by the word swipe screen. And Emperor Du looked at the barrage. His face quickly darkened. Because in the live broadcast room, many viewers didn't understand why the Du family emperor hadn't appeared yet. Is it possible that the Du family emperor is in seclusion? I don't think so. The emperor of the Du family didn't dare to go to Ming Wangzhou to take revenge before. It was definitely because of fear. Now that the Holy Master Tianyan came to the door, there was no one in the Du family who felt it. Even if the emperor of the Du family was in seclusion, he might have been awakened long ago, but now he dared not come out. The situation was already clear. The emperor of the Du family is really afraid of the Holy Lord. I heard that the champion is the uncle of the emperor of the Du family. If the uncle of the Du family dies, he dare not take revenge on the sole emperor of this generation. Indeed, I think most of the Du family's emperors, Sophia, are in the realm of piling up resources, and their talents are mostly like that. If I was born in the Du family, I might have already reached the Mahayana stage, and I am even stronger than him. That's right, they've all been knocked on the door. The Du family's emperor didn't dare to come out. He doesn't have the heart of a strong man at all. He's not as good as me. I think I can do it. There is a difference of two small realms. Even the emperor of the Du family dare not dare. What a shame this emperor of the Du family is. It's boring. I thought it was a world-shattering battle, but I didn't expect the emperor of the Du family to be like this, disappointed. This is the ancient royal family? On the fairy net. Most immortal cultivators have always spoken like this, looking down on this or that. Just open your mouth, and I'll do it if you keep your mouth shut. Immortal cultivators who are currently in Mingwang Prefecture and Great Yanzhou. Many immortal cultivators have become accustomed to this kind of online speech by immortal cultivators. Anyway, He is as fierce as a tiger above the fairy net, and as cowardly as a dog offline. But although the Emperor of the Du family had a PHS, he didn't have much access to the internet. I just watch Yichin's news occasionally. At this moment, I saw these bullet screens aimed at myself. Immediately the blood surged up. No one has ever dared to say that about him. You can do it too? There are two small realms between me and the Holy Master Tianyan. That day, Yin Xingzhu's breakthrough speed was ridiculously fast. It's already the middle stage of integration. We are only a small realm away. You are blind and cannot see. And what else did I rely on resources to pile up? There are so many people in the Du family. Why is it that I have a realm piled up? There are also those who say that their realm is too watery. There are also those who say that they are cowardly and do not have the heart of a strong man. The proud emperor of the Du family, who grew up surrounded by countless flattery and respectful voices. It was the first time to experience such a scene. The emperor of the Du family even wanted to send barrage to the line. Let these people who dare to slander themselves leave their names. When they break through the Mahayana stage, they will inevitably implicate their sect family, relatives, and friends. It's a pity that the emperor of the Du family didn't have identity verification, so he couldn't send out barrage. Being stimulated by the barrage, the Du family emperor was really aggrieved. So the Du family emperor, who didn't intend to make a sound and pretended to be retreating, couldn't help it now. This moment, the emperor of the Du family snorted coldly and said, "Holy Master Tianyan, you are too arrogant. It's just a breakthrough to the middle stage of fusion, so I can't wait to run here to die. It's a pity that I'm at a critical moment now, and I can't go out and kill you. But even if I can't make a move, what can you do? Under the cover of the fairy weapon, can you hurt my Du family? You came here this time. After all, you are incompetent and furious. After I break through, I will naturally take action and give you death, including your clan, your holy land, and your Taoist companions. All of them must die. I will let you know what it means to be angry with the emperor and lay down millions of corpses." The words of Emperor Du's family spread mightily throughout the entire world. Countless cultivators who watched the live broadcast widened their eyes when they heard these words. When the Du family emperor's voice fell, the immortal cultivators in the live broadcast room were all stunned for an instant, because the Du family emperor revealed a piece of news. That is the Holy Master Tianyan, who has broken through again. This is really amazing. Before, the outside world was releasing 2 new applications in succession because of Tianyan Xingzhu, and it often appears in the public eye. No sign of retreat. Based on this guess, the Lord Tianyan may have encountered a bottleneck or other problems. The subsequent breakthrough speed may not be as outrageous as before. So, at this moment, most of the cultivators still believe that the Lord Tianyan is a cultivation base in the early stage of fusion. After all, look at today's cultivators. Only Emperor Du's cultivation was higher than Yichin's. Other cultivators are not qualified to see through Yichin's realm at all. At this moment, I heard the words of Emperor Du's family. This is the first time I heard this shocking news. The Lord Tianyan is already in the middle stage of fusion. How long has it been? Although the breakthrough speed of the Holy Master before was faster than this time. But the problem is, now the Holy Lord is already in the integration period. The breakthrough is a little slower than before, which is normal. Besides, even if it is a little slower, this slowness is compared with the Holy Master himself. As for the other cultivators, they're still out of reach. In just 3 years, he broke through a small realm during the integration period, changed to other cultivators. Not to mention the fusion period. Even in the foundation building period, breaking through a small realm in 3 years is an incredible speed. Holy Master's breakthrough speed is still so heaven-defying. We have reached the stage of fusion and still break through in 3 years. I don't doubt whether the Holy Master can become a fairy in 100 years. It's no wonder that the Emperor of the Du family didn't dare to come out. He hasn't broken through the great vehicle yet, and he is only a small gap away from the Holy Master. It is absolutely impossible for him to be the opponent of the Holy Master. Indeed, the Holy Master has already proved with his own achievements that he is invincible at the same level, but he is still invincible after crossing a small realm. It is understandable that the Du family emperor dare not go out now. Yes, looking at the world of immortal cultivation, so many immortal cultivators who were a small realm higher than the Holy Master all died at the hands of the Holy Master. It is normal for the Du family emperor to be afraid, and he even found a reason, saying that he was retreating to cover up for a while. I can save face. I have to apologize to the Emperor of the Du family, because even with a small difference in realm, I can't do it. Looking at the barrage, the corner of Du's Emperor's mouth couldn't help twitching. After my own words, the wind direction of the barrage seems to have changed. No longer sneer at yourself like before. But the Du family Emperor looked at those words and felt extremely uncomfortable. What does it mean that there is only a small difference in realm? It's normal for me to be afraid and afraid. Can't you hear what I'm saying behind? I'm in retreat. It's not convenient for me to go out. There are even bullet screens from immortal cultivators, boasting that they have found a good reason to avoid the war without losing face. The Emperor of the Du family stared at the speech IDs of these bullet screens and set them down. He planned to search through the entire world of cultivating immortals to find them and tear them into pieces. Because of these bullet screens, he actually guessed his true thoughts. It's time to kill. But, although the cultivators were amazed at the breakthrough speed of Lord Tianyan, but they are not optimistic about this battle. Without him, regardless of whether the Emperor of the Du family was really unable to come out to fight because of retreat. But it is true that the Du family Emperor is under the protection of the immortal artifact at this moment. In front of the mountain, all living beings are equal. Only immortal artifacts can counteract immortal artifacts. The breakthrough speed of Lord Tianyan is indeed astonishing. But the problem is, the Lord Tianyan is still in the integration period after all, rather than Mahayana period. Therefore, even if Tianyan Holy Land now has 2 immortal artifacts, but the Lord Tianyan still couldn't bring out anyone, not to mention breaking the Du family's palace. If the Lord Tianyan insists on breaking in, under the coverage of the fairy artifact, there is only one dead end. So, even the Lord Tianyan is now in the middle stage of fusion. The real combat power may have surpassed the Du family's emperor, who was close to the Mahayana period. But the Du family emperor did not take the initiative to come out. The Lord Tianyan still has nothing to do with the Du family, can only return without success. And when the Emperor of the Du family breaks through the Mahayana period, he can control the fairy Du. Then there is bound to be a disaster. Thinking of this, the bullet screens in the live broadcast room once again swipe the screen. Although the Holy Master is strong, he is not strong enough after all. What a pity. That's right, although the Holy Master's combat power is against the sky, he can't control the fairy weapon, and he won't be able to get in after all. If we wait for the Du family's emperor to break through the Mahayana period, the current situation will inevitably be reversed. Yeah, the one who will be blocked at that time is probably the Lord Tianyan. It's a pity. The Holy Master is too young after all. If he had been born 20 years earlier, he might be in the Mahayana period now. Slow step by step, slow step by step. When the Du family's emperor breaks through the Mahayana stage, the entire world of cultivating immortals will undergo major changes. A great master of the Mahayana stage who can control immortal weapons is no different from an immortal in today's world of cultivating immortals. There was a lot of discussion in the live broadcast room. Emperor Du's family saw this. Zero asked for flowers. A smile finally appeared on his face. You Yichin are indeed amazingly talented. But after all, it is too young. Wait for me to break through the Mahayana period first. It will kill you with a thunderbolt and never give you any chance to grow. Think here. The Du family emperor sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. Anyway, I just don't go out. He wants to see how long Yichin can block outside the Du family's palace. Everything on the fairy net can't affect Yichin in the slightest. As for the words of Emperor Du's family, it just made the corner of Yichin's mouth twitch into a smile. Do you think you can sit back and relax by hiding in the palace? Think I'm only in the mid-stage of fusion, so I can't control the fairy weapon? Unfortunately, you guessed wrong. I really have a magic weapon. Yichin never likes to talk nonsense about things that have nothing to do with interests. Just in the eyes of countless immortal cultivators, slowly extended his palm. The next moment, the small cauldron that had been spinning on Yichin's shoulder flew out slowly and landed in Yichin's hand. See Yichin in action. There was an immediate reaction in the live broadcast room, and everyone was curious about what the main thing was going to be. After all, although the small cauldron was exactly the same as the Huanyu cauldron, no one thought it would be a fairy weapon. It should only be a Taoist-level imitation with the same appearance. Is the Holy Master unwilling to give up, planning to bombard the Du family with Dao weapons? And in the Du family, Emperor Du's family is also paying attention to Yichin. Seeing Yichin's movements, he frowned slightly. What is the Holy Lord Tianyan planning to do? Emperor Du's family also knew Huanyu Ding, and had seen it in the short video. But he didn't think it was real either. Because even in the Mahayana period to control the immortal weapon, it is only relying on the power of the domain to forcibly control it. The immortal power of the fairy weapon itself cannot be controlled at all. Because it is not the owner of the fairy artifact at all, it has not been recognized, and it is just barely used. As for the small tripod, Xianwei didn't even send out that day. If it is said that the small tripod is a fairy weapon, doesn't that mean that the Holy Master Tianyan, who is not yet in the Mahayana period, has been recognized by the immortal weapon? Controlling the immortal artifact is easier than in the Mahayana period. Even Xianwei can control it? How can this be? Therefore, the emperor of the Du family looked leisurely. I don't care about Yichin's actions. However, when Yichin gently raised his hand, the small cauldron in his hand instantly ignited a monstrous flame and flew to the sky above the Du family's palace, becoming incomparably huge. An incomparably terrifying aura rose up along with it. The eyes of Emperor Du's family immediately widened. The pupils are full of inconceivable. It is like a small tripod that is an imitation of Huanyu tripod. Under the gaze of countless people, from Yichin's hand, it slowly flew out, and it was located above the Du family's palace. Next moment, the small tripod became huge. Endless divine fire erupted from the tripod body. The flames were like a sea, and the sky was full of swelling. The breathtaking Xianwei burst out in an instant. The terrifying power boiled and flooded the entire world. All the cultivators in Zawanzu, no matter where they are, no matter what they are, no matter how far they are from the Du family. At this moment, they all felt a terrifying force sweeping towards them. Make them shiver. This power is no longer what the strong can describe. That is a power that is completely higher than that of a cultivator. Let them have no desire to resist at all. I want to worship from the bottom of my heart. And the closest 857 to Yichin is the group from Tianyan Holy Land. All under this celestial power, their complexions changed drastically. The flying boat couldn't continue to fly and crashed to the ground, making a rumbling sound. And the mountain peaks that were a little closer all collapsed, shaking the ground like a scene of doomsday. As for the Du family, everyone in the Du family was trembling and panicking. Their seriousness is full of disbelief. And the Du family emperor, who is located above the giant peak, looking up at the Huanyu crystal that is constantly falling in the sky and flowing with divine fire. His eyes were full of disbelief. This Xianwei, no doubt, the little cauldron hovering on Yichin's shoulder, was undoubtedly a fairy weapon. But how is this possible? The Lord Tianyan is just the strength of the fusion stage. Can really control the fairy weapon? This is really unreasonable. After all, there has never been such a thing in the millions of years of history of cultivators. The most important thing is that Yichin is not just like the Mahayana period, simply controlling the fairy weapon. Instead, it has truly gained the approval of the fairy weapon. It can actually restrain the immortal power of the fairy weapon. This made him even more horrified. What is going on? As for the Xianwang live broadcast room, even through the lens, separated by hundreds of millions of miles, the Huanyu Ding did not really appear in front of him, but they still felt the immortal power. That's real Xianwei. They have felt it in the short video of Xianwang. And today, they feel it again. The small cauldron held by Holy Lord Tianyan is not a fake at all, but a real fairy. This moment, the entire world of cultivating immortals fell into a loss of voice. Countless cultivators opened their mouths involuntarily, but no sound came out. And in the live broadcast room of Xianwang, it fell into a strange king of silence. Obviously, there are close to 8 billion online viewers. However, in the live broadcast room, there was not a single barrage. It was unimaginably quiet. Obviously, the scene before them was really beyond their imagination. Holy Master Tianyan. It's actually possible to control the fairy weapon in the realm of the fusion stage. It's outrageous. After a long time, when the cultivator recovered, the number of barrage in the live broadcast room skyrocketed. What's going on? Isn't it only in the Mahayana stage that one can control the immortal weapon? How did the Holy Master do it? Unbelievable, really unbelievable. What is going on? The Holy Master actually came to the door with a fairy weapon. No wonder I thought it was weird before. With the Holy Master's traditional style of doing things, it is impossible to do useless work. Now the truth is finally revealed. But it's just outrageous. Although this matter is unbelievable, How about the unbelievable things that the Holy Master has done? That's true. The outrageous breakthrough speed of the Holy Master, the Tianyan PHS created, and the combat power that surpasses the level to kill the enemy like eating and drinking water. The incredible things created by the Holy Lord, there are already too many. It seems that there is really no shortage of this one thing. Countless cultivators in the entire world of cultivating immortals shook at this moment. The number of people in the Xianwang live broadcast room soared again. Many immortal cultivators who have things to do now and plan to go back and watch clips and short videos. After hearing the news, they couldn't bear it anymore and rushed into the live broadcast room directly. The record for the number of people online in the live broadcast room was broken again. Directly exceeded 10 billion online users. And the rewarding audience is even more countless. What kind of spiritual weapon gift, Taoist tool gift? These gifts are enough to make the anchor laugh out loud on weekdays. At this moment, it's just a normal refresh. And the large rewards such as immortal artifacts, which are rarely seen in ordinary times, were frantically swiped out. It can be seen how shocked the immortal cultivators in the entire immortal cultivating world are at this moment. Their mood has never been so excited as it is at this moment. The fire is all over the sky. The whole world seemed to be turned into a sea of flames. In the divine fire, there are endless mysterious writings imprinted on the void. Every fairy text seems to have an infinite power zone. The Huanyu Ding slowly rotated and landed slowly towards the Du family's palace. The indestructible palace formation of the Du family's palace is shining brightly at this moment. But he couldn't resist Xianwei at all. The divine light dimmed in an instant, become shaky, as if it was about to shatter in the next moment. This is the power of the fairy weapon. Even in Yichin's hands, he couldn't be mobilized with real power, but just to be awakened. The power contained in it is beyond imagination. In the face of this power, there is no power to counteract it at all. Even if it is difficult to escape, they can only wait for death. This is the magic weapon, the most terrifying weapon in the world of cultivating immortals. Countless cultivators are watching. The formation waiting for the Du family's palace was crushed. But right now, a ray of light shot out from above the main peak of the Du family. That ray of light seemed to penetrate the world and shatter the prehistoric world. Also carrying the fairy text, it hit the Huanyu Ding. Although it couldn't cause any damage to Huanyu Ding, but it stopped the falling trend of Huanyu Ding. The next moment, a completely different celestial power rose from the Du family's palace. Two different strands of Xianwei are built together in an instant. The terrifying fluctuation instantly shattered the entire void. It turned into a huge black hole. All the immortal cultivators present in Tianyan Holy Land. There are also a group of 0.7 immortal cultivators in the Du family who are all frightened. Their breathing is suppressed, and they can't breathe. And in the live broadcast room, countless cultivators stared wide-eyed at this scene that can only be seen once in this life. Because everyone knows it. This is the immortal artifact of the Du family, which was revived after being activated by the Huanyu Ding's aura. This is not the kind that is enslaved. It was its spirituality that allowed the immortal artifact to recover by itself. Really, in the next moment, the sound of a dragon's roar spread throughout Xiyuan continent. In the Du family, it seemed that a real dragon flew out. The real dragon is resplendent, even more dazzling than the sun. It made the eyes of countless immortal cultivators shed tears involuntarily. However, they still saw clearly. The immortal soldier flying out of the Du family was a sword. This sword seems to have come from the ancient times. With the aura of penetrating everything, it made the heavens shake. The fairy soldier of the Du family, Taiwan's sword, was born. In the live broadcast room, countless cultivators looked at this scene and held their breath. Looking at this rare scene of immortal artifact confrontation. The Taiwan sword, that is the Taiwan sword, the fairy artifact left by the ancestors of the Du family. It is said that when the Du family was destroyed, the Taiwan sword flew away automatically from the restraint of other immortal artifacts, but unexpectedly returned to the Duan family's hands. The body of the sword is the head of a dragon, the pattern on it looks like a dragon's claws, and the hilt looks like a dragon's tail. It is a real big sun. It is not as dazzling as this Taiwan sword. Looking at it from across the live broadcast room, both eyes are extremely painful. To be honest, since the ancient immortals disappeared, the cultivators of immortals have been declining more and more. I thought that I would never have the chance to see the confrontation between immortal soldiers in this life, but I never thought that today my wish has come true. Even though I have seen it with my own eyes now, it is still hard for me to imagine how the Holy Master did all this with his cultivation in the mid-stage of fusion. In the Xianwang live broadcast room, there was an uproar. Tens of billions of cultivators at the same time. Looking at this shocking scene, Xianwei is colliding. A phoenix flew out of the Huan Yuding, and the Taihuang sword is the body of a real dragon. The two directly collide. 05. The terrifying fluctuations made the earth tremble, and the void shattered. Whether it is the experts in the Tianyan Holy Land in the distance, he is still the strongest in the Du family. All are pale. Even though they were prepared, many immortal cultivators vomited blood and flew backwards. However, the immortal weapon war that the immortal cultivators were looking forward to did not happen. The fairy artifact, after several collisions, it turned out to be quiet, each stand in a position, as if in confrontation, except that the endless celestial power has never dissipated. The two immortal weapons turned out to have never attacked each other again. In the live broadcast room of Immortal Network, some immortal cultivators were puzzled. But soon someone explained, immortal artifact confrontation is like this. Unless it is an immortal who can display the true power of an immortal weapon. Under the immortals, controlling the immortal weapon is only reluctant after all. Immortal artifacts are relying on their own spirituality to fight. So after a brief collision, they will confront each other and restrain them. To explain, tens of billions of immortal cultivators suddenly realized. They all understand. Although the confrontation between immortal artifacts is vast, it is the focus of today's battle. Today's victory or defeat still depends on people. Fairy artifacts are just decoration. Therefore, they all set their sights on the Lord Tianyan. Now the Du family's Mountain Guard immortal artifact has been restrained. Even if the Du family emperor hid in the palace, he could no longer avoid the battle. That's obvious. The next battle was inevitable. And for the next battle, most of the cultivators believed that the Lord Tianyan would surely win. After all, the Lord Tianyan is now in the middle stage of fusion. There is only a small difference from Emperor Du's family. In the case of only a small boundary difference, the Lord Tianyan has never lost. So they all believe that this was a battle whose ending was doomed. But there are also a small number of immortals who feel that the outcome may not be so clear. After all, Emperor Du's family is close to the Mahayana stage. It is not an unusual post-merge existence. It may not be that simple for the Lord Tianyan to win. And on top of the giant peak, Emperor Du's eyelids twitched. He hadn't thought of it. Yichin can really control the fairy weapon. He is the dignified emperor of the Du family, the closest existence in the world of cultivating immortals to the Mahayana period. The door was actually blocked by someone with a fairy weapon, and his own celestial weapon, Taiwang's sword, was restrained at this moment, unable to guard the mountain gate. This means that the Lord Tianyan can really get in. This result, in the heart of Emperor Du's family, there is fear and anger. The fear was because of Yichin's various methods, which were really unexpected. Make him suspicious. How could there be such monsters in the world? But anger is, the Lord Tianyan is deceiving people too much. I don't want to fight, I just want stability. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Although the Du family emperor seeks stability. But when things came to an end, his eyes became fierce, murderous, and he was not afraid of fighting. He also has his own self-confidence. That day, the holy master Yin was indeed against the sky. But I am the emperor of the Du family, and my daily life is not as good as writing. I am a small realm higher than Tianyan Xingzhu. Now it is even more reversed, and it does not hesitate to be enchanted, and its combat power has greatly increased. You Yichin, think that you can kill me if you come to the door with a fairy weapon and hold back my Du family Taiwan sword? I will let you know. You are just asking for your own death. All your opportunities will belong to me. Now, Yichin, who never likes nonsense, has made great strides. Standing down from a high position, he punched towards Du's mountain gate. The terrifying fist shadow seems to be able to smash the sky and the earth. The Du family's mountain gate formation, which was already on the verge of collapse because of Xianwei, was even more precarious and dimmed. Obviously can't support a few times. Everyone in the Du family was terrified at this scene. Holy Master Tianyan, it's really against the sky. Across the large formation, one could feel the oppressive force brought by the Lord Tianyan. Tianyan Xingzhu's enemy is really too depressing. Now, even members of the Du family had doubts in their hearts. I suspect that my majesty can really stop the Lord Tianyan. On the giant peak, the Du family emperor looked gloomy. The terrifying magic energy is boiling at this moment. Holy Lord Tianyan, don't be arrogant. Since you want to seek death, then I will help you. Horror magic sound, mighty world. A big hand, tainted with devilish energy, protruded from the Du family's palace. The big hand is so huge that it seems to cover the sky and the sun, enough to cover the whole world. This is as if the real God's hand just appeared. The vibrating void collapsed, the earth trembled, and cracks appeared. The big hand directly blocked the shadow of the fist blasted by the Lord Tianyan. Immediately, he directly grabbed Tianyan, Holy Lord himself. In this scene, the countless immortal cultivators who watched were stunned. When the big hand appeared, they felt an indescribable coercion. Although not as good as Xianwei, it is also extremely terrifying. There is no immortal cultivator who can stop it. It was much greater than the coercion brought to them by the invincible champion Ho that day. Is this the closest existence to the Mahayana period in the world of cultivating immortals? Sure enough, it should not be underestimated. Countless cultivators who watched the exhibition became cautious. They all understand now. Emperor Du's family is by no means weak. And in the Du family, His Majesty finally made a move. And as soon as he made a move, there was such power and influence that it covered the entire sky and plunged time into darkness. Such vast means excited everyone in the Du family. However, some ancestors of the Du family frowned. It is reasonable to say that his own Tianlong Bagong should be magnificent, and it is one of the most domineering fairy scriptures in the world. There should be no magic energy. Why did His Majesty take action, as if a demon god descended? This is really strange. But at this moment, it is not the time to think about these things. The big hands that covered the sky imprisoned the entire void and directly grabbed the Lord Tianyan. Horror and demonic energy filled every inch of space. The figure of the Lord Tianyan was instantly submerged. This scene was watched by countless immortal cultivators. Everyone in the Du family looked excited. His Majesty made a move. It really is extraordinary. The Lord Tianyan, who came with the fairy artifact. Sure enough, he was looking for a dead end. The Emperor of the Du family finally made a move. The whole Du family was excited, and the countless viewers in the Xianwang live broadcast room are also awake at this moment. The Lord Tianyan is indeed a monster, but the Du family's emperor is also a peerless arrogance. Sitting on the resource support of the entire Zaiwanzu, it is a small realm higher than the Tianyan Holy Lord, and it is in existence close to the Mahayana period. Impossible to fall so easily. So next, there will inevitably be a world-shattering battle. Maybe it won't end as one-sided as they expected. The big hand, as if a demon god came down to the world, suddenly enveloped Yichin. But the next moment, a ray of divine light burst out from the big hand, hitting the sky. Shoot that big hand directly. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. The magic hand exploded. The sky and the earth are clear again. Yichin, who was dressed in white, still stood there indifferently, with a calm expression. In this scene, the blood of countless immortal cultivators who watched the live broadcast of Xianwang. The Lord Tianyan is indeed as powerful as ever. The demonic hand that covered the sky and the sun seemed to be descending from a demonic corpse. But even the corner of the clothes of Holy Lord Tianyan couldn't be hurt. Being able to see such scenes with their own eyes through the live broadcast made many immortal cultivators feel refreshed. The tipping started quickly, to express the joy in my heart. But the mood of the Du family was raised. But right now, on the huge peak that runs through the Tongtian land, the sound of a dragon's roar can be heard. The Du family emperor, who was wearing a golden imperial robe, stepped forward and descended to the 9 heavens to confront Yichin. His figure is tall and straight, and his expression is stern. The domineering aura on his body is mixed with devilish aura, which is extremely strange but powerful. The Du family emperor stared at Yichin coldly. I wanted to let you live a few more years, but you insisted on seeking your own death. In that case, I will personally send you on your way. Just now, Yichin shattered the devil's hand, which didn't surprise the Du family emperor. Because if Yichin didn't have the strength, how could he kill Champion Ho? Emperor Du's family had expected it, but he still has confidence. Although I have never broken through the Mahayana, but reached the peak in the later stage of the fusion. It even reversed the heavenly skill, and the combat power skyrocketed. With myself in this state, why can't I kill Yichin? As for Yichin against the sky, that's nothing more than paying a price. As long as you can kill Yichin, everything is worth it. Listen to the words of Emperor Du's family. Yichin looked extremely calm, didn't even bother to speak. Now that the Du family emperor has come out, let's make a quick decision. Above the sky, the horses are still confronting each other. Yichin raised his hand, and several beams of light instantly appeared on his fingertips. The void was pierced in an instant. When it reappeared, it was already in front of the Du family emperor. In the next moment, his physical body will be pierced. The Du family emperor's face was gloomy, and he let out a loud roar. At this moment, the Du family emperor seemed to spit out a galaxy. The terrifying galaxy and light beam collided together, and the sound of a shocking explosion resounded throughout. In the next moment, both of them disappeared into nothingness. At this scene, the audience in the live broadcast room were amazed. The Holy Lord has fought so many times. The Emperor of the Du family was really the first existence who could defuse the Holy Master's attack with such ease. Emperor of the Du family. This immortal cultivation world is closest to the existence of the Mahayana period. Sure enough, the reputation is well-deserved, and the combat power is beyond imagination. They are looking forward to the next battle. Many immortal cultivators are guessing that in this battle, the Du family emperor may be able to truly force the Holy Lord's whole card. They can finally see it too. Where is the limit of the Holy Lord? Yichin didn't even bother to answer what he said. Even shot directly, The Du family emperor immediately noticed Yichin's attitude. It turned out to be a quick decision, so I didn't bother to talk nonsense to myself. Such an attitude made the Du family emperor completely furious. You are too arrogant. Emperor Du's family gritted his teeth and would make Yichin pay for his arrogance. At the moment of making a sound, this time the Du family emperor took the lead to leave the people. He opened his big hands and made seals. The mysterious power boiled from the body of the Du family emperor in an instant. The terrifying, devilish energy blackened half of the sky at this moment. Behind the Emperor Du's family, 9 shadows circled out. These 9 phantoms are all like ancient great demons, fierce and powerful. Accompanied by the seal of the Du family emperor, the 8 phantoms rushed out in an instant, turning into black dragons about several thousand meters long in an instant. On the bodies of these black dragons, there is a monstrous, devilish energy. It was so cold that it made people feel as if their eyes were about to be frozen. 9 black dragons that seemed to come from the demon realm, with a length of about 1,000 meters, rushed towards Yichin. With the invincible power of the dragon claw, it is obvious that it will tear Yichin to pieces. This is absolutely supreme. Each of these black dragons has power beyond the ordinary. You can raise your hand to destroy any existence. Kowloon all out. It seems to have the power to destroy the world. Countless onlookers watching this scene were amazed. The blood of the Du family was boiling with excitement, although they don't understand why their majesty has such a devilish energy on him. But they all expected Yichin to be completely torn apart by the black dragon. And Yichin looked at the roaring black dragon. The corners of the mouth curl up. I just got the real dragon treasure technique. Unexpectedly, he met the Du family emperor and other opponents mainly composed of dragon Shintong. The existence of the Du family emperor is simply training himself. Yichin has acquired 10 fierce supernatural powers, such as the true dragon treasure technique. I've been wanting to try it for a long time. Now I finally have the chance. Immediately, Yichin formed a seal with both hands. A dragon chant resounded from within Yichin's body. This dragon chant is extremely mighty, different from the dark and cold roar of the demon dragon. It has infinite domineering aura. It was as if the legendary dragon had come back to life. This moment, among the immortal cultivators watching the live broadcast in the entire immortal cultivation world, countless monks who practiced dragon's supernatural powers felt that they were being suppressed and unconsciously wanted to surrender. But in Zaiwanzu, the dragon's chant resounded, whether it is on the land of Shiyuan continent or in the nearby sea area. As long as it is a monster with a thin dragon bloodline, they all froze in an instant. It was as if they had encountered an existence that could innately restrain them. And the 9-headed black dragon came roaring, trying to tear the entire world apart. It turned out to stop the divine form abruptly in an instant. It seemed that he never dared to take half a step closer. Countless cultivators who watched this scene were shocked. What kind of supernatural power is Tianyan Holy Master trying to use? Haven't really money being played yet. There is such a power unexpectedly. Shocked the 9-headed dragon directly? It's incredible. And in front, the Du family emperor who was looking at Yichin with a sneer, waiting for Yichin to fight with the dragon, looking for a chance to give Yichin a fatal blow. At this moment, his face changed drastically, because at this moment, he also felt an oppressive force. It was as if the other party was a higher-ranking existence, innately suppressing himself. But how is this possible? The exercises I have practiced are the real fairy scriptures. It is a technique created by the ancestors when they watched the real dragon battle above the immortals. What is the realm of our ancestors? The created technique has the breath of a real dragon, which can suppress all dragons innately. It can be said that among the world's supernatural powers of dragons, the Du family's heavenly dragon Bagong is definitely the most well-deserved number 1. So the Du family was in its heyday. He even suppressed a green dragon from the Mahayana period as a mountain guardian beast. And now, are you suppressed yourself? How can this be? The Du family emperor looked at Yichin in disbelief. And at this moment, finished with Yichin Inin, on top of Yichin's body, there seemed to be a phantom of a real dragon. This real dragon is only tens of meters long. But the dragon prestige it brings is a black dragon, far exceeding the length of a kilometer. On the real dragon, there are row upon row of scales. Each scale seems to correspond to a star. Even now it's daytime. But there is still the power of infinite starlight falling straight to the real dragon and the secret experience of the Supreme Doctor. So, Yichin seemed to be blooming with immortal light at this moment. Every move is a power zone that drives terror to the extreme. At this moment, even Yichin, I was a little surprised in my heart. This is the real dragon treasure. It really deserves to be the treasure with the highest attack power. It is indeed extraordinary. And in the outside world, Everyone has been shocked. The emperor of the Du family looked at Yichin, who was wearing the shadow of the real dragon at this moment. His eyes were dark, although his face was calm. But in fact, there was already a huge wave in his heart. It's a real dragon. The divine power of the Lord Tianyan can actually condense a real dragon. And it is exactly the same as the real dragon in the records. But how is this possible? You know, the real dragon is the first of the 10 evils in ancient times. This is the real hero of Yaozu, the existence that crushed the human race back then. This kind of 980 existed naturally in the ancient immortal period, and even immortals imitated it and created supernatural powers. But it may be that the real dragon is too powerful, the only one in the world. Therefore, the supernatural powers created can only imitate some of its charm, and they have no shape at all. This is the case with my own Tianyan, and not just real dragons. This is true of 10 evils. Since the 10 evils disappeared, not only the human race, but also the monster race, can't completely simulate the shape of the fierce with magical powers. But Yichin in front of him did it. It seems that a real dragon has been condensed, suppressing all monsters with dragon blood and immortals who practice dragon's supernatural powers in the world. At this moment, the Du family emperor only wanted to know, what kind of opportunity did Yichin get to be so defiant and enviable? And in the live broadcast room, it was also boiling. Countless cultivators looked at Holy Lord Tianyan, exclaiming inconceivable. Although in this battle, many immortal cultivators believed that the Lord Tianyan would play a new trump card. But no one thought that the trump card of the Holy Master Tianyan was so strong. It is related to the real dragon, which was 10 fierce in ancient times. Looking at the Tianyan Holy Lord who seemed to be transformed into a real dragon at this moment, countless cultivators even wanted to ask a question. We are all cultivators, Og. But why are you the only one who is so good? Holy Lord. Yichin didn't care about the horror that the real dragon treasure technique brought to everyone. This is the first time to use the real dragon treasure technique. Yichin's fighting spirit was overwhelming, and he wanted to try it immediately. Immediately, he looked at the black dragon with 9 heads surrounding him, as if he was in fear. Immediately burst out. Su Ying, the real dragon on top of Yichin's body, raised her head, and a dragon whistle resounded. Yichin seemed to have turned into a real dragon. With an uproar and awe-inspiring power, it came mightily. At this moment, the Du family emperor also did not hesitate to use his heavenly skills. The 9-headed black dragon also moved. Attack and kill Yichin in the middle. 9-headed black dragons swept forward. Wherever they went, the sky was blackened with demonic energy. Its black dragon body is like undulating mountains made of steel, full of explosive energy. The moment the first black dragon collided with Yichin, the void in front of the two was shattered with a bang. The 1,000-meter-long black dragon let out a whine and was blasted away while sitting on its head. But at the moment, the rest of the black dragons have already charged. Dragon head, dragon teeth, dragon claws, dragon body west. All kinds of lightning and thunder, all kinds of rain, snow, wind, and frost. With supernatural powers, the flesh body smashed towards Yichin in the middle of Yichin. This scene was too intense. As if the world is gone, countless cultivators couldn't help shivering. The supernatural power of the Du family emperor is also against the sky. This kind of black dragon besieged, looking at the cultivators, I am afraid that there are not many powerful people who can resist it. Even if the general fusion period exists, it will fall instantly. Among the countless rumbling vibrations, the black dragons got together thoroughly. Endless magic energy completely covered the entire world. Even the Almighty in the void refining stage who was present could not see what happened in it at all. The Xianwang live broadcast room was completely black. Such a scene made countless immortal cultivators sweat. And among the group in Tianyan Holy Land, Empress Dezhou, Elder Wong Changchun, and Taoist Kong Ming stood at the forefront. There was also a hint of worry in his eyes. The Du family's emperor really lived up to his reputation. The strength is not comparable to that of the champion Ho. The opponent is close to the Mahayana stage, and his strength has reached the peak that can be reached in the combined stage. Moreover, Empress Dezhou also felt that although she and the Du family emperor also practiced the Heavenly Dragon 8 Kung Fu, but at the moment it looks completely different. The strength of the opponent's Heavenly Dragon Bagong is more demonic than his own, and the power is countless times far surpassing his own Heavenly Dragon Bagong. Empress Dezhou asserted at this moment. What must have happened to the Heavenly Dragon and 8 skills of Emperor Du's family? The Heavenly Dragon Bagong is the top-level fairy scripture. At this moment, it has changed again, and its power is stronger. This made Empress Dezhou look at the impenetrable demonic energy in front of her, feeling worried. As for the Du family emperor, a sneer curled up at the corner of his mouth. This Kowloon comes out together. It is a new supernatural power that he has realized through fusion after reversing the 8 powers of heaven and dragon. The Heavenly Dragon Bagong itself has the supernatural power that can condense the Heavenly Dragon. The stronger the strength, the more Heavenly Dragons can be condensed. Moreover, these Heavenly Dragons all have combat power close to their own. Shooting several Sky Dragons at once is equivalent to bombarding several of them together. The power is naturally terrifying and extraordinary. He has a great reputation in the world of cultivating immortals. And after the Du family's emperor reversed his celestial skills, a ghost appeared around him. Another bold idea, that is to fuse the Phantom with the condensed Sky Dragon. After trying it once, the power is indeed stronger than before. The condensed Tianlong is more powerful and has more magical powers. But there is a downside, that is to borrow the power of the Phantom every time. It will be even greater when it is affected by the magic energy. But at this moment, how could the emperor of the Du family care about these things? If he loses to the Lord Tianyan, he will surely fall. And if it can shock and kill the Lord Tianyan, I was just more seriously infected by the magic energy, and there will be a solution in the future. How to choose is naturally self-evident. And when the 9 demonic Qi Tianlong came out, its power was beyond imagination. The emperor of the Du family felt the battle situation, and a smile appeared on his face. But after the smile, the killing intent is endless. The Holy Lord of Tianyan defies the sky. This child's physical body is surprisingly strong, and at this moment he can even condense the phantom of a real dragon, as if turning into a real dragon. Therefore, it must not be underestimated. Take advantage of his illness and kill him. The Heavenly Dragon and 8 powers reversed by Emperor Du's family are at their most powerful at this moment. The whole person seemed to have turned into a heavenly demon, leaning over and rushing into the center of the battlefield. A cultivator's thoughts are like lightning. It's too late to say anything, but it's fast then. Tianyan Shengzhu was besieged by the 9-headed black dragon and was completely enveloped by the demonic energy. The emperor of the Du family was filled with devilish energy, his murderous aura soaring to the sky, and he gave his real body away and entered the energy to deal a fatal blow to Lord Tianyan. Countless cultivators in the entire world of cultivating immortals watch this scene, although they don't know what's going on in the demonic energy. But now it seems that the Du family emperor clearly has the upper hand. That black dragon alone can sweep away the Holy Land. Today's cultivators have no rivals. Even the champion Ho, who once frightened the entire Ming Wangzhou, felt that he was far less powerful than that black dragon. What's more, there are 9 black dragons coming out together. At this moment, the Du family emperor also went there in real body. So for a while, countless cultivators felt worried. Although they felt that the Holy Master Tianyan was powerful, it was impossible for him to fall so easily. But the Du family emperor showed too strong, beyond imagination. And the most worrying thing at the moment, there is no doubt that they are the holy masters of the major holy places in Mingwang Prefecture, the high-level powerhouses. They have been awed by the formidable power displayed by the Du family emperor. This power close to the Mahayana period is really unimaginably powerful. But at this moment, the Lord Tianyan is their only savior. If the Holy Master fell into the hands of the Du family emperor, only those who look at the world of cultivating immortals are qualified to be the opponent of the Du family emperor. When the emperor of the Du family breaks through the Mahayana stage and brings immortal artifacts to the holy places, who can be the one? With the style of the Du family. The major holy places that participated in the overthrow of the Du family back then will inevitably be bloodbathed. No one wants to accept such an ending. Therefore, the high-level powerhouses in the major holy places are full of worries at this moment, looking forward to the fact that Holy Master Tianyan can maintain his previous invincible posture and make a strong breakthrough. The entire world of cultivating immortals seems to have fallen into silence at this moment. However, the next moment when the Du family emperor leaned down, the divine form disappeared in Heiji. Countless people saw it with their own eyes. The body of Emperor Du's family actually flew out faster than he could dive in. The physical body instantly retreated thousands of miles, It was directly smashed into the main peak of the Du family's palace. The earth trembled and the mountains shook in an instant. If it weren't for the main peak being engraved with top-level formations, I'm afraid that this giant peak that seems to be going through the whole sky will be broken by a forcible collision. But even so, on the main peak, several huge cracks still appeared from top to bottom. There's already a distant trend, and the Du family emperor who was smashed into the main peak. The expression was complicated, and amidst the shock, there was even a touch of fear. And countless immortal cultivators watched this scene, their eyes widened in disbelief. What's happening here? Why did the emperor of the Du family get thrown out the moment he rushed into the battlefield, without waiting for the cultivator to recover from the shock? The minister of the battlefield who was shrouded in black mist and could not see the sun. It was the sound of dragon chants wailing. The mournful level of that dragon chant. Those who heard it were weeping, and those who heard it were sad, as if suffering the most indescribable pain in the world. Most importantly, whining sounds came and went. Obviously, it was sent by the group of black dragons. This discovery, all the cultivators were stunned. Before they were still guessing, the Lord Tianyan was under siege. Would the pressure be too great? Is it possible that I can't bear it? But now listen to the sound. It seems that the Lord Tianyan couldn't bear it. But those black dragons couldn't bear it anymore. But the problem is, it is obviously the nine-headed black dragon besieging the Holy Lord. Immortal cultivators became more and more curious about the situation in the black mist and wanted to know what happened. In the next few breaths, the black dragon's wailing sound became louder and louder. Just listening to the sound, countless immortals seemed to think of various painful scenes from their minds. Finally, maybe the black dragon couldn't take it anymore. The black mist suddenly dissipated. The countless immortal cultivators in the live broadcast room of Wong were finally able to see the scene in the battlefield. In the middle of the battlefield, that black dragon that was still aggressive and ferocious before, it is already a mess at the moment. Some black dragons have hundreds of pieces, which look like they have been torn off abruptly. There are also black dragons, which seem to be pulled directly by the two horns of the dragon's head and are torn into two pieces from the beginning. This scene is really appalling. And in the center of the battlefield, the body of Holy Lord Tianyan, which is not proportional to the huge body of the black dragon, is actually holding a black dragon's tail directly, sweeping and throwing it. In the hands of the Lord Tianyan, the black dragon was suddenly rolled up into a big windmill, hitting the bodies of the other black dragons continuously. Let these black dragons whine. All the cultivators fell silent when they saw this scene. 0. Seeking flowers? The scene is really outrageous. At the beginning, they were still worried that the Lord Tianyan would suffer from the siege. Who would have thought that the center of the battlefield covered by black mist would be such a scene? It's incredible. Holy Master, is it too outrageous? And in full view, the shadow of the real dragon behind the Lord Tianyan. Open your mouth and let out a dragon whistle. In an instant, the terrifying sound wave resisted. The black dragon in the hands of Lord Tianyan was directly destroyed by this sound wave. The remaining half fell into the ground, and the rest of the black dragons are even more miserable. But these black dragons are not life, but supernatural powers. Even though it is terrible, the dragon body has become several or even hundreds of segments, but it still has not disappeared. They fled in haste, far away from Yichin, thousands of miles away, and only dared to stop after entrenched above the Du family's palace. True dragon treasure technique, it's really not bad. It is worthy of being the most powerful supernatural power among the 10 evil spirits. Especially this true dragon treasure technique has a miraculous effect on dealing with dragon's supernatural powers. This real dragon is capable of beating one's own people. Yichin was very satisfied with the true dragon treasure art. Just now, Yichin had the idea of practicing and experimenting with a real dragon treasure technique. So the shot is not too harsh. The main reason is that these black dragons will not be able to carry it. And after a shot, Yichin was satisfied. The real dragon treasure technique has a power beyond Yichin's expectation. But practice is here, although it didn't take long for the war to start. But Yichin is already planning to end the fight. Cover Wong PHS to Zawan 1 day earlier. The income of the family will increase 1 day earlier. And I can start the second step of the Immortal World entertainment plan 1 day earlier. Make long video app. At the same time, filming of TV series began. In short, Yichin was too lazy to continue wasting time on the Du family emperor. The Du family emperor is indeed not weak. Much stronger than that champion Ho. But in front of Yichin, The Du family emperor was just ordinary. As long as Yichin is willing, raise your hand to have tea. And now, Yichin is ready to make a complete move. And from the top of the giant peak, the Du family emperor slowly flew up. Looking at Yichin in the distance, there is also a flash of determination in his eyes small. The face of the Du family emperor was extremely ugly. He originally thought that he had overestimated the holy master Tianyan as much as possible. But it never occurred to him that he still underestimated the Lord Tianyan after all. The combat power of the Lord Tianyan. It's really against the sky. He rushed into the black mist and rushed in front of the Lord Tianyan. Before he could do anything, he was blown away by Tianyan Xingtian's punch. The punch of the Lord Tianyan was astonishingly powerful. Emperor Du's family had never seen a cultivator with such terrifying killing power. The power of killing has simply reached the extreme. Even myself, they're all very different. This frightened him, and even gave birth to fear in his heart. To be honest, at this moment, he already regretted it a little. At the beginning, it should not have caused extra problems and allowed Champion Ho to go to Mingwang Prefecture. According to the original plan, I should wait until my Mahayana period and then come to Mingwang Prefecture. In that case, perhaps the situation of 047 today will not appear. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in the world. Even immortals cannot turn back time. This moment, the Du family emperor had nowhere to go. In front of the Lord Tianyan, holding the fairy artifact. The world is so big that there is nowhere to hide. So, can only stand desperately. A strong man like Emperor Du's family. No matter how old you are, your mind is still firm and you will not hesitate. Since there is no way to escape, then fight. Emperor Du's seriousness is decisive. At this moment, he no longer speaks. Tiangong reversed. Above the body of Emperor Du's family, a supreme holy light erupted and shot straight into the sky. The next moment, a phantom in the shape of a human descended behind the Du family emperor. The phantom figure was dressed in a royal robe and a crown on his head. The whole person reveals a majestic and domineering arrogance that is inviolable and inviolable. Like the Lord of heaven and earth. Countless viewers in the Xianwang live broadcast room couldn't help showing awe when they saw this phantom. This is a kind of awe that comes from the blood, as if wanting to surrender. What kind of supernatural power is this? It looks so extraordinary. The Emperor of the Du family actually has a whole card. This is the legendary divine body of the Du family, the Emperor's body. This generation of Du family emperors has also awakened this kind of physique. It is said that if they want to awaken the human emperor's body, when they need to be born, they will continue to wash their bodies with the emperor's humane luck. With the help of secret methods, the group may give birth to this and so on. Human emperor physique, the emperor of the human race. Although the Du family proclaimed themselves the emperor, but once the human emperor physique came out, it was born with a terrifying and suppressive power against countless human arrogances, and there are all kinds of mysteries. It can definitely be said to be a first-class quality in the world of cultivating immortals. I thought the human sovereign body was extinct, but I never thought that it will be seen again today. As soon as the Emperor Du's body appeared, the entire world of cultivating immortals was shaken. Countless cultivators were amazed. Today's battle is really a big scene. Even the lost physique has appeared, which is really enjoyable to watch. This made everyone look forward to the next battle even more. The Emperor of the Du family even sacrificed his human body now. Maybe they can force out more trump cards from Holy Lord Tianyan so that they can have fun watching it. Under expectation, many immortal cultivators began to give rewards in the live broadcast room of Xianwang to express their emotional agitation at the moment. And in the screen of the live broadcast room, Emperor Du's human emperor physique was fully activated. There is a phantom behind it, Dao Wushuang. It's just a little different from the human emperor's body recorded in many holy places. The human emperor body of the Du family emperor. In the golden divine light that emanates, there are strands of strange black energy mixed in. Obviously, this is the impact of the reversal of Tiangong. The devilish energy has infected the physique of the emperor of the Du family. Emperor Du's family also discovered this. The dominance of the demonic energy was beyond his imagination. But at this moment, it is not the time to think about these at all. The sacrifice of the emperor's body is not over yet. Just now Yichin practiced his hands, wantonly kneading and beating the nine-headed black dragon. Has the ability to recover. It has been restored at the moment. They just looked at Yichin with deep fear. Emperor Du's expression was cold. with a wave of his hand. The 9 black dragons rushed towards the phantom behind the Du family emperor in an instant. One after another, they jumped into the phantom cast by the human emperor's body and instantly melted and became invisible. But the human sovereign body is undergoing tremendous changes. The originally golden divine light was filled with more and more devilish energy. Wait until all the 9-headed black dragons crash into it. The divine light emanating from the phantom of the human sovereign physique is already half black and half golden. And the phantom of the human sovereign physique itself has also changed from the original majestic and domineering to a bit more cold and mysterious. And the phantom of the emperor's body, after the transformation is completed, he even rushed into the body of the Du family emperor directly from behind the Du family's emperor. In an instant, the Du family emperor danced wildly with black hair. The muscles all over his body were knotted, as if poured with steel. He stood high above the sky, with an astonishing aura, like a demon, and like an emperor, daunting, and in his majestic golden pupils, there seemed to be flames burning, coldly facing Yichin, with murderous aura boiling. Emperor Du's killing intent towards Yichin reached its peak at this moment. Because of entering this state, the heavy price he has to pay is beyond imagination. Originally, he was still relying on the uniqueness of the human sovereign physique to counter the demonic energy. But he took the initiative to let the Emperor's body fuse with the magic energy. After this battle, even if you give birth to yourself, the degree to which he is infected by the devil energy will also increase greatly. Maybe before I become a fairy, I may lose myself completely, and my body will be reduced to the body of a demon. There is no doubt that it is killing 1,000 enemies and harming oneself by 800. But the Du family emperor had no choice. If not, life is gone. In the face of life, there is still room for consideration in the future. So, the Du family emperor had no scruples at all. He strode out. The next moment, he appeared in front of Yichin, and the wolf punched out. Endless Tao and Dharma are intertwined. The shadow of the Du family's emperor's fist, with the dragon chant, stirred up the world. Incredibly powerful. While Yichin looked at this scene, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. Yichin is confident though, but never underestimate the enemy. So at this moment, red chi and blood shot up into the sky in an instant, penetrating the heaven and the earth. Yichin has already completed a small body of the heavenly hegemony, and the power of the blood is fully functioning at this moment. Behind Yichin, 10 ominous gods circled around, with extraordinary powers. Yichin thought about it. The real dragon god form 5.1 among the 10 fierce ones flew out suddenly, and it was located under Yichin's head. Next moment, the shape of a real dragon is added. The power of a real dragon of the same level came instantly. Yichin's real dragon treasure technique, under the blessing of the real dragon figure. More extraordinary. Looking at the shadow of the fist in front of him, Yichin formed a seal in his hand and smashed it out. Suddenly, the earth trembled and the mountains trembled. The terrifying battle fluctuations swept across the entire world. The Du family's mountain protection formation under the battlefield of the two couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed in an instant. The members of the Du family retreated hastily. And there are a group of powerful people in the Tianyan Holy Land branch sect, which is already extremely far away. Also has a serious face. Under the protection of the strong, he retreated again. The two on the battlefield are without a doubt the two most powerful beings among cultivators today. The two really tried their best to fight, and the fluctuations were too terrifying, as if to break through this world. The Xianwang live broadcast room became quiet at this moment. No barrage appeared. Countless cultivators in the entire world of cultivating immortals are all paying attention to this great battle at this moment. This is definitely a shocking battle. The two people on both sides of the battle are extraordinary. The Lord Tianyan will not say anything. That is the evildoer among the evildoers. And the Du family emperor was also extremely terrifying. If it is not limited by the environment, it is in the Xingu years. The emperor of the Du family is also an existence that is bound to become a fairy. Although both of them are in the fusion period, they are not ordinary fusion periods. Therefore, the destructive power of this battle is particularly astonishing. The scene was grand to the extreme. At this moment, the Emperor Du's human body is activated. The whole person seems to be descended from the Emperor, with a majestic devilish energy added to his body. Just looking at it makes people horrified and extremely terrifying. Every time the Emperor of the Du family made a move, it was like shooting out a star river of wish power, washing away everything in front of Emohua. Overwhelming. At this moment, the Du family emperor seemed to be an ancient demon god. Someone in the live broadcast room watched this scene and said with emotion, "The body of the emperor can control the luck of the dynasty, and the dynasty is willing to add body and erase everything." 07. The Du family occupies the entire Shiyuan continent. Du's dynasty has billions of immortal cultivators, and there are countless strong ones. In his old age, what a majestic wish the emperor of the Du family must have accumulated. Looking at this barrage, it is obvious that it is a barrage sent by someone who knows the human emperor's body very well. The audience in the entire world of cultivating immortals were all impressed by the extraordinariness of the human body. It's really a top-notch physique. Let a person envy. However, the human emperor body is already so powerful, but it is still not the thing that shocked tens of billions of viewers the most. The most shocking to tens of billions of viewers, or Yichin, the holy master of Tianyan. The human sovereign physique is so powerful that it is daunting. But as the enemy of the human sovereign physique, the holy master Tianyan, whose realm is a small realm lower than the opponent. But there is no sign of falling into a disadvantage. On the contrary, in the face of the dynasty's will power exerted by the terrifying human emperor body, the Lord Tianyan has always stood in the upper hand. Above the head of the Lord Tianyan, the red blood is like a beam of light running through the galaxy universe. The 10 divine figures behind the Lord Tianyan surged. The addition of a real dragon. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into an ancient real dragon. Every move of the holy master Tianyan is accompanied by the general trend of the world. Every time he strikes, the attacking force is astonishing, as if the 10 evils from ancient times were reborn, and they easily dispelled the difficult Zhongxing original force shot by the emperor of the Du family. The two of them fought, the aura of the gods flourished, and the fighting spirit was overwhelming, as if stirring up the galaxy. It can be called a peerless battle. However, anyone can see that Lord Tianyan has always been firmly in the upper hand. The horrific attack of Emperor Du's family can be easily resolved by the Lord Tianyan. However, it was not so simple for Emperor Du's response to the attack of Holy Lord Tianyan. Almost got knocked out several times. But the light is invincible. The two of them were quickly overwhelmed by the brilliance of their supernatural powers, and it was difficult to see the divine form. The audience in the live broadcast room can only hear the sound tank at this moment. Rumble. The terrifying vibration sound continued to resound. When the collisions sounded again, one person stood in place. The other person flew out with a bang. A string of golden blood, accompanied by the figure flying upside down, swept down high above the sky, which was extraordinarily dazzling. Golden blood? Whose blood is this? Who lost? Everyone immediately widened their eyes and looked carefully. Now, the light spreads. Lord Tianyan stands high above the sky. The power of the real dragon on his body is overwhelming, and the endless divine light hangs down, making Yichin feel like a god descending. Not the holy lord of Tianyan. Everyone immediately looked to the other side. Really, the Du family emperor flew thousands of miles away. One of its arms has been shattered by the shock. The Du family emperor's face was ugly, and he urged the power of his blood, wanting to heal. But above the wound, the blood power of the heavenly overlord body was entwined, constantly sharpening the wound of the Du family emperor, and it was difficult to heal for a while. Emperor Du's family gritted his teeth. Black magic energy spit out from the mouth, surging above the wound. The intractable blood power of the celestial overlord body was finally dispelled. The wound finally began to heal, and a brand new arm grew rapidly. It's just that the Du family's emperor's complexion was extraordinarily gloomy. I have already taken out all the whole cards, but he was still no match for the Lord Tianyan. Holy Lord Tianyan, why is he so powerful? The most important thing is that after the first battle, my family couldn't reach the limit of the Lord Tianyan at all. Fight against yourself who has done his best. However, the Lord Tianyan still seemed calm and breezy. This really made the Du family emperor despair. Or, any cultivator, meets such an adversary as Yichin, will be desperate. But that moment has come. I have no choice. At this moment, the heavenly power in the Du family's emperor turned again. The emperor of the Du family used the forbidden magical power after the reversal of the 8 powers of the heavenly dragon, the Sutra of Summoning Demons. The demonic energy was powerful, and a great demon seemed to come from outside the territory, rushing into the eyebrows of the Emperor of the Du family. Emperor Du's family did not have any resistance. After using this taboo supernatural power, I will truly be enchanted, and there will be no turning back. No cultivator is willing to become a demon, because that may not be him anymore. But at the moment, the Emperor of the Du family has no choice. Even if he was possessed by demons, it would be better for Bobby to die, bewitching himself. If Yichin can fall and be buried with his lost self, that would be the best ending. The next moment, the aura of the Du family emperor changed again. At this moment, the human emperor's body completely turned into black, the source of magic energy. At this moment, the emperor of the Du family seemed to have completely turned into a heavenly demon. The eyes are full of extreme destructive madness. At this moment, the physical body of the Du family emperor can no longer be called the human emperor's body. Perhaps it is more appropriate to call it the demon emperor physique. With a low growl, the Du family emperor rushed towards Yichin. Endless demon energy filled the sky, as if to turn the entire universe into a demon domain. At this scene, the countless immortal cultivators who watched were shocked again. They originally saw the Du family emperor retreating. I thought the victory was already divided. The Du family's emperor is bound to fall. But it never occurred to him that the Du family emperor actually had descendants. It's just that this method is very similar to those methods used by demon practitioners who fall into a desperate situation and completely turn into a demon. Just doing so will have serious consequences. Even if he survives, he may become a walking dead, or his body may be directly occupied by the demon. Even one's own consciousness will be slowly eroded and eventually swallowed. Countless viewers in the live broadcast room were deeply moved. The dignified Du family emperor. Today's world of cultivating immortals has recently reached the Mahayana period. However, he was forced into a demon by the heavenly Yin Holy Lord, who is lower than his level. There is no doubt that this generation is definitely the worst generation among the Du family emperors. But it can also be seen from this. Holy Master Tianyan is really too monstrous. The emperor of the Du family has paid a huge price now to gain such power, which is even more terrifying than before. Will Holy Master Tianyan be so easy in the next battle? The battle between the top powerhouses changes rapidly. This battle has touched the minds of thousands of immortal cultivators. Watching the devilish emperor of the Du family suddenly come back towards him, Yichin's expression didn't change at all. Blessed with the power of the real dragon, the two hands evolve the real dragon treasure. The precious art shines, exuding a blazing light, as brilliant as a galaxy, making everything in the world dim and lose its color. Just like before, Yichin and the Du family emperor once again fought together. The onlookers looked at this shocking scene, explaining that they did not dare to blink, for fear that they would miss too many grand scenes in the blink of an eye. The battle between two top existences was really terrifying. It is not an exaggeration to say that the sky is falling apart. The Du family's palace has become a ruin, and large mountains have collapsed. The earth was cracked, and canyons appeared. Even the void of the sky was shattered. It can be seen how powerful the two fight. This is really the top combat power in the world of cultivating immortals today. However, there are countless viewers in the live broadcast room. Soon they found something that surprised them. That is, even if the emperor of the Du family has been enchanted. Even after being enchanted, the Du family emperor is more powerful than before. But in front of the Lord Tianyan, there is still no change. He still couldn't hurt Holy Lord Tianyan. All the shocking supernatural powers and wishing power blasted out will be easily resolved by the raised hand of the Lord Tianyan. And what about Emperor Du? Even if he was enchanted, he still fell below and was bombarded by the divine power of the Lord Tianyan from time to time, spilling golden blood. The whole fight, it is still the Du family emperor who is being suppressed, and the Holy Master Tianyan is still high above the sky, as calm and breezy as before. When all this was found, all the cultivators were shocked. How strong is the Holy Lord Tianyan? The Lord Tianyan is like an iceberg hiding under the seabed. Every time a piece of iceberg under the sea surface is shown, it makes people feel that it is the limit. But if you look carefully, there seem to be countless hidden under the bottomless sea. For a while, winning or losing seems to be clear at once. It is clear that the emperor of the Du family had a higher realm close to the Mahayana period. But the combat power of both sides seems to be no longer on the same level from the beginning. No matter how much the Du family emperor paid, it could not be smoothed over. And far away, this battle caused the mood of the members of the Du family to go up and down like a roller coaster. Whenever the Du family emperor showed his whole card, they were hopeful. He thought that His Majesty could shock and kill the Lord Tianyan. However, they soon discovered that even if His Majesty showed his whole cards, he would not hesitate to be enchanted. However, he is still the opponent of the Lord Tianyan from time to time. Their hearts will plummet. At this moment, they looked at their Majesty, who was suppressed everywhere. All are desperate. His Majesty is really not the opponent of Holy Lord Yantian. If His Majesty is dead, what about them? The members of the Du family were all terrified at this moment, staring at the battlefield above the 9 heavens, hoping to see a miracle. However, in the face of absolute strength, the miracle expected by the Du family is simply impossible to happen. The next moment, a dragon chant resounded throughout the world. Yichin shot out a real dragon with both hands, roaring towards it. The Du family emperor couldn't resist any longer, leaving a long string of golden blood in the void and falling down. In the eyes of countless people, the shattered body of Emperor Du's family fell to the ground. Suddenly, a huge sinkhole was smashed out. This moment, the entire world of cultivating immortals seemed to be silent. Countless cultivators stared wide-eyed, because this world-shattering battle that has attracted the attention of tens of billions of immortal cultivators seems to be coming to an end. This made countless immortal cultivators shocked, but also a little empty, because this much-anticipated battle came too soon. The strength displayed by both sides is simply wrong. It wasn't the fight between dragons and tigers that they had guessed at the beginning. It was simply a one-sided crush. As for the members of the Du family, they all held their breath at this moment. They looked desperately into the Tianyan, which was hundreds of miles deep. His Majesty, who was originally unparalleled in style, fell into it. The powerful flesh body has been shattered. Both the human king body and the devil energy were completely destroyed. Sluggish, and the injuries of the physical body cannot be recovered. Seeing this, the Du family was completely desperate, because their Majesty really lost. That is close to the Mahayana period. It is possible to lead the Du family back to the center of the world of cultivating immortals and establish an emperor of the Du family that is more prosperous than in ancient times. Really lost. Without any suspense, he lost to the Lord Tianyan, who was one level lower than him. This moment, apart from despair, the entire Du family had nothing but panic. Their Majesty is about to fall. What do? In the Tianyan, the Du family's emperor, who had been possessed before, regained his self and his eyes at this moment. It's just that his eyes, like those of his clansmen, are also full of despair. He has no strength to fight anymore. The phantom in the body was blasted away. The human body was destroyed. The shattered body, even with all its strength, couldn't recover at all. On the contrary, the remaining power of the true dragon is still eroding the body of the emperor of the Du family. Looking at the sky slowly descending, the Lord Tianyan, who has clearly experienced a great battle, is still calm and calm. At this moment, the emperor of the Du family really understood the gap between the two. It's not the same level of combat power at all. His combat power was already against the sky, and the Du family emperor was so proud that he thought that he could even temporarily compete against the strong man in the Mahayana stage who did not hold the fairy weapon. However, the combat power of Holy Lord Yantian was even more terrifying. Even the emperor of the Du family doubted it. The opponent's combat strength even far exceeded the general Mahayana period. If it is a single Mahayana standing in front of Tianyan Holy Lord, maybe they will all be suppressed by the Lord Tianyan. When thinking of these, the Du family emperor became even more desperate. In despair, there is also regret. If only he knew that there is such a monstrous evildoer as the Lord Tianyan in the world. Even if he killed Champion Ho with his own hands, he would not allow Champion Ho to go to Mingwang Prefecture to provoke the Lord Tianyan. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in the world. Now, Yichin has descended on the sinkhole, calmly glanced at the Champion Ho, promised seals with both hands, and wanted to give the Champion Ho the final blow. Countless cultivators widened their eyes at this moment, and the Champion Ho opened his mouth, wanting to say something. However, Yichin was still as indifferent as before. No waste of time at all. A real dragon seal was condensed with both hands, and it's smashed down. And look at Yichin's expression. At this moment, the Emperor of the Du family suddenly wanted to understand that the appearance of the Holy Lord Tianyan, who was too lazy to talk nonsense to him before. It turned out that the other party was not arrogant at all, nor was it contemptuous. But the other party really has such strength. So I'm too lazy to waste time with a mortal man. When you want to understand everything. The Emperor of the Du family smiled wryly. The true dragon seal was also smashed down at this moment. The divine light illuminates the sky, as if rushing directly into the universe's starry sky. Immortal cultivators in the entire Zawan felt the tremor of the earth at this moment. And under this terrifying blow, the Emperor of the Du family has completely fallen. The light from Zenzanlong Baoyin's explosion slowly receded. The eyes of countless cultivators returned to normal. They all immediately looked into the sinkhole. The Tianking that was originally smashed out by the Emperor of the Du family expanded again at this moment, reaching more than 10 times the original size. And in the sinkhole, empty, nothing left, the body of the Du family emperor was completely reduced to ashes. All traces of existence have been completely erased. Not even a trace of breath remained. The immortal cultivators on the scene can all be confirmed. The Emperor of the Du family has really fallen. There is absolutely no possibility of escape. Many experts from the Tianyan Holy Land brought by Yichin. It's all silent at the moment. Although before coming, they had great confidence in the Holy Lord. But being the Emperor of the Du family really fell so easily. It still caused a huge shock to their hearts. The combat power of his own Holy Master is really against the sky. Looking around the world, who can stop it? Even the deacon of Tianyan Holy Land felt that the Du family emperor was pitiful. Although the Du family emperor has fallen, but the means of expression are also top-notch. If it is placed in Xingu years, definitely an existence that is expected to become a fairy. If you don't meet the Holy Master, maybe you can become an existence that suppresses an era. DJI. He met the Lord. This is life. Empress de Zhou also used another method to confirm the fall of Emperor Du's family. 393, because she can no longer feel another practitioner of Tianlong Bagong. Empress de Zhou looked at Yichin with her beautiful eyes, shining with longing. She hadn't thought of it either. This visit to Shiyuan continent was unexpectedly so smooth. And the most important reason for it to be so smooth, it is his Taoist companion, Yichin, who is so enchanting that it is far beyond imagination. Obviously one level lower than the Du family emperor. But in terms of combat strength, it seems to be several realms higher than the Du family's emperor. Now the Du family emperor has fallen. The great Zhou dynasty no longer has to worry about the Du family's revenge. And I don't have to worry every day that someone from the Du family will seek revenge. This made Empress de Zhou feel completely relaxed. Her beautiful eyes looked at Yichin, with longing and admiration in her eyes. She feels that being able to become Yichin's Taoist partner is the luckiest thing in her life. A monstrous existence like Yichin. If you fail to seize the opportunity, you will have to watch Fong you go further and further in the future. But luckily, do yourself a favor and grab this opportunity. And in the live broadcast room of Xianwang, when I saw the Du family emperor fall under the seal of the real dragon with my own eyes. In the live broadcast room, there was a brief silence. But the next moment, countless barges poured out directly, densely packed, filling every corner of the live broadcast room. It's unbelievable. It's really unbelievable that the Emperor of the Du family has fallen like this. The fall is so fast, I even feel like a dream. Emperor Du's fall has long been doomed, because in the course of the battle, it can be seen that the two are not at the same level of combat power. Holy Master Tianyan, it's really against the sky. He is obviously lower than the opponent, but his performance in battle seems to be one realm higher than the opponent. I don't know if the Holy Master has used up all his whole cards in this move. I don't think so. From the beginning to the end of this battle, the Holy Master's expression was flat, and he was able to handle tasks with ease. The corner of his clothes was not injured. How could he use his real trump card? Perhaps we won't be able to see the Holy Master's trump card in this life. After all, looking at the current world of cultivating immortals, the appearance of the Du family emperor is already unexpected. The Holy Master is already the existence with the highest realm in the world of cultivating immortals. Holy Master alone can cover up the light of all the arrogances of this era. The Emperor of the Du family has fallen. This time, the Du family seems to be completely destroyed. This is a good thing. The Du family acts in a domineering manner. and destruction is the most appropriate thing. Sure enough, the Xianwang live broadcast room is the most suitable application for watching the battle of the Holy Lord. I watched it from the beginning to the end, and it made me crooked. Countless viewers in the live broadcast room were discussing in the live broadcast room. And at the same time, the gift rewards in the live broadcast room also popped up one after another. The screen is directly swiped by the special effect of the gift. Holy Lord Fluctuating Light presented 100 immortal artifacts. Hard Artifact Sect presents 1,000 immortal artifacts. The Feather Gate presents 100 immortal artifacts. Shansong Sword Sect presents 200 celestial artifacts. Moon Holy Land as the most expensive tip in the Xianwang live broadcast room. Usually it happens a few times a day, but today it is densely packed and the special effects directly refresh the screen. The last gift effect is not over yet. The next gift special effect has already come out. If it weren't for Tianyan Xianshu as a server, its computing power would be ridiculously strong. Otherwise, it is estimated that the screen will freeze. And countless viewers in the live broadcast room were stunned by this unprecedented tipping. What a huge number of rewards this is. Are these big rewarding forces crazy? Although it is cool to watch, it is not necessary to spend so much money to express excitement. But there is a powerful person who looks at these rewards and understands the reasons for these Holy Land rewards. Without him, these holy places had been trembling under the shadow of the Du family emperor before. I'm afraid that the emperor of the Du family will achieve Mahayana one day, bringing a fairy weapon to the door for revenge, directly destroying their inheritance. Judging from the way the Du family has always acted, once the Du family emperor breaks through the Mahayana period, this situation is bound to happen. So they've been in trouble. And today, the Du family emperor fell directly. Let go of their worries completely. At this moment, under the pleasure, it is normal to reward a large amount of gifts. The ancestor of the Heart Artifact Sect also died in the hands of the Du family. Now the ancestor of the Heart Artifact Sect has avenged his revenge. The Heart Artifact Sect was naturally willing to spend a lot of money. In short, the Du family emperor died. It had a huge impact on the entire world of cultivating immortals. Now, in the entire world of cultivating immortals, there is only a group of immortal cultivators with heavy hearts and full of despair. Only the Du family members. Before, there were millions of servants, handymen, and field soldiers in the palace. And when the situation of the Du family emperor was not going well, immortal cultivators who had already taken refuge began to flee secretly. At the beginning, the Du family strong man also beheaded and killed the escaped person, intimidating. But then the Du family also gave up, because more and more immortal cultivators are leaving. And after the Du family emperor really fell, even those immortal cultivators who took refuge in the Du family have all left. The Du family emperors are all dead. The destruction of the Du family is already a foregone conclusion. The outsiders naturally wouldn't stay and be buried with them. So at the moment, there are only tens of thousands of Du family members left. They all looked at the Tian King in despair, distraught. His Majesty fell like this. The Du family, which was thriving and showing signs of returning to its peak, was completely beaten back to its original shape. This time, it was even more bleak than the destruction of the Du family in ancient times. Because last time, when the Du family realized that something was wrong, some talented seed clansmen had been secretly sent out long ago. But this time, there was no preparation at all. Most importantly, escape. Where can you escape? The entire world of cultivating immortals simply cannot accommodate the Du family. Right now, above the sky, the eyes of the Lord Tian swept over. Everyone in the Du family was terrified under these gazes. Now, outside the Du family palace, there are only hundreds of thousands of Du family members left. It's not that they don't want to run, but there is no escape. They themselves are also aware of their reckless actions in Zawanzu. Now I have lost His Majesty's protection. What greeted them was only a dismal ending. Moreover, the Holy Master Tianyan above the sky has reached an incredible level of combat power. If the other party intends to cut grass and roots, they're even less likely to escape. Now, the Lord Tianyan, who had just killed His Majesty, finally saw them. They all trembled in their hearts. They all understand that the moment to decide their fate has arrived. An ancestor of the Du family, who was present at the late stage of refining virtual reality, was quite decisive. He immediately took a step forward and bowed deeply to Yichin. I have met His Excellency, Lord Tian. I, the Du family, have indeed done many wrong things. But it is His Majesty and Champion Ho's idea to provoke Tianyan Holy Land and want to return to Ming Wangzhou. From the beginning to the end, I have never left Zaiwanzu for half a step. Please be merciful, Your Excellency. Let me wait for a way out. Any conditions I accept on behalf of the rest of the tribe. This ancestor of the Du family used to be a high-ranking figure in the Du family. In Zaiwanzu, he even coughed because he was about to tremble 3 times. But now so humble, he even pushed all the mistakes to Emperor Du and Champion Ho. If the two were still alive, the old man would not dare. But people die like a lamp goes out. The two finally died, accompanied by the ancestor of the Du family speaking. Hundreds of thousands of people from the Du family also bowed in unison to show humility. The heart is already tense to the extreme, because they know their fate will be decided by that man's words. And as the ancestor of the Du family spoke, the immortal cultivator who started the live broadcast immediately turned the camera to that side. In the live broadcast room, after feeling the power of the Lord Tianyan, at this moment, he was also attracted by the remaining members of the Du family. When I heard the Du family's entreaties, immediately, a cultivator used the barrage to express his opinion. We can't let them go. We must kill them all. Indeed, it is necessary to cut the weeds and get rid of the roots. If you don't cut the weeds, they will grow again when the spring breeze blows. Back then, we didn't completely cut the weeds and get rid of the roots to restore the vitality of the Du family, which caused such a big commotion in Mingwang Prefecture. The people of the Du family are cruel and ruthless. They want to unify the entire world of cultivating immortals, and even want to cut off the road of cultivating immortals outside the Du family. They should not exist in this world. Senior Holy Master, don't be soft-hearted. All the cultivators express their opinions on the barrage, and their opinions are surprisingly consistent. That is to destroy the Du family. Not only ordinary cultivators, but also the major powers and high-level powerhouses of the major holy places are thinking the same way at this moment. The shadow that the Du family brought to them was really too great. If the Holy Master Tianyan hadn't appeared out of nowhere this time, with an inconceivable gesture, he would come to the door with a fairy weapon and poison the Emperor of the Du family with crushing strength. That might not be too long. Emperor Du's family will break through the Mahayana period. At that time, they will be the ones who will be exterminated. Not to mention before, Yuzi's first-class forces and Suja all died in the hands of Champion Ho. At this moment, the entire world of cultivating immortals hopes that Holy Master Tianyan can take action to destroy all members of the Du family, completely erase the name of the Du family, and let it disappear in the history of the world of cultivating immortals. Yichin naturally didn't watch the barrage. Even if he looked at it, Yichin wouldn't care. Yichin has his own ideas. How can you be influenced by others? Yichin glanced at the hundreds of thousands of people in the Du family, all of whom were full of jewels. But think about it too. The Du family gathered the wealth of the entire Xiyuan continent. Although Zaiwanzu is not as good as Mingwangzu, but the power of one continent can support a family. Under such huge resources, even low-level clansmen can share good cultivation resources. As for the indestructible Du family, Yichin's decision is immortal. Because why fire? Is there any benefit to Yichin if the Du family is destroyed? Not at all, because no matter whether it is destroyed or not, the wealth of the Du family is already his own. But the members of the Du family are alive. It is a PHS user. Hundreds of thousands of people will also be able to create decent profits for Tianyan Holy Land in the future. Why give up? As for what, if you cut the weeds but don't remove the roots, the spring breeze will regenerate? This is even more of a joke. Yichin is sitting on the system, and he is now in the middle stage of integration. Honestly, this is the case. If he could be avenged by the descendants of the Du family, he would not be able to defeat the opponent. I can only say that he deserves to die. After all, with such a big advantage, he was caught up by later generations. That's really not much to say. Yichin is very confident. I don't think I will be revenged one day. 0. Ask for flowers. In other words, Yichin doesn't think that some future immortal cultivators are qualified to seek revenge on him. Therefore, the Du family can stay. And he came here this time. The main purpose is to solve obstacles and open up the Zaiwanza market. And now, the Emperor of the Du family fell. The Du family's prestige plummeted. No longer dare to obstruct the coverage and expansion of Xianwang PHS. In this case, it is meaningless to destroy the Du family. Besides, Yichin was not a bloodthirsty person at all. If not, the original Taishan Holy Land and the several holy lands in Mingwang Prefecture should have been completely wiped out by him long ago. So, under the awe, apprehension, and despair eyes of the members of the Du family, Yichin spoke slowly. I have never been a bloodthirsty person. 00. The culprit is already fallen, and I will not kill anyone if it is not necessary. However, the Du family is in Mingwang Prefecture, and it has caused huge losses to my Tianyan Holy Land, and we must pay for it. The Du family will hand over all resources, including the palace, as a price. Yichin didn't kill him? The immortal cultivators in the live broadcast room of Xianwang were shocked. The Holy Lord Tianyan, in their impression, is not a soft-hearted person. What happened? But soon a cultivator said, although the Holy Master has always been ruthless, he has never done anything to destroy the family, and he has always only killed the head of the evil. For example, in the Taishan Holy Land, the Holy Master did not kill them several times, and even the Taishan Holy Lord is still alive. As for the holy places that Ming Wangzhou coveted PHS at the beginning, it's not because the ancestors died, so they just gave up on compensation. The Holy Master is indeed not a bloodthirsty person. It is reasonable to make this decision. See the barrage of this analysis. Many cultivators nodded. In this way, they will be able to understand. As for the major holy places, although there are some regrets, but the Lord Tianyan has made a decision, and they can only accept it. Moreover, the Du family lost the champion Ho and the Emperor. Although there are still strong ones, they are only at the level of a normal holy land. If they want revenge, they can do it themselves. So, it's really not a big problem. And the members of the Du family who were originally apprehensive and guessed that they might not escape death in the end. Hearing Yichin's words at this moment, everyone was overjoyed, and their eyes widened in surprise. Holy Master Tianyan actually let them go? The Du family were all ecstatic. Measure others by oneself. If they stand on the standpoint of the Holy Master Tianyan, they will definitely kill the grass and root out the root, so as not to leave any future troubles. This is basically a tradition in the world of cultivating immortals. Such as Zoman War, if the last side wins. There must be rivers of blood, because in the world of cultivating immortals, there are too many incidents where the other party's children and disciples turn foul and take revenge. As for the resources mentioned by the Lord Tianyan, the Imperial Palace. To be honest, the Lord Tianyan wiped them all out. These things still belong to the Lord Tianyan. It can also be seen from this. How shocked they were to be let go. Immediately, all the members of the Du family bowed their heads. In the entire world of cultivating immortals for this condition, none of them were too surprised. In the realm of cultivating immortals, the Holy Master Tianyan can be said to be a perfect existence. If there is one 8 to 70 point that is difficult to understand, it is the Holy Master's persistent pursuit of Lingshur. The members of the Du family narrowly escaped death. Now that he has received the pardon, he naturally wants to leave immediately. Although they lost the palace, they didn't know where to go. But it's always good to leave first. Otherwise, wait for the major forces in Zawanzu to get the news and react. It's hard for them to leave, but just when the ancestors of the Du family led hundreds of thousands of people from the Du family to leave, Yichin said lightly, "Are you leaving?" The patriarch of the Du family broke out in cold sweat immediately and hastily bowed in salute. "I don't know what orders you have, Holy Master." He was worried in his heart. "I'm afraid Yichin will change his mind." However, Yichin just said lightly, "Leave all the instruments, pills, storage bags, and storage rings on your body. People can go. Everything must stay. The world of cultivating immortals is not the earth. The earth needs treasure stocks. But in the world of cultivating immortals, everyone has storage bags and storage rings. Many treasures are carried with them, although there must be a treasure house in the Du family's palace. But the wealth of the hundreds of thousands of Du family members is definitely not a lot. Yichin broke through the late stage of integration, but it needs a full 100 billion high-grade spirit stones. 100 billion. What kind of concept is this? Even if Tianyan Holy Land now has a monthly income of 1.8 billion and an annual income of more than 20 billion, it will take 5 years to save up. And to break through the late stage of perfect fusion, so many spirit stones are already needed. What about breaking through the Mahayana period? With the consistent style of the system, breaking through the big realm is directly multiplied by 10 times. In other words, if I want to break through the Mahayana stage perfectly, I probably need 1 trillion high-grade spirit stones. This number is even more terrifying. Even Yichin felt extremely stressed. Therefore, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Besides, the Du family has ruled Zawanzu for so long. The wealth and treasures of them. But definitely not mosquito meat. Maybe it can surprise Yichin. When Yichin's voice fell, the members of the Du family looked at each other. To be honest, they were extremely heartbroken. But looking at the calm-looking holy Master Tianyan, they couldn't say a word. It is a blessing to be able to survive. How can we talk more? After the ancestor put down his storage ring and a suit of weapons, the rest of the Du family also followed suit. It's not that no one wants to hide their secrets, but they could feel that there was a terrifying consciousness watching them. Under this divine consciousness, all their actions are invisible. No one is willing to try the consequences of deceiving a person who is the most powerful person in the world of cultivating immortals today. Therefore, the members of the Du family were extremely obedient. In the blink of an eye, dense storage rings and all kinds of magic weapons, treasures, and even Taoist weapons were left on the ground, waiting for everything last night. The ancestor of the Du family saluted Yichin. Seeing that Yichin was unresponsive, he sighed. With a group of people, they flew overseas. During the period when the Du family ruled Zawanzu, they were too cruel. If they stay in Zawanzu, they will inevitably usher in a backlash. Moreover, he had to leave quickly before the news spread throughout Shiyuan continent. As for where to go, Mingwang Prefecture definitely cannot go, because there are more enemies in Mingwang State. For a while, the ancestor of the Du family was extremely depressed. The sky is big and the earth is big. There is no place for their Du family. Thinking that before recently, they were still the supreme dynasty that ruled a continent, and they had an existence closest to the Mahayana period. But only one day later, they became homeless dogs. This gap is really huge. It can be said that everyone in the Du family has completely lost their vitality today. Because when they were destroyed 10,000 years ago, they were besieged and betrayed, and the members of the Du family were dissatisfied. There is also the arrogance that belongs to the Du family. In this time, all their arrogance was completely defeated by the Lord Tianyan. Before leaving, the patriarch of the Du family looked back at their former imperial palace for the last time, and at the Taiwan sword that was still facing the Huanyuting in the sky. He knows. The Lord Tianyan will definitely not allow them to take away the fairy artifact. In other words, even if the Lord Tianyan allowed it, they would not be able to take the fairy artifact away. Therefore, even if the Du family members survived, but the Du family lost the immortal artifact and is no longer a member of the Holy Land. The glory of the past is completely gone. The ancestor of the Du family immediately sighed and left without any regrets. He planned to take his people to an island located in the depths of the endless sea. Avoid the limelight for now, and think about where to go later. The Du family left. Through the live broadcast room of the Immortal Network, countless immortal cultivators in the entire immortal cultivation world can see the backs of these hundreds of thousands of people leaving in a hurry. Former First Dynasty. Become a defeated dog in a day. And all of this was brought about by the Lord Tianyan. Think here. They were even more impressed by the strength of the Lord Tianyan. With his own power, he brought down a generation of dynasty. It's incredible. And Yichin naturally ignored the cultivation resources left by the members of the Du family. Someone will take care of that later. I believe that in today's world of cultivating immortals, there should be no cultivator who has the guts to covet his own spoils. Yichin looked up to the dome. Huanyuting and Taihuangjian are still facing each other in 3.6. The terrifying Xianwei is still flowing on both sides. The battle is now settled. Immortal artifact confrontation is meaningless. With a thought in Yichin's mind, the Huanyu cauldron above the sky trembled slightly. Sensing Yichin's call, Huanyu Ding retreated first with some reluctance. But in the end, the divine fire in the cauldron was restrained, and it floated down from the dome. Then it slowly shrunk and landed on Yichin's shoulders, returning to its previous lifeless appearance. And the Taiwan sword above the sky was not manipulated by anyone after all. It only relied on instinct to move its weight. Now that there is no threat, the Taiwan sword has gradually restrained its celestial power and slowly flew down from the dome, falling into the depths of the Du family's palace. Yichin looked at the Du family's palace with a look of interest on his face. Because what follows is the most rewarding moment of this battle. It's time to ransack the house and count the spoils. The war is now completely over. The emperor of the Du family fell. The Du family even lost their immortal artifacts, and it seemed that they were going to go overseas. This battle, which was enough to cause a sensation in the entire world of cultivating immortals, was completely over. And because the Lord Tianyan has a task to order. Therefore, the immortal cultivators from the Tianyan Holy Land who followed them all finished watching the battle and were ready to start working. The immortal cultivator who was broadcasting the live broadcast was also preparing to end the live broadcast. In the live broadcast room, countless immortal cultivators still hadn't recovered from their excitement and were discussing with great interest. They all know Tianyan Holy Land plans to expand Tianyan Pavilion and Xianwang PHS to Zaiwanzu. Now the Du family is officially declared destroyed. Next, Zaiwanzu must be gradually included in the coverage of Xianwang. Therefore, they are all looking forward to the benefits that Shi Yuanzhou's joining will bring them. I have heard that Zaiwanzu is rich in many elixirs, and there are many elixirs in Mingwangzu. Maybe in the future, there will be more elixirs in Xianwang's Zongjing Pavilion, and we alchemists can also from Xianwang Taba, we can buy more types of elixir at a lower price. This is definitely good news for us alchemists. I don't know what Zaiwanzu looks like. What's special about it? Is there any anchor to live broadcast in Zaiwanzu? The Du family is destroyed, and the Tianyan Holy Land will definitely raid the house. The Du family has occupied Zaiwanzu for thousands of years, and the treasures they have obtained are countless. The Tianyan Holy Land will definitely bring out many things that are not needed. It will be auctioned in the auction house, so I suggest that you check the auction house more recently. Tianyan Holy Land will definitely build a teleportation array in the future. When the teleportation array is completed, I will go to Zaiwanzu for a tour. Is there any fellow Taoist with me? Sacred Lord Tianyan has a kind heart and never destroyed the Du family, but my Heart Tool sect has a big enmity with the Du family, and I will never die, and I will definitely go to revenge in the future. The Du family's rule has been disintegrated in this way, and I don't know how grateful those holy lands and sects in Zaiwanzu will be to the Holy Well after they get the news. Countless cultivators talked about it. The opening of a new continental market represents new opportunities. Some anchors have indeed planned to go to Zaiwanzu to become an anchor. After all, Shiyuan continent is very popular now, and there are countless immortal cultivators who are interested in everything in Shiyuan continent. If you can seize the heat and start a live broadcast, it is bound to become a big anchor and earn a lot of money. But waiting for the teleportation array must be too slow. The anchor decided to pay a huge amount of spirit stones in the mission hall of the fairy net, asking Denung to escort him across the endless sea. Although it pays a lot, but as long as you can succeed, you will definitely earn more. It's not just the hearts of immortal cultivators. The major forces in the entire world of cultivating immortals are also excited, and they respond faster. Even before the live broadcast was over, there were already actions. For the big forces, they can do more. The first is to transport the fairy net little spirit to pass there as soon as possible. It is bound to make a lot of money. Now the PHS market in Mingwangzu is close to saturation. They need a new market, and Zaiwanzu is undoubtedly the most suitable. In addition to selling Tianyan PHS, there are many other benefits as well, such as live broadcast, such as short video. Shooting videos related to Zaiwanzu will definitely become popular. And besides that, there is also the Buddhist scripture pavilion of Xianwang. If there is a lot of money in hand, before the local forces know the existence of the Xianwang Sutra Pavilion, they will buy and look at Zawan's unique exercises, pill formulas, and formations. Then upload it to the Buddhist Scriptures Pavilion on Xianwang. It is bound to be able to earn a lot of money. As for the various treasures of Zaiwanzu, if they can be purchased in advance, they can also be earned by blood. After all, there are only more than 1 billion immortal cultivators in Shiyuan continent, and the market is too small. The price of treasures will not be due to scarcity. But if these treasures are auctioned in the Xianwang auction house, the turnover may be able to double several times. Of course, it all takes time. The sooner you arrive at Zaiwanzu, the more you earn, the more profitable you will be. And if you go too late, you may not be able to drink the soup. So, the major holy places and first-class forces in the world of cultivating immortals. They all dispatch strong men at the first time, driving the fastest Taoist weapon, carrying spirit stones, PHS, and a large number of disciples and deacons to Shiyuan continent at high speed. Even in Great Yinzhou, there is a holy land that is exciting. For example, the Taishan Holy Land is like this, and the speed of Taishan Holy Land is the fastest. Because after receiving the news of Yichin's departure in person, Taishan Holy Lord believed in it with confidence. The Du family is about to be destroyed. Zawan's market will open soon, because since the Lord Tianyan wants to do it, he will definitely succeed. The elders in Taishan Holy Land all wondered how their own Holy Master had so much confidence in Tianyan Holy Master. However, he did not disobey the order. Therefore, Taishan Holy Land increased production, and the national tax paid a full 5 million. It was even before Yichin reached Zaiwanzu. Taishan Xingzhu and the elders of the sect drove a dragon boat of the Taoist level, and all the spirit stones of the sect set off from the endless sea and rushed to Zaiwanzu. Because it was against Tianyan Holy Land a few years ago. Taishan Holy Land suffered heavy losses and has been reduced to the last of the 4 great holy lands in Yenzhou. Now, it is natural to seize the opportunity. On the way, the elders of Taishan Holy Land were still a little apprehensive for fear that the trip would be in vain. But in the middle, I saw the live broadcast and knew the ending. This time, there is no need to worry about the Taishan Holy Land. Under the surprised gazes of all the elders, the Lord Taishan hid his achievements and fame deeply, because he has discovered a pattern that is to fight against the Lord Tianyan. Inevitably blood loss may even fall. But as long as you follow the Holy Lord Tianyan and believe in the Holy Lord Tianyan, then there is no one who does not earn Lingshire. It can be said, the Taishan Holy Lord who was once jealous everywhere and wanted to fight against Yichin. Now he is Yichin's #1 believer. 027. This makes many people feel the wonder of the world, not to mention the outcome of this battle and its impact on the entire world of cultivating immortals. After the war ended and the Du family left, Yichin joined hands with Empress Dezhou and stepped into the Du family's palace. The Du family's palace is indeed incomparably luxurious. All kinds of formations and precious materials seem to be without spirit stones, and the decorations in the palace are all kinds of treasures. In terms of atmosphere, even Tianyan Holy Land can't match it. Yichin looked very satisfied. The Du family gets richer. The more satisfied I am, because everything in the Du family is the fee for this shot. It can make a great contribution to breaking through the late stage of integration, and followed by the elders, deacons, and sons of the Holy Master Tianyan. The first thing to do is to clean up the immortal cultivation resources left by the Du family members and start to calculate the value by category. Of course, this is no small project. Elder Wong Changchun has already sent a message to let another group of supporters arrive in the branch sect. After all, the next task is heavy. In addition to counting property, also understand the detailed information of Zaiwanzu and start to set up the location coverage map and delivery express network of the Tianyan Pavilion branch. So it was a blast, and in a place extremely far from the center of the war. There were dozens of great immortal cultivators who were all dumbfounded, looking in the direction of the Du family's palace in disbelief. An immortal cultivator far away from the Du family's palace. They are all native cultivators of Zaiwanzu. They discovered early on that something had happened to the Du family's palace. It was as if there had been a war. After all, the news of the battle between Yichin and the Du family emperor spread across half of Shiyuan continent, and it couldn't be covered up at all. They were all shocked by this. In Zaiwanzu, there are still immortal cultivators who have trouble finding a home. You must know that a champion of the Du family is enough to suppress the entire Zaiwanzu. Not to mention the Du family emperor who has been sitting in the depths of the Du family's palace, overlooking the world. They have great curiosity in their hearts. But because the Du family ruled Zaiwanzu, the rules were strict. The powerhouses of the major holy places are not allowed to enter within 1,000,000 miles of the Du family's palace without edicts, and those who violate it will be wiped out. So they all didn't dare to go. They only dared to stand 1,000,000 miles away, reluctantly using their spiritual sense to sense the position of the Du family's palace. When they felt Xianwei, they all showed incredible expressions. What the hell happened? Why did they feel the breath of the fairy weapon? Could it be that an immortal cultivator brought an immortal weapon and entered the Du family? But how is this possible? Judging from the current cultivation environment in the world of cultivating immortals, how could there be a Mahayana period? And when the familiar real dragon's aura later penetrated the world, the onlookers of Zaiwanzu's native powerhouses were all terrified. Even the emperor of the Du family, who has never made a move since breaking through the late stage of fusion, is here? What the hell happened? And who is it that can force this person to make a move? Where did Champion Ho go? Immortal Artifact, Emperor Du family, and Champion Ho may not be eligible to participate in the exhibition. A guess appeared in their hearts. Could it be that the great power of the Mahayana period really came to Zaiwanzu and Iwanadu's house? Could it be Ming Wangzhou, although separated for thousands of years? But the experts in Zaiwanzu still remember Ming Wangzhou. That is the center of the entire world of cultivating immortals. In this era, if it is explained that Wangzhou may still exist in the Mahayana period, not impossible. But all of this is just speculation after all. But even guesswork. The immortal cultivators in Zaiwanzu are all looking forward to it. They have suffered from the Du family for a long time. If the Du family is really sought revenge by Denung, that is definitely a great thing for them. And with the movement getting bigger and bigger, even if it is 1,000,000 miles away, it can still be clearly sensed. Therefore, more and more immortal cultivators from Shiyuan continent were attracted. They all wanted too much to know what was going on, but still a little afraid to approach. After all, in recent years, the Du family's iron and blood methods have accumulated a lot of prestige, making it difficult for them to have rebellious thoughts in their hearts. And soon, the onlookers were surprised to find out. The commotion of the battle actually subsided. Just now, the horrifying pressure of the Du family's emperor, which could be clearly sensed even 1,000,000 miles away, disappeared at this moment. Only the strange rushing blood remained, still penetrating the heaven and the earth. This moment has come. All the local immortal cultivators in Zawanza looked at each other in blank dismay. Did the war end so quickly? The aura of the Du family emperor disappeared, and that strange strong man is still standing there. Could it be that the Du family emperor has fallen? Their expressions were all complicated and shocked, with an unbelievable look on his face. They knew exactly how terrifying the Du family's talent was. When he hadn't broken through the late stage of the fusion, he made several shots with thunderous means, which can be called an invincible posture. It is most likely to become the existence of the Mahayana period. Such a monstrosity must be invincible in the fusion period. It is absolutely impossible for a monk in the fit period to defeat the Du family emperor. Not to mention killing the Du family emperor so quickly. If the Du family emperor really fell, doesn't that mean that there really was a Mahayana period that came to Shiyuan continent? At this moment, there is no further fluctuation in the direction of the Du family's palace. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. But still some dare not go to see what happened. Finally, a powerful person in the early stage of refining Su stood up. He is old, with the breath of twilight on him. Fellow Taoists, I'll go and have a look. The old man opened his mouth with an aura of seeing death as home, and then left with a bang. All the great powers in Zaiwanza watched and bowed silently. It's not that they don't have the courage, but that the Du family has brought them too much shadow over the years. That old man is a casual cultivator and has no sect. And behind them, they all have family sects. If nothing happened to the Du family, if they rashly entered the range of the Du family's palace, they would definitely be bloodbathed by the Du family. The closer the old man is to the Du family's palace, the more you can feel some strange breath. This made him involuntarily speed up again. When it reached a location less than 10,000 miles away from the Du family's palace, finally saw the Du family clearly. He witnessed with his own eyes the scene where hundreds of thousands of members of the Du family left storage bags in humiliation and left in haste and despair. I also saw a young monk in white standing above the void. He casually took back the fairy artifact that said the Taiwan sword confrontation above the sky. He also saw the young monk hugging a female nun with an alluring posture. He entered the Du family's palace as if no one else was there, and climbed to the main peak where only the Du family emperor could stop, and the immortal cultivator brought by the young monk. But there is a clear division of labor, and some began to collect the resources left by the Du family. Some entered the Du family's palace and looked around. It's like picking up spoils. Seeing this scene, the old man's eyes widened, because the scene in front of him has already been hammered. The emperor of the Du family may have really fallen. Otherwise, with the character of the Du family, how could it be possible for an outsider to enter the Du family's palace? At this moment, the dignified old man at the stage of refinement had tears running down his face, and he couldn't contain his excitement. The Du family that ruled Zawanzu with iron blood for thousands of years is really destroyed today. These years, the immortal cultivators in Zawanzu have really had a hard time. The sects and forces in Zawanzu all have their own Nuaz Zhao labor. Every year, he will be conscripted and sent by the Du family because the Du family does things. Go hunt monsters for the Du family, set up formations, catch the sea and fish. In short, dangerous things will force them to do them. It is the powerhouse of the God transformation stage, and several of them have fallen because of this in these years. And the Du family's annual tax is ridiculously high. Most of the resources were taken away by the Du family. Even holy places are not exempt from vulgarity. Low-level practitioners cannot even guarantee sufficient basic cultivation resources. Moreover, the Du family is extremely ruthless towards external immortal cultivators. Any young talent who is talented and has the potential to grow into a powerful young talent will be touched by them in every possible way and killed in advance. The old man's personal disciple fell like this. In short, in the world of cultivating immortals in Zawanzu, these things are really miserable. Today, the tragic era is finally over. The Du family paid a huge price. Such a heartwarming thing. How can the old man not be excited? The old man arrives. It has already attracted the attention of all the powerhouses in Tianyan Holy Land. Wong Changchun was originally counting the resources left by the Du family. Seeing the old man at this moment, he immediately smiled. After fighting for so long, finally a native cultivator from Zawanzu appeared. Elder Wong Changchun immediately flew towards the old man and soon stood in front of the old man. Meet fellow Taoists. Although the opponent's cultivation base is higher than his own, he can't see the opponent's realm. But Wong Changchun is still extraordinarily free and easy. This is confidence. Looking at the entire world of cultivating immortals, no matter how powerful other cultivators are, can they be more powerful than their own holy master? And the old man, in the early stage of refining virtual reality, never underestimated Wong Changchun, just because he was only in the early stage of spiritual transformation. He hurriedly cupped his hands and saluted. I've met fellow Taoist. I don't know where I was just now. The old man has too much confusion in his heart. Seeing that the other party was not malicious, he hurriedly asked. Wong Changchun knew what the other party was asking and smiled lightly. The emperor of the Du family was beheaded by my holy master just now. The Du family is officially declared destroyed. Although the old man had expected it in his heart, he heard the opponent's real hammer at this moment. My heart is still very excited. He looked at Wong Changchun in front of him and really wanted to know which holy place in Mingwangzhou this was. Is it the famous deity Zong? Or is it the Holy Land of Fluctuations 383? Or Feathergate? The other party must be the strongest holy land in Mingwangzhou. If not, that Mingwangzhou's world of cultivating immortals is too terrifying. Dare to ask the name of the holy place? The old man asked again. Wong Changchun calmly replied, Tianyan Holy Land. Tianyan Holy Land? Hearing this, the old man was stunned. Tianyan Holy Land? Why haven't I heard of it? He once learned about Mingwangzhou in ancient books. Know most of the forces in Mingwangzhou, but I have never heard of this Tianyan Holy Land. But in front of the other party, even if you haven't heard it, you can't show it. Otherwise, isn't that a slap in the face? So the old man nodded immediately. It turns out that you are the experts of the Tianyan Holy Land. I have long been yearning for the Tianyan Holy Land, and seeing you today really deserves your reputation. Wong Changchun, I can tell by the look on your face that you haven't heard of it, but I won't expose you. Tianyan Holy Land is indeed not well known in the world of cultivating immortals. It was in Great Yinzhou before, and it was not considered top-notch. That is, after the birth of the Holy Master, Tianyan Holy Land became famous and took office. So, the other party doesn't know, but can understand. The Holy Lord turned out to be a great power in the Mahayana period. Dare to ask, does it exist in the Mahayana period of Mingwangzhou? In Mingwang state, are there any traces of immortals? The old man spoke again, with hope in his eyes. Over the past 10,000 years, the environment for cultivating immortals has become worse and worse, and becoming an immortal seems to have become a legend. This is definitely a huge blow to the cultivators. If it is in Mingwangzhou, the Mahayana period is still going everywhere. There are even traces of immortals. That is definitely exciting news for the cultivators of Zawanzu. However, when he asked out, but seeing the elder of Tianyan Holy Land in front of him was slightly taken aback, and then smiled immediately. I don't know anything else. There is no Mahayana period in Shinming Chozhou. As for immortals, they have already disappeared. As far as I know, the highest level of immortal cultivators today should be the Holy Master of my family, and the cultivation level in the middle stage of integration. Earlier, the Du family emperor and the champion Ho Bishing had higher cultivation bases, but they have all fallen, so naturally, they can't be counted among them. Hearing this, the old man suddenly widened his eyes. What? In Mingwangzhou, there is no Mahayana period? And the Holy Master of Tianyan Holy Land is not the Mahayana period he guessed, but the integration period. And is it still in the middle of the integration period? How can this be? He saw that young man with his own eyes, taking back the fairy artifact. How can someone who can control a fairy weapon not be a Mahayana period? Not to mention, how could it be possible to kill the emperor of the Du family in the mid-stage of fusion? To know the extent of the evildoer of the Du family emperor is obvious to all. It is really an invincible existence of the same level. This kind of existence, even the immortal cultivators who are also in the late stage of fusion, may not be opponents. Not to mention the middle stage of integration. But look at the expression of the elder of Tianyan Holy Land in front of him. Obviously, the other party was not joking. There is no need for the other party to deceive themselves. But if it is true, that would be incredible. In the middle of the fusion, control the fairy weapon, leap over the ranks, and kill top geniuses. So how terrifying is the talent of this holy master Tianyan? At this moment, the old man's mood was shaken, and he couldn't calm down at all. And Wong Changchun saw the shocked expression of the old man and smiled immediately. To be honest, they have become a little numb to the holy master's outrageous talent and too much experience. But for those immortal cultivators in Zaiwanzu who had never heard of the holy master's deeds, the holy master's past deeds can definitely shock them for a whole year. After a long time, the old man calmed down. But in my heart, I still can't believe it. Wong Changchun could see it, but he was too lazy to say anything more. After waiting, the other party will use Tianyan PHS. Nature will figure everything out. The old man suppressed the emotions in his heart, looked at Elder Wong Changchun seriously, and asked the most important thing about his arrival. Dare to ask whether the Holy Land will settle in Zaiwanzu after the Du family is destroyed? Does the Holy Land want to rule the entire Xiuan continent like that Duan family? This is what the old man cares about most. Although the Duan family is destroyed, if another Tianyan Holy Land comes, it will do the same thing as the Duan family. The meaning of that period of family perishing is not great anymore. When Elder Wong Changchun heard this, he immediately shook his head. Don't worry, fellow Taoist, although my Tianyan Holy Land will be stationed in Zaiwanzu, it's just for business. Tianyan Holy Land, will never intervene in the internal affairs of the major forces in Zaiwanzu and their disputes. As long as the major forces in Zaiwanzu don't affect my business in Tianyan Holy Land. As for how the Du family ruled Zaiwanzu back then, it has nothing to do with my Tianyan Holy Land. Now that the Du family has been destroyed, many forces in Zaiwanzu can already restore their previous state. Fellow Taoists can inform the entire Xiuan continent of this matter. Wong Changchun answered quickly. I really don't have the idea of ruling Zaiwanzu. Doing the Tianyan PHS business to earn spirit stones is much easier than ruling the continent. I can't do this at all. And after that, whether it is to establish a teleportation array, collect map information, or build a Tianyan pavilion branch. In many places, if there is help from local forces, it will undoubtedly be able to get twice the result with half the effort. That's why Elder Wong Changchun is extra polite. And the old man finally felt relieved when he heard Wong Changchun's words. With the opponent's strength, there is no need to lie to yourself. If the other party said that, it meant that the other party really didn't have the idea of guarding against the Du family. Just immediately, the old man gave birth to new confusion. What kind of business is this Tianyan Holy Land? After asking, he quickly got an answer. FairyNet PHS? What is this? The old man looked confused. FairyNet PHS? What's this? The old man had never heard of this thing. He only thought it was a fresh spiritual weapon from Ming Wangzhou or something like that. I didn't care too much. Wong Changchun originally planned to shock the old man a bit. Let the old man see the artifact created by his own holy master that has changed the entire world of cultivating immortals. Then look at the shocked expression of the old man. Unexpectedly, the old man didn't ask at all. After thanking him again, the old man wanted the good news that the Du family would be destroyed. Tell his friends in Zaiwanzu. Before leaving, Elder Wong Changchun opened his mouth and asked the old man to introduce the relevant forces to repair the palace. Because of the previous war, 1/3 of the Du family's palace was turned into ruins. Manual repair is required before interstate teleportation was really established. To mobilize manpower from Mingwang Prefecture, the waiting time is long, the efficiency is low, and the cost is high, so it is not worth it. Therefore, the original king's power is the best. Hearing this, the old man frowned immediately. He thought of the Du family. The Du family enslaved the immortal cultivators of the entire Shiyuan continent. Whether it was the palace or the formation, they were forced to build the immortal cultivators of the Shiyuan continent. Is it possible that this Tianyan Holy Land should be like this? But the other party destroyed the Du family. It is not planned to rule the entire Shiyuan continent yet. It is not unacceptable for them to pay some manpower. As if seeing the old man's worry, Wong Changchun immediately smiled. Fellow Daoist, don't worry too much. My Tianyan Holy Land is different from the Du family. If you do things for my Tianyan Holy Land, you can get spirit stones. My Tianyan Holy Land has just arrived in Zawanzu this time. There's a lot of ways to be done, and a lot of people are needed. So if fellow Daoists have suitable candidates, please recommend them. Wong Changchun actually felt quite inconvenient. If it is in Mingwang Prefecture or Great Yanzhou, need manpower? You only need to post a mission in the Xianwang Mission Hall. The manpower in the entire world of cultivating immortals can be chosen at will. No need to look for it at all. But soon, the various Lingtong OEM forces in Mingwang Prefecture have already set off with a large amount of goods. Some forces even directly plan to set up a production base in Zawanzu, planning to recruit craftsmen from the local area, refining PHS on the spot, and then selling it directly will undoubtedly greatly increase the efficiency. In short, after PHS is sold, Zawanzu can also be in the Xianwang era. At that time, many applications can be used normally, and many things at home will not need to be so troublesome. When the old man heard that he was giving the spirit stone, he completely let go of his chest. These years because of the exploitation of the Du family. Moreover, the outside resources are basically occupied by the Du family. Many small forces are dying of poverty. Now that they have the opportunity to earn spirit stones, they will naturally not miss it. After the old man thanked again, he left suddenly. But Wong Changchun shook his head, turned around, and looked at the Du family's palace that needed to be tidied up. Think about the numerous expansion tasks afterwards. Wong Changchun had a headache. There are really too many things, and there is a long way to go. Afterwards, he turned his gaze to the main peak of the Du family palace. The Holy Master took the Empress of Great Zhou to the main peak, apparently to see the Du family's fairy artifact, the Taiwan sword. With the strength of his own holy lord, it is easy to subdue an ownerless fairy artifact, and it is not a problem at all. In this way, wouldn't he have 3 immortal artifacts in his family? A sacred place in Yanzhou, a branch of Mingwangzhou. Now in Zaiwanzu, there is another one left. A holy place, full of 3 fairy alliances. This is definitely the most luxurious lineup ever in the world of cultivating immortals. And all of this was brought by my own holy master. And above the main peak of the Du family palace, Yichin entered the forbidden area of the Du family. Although the forbidden area is guarded by formations, outsiders cannot enter. But Yichin controls the group of characters and can easily see through all formations. It is easy to break through the formation. In the forbidden area, like a real dragon, the Taiwan sword floats and sinks. Sensing a strange atmosphere, the Taiwan sword was activated immediately, and Xianwei boiled, trying to suppress Yichin and Empress de Zhou who came in. However, the Huanyuding on Yichin's shoulder was also activated instantly, competing with the Taiwan sword. Yichin came to the side of Taiwan sword with the momentum of fighting against the immortal weapon. However, Taiwanjian resisted and resisted, holding the hilt of the sword, and running Bingzimi with all its strength. The Taiwan sword is the immortal weapon of the Du family, inherited by blood, so the resistance to Yichin is very natural. However, before Huanyuding's containment and the tyrannical Bingzimi, the resistance of Taiwan's sword is useless. In the end, Yichin's military secrets directly attacked Huanglong, initially controlling him, and there was no resistance at all. On the side, Empress de Zhou watched this scene with a lot of emotion. That's a magic weapon. In the hands of my husband, he was actually controlled like this. Even after seeing this scene for the second time, it still feels unbelievable. My husband is really against the sky. Yichin held the Taiwan sword in his hand, felt it silently, and then the corners of his mouth curled up. From the point of view of power, Taiwan sword is slightly higher than Huanyuding. But this is also normal. After all, the Du family is stronger than the Duan family. It is normal for the fairy weapon to be stronger. This time, with the Taiwan sword as a harvest, it is not a loss. Yichin has already made a decision. As for the fate of the fairy artifact, Yichin didn't plan to leave the fairy artifact in Zaiwanzu. Although the Du family palace in Zaiwanzu will become one of the branch sects, It will undergo some transformation and become the business center of Tianyan PHS in Zawanzu. But it is obviously unnecessary to leave the Taiwan sword to suppress it. 0. It is undoubtedly more useful to keep Taiwan sword by Yichin's side. If there is indeed only the Du family emperor who is close to the Mahayana period in the entire world of cultivating immortals, there is no other strong person. Then Yichin is naturally invincible, and it is a waste to hold the fairy weapon. It is useless at all. But Yichin is cautious. Yichin read too many novels in his previous life, and always felt that there would be old monsters hidden in the world of cultivating immortals. For example, Emperor Du's family and Champion Ho are the kings among them. And apart from the Du family emperor, is there no other more powerful existence hidden? Yichin doesn't think so, and it's always good to be prepared. Otherwise, if you are in some corner of the world of cultivating immortals, you still have a Mahayana period, and you will suddenly attack yourself with an immortal weapon. If you don't have an immortal artifact at hand, wouldn't it be a blood loss? Be steady, you can never go wrong. Compared with Huan Yuding, Yichin prefers Taiwan's sword. It just so happened that since I entered the world of cultivating immortals, I have never had a weapon. Before, the main reason was that my breakthrough speed was too fast. If I used weapons, I would have to change them frequently. But now, use Taiwan's sword, with the grade of the other party's fairy artifact. Obviously, there is no need to change weapons before I become a fairy. There is a fairy by my side. Walking in the world of cultivating immortals in the future can also be more confident. After processing the fairy artifact, Yichin looked at the empty forbidden area, and then at the graceful Empress de Zhou. There's still a lot to deal with, though. But Yichin felt that after going through a big battle, it was time for him to take a good rest and relax. The next few days, Yichin really relaxed and joined hands with the queen of the Great Zhou, touring the mountains and rivers in Zaiwanzu. After all, Zaiwanzu has just settled in, and there are many things to do. Many things need to be handled by Yichin himself. For example, the branching formation in Zaiwanzu. It just needs to be arranged by Yichin himself. So Yichin had to stay in Zaiwanzu for at least a few months before leaving. That being the case, why not enjoy it? Of course, Yichin is not wasting time. Accompanying the Queen of Dazhou to tour the mountains and rivers in Zaiwanzu, although I have seen the scenery, I have tasted different customs. But the most important thing is to choose a location suitable for filming TV dramas. Anyway, since I'm staying in Zaiwanzu, then shoot a few TV shows by the way. After all, if I want to break through the late stage of fusion perfectly, I need hundreds of billions of high-grade spirit stones. Making money is still a long way to go. How can Yichin waste his time? 100. At the same time, Yichin has also sent back information to the sect. Let them bring the two extremely lucky heroines and supporting actresses designated by them, by the way. At the same time, they were also asked to select disciples whose appearance and temperament were similar to the characters in Snap Fingers Covering the Sky, and GG brought them over. In short, Yichin has already started to prepare for filming a TV series. The first TV series in the world of cultivating immortals will come out in Zaiwanzu. And when Yichin was traveling in mountains and rivers, the entire Xiyuan continent boiled at the same moment. The emperor of the Du family was beaten to death at the gate of the Du family's palace with a fairy weapon, and Champion Ho died in the distant Mingwang prefecture. The Du family even went overseas secretly, not daring to show their faces at all. The Du family has been destroyed, and even the Du family's palace has been occupied. When I first heard the news, the immortal cultivators in the entire Zaiwanzu immortal cultivation world were filled with disbelief. The Du family, which ruled the immortal cultivators of Zaiwanzu for thousands of years, has been destroyed? How can this be? You know, the Du family is getting stronger and stronger, especially the emperor of the Du family. Everyone knows that the other party is about to break through the Mahayana period. Such an existence was beaten to death at the door of the house. Moreover, if it is said that a strong man from the Mahayana period descended, brought a fairy weapon to the Du family, and killed the emperor of the Du family, everyone might be convinced. But according to the rumors, it turned out to be a holy landlord in the middle of the fusion stage. You are in the middle of a fusion, holding a fairy weapon? Aren't you afraid of being directly smashed to death by a fairy weapon? It's almost impossible to edit. The most important thing is that when you make up rumors, you have to make them up to the truth. You explained that Wangzhou's deity Zong, Yawaman, or the top holy places like Yaguang Holy Land are here. What kind of Tianyan Holy Land did you actually make up? What kind of pheasant sanctuary is this? I've never heard of it. However, there is the native holy land of Zawanzu, And after looking through the classics, they found a trace of records about the Tianyan Holy Land. That is not the Holy Land of Ming Dynasty. It is the Holy Land of Great Yinzhou. After learning about it, the immortal cultivators didn't believe it even more. Great Yinzhou is similar to Zawanzu. Both are remote continents. What can there be? Moreover, the lord of the Great Yinzhou Holy Land crossed the Mingwang Prefecture and destroyed the Du family not far away from Zaiwanzu. Hundreds of millions of miles away? How can this be? In short, the rumors are too outrageous. Let those sects far away from the center of Zaiwanzu and the immortal cultivators in the Holy Land completely disbelieve this matter. It was directly regarded as a rumor. Soon, however, they discovered something was wrong. First of all, there are several holy lands who boldly occupied many mine veins and killed many immortal soldiers of the Du family. To know, most of the precious mineral veins in Zawanzu have been occupied by the Du family. No one dared to grab it. Did these holy places eat the heart of a bear and the guts of a leopard? Aren't you afraid of being liquidated? But something even more astonishing happened. Those onlookers not only did not see these holy places being liquidated, instead, several fairy cities were directly captured by these holy places. Immortal soldiers and city lords in the immortal city either get cold feet and surrender, or be killed directly. Among them, many collateral clan members of the Du family died. But there was still no response from the Du family's palace, nor did they see any powerful people coming to suppress the rebellion. And immediately, there are many city lords' mansions in remote fairy cities that have been emptied overnight. Those city lords who took refuge in the Du family brought their trusted family members and said they were going to inspect the sea area and left in a flying boat. The result is gone forever. This time, even the most stupid immortal cultivator can see that something is not quite right. It seems that something really happened to the Du family. Could it be that the rumors are true? But that rumor is really outrageous. In the mid-stage of fusion, how can it be possible to control a fairy weapon? It doesn't make sense. Not to mention facing a mid-stage fusion. How could the emperor of the Du family fall? Even if that holy master Tianyan is really monstrous. But the emperor of the Du family can't beat the opponent, so he can always escape, right? How could it have fallen like this? But no matter how unbelievable the rumors are, the changes in Shiyuan continent are happening every day. More and more minerals and secret lands that originally belonged to the major holy places and major forces have been recovered. More and more Xianlu, the city lord who took refuge in the Du family, fell. Massive battles take place in Shiyuan continent every day. The clansmen and subordinates who were not of high importance and were abandoned by the Du family were being liquidated. Blood flowed like a river. This time, more and more forces finally couldn't sit still. Many forces also became bolder. He began to try to recover his former secret land and minerals. When they took it back, they were surprised to find that the secret land and mines were unattended. The immortal soldiers originally guarded by the Du family had sneaked away without knowing when. Obviously, these abandoned subordinates of the Du family are not stupid. When they realized that the wind direction was wrong and they couldn't get in touch with the powerful Du family's palace, he made a quick decision, knowing that the Du family might really be doomed. That being the case, it is natural to run away immediately. Otherwise, stay in Zaiwanzu and wait to die. Immediately, many strong men who once belonged to the Du family went overseas. And there are some forces. He hesitated and rushed to the Du family's palace, wanting to see the truth. Make sure it's real. And when they arrived at the Du family's palace, their eyes widened in disbelief. Because the owner of the Du family's palace has completely changed. It was actually occupied by a holy place called Tianyan Holy Land. Moreover, in the 5.1 palace of the Du family emperor at this moment, many immortal cultivators from Zaiwanzu were hired to restore the surface. After those immortal cultivators who came to inquire about the news learned everything that happened before, all of them showed incredible looks. The Du family emperor has really fallen. Moreover, he died in the hands of a mid-stage immortal cultivator. That day, Holy Master Yin really came to the door with a fairy weapon with a cultivation base in the middle stage of fusion. In the end, the emperor of the Du family, who is a small realm higher than himself, will directly kill the workers. This truth made all the immortal cultivators who came to inquire about the news doubt life. How could there be such monsters in the world? Is this still human? Seeing the sluggish looks of those immortal cultivators, no matter whether they were people from Tianyan Holy Land or hired local immortal cultivators, they didn't care. Because these days, They have seen the shocked appearance of the immortal cultivator of Zawan too much. After more and more forces went to Du's palace to confirm the situation. The immortal cultivators in the entire Zawan immortal cultivation world finally confirmed it. The news of the Du family's demise is not a rumor. The Du family was really destroyed. The Du family's palace has also been occupied by the Tianyan Holy Land. When confirmed to be true, the entire world of cultivating immortals in Zawan was completely boiling. Immortal cultivators seek longevity. But the most essential thing is to seek freedom. After cultivating to the highest level, one can be free and unafraid of everything. But since the Du family came to Zawan, the sky in Zawan has changed. Immortal cultivators have less and less resources. There are more and more rules. A little carelessness will usher in the punishment of the Du family and destroy the family. Even if it is a cultivator in the stage of transforming gods and the stage of refining emptiness, he must also unconditionally obey the orders of the Du family and work for the Du family. In the last years of his life, Zawan's world of cultivating immortals lived under the pressure of the Du family. They have been looking forward to the end of such days. In the past 10,000 years, there has been no rebellion, not without fleeing, but the rebellion was suppressed. Champion Ho bloodbath 18 sects in one day, blood flowing like a river. 11 and run away? The emperor of the Du family personally caught up in the endless sea, abolished the cultivation of tens of thousands of immortal cultivators who fled Zawan, and hung them on the fairy cities all over Zawan. Years later, he died screaming. The iron and blood methods of the Du family completely shocked the immortal cultivation world in Zawan. No more resistance, can only bear silently. But even so, they're always looking forward to one day getting rid of the Du family's rule. However, after the news that the Du family emperor was approaching the Mahayana period came out, the world of cultivating immortals in Zawan was completely hopeless. Once the Du family emperor breaks through the Mahayana period, then you can drive the fairy weapon to sweep the Holy Land. At that time, who could be the opponent of the Du family? Just when they thought they would continue to live like this for the rest of their lives and never see the light of day again, the Du family was destroyed like this? The shock this brought to the world of cultivating immortals in Zawan was simply unimaginable. This day, everyone in Zawan cheered. Countless cultivators were shouting crazily. Even those great powers with high cultivation bases lost their composure and burst into tears. They finally regained their freedom. Countless cultivators drank freely in the fairy city. Countless mighty shouts raised their heads to the sky. Zawan was ruled by Duanji for 10,000 years, and it finally came to an end. Especially even though the Yichin Holy Land occupied the Du family's palace that day. But he promised that he would not rule the world of cultivating immortals in Zawan like the Du family. It will not interfere with the affairs of various holy places and various sects. This completely relieved the Zawan immortal cultivation world. In addition to excitement and cheers, the billions of immortal cultivators in Shiyuan continent are particularly curious and worshipful of the Holy Master who killed the Du family emperor in the middle stage of fusion. The emperor of the Du family is an evildoer. My Holy Master said that if the emperor of the Du family were placed in Xingu, he must be an invincible evildoer of the same generation and could become an immortal. But such an emperor of the Du family is actually one small lower than the one he cultivated. It is unbelievable that the cultivators of the realm have been killed. Holy Master Yin that day crossed the realm and killed the top Tianjiao, so evil to an unbelievable degree. The most outrageous thing is how to control the fairy weapon in the middle of the fusion. Even in ancient times, immortal ancient times, this kind of thing never happened. I said to the cultivators, the master of the day, and now he is still 50 years old. How is this possible? Less than 50 years old in the middle stage of fusion? It is impossible for an immortal to practice again, so it is impossible to have such a fast speed. Impossible. It's absolutely impossible. However, what is the purpose of Yinxing Land coming to Shiyuan continent that day? I heard them say that the fairy net PHS and the like are for selling magical artifacts? But sending magical artifacts across continents to sell, won't you lose money? I don't know too well. I heard that it is a very magical thing. In order to sell this, Tianyan Holy Land plans to build a cross-state teleportation array and has already begun to choose a location. It is said that once the cross-state teleportation array is built, it can go directly to King Ming. Cross-state teleportation array? Are you crazy? What kind of things do you have to sell to get your money back? What exactly is this Tianyan Holy Land? Not just cross-state teleportation arrays. I heard that they will build a teleportation array in every fairy city in Zawanzu, at least 300 or 400 teleportation arrays. The immortal cultivators of Zawanzu were amazed at the news about the Lord Tianyan. I'm also very curious about the actions of the Tianyan Holy Land in Zawanzu. And the more they learned, the more confused they became. What is the plan of this Tianyan Holy Land? Build a cross-state transmission array to sell goods by yourself? Do you want to build 300 or 400 teleportation arrays inside Zawanzu? Judging from the distance between Zawanzu and Mingwangzu, the real cost of this cross-state transmission will be beyond imagination, at least several million high-grade spirit stones. If this is true, how many years will it take for the Yinyan Holy Land to pay back its capital? In short, with more and more news about Tianyan Holy Land, the immortal cultivators in Zawanzu were getting more and more confused. When other big forces come, they will either occupy resources or occupy secret realms. In short, it is for profit. And what about Tianyan Holy Land? After arriving, they worked hard to destroy the Du family, but only occupied the Du family's palace. Other secret minerals are not touched at all. It is even necessary to establish teleportation arrays for the major fairy cities. There is also the establishment of an interstate teleportation array. Where is it to earn linkshare? Could it be that the Tianyan Holy Land is here to give benefits to the cultivators of Zawanzu? In short, everyone in Zawanzu was extremely ignorant. 493. From ancient times to the present, they had never heard of such a force as the Tianyan Holy Land. What is the purpose of Tianyan Holy Land? And today, after being defeated by the Du family emperor, immediately mobilize manpower, prepare goods, and set off for the major forces in Shiyuan continent. Their airship was finally about to reach Shiyuan continent, because each family got together and set off. So hundreds of spaceships descended densely. As for the immortal cultivators on the flying boat, every immortal cultivator was particularly excited. Some of these immortal cultivators are powerful. Come to sell the Xianwang PHS, which is manufactured by us. At the same time, I plan to set up a layout in Zawanzu in advance. Open a store, purchase local kung fu pills, etc., and upload them to the Buddhist Scriptures Pavilion on the Fairy Net to earn linkshare. There are also anchors and short video bloggers. Find a relationship and get on a flying boat and come together, planning to enjoy a wave of Zawanzu's popularity. At the same time, there are also manpower recruited by Tianyan Holy Land in the mission hall of Xianwang. Most of them are array masters, responsible for building the teleportation array. Among the crowd, there were also 2 female disciples from the branch sect of Tianyan Holy Land. They looked at Zawanzu, which was getting closer, with expressions of excitement, anticipation, and apprehension on their faces. The 2 of them, because they were seen by Yichin, were randomly designated as the lucky ones to be the heroine and female supporting role of the first TV series in the Immortal Cultivation world. The Endless Sea is dangerous after all. Therefore, the first batch of airships from the major holy places arrived at the same time. And when they landed in Shiyuan continent, it is to leave immediately. After all, although they are all here to earn linkshare, but the purpose is not the same. For example, several flying boats in Tianyan Holy Land flew directly to the Du family's palace. Among them, the manpower will be dispatched separately to perform related tasks. They will not linger here. There are also some forces that are not the manufacturers of Xianwang PHS and fly directly to customers. Start using Xianwang PHS to shoot videos, broadcast live, or record map data. These are all earning spirit stones. In the realm of cultivating immortals in Dianzhou and Mingwangzu, immortal cultivators are particularly curious about Zawanzu, which has been ruled by the Du family for tens of thousands of years. Live broadcasting and posting short videos at this moment will definitely get a lot of attention and fans. Earn a wave of blood. As for the Xianwang map, although the map data is uploaded, it does not reward spirit stones. However, the rewarded Xianwang map members can be sold to become spirit stones. And the map of Zawanzu is still blank. It can be said that as long as you open the Immortal Net photo stone and take pictures casually, you can get countless member rewards. And how huge is the entire Shiyuan continent? If it is possible to upload as much map data as possible at the first time, that will definitely make a lot of money. Therefore, there are several holy places that send out disciples in different categories to do different things. Although they do not sell Xianwang PHS, but the final income may be higher than selling Tianyan PHS. Of course, there are also some holy places that came to buy exercises. They did not stay near the coast, because a large number of Xianwang PHS came today, and it will be released soon. At that time, the immortal cultivators in that area will definitely know all kinds of magical applications in Xianwang PHS. At that time, it will be difficult to acquire skills such as alchemy and square formations. So, these forces went directly to the depths, took a large sum of spirit stones, and began to purchase exercises, preparing to upload them to the Buddhist Scriptures Pavilion on the Immortal Net. In short, Fairy Net PHS application contains too many benefits, and Shiyuan continent is a blank market. The sooner you seize the opportunity, the benefits you get will be beyond imagination. Maybe this wave of opportunities just needs to be grasped. Earn more than the previous decades of hard work in the Holy Land. How to choose? Naturally, there is no need to consider, and those forces who came with the Fairy Net PHS don't need to run to the depths. This trip came, and they brought all the stock. They're all at least millions, or even close to tens of millions. Some forces go directly to the nearest fairy city or gathering place. Some forces choose to cooperate directly with the big forces. After all, the big forces have a large number of people. As long as the other party is willing to buy, they can sell hundreds of thousands of them at a time, saving time and effort. In short, the first batch of major powers and holy lands that arrived in Shiyuan continent had their own choices. Exceptionally consistent. But what is unexpected is the first batch of strong men who arrived at many major holy places, after they directed the elders to do things. On the other hand, he immediately went to Shiyuan continent to pay homage to the Lord Tianyan. Zaiwanzu, Beihai Fairy City. The city is bustling now. In the past, the Du family basically occupied most of the resources in Zaiwanzu, and the city also has a lot of rules plus harsh taxes. Therefore, the commerce in Xiancheng is not very prosperous. There are not many merchants who open stores, and these days, the Du family was destroyed. The major holy places have taken back the resources that once belonged to them. However, the shortfall caused by being exploited by the Du family over the years cannot be made up in a short time. So, the major holy lands, forces, and even ordinary immortal cultivators have started to set up shops and stalls in the immortal city, because they no longer have to worry about their own things because they will be taken away by the Du family because they are fancy and they will lose everything. So these days, Beihai Fairy City is extremely lively. Even some precious spirit fish that only the Du family could enjoy in the past appeared on the market, attracted countless cultivators to buy. And in Du family immortal city, a young immortal cultivator named Wu Qingfeng sat happily in a restaurant and had just finished a feast of seafood. Before, the Du family banned the sea. Except for hard labor, it is forbidden for any cultivator to approach the coastline. So although Wu Qingfeng is a family disciple, but from birth to now, I have only eaten seafood once or twice. They were also brought back secretly by the powerful family members who were forced to work for the Du family at sea. Now the Du family is destroyed. Wu Qingfeng was finally able to have a hearty meal of seafood. This makes him more than satisfied. I am extremely grateful to the Holy Master Tianyan in my heart. Wu Qingfeng wanted to join Tianyan Holy Land even more. I heard that Tianyan Holy Land is going to establish a branch sect in Zaiwanzu to recruit local Tianjiao. If the message is confirmed, Wu Qingfeng will definitely go to try it. Sitting on the second floor of the restaurant, Wu Qingfeng looked out the window. In the fairy city, the flow of people is blazing. There are too many more people than before the Du family was destroyed. Moreover, the number of female cultivators has also increased significantly. Especially beautiful female cultivators are not in the minority. But this is also normal, because the Du family ran amok before. The female cultivator is extremely beautiful. If someone from the Du family takes a fancy to her, she will not be able to escape the evil at all. So in the end, female cultivators basically hid in the family and did not come out of the sect in order to protect themselves. And now the Du family is destroyed. The female cultivators who had been holding back for so long naturally went out one after another. And Wu Qingfeng could hear it clearly. When these female cultivators went shopping and chatted, most of them talked about the Lord Tianyan. It is said that the Lord Tianyan is extremely handsome in appearance, and not even 50 years old. It is said that he is the richest and most powerful person in the entire world of cultivating immortals. If he could be the other party's Taoist partner, Sancheng will be lucky. Wu Qingfeng sneered when he heard these chats. Who wouldn't want to be the Taoist companion of someone like Holy Lord Tianyan? Is it your turn? When Wu Qingfeng was planning to go downstairs to an elixir shop run by a first-class force to buy elixirs suitable for his cultivation, a flying boat landed outside the fairy city. Among them, there are even stronger ones who are extremely dynamic and quiet. It immediately attracted the attention of countless immortal cultivators in the city. It even caused a commotion. Several strong men in the city flew out immediately. Go straight to the flying boat. After Wu Qingfeng confirmed that Fei Zhou was not from the Du family, he also felt relieved. Immediately a little curious. Which force is this? The sign, Qian Haozhao, on the boat is very clear. I have never seen it before. Could it be that, like Tianyan Holy Land, it came from outside Xiyuan continent? And outside the city gate? After a few strong men from Xianchen communicated with the leader of the other side, they left one after another, and the flying boat was put away. A group of unfamiliar strong men entered the fairy city under the gaze of countless eyes. This group of people found a shop with a lot of traffic in the fairy city of Beihai, talked with the shop owner, and gave some spirit stones. The shop owner simply gave up the shop to the other party, and that group of people directly took off the original signboard of the shop. Hang up new signboard seedlings. Many immortal cultivators in Beihai Xiancheng are paying attention to this strange group of people. Looking at their actions at this moment, they all guessed that the other party wanted to open a shop. And when they saw the name of the signboard that the other party hung up, they all showed a slightly confused look. Xianwang Xiaolingtong. What is this? Wu Qingfeng, who was in the crowd, showed curiosity. FairyNet PHS? What's this? Looking at it, it was obviously a cultivator from another big state. Many local immortal cultivators from Beihai Fairy City were watching curiously at the entrance of the shop. After all, Zawanzu has been isolated from the outside world for tens of thousands of years because it was blocked by the Du family. So everyone is quite curious about the outside world. Guessing what this FairyNet PHS is? The arrangement in the store is very fast. Not long after, a nascent soul stage immortal cultivator came out and greeted the surrounding immortal cultivators very politely. Fellow Taoists, my immortal shop in Beta Holy Land is open for business today. If you are interested in Xianwang Xilingtong, you can come in and support it. I believe Xianwang PHS will never let you down. Beta Holy Land in Mingwang Prefecture? Hearing this name, many immortal cultivators present have heard of it. After all, 10,000 years ago, Beta Holy Land was also a prosperous holy land. The prestige spread throughout the world of cultivating immortals. It is recorded by many holy places in Zaiwanzu. It turned out to be from Beta Holy Land. This is the top holy land in Mingwang Prefecture. Which one is stronger, Beta Holy Land or Tianyan Holy Land? The immortal cultivators in Zaiwanzu all opened their mouths curiously. Hearing 787 words, the nascent soul immortal stage cultivator of Beta Holy Land shook his head immediately. Tianyan Holy Land is the #1 holy place in the world of immortal cultivation today. As for Holy Master Tianyan, I think you should have heard about the opponent's record. This existence is the well-deserved #1 powerhouse in the world. I am Beta Holy Land, so naturally I am not qualified to compare with him. But I'm not weak in the Beta Holy Land. The ancestor of my family once fought a battle with the Lord Tianyan. Although he was defeated, he survived in the end. Hearing the words of this nascent soul cultivator, all the onlookers were amazed. That day, Holy Lord Yin was actually the most powerful person in the world of cultivating immortals, but it can shock and kill the Du family emperor. Worthy of such a name. From this point of view, this Beta Holy Land is not weak. You must know that the Holy Master Tianyan even killed the Du family emperor directly, and the ancestor of the Beta Holy Land survived a battle with the Lord Tianyan. It can be seen that the strength is not ordinary. This time, the Beta Holy Land showed a little more respect from the crowd watching in the fairy city of Beihai. As for the old man, his face was naturally blushing and his heart was beating. He wasn't lying. Although my ancestors survived, it was because they went late. He even smashed a walnut to the Lord to beg for mercy. But after all, he survived, right? What is this FairyNet PHS? Is it a popular treasure in Ming Wangzhou? Wu Qingfeng was particularly interested in this FairyNet PHS and asked in the crowd. Hearing this, the nascent soul immortal cultivator of Beidu Holy Land suddenly smiled. Xianwang Xilingtong is a divine tool created by the Lord Tianyan. And this artifact has many functions. For example, the instant messaging function allows you to contact any cultivator. The most amazing thing about this communication is that no matter how far the two are, as long as there is PHS from Xian Wong, they can communicate directly even if they are separated by a continent. And the communication is instant. In short, if you speak here, the immortal cultivators in Ming Wangzhou can hear it immediately. Unlike some communication spells, if you send it out here, it may take half an hour to receive it over there. Besides, neither the secret realm nor the formation can block the communication of the Xian Wong PHS. All the immortal cultivators' onlookers were dumbfounded. Can they communicate even if they are separated by a continent? And even secret realms and formations cannot be isolated? Is it possible? All the immortal cultivators present felt incredible. Be skeptical about what the other party said. But because of their longing for Ming Wangzhou, they all kept silent. The nascent soul of Beidu Holy Land immediately smiled when he saw everyone's expressions. Think back then. When he first heard about Xian Wang Xiling, he probably had the same expression. Nascent soul of Beidu Holy Land did not prove anything for the time being, but continued to introduce. Communication is only the most basic function of Xian Wang PHS. In addition to communication, immortal cultivators can also bid for treasures through Xian Wang PHS, DAF, and the treasures of the entire immortal world will appear in Xian Wang PHS. Cultivators don't need to run around the auction house at all. They just need to stay at home to bid for any treasure. The auction treasures will be delivered directly to the door of your cave in a few days. In today's Mingwang Prefecture and Great Yanzhou, the offline auction houses have completely become history, and all of them have been closed. All the auctions for treasures are in Xianwang PHS. The eyes of the onlookers who were cultivating immortals widened. His eyes became more confused. Even if you can communicate, you can still bid for treasures? Bid for the treasures in the entire world of cultivating immortals, and then wait 2 days for them to be delivered directly to your doorstep? They dare not do it in their dreams, okay? Even if it is the top Tao weapon, or even a fairy weapon, I have never heard of it being able to do this kind of thing, right? And the nascent soul stage of Beta Holy Land has not finished speaking. In addition to the bidding function, there are also powerful lectures on it. In the world of cultivating immortals, you only need to spend a few spirit stones, and you can easily listen to the lectures of the elders and top powers of the holy places. There are all kinds of things taught in it, such as cultivating the 6 skills of immortality, refining qi, and practicing swords. What are the 2 arts of yin and yang, etc.? The corners of the mouths of the onlookers' cultivators twitched at this moment. Can you still hear Denung lectures? What's the matter? Yuming Wangzhou can kill a lot and seal the remnant soul in the ball. And the nascent soul stage of Beta Holy Land has not been introduced yet. Everyone's eyes widened. The skepticism in my heart slowly dissipated. They don't believe it anymore. But I don't believe it at all. In the mouth of the elder of the Beta Holy Land, that fairy net PHS is simply omnipotent. But the worlds of cultivating immortals in Ming Wangzhou and Dianzhou are like living in fairyland. With this fairy net PHS, you can buy things without even taking the spirit stones with you when you go out. All the spirit stones are stored in the fairy net cloud flash payment, and you can earn spirit stones by earning interest. And if you buy things from the Taobao shop on the fairy net, you can buy medicines, magic weapons, and the like in the entire world of cultivating immortals without leaving home. If you want to send something to a friend far away, you don't have to run away in person. Just call a courier and send it there. There is no need to find an intermediary to accept the task, and you can receive the well-paid task directly with your brain. And I don't worry about the employer not giving the spirit stone, and the Tianyan Holy Land is responsible for protecting it. Even if a cultivator wants to go out, what kind of fairy net map can he use, just like a living person, teaching you how to walk and telling you where there is danger on the road? What else is Weibo? You can stay at home and know the world's major events. There are also short videos. You can watch the saint dance at home. There are even live broadcasts where you can see for yourself what happens anywhere in the world of cultivating immortals. They saw with their own eyes the scene where the Lord Tianyan killed the Du family emperor. Everyone present was delighted to hear this. They were in Zawanzhu, and they didn't see the scene of the battle. You are far away in Mingwang Prefecture. Did you see it with you? Are you open? Our Shiyuan continent is a bit weaker. But we are not stupid. This Beta Holy Land. Could it be that they deceive the immortal cultivators of Zaiwanzu as fools? None of the immortal cultivators present in Zaiwanzu could believe it. If we only talk about the communication function, maybe they still have the idea of buying it. After all, it was Ming Wangzhou. It's normal to come up with something awesome. It's crazy that you have so many functions. Even if it is a fairy weapon, I'm afraid it can't do this. At this moment, They even have the confidence to doubt whether the other party is from the Beta Holy Land. As for the Holy Land of Beidou, it could be that these years have declined, and it has been reduced to the point where it needs to be deceived. In short, many immortal cultivators turned around and left after hearing half of it. And the other cultivators who didn't leave, after listening to it, wanted to leave too. The reason for waiting so long. The main reason is to hear how much this immortal cultivator from Ming Wangzhou can boast. As for buying this fairy net PHS, only a fool would buy it. Seeing that there were fewer and fewer onlookers, the elder Yuanying of the Holy Land was a little anxious. I have worked hard to introduce the functions, and I plan to introduce online novels next. Why are people leaving so quickly? Is there a problem with the self-introduction? He hurriedly said, "Why are you leaving? Are you worried that the price of the Xianwang PHS is so rich and perfect? Don't worry, the price is definitely not as expensive as you think. The PHS produced by our Beta Holy Land is called Star PHS, divided into 3 levels of high school and low. The lowest magic weapon grade Star PHS is priced at 5 middle grade spirit stones. As for the spirit tool level Xingqian PHS, it is directly 3-in-1, adding storage and photo-taking functions, and is priced at 5 top-grade spirit stones. As for the treasure level Star PHS, in addition to the 3-in-1 function, it is also engraved with a star power traction technique, which can draw star power to attack the enemy. After casting the spell, it can automatically recover. The price is 50 top-grade Lingshire. This price is definitely not expensive. Our PHS in Beta Holy Land is considered cheap among the PHS produced by the major powers in Mingwang Prefecture, with the same specifications. This nascent soul elder was telling the truth. However, his quotation was 5 times more expensive than that of Ming Wangzhou. But in his view, this is normal. After all, it took more than 2 months to deliver this batch of goods across the endless sea of hundreds of millions of miles. It is really conscientious that the price of our own house is only 5 times higher. And when the elders finished speaking, the immortal cultivators who watched were even less convinced. This price is indeed not cheap. Even a mere magic weapon dares to sell 5 middle-grade spirit stones. But compared to the magical function introduced by the other party, this price is too cheap. With such a little spirit stone, you can communicate across continents, listen to lectures given by Denung, and watch fairies dance? Only a fool would believe it. None of the spectators planned to go in and have a look. The elder was helpless. He also noticed that there might be a little problem with his introduction. But what I said is true. He hurriedly said, "Fellow Taoists, think about it. If I hadn't been able to live broadcast through the fairy net, I would have personally seen the Holy Master Tianyan shock and kill the Du family's emperor. How could we get the news at the first time and rush to Zawanzu? You know, Zawanzu is hundreds of millions of miles away from Mingwangzu. Even if we control a top-level Dao weapon-level flying boat, it will take more than 2 months. You speculate from the time of our arrival to see if we really set off right away. Everyone, the functions of Xianwang Xilingtong are all real. Emperor Du's family just died, and the news became the #1 trending topic on Xianwang Weibo. To be honest, don't look at the distance between Ming Wangzhou and Great Yinzhou. But we know the news much faster than you mere immortal cultivators. When the nascent soul elder said so, it's showing the color of thinking. Indeed, now more than 2 months have passed since the fall of the Du family emperor. If the other party hadn't learned the news of the Du family's emperor's fall immediately, it's really impossible to rush over so soon. But even so, people still don't believe it. Guessing whether this Beidou Holy Land came to the Big Shiyuan continent with the Tianyan Sacred Hand. Now pretend to have just arrived, come to cheat a wave and run away. The crowd still looked half-believing and skeptical. The nascent soul elder was helpless. So, he said seriously, "Friends of Taoism, what you hear is not what you hear. What you see is what you see. How about this? If there is a famous immortal cultivator among you who you all know, please stand up and test it. If the effect is really there, you can prove it. If what I said is all false, then you can leave directly without paying for Lingshire. Isn't that all right? You choose the testers yourself, and there are 2 of them. If I pick 2 at random, I think you will think that I asked for it again." The elder's words made everyone show some excitement. Asking for flowers? Can you still try it? And they were allowed to choose their own people. The other party was not worried about revealing his secrets at all. Could it be that this fairy net PHS really has so many miraculous functions? Although I still don't believe it. But everyone was interested and planned to take a look. Wu Qingfeng, who was in the crowd, thought for a while. To be honest, he didn't quite believe it either. But the other party mentioned the Lord Tianyan, saying that it was created by the Lord Tianyan. In the world of cultivating immortals, liars basically dare not talk about big things. Because once the Nung learns about it, the price will be very serious. But the other party is so swearing. This made Wu Qingfeng feel hopeful. What if the function of the fairy net PHS is real? So he directly walked out of the crowd and bowed slightly to the elder. Senior, can I try? 0. Hearing this, the nascent soul stage elder glanced at him, and then at the rest of the onlookers. Do you know this person? And Wu Qingfeng did know many immortal cultivators. He is the pride of the local Wu family and has a small reputation. Such an arrogance cannot be Tuo. So everyone spoke up one after another, saying that Wu Qingfeng could do it. Soon, another person stood up. He is the big disciple of a nearby sect, and he is quite famous. And that elder didn't care who tested it, as long as you can get a little fame and prove to the onlookers that the function is real. So he immediately took out 2 magic-level PHS from the storage ring and handed them to the 2 of them. Wear it on your hand, and you will get a reminder. Because you don't have real name authentication, many functions cannot be used, but it does not hinder the basic functions. So wait a moment. Remember your communication numbers first, and then one of them will fly outside the fairy city to show everyone whether the most basic communication function is real. Wu Qingfeng and the other person glanced at each other and nodded. Immediately, he put on the magic weapon level ring that looked extremely ordinary. At the moment when I put it on, Wu Qingfeng raised his eyebrows slightly, because in his mind, there was a burst of blue. PHS's binding. Your communication number is. Your account is unauthenticated. In the unauthenticated state, only the basic functions can be used. Please complete the real name authentication of your identity information as soon as possible to unlock more services. Wu Qingfeng and another immortal cultivator were a little surprised when they heard the voice in their heads. After all, I have never seen a magic weapon that can speak. And the nascent soul elder was a little anxious. It is a bit risky to come to Zawanzu to sell PHS this time. After all, Shiyuan continent is too far away. The interstate teleportation array has not yet been built. Coming here will consume a lot of manpower and material resources. So even if the price of PHS is increased to 5 times, the profit is not too much. If you can't sell it at this price, that would be a real loss. Therefore, he urgently hoped that Wu Qingfeng and others could do it quickly and prove the function of PHS. So he immediately said, the 2 friends should already know their communication number. Share each other's communication numbers with each other. Then one of them flew far away from 970. After leaving Xiancheng, try dialing the communication number. Hearing this, Wu Qingfeng and another tester took a look. The other party nodded. I am a sword cultivator, and my escape speed is faster. Let me come. What's your communication number? After I leave Xiancheng, try using this PHS. Wu Qingfeng nodded and immediately informed the other party of his communication number. The cultivator wrote down. Immediately, he saluted slightly to the elders of the Beta Holy Land and directly controlled the sword, turned into a beam of sword light, and flew towards the outside of the city. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from everyone's sight. This time, the onlookers were not in a hurry to leave, and they all waited in place. After all, this holy land of Beidou actually dared to ask someone to test it, not afraid of being exposed. Could it be possible? Is the function of Xianwang PHS that the other party said true? But how is that possible? In short, with this mentality, everyone is waiting here. It even attracted more immortal cultivators. After asking the whole story clearly, they came to watch with great interest. While waiting, Wu Qingfeng glanced at the homepage of Xianwang PHS. A look of surprise appeared on his face, because this fairy net PHS actually had a picture in his mind. Above is a communication interface, and below, there is my application. There are quite a few of these so-called applications. Fairy Net Auction House, Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass, Xianwang Cloud Classroom, Xianwang Sutra Pavilion, Fairy Net Taba. It seems that it is really the same as what the elder of the Beta Holy Land just introduced. Could it be that what the other party said is true? But how is this possible? Just when Wu Qingfeng wanted to figure out how to use these apps, the PHS he wore on his finger trembled slightly. Immediately, a picture appeared in his mind. User 3799581 requests communication. Is it connected? Wu Qingfeng's eyelids jumped up immediately. This PHS really communicates? Thousands of breaths have passed in time now. With the speed of the opponent's sword cultivator, It is almost 100 miles away from the city. And the elders of Beidou Holy Land also noticed the vibration of Wu Qingfeng's PHS ring. Immediately reminded. Quickly connect. Choose to play the sound. That way everyone can hear your communications. When the audience heard the words, they immediately showed curiosity and looked at Wu Qingfeng. Under the urging of the other party, Wu Qingfeng tried to connect with his mind. After connecting, the page changes. In addition to the option to end the communication below, there is also an external communication option. Wu Qingfeng immediately chose to release it. Next moment, the voice of the sword cultivator who left just now came from the PHS. Friend Taoist Wu. The surrounding audience also heard this voice, and their eyes widened. They are all immortals, and they can easily confirm that there is no problem with this voice. Wu Qingfeng's eyelids twitched, and his heart beat faster. It's me, your Taoist Zhang? Where are you now? After the sword cultivator over there was confirmed, his voice was a little more shocked. I can really communicate? I am already outside the gate of Beihai Fairy City. Are you sure you haven't moved your position? If it's true, we are now more than 100 miles apart, but the communication at this moment is as if we are face to face. It is really unbelievable. The function of this PHS is real. The elder of the Beidou Holy Land really didn't lie to us. Wu Qingfeng's face is also full of disbelief at this moment. And the immortal cultivator's onlookers also exclaimed. To be honest, in the world of cultivating immortals, it is not difficult to communicate with Bailey voice transmission. There are many ways to do it. But the most inconceivable thing about PHS is that even though they are hundreds of miles apart, the two can communicate as if they were face to face, without any delay. This is really incredible. You know, no matter what means of communication in the world of cultivating immortals. After the sound transmission, it takes a long time to receive a reply from the other party. The difference between the two sides is simply too great. And the elder of the Beidou Holy Land saw that everyone was shocked by the PHS communication function and immediately showed a smile on his face. He immediately said, the communication function of PHS is so amazing. But the communication between the two of them has not really shown the most powerful communication function of PHS. That is, no matter how far apart they are, they can communicate as if they were face to face. Even if one of the two parties is on another continent, or there may be someone in the secret realm, it will not affect the communication function of PHS at all. However, no matter how far away the test is, it will take too long. Fellow Taoists can test it by themselves in the future. When the voice of this nascent soul stage elder fell, all the onlookers' eyes lit up, revealing a look of excitement. The communication function of PHS is actually real. You can communicate anytime, anywhere, just like face-to-face communication, and ignore the distance. Even ignoring the isolation of the secret realm, this powerful communication function is really attractive. After all, in the world of cultivating immortals, the territory is too wide, and communication has always been a big problem. If you can communicate with Zoman 3.0 and the family anytime, anywhere, the benefits are simply not too great. At this moment, a strong desire to buy emerged in the hearts of the onlookers. Even other functions are false. This communication function alone is totally worth the money. Seeing the expressions of the onlookers, the elder finally heaved a long sigh of relief secretly. Finally on track, it seems that there is no need to worry about the sales of PHS. The only problem after that is sales. After all, 5 times the price. There may be many immortal cultivators who are reluctant to buy it. But think of the communication function is only the most basic function of PHS. The application of PHS is the most amazing place. No immortal cultivator can resist the attraction brought by the fairy net PHS. Thinking of this, the worry in the old man's heart suddenly disappeared. This wave, take a look. The communication function has been tested. Next is the application. Because you haven't done real name authentication, the app functions you can experience are very limited. But experience is enough. I suggest you open the Xianwang short video app first, and you can watch short videos. Although it has been more than 2 months since the Holy Master killed the Du family emperor, this matter is still hot on the fairy net. You should be able to easily get to the scene where the Holy Lord is fighting with the Du family emperor. The elders of the Beidou Holy Land spoke casually. Wu Qingfeng suppressed the excitement and expectation in his heart and immediately followed the other party's guidance, found the Xianwang short video application, and tried to open it with his mind. Next moment, a brand new page appeared in my mind. Just entered the homepage of Xianwang short video. A video caught his eyes. It was a battlefield. The majestic palace, the endless mountains. Above the sky, two horrifying figures are confronting each other. 13. Even if he was just watching the video, Wu Qingfeng couldn't help but tremble all over. It seems to be able to feel the terrifying Xianwei. Immortal artifact. This is definitely an immortal artifact. That is the Huanyu Ding brought by the Lord Tianyan. And the other one is the Taiwan sword of the Du family. The one in the imperial robe is the emperor of the Du family, and his aura is indeed terrifying. And the one opposite is the holy master Tianyan. Wearing a white robe, the clouds are calm and the wind is light, but you only need to take a look at it to feel the domineering that makes people submit. It is worthy of being an invincible existence in the world. Unbelievable. This is really the picture of that great battle. Wu Qingfeng's eyes lit up immediately. The entire world of cultivating immortals in Zaiwanzu. They were all very curious about that battle. After all, they basically know nothing about the holy master Tianyan. Therefore, how did the Lord Tianyan rely on his cultivation in the mid-stage of integration to kill the emperor of the Du family? They're all very curious. There are even many speculations in Zaiwanzu. It is said that Tianyan Xingzhu used the formation method, the terrifying Taoist weapon passed down from ancient times. Some also speculated that Lord Tianyan used forbidden techniques, and so on. Anyway, guesswork. But today, he was able to see it with his own eyes. At this moment, Wu Qingfeng couldn't care about anything else, and was completely immersed in the scene of the battle. When he saw half of it, the Du family emperor spat out golden blood and flew out backwards. Before Wu Qingfeng had time to exclaim, the video stopped abruptly. This made Wu Qingfeng anxious for an instant, and he hadn't finished watching it yet. How did it end? But soon, the short video on Xianwang automatically moved to the next video. Exactly with the ensuing fight scene. Wu Qingfeng looked at the battlefield, as if he saw it with his own eyes, and was extremely excited. The Holy Master Tianyan is really too powerful. The entire battle was fought against the Du family's emperor. What shocked Wu Qingfeng the most was, this made Zawanzu have been shocked by the shocking battle. It turned out that it was just a few hundred breaths, and it was over. When he saw the expression of resignation on the Du family's emperor's face, he couldn't believe it and fell with regret. Only then did Wu Qingfeng recover from the shocking battle scene. At this moment, he had time to think about the magic of the fairy net PHS. Xianwang PHS can actually watch videos. And there are even pictures of the previous battle. I heard from the elder that every new thing that happens anywhere in the world will be photographed by the immortal cultivators and uploaded to the immortal net. Doesn't that mean, through this fairy net PHS, can you see everything that happens in the world? This is simply not too surprising. Most importantly, the function of Xianwang's short video is real. What about other apps? Xianwang Sanjing Pavilion, Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass, Xianwang Auction House, etc. all applications. If these are true, that FairyNet PHS can definitely be called a real artifact. Thinking of this, Wu Qingfeng's body couldn't help but tremble a little. Fellow Daoist, is the application real? Can I really see the video? Have you seen the scene of the battle between the Lord Tianyan and the Emperor of the Du family? I guess it's fake. It's unbelievable that a mere magic weapon can communicate. How could it be real? Wu Daoyu, why don't you speak? The mixed voices in his ears made Wu Qingfeng recover from the shock. He looked at everyone seriously. The short video function of Xianwang is real. I just saw all the details and the whole story of this battle clearly in the short video of Xianwang. Outside speculation is wrong. Holy Master Tianyan didn't use any external objects at all except to restrain the Taiwan sword with the immortal weapon. Emperor Du's family is indeed very strong. However, Holy Lord Tianyan is even more incredible. He can turn into a real dragon and sweep away everything. Even though the Du family emperor is a little higher than the Tianyan Holy Lord, the two sides are not at all the same level of immortal cultivators. With less than 1,000 breaths, the emperor of the Du family didn't even have a chance to escape and was directly killed by the Lord Tianyan. Holy Lord Tianyan's combat power has reached an incredible level. Through this short video on Xianwang, I can witness this battle as if I saw it with my own eyes. It's really enjoyable. Wu Qingfeng spoke in shock. When Wu Qingfeng's voice fell, the onlookers all stared wide-eyed. Can Lord Tianyan become a real dragon? A real dragon, that was one of the 10 evils in ancient times. Moreover, the Holy Master Tianyan is a small realm lower than the Du family emperor. but not relying on external objects at all. And in less than 1,000 breaths, he killed the emperor of the Du family? How is this possible? 423. Everyone didn't believe it for a while. After all, there is still a realm to go. But let Wu Qingfeng say this. How come it seems that the Lord Tianyan is a level higher than the emperor of the Du family? But Wu Qingfeng is indeed well known locally. Look at the other parties swearing. Shocked look. Even though everyone had doubts in their hearts, they still couldn't help it. They wanted to see if what Wu Qingfeng said was true. Is the scene of the Tianyan Holy Masters battle really as incredible as Wu Qingfeng said? So immediately, a cultivator said, "This fellow Taoist, I want to buy a magic weapon level fairy net PHS. This is a spirit stone. I want one too. Then I want a 3-in-1 PHS. It's more expensive, and it must be more powerful." Immediately, countless immortal cultivators were completely mobilized to buy, and asked to buy directly. Seeing this scene, the elder of the Beta Holy Land immediately showed a smile, and stretched out his hand slightly towards the shop. "Fellow Taoists who want to buy, please enter the shop directly. We came from afar, and we didn't bring many PHS with us, so first come, first served. If this batch is sold out, the next batch will come again, but it will take more than 2 months." Hear what the Beta Holy Land elder said. All the immortal cultivators who watched hurriedly entered the shop, buying the incomparably miraculous Fairy Net PHS. For Fairy Net PHS, that magical function. Even the immortal cultivators who have already bought it still have some doubts in their hearts. Is there really such a magical thing in the world? Are you really not lying? Could it be some illusion? But when they put PHS on their fingers and experienced it for a while, the doubts in my mind were instantly dispelled. They have confirmed, in the world, there are indeed such miraculous fetishes. In front of the store in Beta Holy Land, Beihai Fairy City. At the beginning, there were only a few hundred immortal cultivators who were introduced and promoted by the elders of Beta Holy Land. But over time, enter the store to buy the PHS cultivator, Ajing Chuan. Now the shop is overcrowded. Before the store, there was already a long queue. The immortal cultivators queuing up had expressions of anxiety on their faces, fearing that they would not be able to buy them. There is also the color of expectation. Looking forward to my Tianyan PHS really possessing the rumored miraculous functions. This is the role of word of mouth. When Tianyan Zilingtong was in Great Yinzhou, it became popular through word of mouth. The elder of the Beta Holy Land, no matter how much he introduced, no matter how nicely he said it, it was hard to be trusted. But when a cultivator bought PHS and introduced it to Dao Fa, that Taoist friend will never doubt it, and will only rush to buy it immediately. Just a short half an hour. Immortal cultivators from almost the entire Beihai Fairy City flocked to this area. From top to bottom, densely packed. Everyone was extremely curious about the miraculous thing from Mingwang State. I want to buy it to experience it. And many immortal cultivators who didn't know why were dumbfounded when they saw this unprecedented panic buying. After inquiring clearly, he also joined the upsurge of queuing without hesitation. And in the shop, the immortal cultivators from Beta Holy Land were too busy to touch the ground. But the most important thing is that their inventory of PHS is dropping rapidly. They came here and brought a total of 5 million fairy nets to PHS. This is already quite a huge reserve. However, at this moment they discovered that what they prepared was conservative. The fairy net PHS is so attractive to immortal cultivators because of the huge reason. Even at 5 times the price, even the immortal cultivators in Zaiwanzu are not rich. But all the cultivators are scrambling to buy the Xianwang Zilingtong. Many immortal cultivators even buy several pieces at once, or even dozens of pieces. There are also nearby families and powerful sects who rushed over after hearing the news, and once they bought it, they would buy it for thousands of dollars. Terrible sales, thick and rapid inventory decline. The elders of the Beta Holy Land, who came on this trip, were already grinning from ear to ear. So in the meantime, he also immediately contacted Beta Holy Land in Mingwang Prefecture. Let them immediately increase the production of PHS. It is even possible to buy PHS sold by other PHS production forces in the market. With the fastest speed, send strong people to Zaiwanzu. After all, once it is delivered to Zaiwanzu, even if it is purchased at retail price, it can be directly multiplied by 5 times. Who wants to miss out on this profit margin? Of course they know it. Such a high price at the moment is mainly due to the fact that the interstate teleportation array in Tianyan Holy Land has not yet been established. If the establishment of the interstate teleportation array is completed, the current high price will naturally not last. But it doesn't matter. They just want to make a lot of money before the interstate teleportation is really established. It's not just Beihai Xiancheng that has such a rush to buy. This is the case among the several great ferry cities near the sea. It has even begun to spread towards the central part. Ferry Net PHS. It officially started to explode in Zawanzu, in Beihai Ferry City. What all the cultivators are discussing at the moment. The shocking news of the Du family's destruction had already turned into a Ferry Net PHS. Everyone is discussing the incredible functions of Xianwang PHS. How did this happen? It's just a low-grade magic weapon, but it can really communicate at any time. It's really inconceivable. My suzerain has already tested it. Even if it is a million miles away, it can still communicate without any delay. The applications in it are incredible. In the Xianwang auction house, there are all kinds of magical treasure auctions. You can really buy any treasure without leaving home. It is infinitely more convenient than an offline auction house. No wonder the offline auction houses in Ningguang Prefecture and Great Yinzhou have both closed down. On Xianwang Weibo, you can really see the major events happening in the entire world of cultivating immortals through hot searches. I learned from Xianwang Weibo that the Lord Tianyan actually has several Taoist companions, and they are all from the world of cultivating immortals. The top 10 beauties are enviable. I really didn't expect that the dignified emperor of the Du family, who suppressed my existence in the world of cultivating immortals in Zaiwanzu for thousands of years, would die so easily. If I hadn't seen the video of the battle with my own eyes in the short video on Xianwang, I wouldn't have believe it. The immortal cultivators in Ming Wangzhou and Great Yinzhou can actually bid for treasures, buy goods, and even deliver things without leaving their homes. They can directly book a courier to come to their door without going out by themselves. Really sour, that I think that the most amazing application is the Xianwang Sutra Pavilion. There are endless exercises, pill formulas, and formations. You can buy spirit stones, and it is very cheap to add them. This is the most important application for immortal cultivators. But the problem is I don't have real name authentication, and there is no linkshare in my Xianwang Cloud Flash payment, so I can't buy it at all. Who can tell me how to do real name authentication? You can see it, but you can't use it. This is the most tormenting thing. I checked, and I have to go to the Tianyan Pavilion in the Tianyan Holy Land for real name authentication, and the stored spirit stones are also in the Tianyan Pavilion. It is a pity that none of our Zawanza Tianyan Pavilions have any. It's okay. It will happen slowly. I have already made a decision, and when my real name is verified, I plan to write novels in the Xianwang novel application. I heard that the author who earns the most in it has a yearly income compared to Lianxiu. The power is several times higher. I plan to be an up master in the future. I found that the immortal cultivators in Ming Wangzhou and Dianzhou are very curious about the history of our being ruled by the Du family. I plan to shoot some related short videos. I heard that the top video producers received money is good, income, much more than writing novels. This Immortal Net PHS is really unbelievable. How did the Lord Tianyan do all this? Holy Lord Tianyan is a real evildoer. Even the immortals in ancient times, they are not as fast as the Holy Lord's breakthrough, and they are both in the same cultivation level. I can't buy it. Beta Holy Land's goods have been sold out. Whoever buys more, sell one to my younger brother. High price. Immortal cultivators who came into contact with PHS on Xianwang in Zaiwanzu were all shocked by its powerful and incredible functions. The first batch of goods to arrive in Zaiwanzu. Basically, it was sold out on the same day. The Xianwang PHS in the entire Zaiwanzu has fallen into a serious out-of-stock situation. And in the Du family palace, Yichin looked at the big formation he had arranged and got up satisfied. The Mountain Gate formation of the second branch of the Tianyan Holy Land. FJ. Next, it's time to prepare the new application. More than 2 months. In addition to Yichin accompanying the Great Zhou Queen to travel around the mountains and rivers. He also presided over the reconstruction of the Shaman formation in the Du family palace. Of course, now this place is no longer called the Du family palace. Instead, it is called the Zaiwanza branch of the Tianyan Holy Land. Today, the layout of the Mountain Gate array is complete. Yichin can finally start the next move. That is to prepare a new application while filming a TV series. Yichin stood up leisurely, intending to walk out involuntarily. As for the forbidden area, it was empty. There is no trace of the fairy artifact. The Huanyuding was released by Yichin on the same day. It has automatically flown back to Ningguang Prefecture to protect the branch sect again. The Taiwang sword has already been refined by Yichin and entered between the eyebrows. Now there is a golden light on Yichin's eyebrows. And on the body, there is even a faint sense of immortal power, but it is very faint and not obvious. Immortal artifacts, such as gods, cannot be stored in the storage space. Only immortals can collect the cause of their own body. But those who practice immortality in the Mahayana period cannot do it at all. Yichin originally thought that he would become a sword repairer with a sword around him every day. However, 730 never expected that the power of Bing Zimi was beyond his imagination. Under the sacrifice of Bing Zimi, Yichin abruptly took the Taiwan sword between his eyebrows. There is no need to swagger into the market with a fairy weapon every day. Yichin is very satisfied with this. After all, being able to store immortal artifacts is equivalent to having a trump card. If he is a cultivator in the future, there will really be some old monsters from the Mahayana period hiding. The fairy weapon in the center of his eyebrows can bring surprises to the other party. And when Yichin was thinking, he walked out from the forbidden area of the branch sect of Zawanzu. Then he saw a familiar figure. Foreign Affairs Elder. Seeing the waiting figure of the Foreign Affairs Elder, Yichin was quite helpless. Back then, in the Tianyan Holy Land in Dianzhou, the elders of foreign affairs would spend their lives outside the forbidden area every day. Now at Zawanzu, the Foreign Affairs Elder was still waiting for him. Yichin felt that waiting for him to break through to become a fairy and go to the fairy world one day. The Foreign Affairs Elder probably couldn't wait for him after he retreated. The Foreign Minister arrived 10 days ago. Shi Yuanzhou's workload was too great. Neither Wong Changchun nor Taoist Kongming had the corresponding coordination ability in this regard. So, Ba invited the elders of foreign affairs immediately. I have seen the Holy Lord. When the Foreign Affairs Elder saw his holy master, he immediately bowed and saluted. And in his eyes, there was admiration and respect that couldn't be concealed. My own holy master is really getting more and more against the sky. On the first day in Zawanzu, the Du family emperor, who was close to the Mahayana period, was beaten to death at the door of his house. It's incredible. The Foreign Affairs Elder has arrived? But why is he guarding me again? Could something have happened? Yichin said with a faint smile. The Foreign Affairs Elder nodded immediately after hearing the words. There are a few things that need to be reported to the Holy Master. Yichin raised his eyebrows and listened patiently. And the Foreign Affairs Elder immediately said, the first thing is that all the treasures, treasury, and other cultivation resources that once belonged to the Du family were finally counted yesterday, and the value was calculated. First of all, the Du family's inventory of spirit stones has reached tens of billions of low-grade spirit stones. When hearing this number, Yichin couldn't help but widen his eyes. 10 billion high-grade spirit stones? Is the Du family so rich? If there is no Yin Sheng land, it would be the richest holy land in the world of cultivating immortals. There is simply no other holy place that can compare to it. And this number, for Yichin, is also an absolute surprise. However, the first thing the Foreign Affairs Elder had said was not finished yet, except for the lincture. The various ores, refining products, treasures, medicinal materials, elixirs, and other miscellaneous things left by the Du family have also been identified, sorted out by category. According to our Elder appraisal prediction, if you sell all these things through Xianwang Taba and Xianwang Auction House, the income it can bring us is expected to reach around 10 billion high-grade spirit stones. Hear, hear. Even Yichin's eyes couldn't help but widen. Doesn't this mean that the Du family has brought 20 billion high-grade spirit stones to my Tianyan Holy Land? The Foreign Affairs Elder nodded immediately, but he still opened his mouth and added, among them, 10 billion spirit stones are ready-made, but the other 10 billion spirit stones need to be realized. It is estimated that the goods will be sold out one after another, and it will take about a year. Yichin didn't care about the additions made by the Foreign Affairs Elders at all. What is a year? Yichin really didn't expect that the Du family could bring him an income of 20 billion high-grade spirit stones. This was a complete surprise. If I had known earlier, no matter what, Yichin would let the emperor of the Du family go in a decent way. The figure of 20 billion is indeed a lot. Yichin perfectly broke through the 100 billion high-grade spirit stones needed in the late stage of fusion. The Du family directly provided 1/5 of it. The abundance of the Du family really exceeded Yichin's expectations. But soon Yichin reacted. The Du family has an asset of 20 billion high-grade spirit stones, which is not outrageous. Instead, even a little less. For example, in the Holy Land of Mingwang Prefecture, even though they were asked to take out spirit stones, it is estimated that they would empty out their wealth by 100 to 200 million yuan, which is still the wealthiest among them. But if they sell all the treasures and resources in their holy land, it might not be a problem to collect tens of billions. After all, the background of the Holy Land is terrifying. And what about the Du family? Occupying Xiyuan continent for nearly 10,000 years, almost monopolizing the entire Xiyuan continent's cultivation resources. Under such circumstances, it seems that the resource of 20 billion high-grade spirit stones collected by the family is not only not much, but a little bit less. After all, the Du family ruled a continent, even though Xiyuan continent is a remote continent. But soon Yichin guessed why there was a little less. In the final analysis, it is a question of production enthusiasm and productivity. The Du family ruled Zaiwanzu. Other sects and holy places have to pay taxes, and most of their income has to be handed over. This situation naturally dampens the enthusiasm for production of immortal cultivators. There may even be a situation where Lingshire mines are unwilling to mine. After all, most of what is mined is not your own, so what is not mined? Under the high-handed rule of the Du family. The Du family did get most of the spiritual stone resources in Zaiwanzu, but it suppressed Zaiwanzu's productivity. So even if it is close to 10,000 years, the Du family's wealth is only 20 billion. After thinking everything through, Yichin shook his head, expressing his great disappointment with the Du family. However, the unexpected joy of 20 billion high-grade spirit stones still made Yichin feel quite happy. Yichin looked at the foreign affairs elder with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Besides that, what are the other things to report? The foreign affairs elder immediately spoke again and reported. The foreign affairs elder immediately reported the second matter. Holy Lord, those OEM forces authorized by us have brought a large number of PHS to Zaiwanzu. However, the prices are very high, and the prices are basically 5 times that of the local market. Even 10 times as many. The premium is very high. If they do this, will it affect the reputation of our Tianyan Holy Land? Are we going to intervene in these things? Hearing what the foreign affairs elder reported, Yichin thought about the following for a while. Then he shook his head. No intervention required. Every family spends a huge price to sell goods across endless distances. Naturally, there must be corresponding benefits. For such a long distance, the premium of 5 to 10 times is very reasonable. After all, the transportation cost is so high. And what they do is good for our Tianyan Holy Land. Before the interstate teleportation array is successfully established, PHS can become popular in Zaiwanzu, thus saving us the time to expand. And if it intervenes to suppress the selling price, it will dampen the enthusiasm of Hakas. If you just sell it at the same price as Ming Wangzhou, then there will be no forces that will travel thousands of miles to deliver the goods. So, as long as they take the initiative to pay the share, the price they sell has nothing to do with us. Yichin didn't intend to intervene. After all, the major foundry Holy Lands came to sell Tianyan PHS. It is of great benefit to the expansion speed of PHS in Zaiwanzu. And now transporting goods is time-consuming and labor-intensive. 5 times the price, not only is it not expensive, but it is quite conscientious. Hearing the words, the elder of foreign affairs immediately nodded his head and wrote it down, and then talked about the next thing. Holy Lord, we have officially completed preparations for the expansion of Zaiwanzu. In the first batch, we plan to build 200 Tianyan pavilion branches, giving priority to covering all ferry cities in Zaiwanzu. The site selection for the first batch of intracontinental teleportation arrays has also been completed. The plan is to build a teleportation logistics network between 200 ferry cities within 1 year. This is the first batch of plans. The opening speed of the Tianyan Pavilion branch will be faster. When the manpower is ready, it is expected to open to all ferry cities in 3 months. The teleportation array will take a year. Then it will be perfected slowly. As for the cross-state teleportation array, the array mages in the Holy Land have already determined the plan. It is possible to directly build an ultra-long-distance cross-state teleportation array connecting Zaiwanzu to Mingwangzu. There is no need for any transit in the middle, and it can be reached directly. But the cost of the ultra-long-distance interstate teleportation array will be higher, and it will require an investment of almost 20 million high-grade spirit stones. Hearing this, Yichin raised his eyebrows slightly. Yichin didn't care too much about the cost, because for today's Tianyan Holy Land, there is not much difference between millions and tens of millions. What surprised Yichin was the interstate teleportation array itself. You must know that the last time the cross-state teleportation array was built, it was necessary to set up a transfer at Prenglai Xiandao, and Zaiwanzu is farther away. so there's no need for an interstate teleportation array? It seems that the average level of the elders of my patriarchal formation has been greatly improved. Hearing this, the Foreign Affairs elder immediately shook his head and said, Holy Master, although the branch sect has recruited many formation masters at the master level, the overall level of the formations I came to has greatly increased. But this teleportation array was not conceived by the elders of our Tianyan Holy Land. It's rather that in the Buddhist scripture pavilion on the Immortal Net, some immortal cultivators uploaded their own improved and upgraded version of an ancient teleportation array. The strength of this immortal cultivator's formation is not bad. He modified and upgraded the ancient teleportation formation pattern that consumes a lot of energy and has a short transmission distance. Although the new version of the teleportation array has the disadvantage of high cost, but the demand for spirit stones has dropped by half. If you say that every time you teleport in the past, you need 100 high-grade spirit stones, then this new teleportation formation method only needs 50 top-grade spirit stones. At the same time, the new version of the teleportation array is more stable during the transmission process, and the teleportation distance can be farther. In theory, as long as the materials used by the teleportation platforms on both sides are good enough, it is even possible to build a teleportation array directly from Dianzhou to reunite with Zawan. It's just that the cost is a bit high. But for our Tianyan Holy Land, this is not a problem. Although the cost is higher, the cost per use has dropped by half. In the future, Zawan's PHS service will be officially launched. In the future, there will inevitably be a lot of bidding orders on the internet, and the frequency of use of the teleportation array will be extremely high. So overall, this is a good thing for our Tianyan Holy Land. Asking for flowers. So I dare to ask the Holy Master whether all the teleportation arrays built in Zaiwanzu will be designated as this new type of teleportation array. Listening to the introduction of the Foreign Affairs elder, Yichin nodded in satisfaction. After the Xianwang Jingjing Pavilion came out, the benefits of copyright have finally been revealed. After all, updating the exercises, perfecting the alchemy formula, upgrading the array map, and uploading it to the Buddhist Scriptures Pavilion in Xianwang can all get future dividends. This amounts to an incentive program. Let the cultivators know that it is beneficial to innovate and upload exercises, and not small. In this way, the research passion of immortal cultivators will inevitably be stimulated. The world of cultivating immortals will also be under this upsurge. 0. There are more and more new things that are beneficial to the entire world of cultivating immortals, so that all cultivators can experience the benefits of innovation. Yes, all of them use new teleportation arrays. In the future, in Zaiwanzu and Mingwangzu, if the teleportation array is broken, there is no need to repair it, just replace it with a new one. Although the new teleportation array is extremely expensive, it can save half of the spirit stone consumption when the teleportation array is activated. Accumulated over time, this is definitely not a small sum. As for Yichin, it is natural to support new technologies. So after the Foreign Affairs elder nodded and confirmed Yi Kang's decision, Yichin then continued to speak. Invention and creation are indeed good things for the world of cultivating immortals. Afterwards, there should be a new grand prize in the Xianwang Sutra Pavilion. Let the audience vote every year and select the 10 most recognized updated inner chambers. Arrange from 1 to 10. Release spirit stones in batches as a reward for encouraging research and development. The most expensive bonus is 20,000 top-grade spirit stones. After the ranking, the rewards will decrease in order. Encourage scientific research and encourage progress. Costs are down and productivity is up. For Tianyan Holy Land, it couldn't be better. And after taking note of the innovative incentive plan that the Lord said, the Foreign Affairs elder cleared his throat slightly and reported again. Holy Master, during these days of your retreat, all the major Holy Masters have come to congratulate you, Holy Master, for breaking through the middle stage. The gifts given by the Holy Masters of each family are all very heavy, and the price is quite respectful. Even though the Holy Lords of several families did not come, they still sent elders to deliver gifts. It's thanks to the Holy Lord for destroying the Du family. Send a breakthrough gift to the Holy Lord. They came here this time with an extremely respectful attitude, and the gifts they gave were rare even for the Holy Land. It's surprisingly generous. However, when the Holy Master broke through before, I didn't see them take the initiative to send gifts. Why are they so active this time? While the Foreign Affairs elder was reporting, he was a little puzzled. Yichin immediately smiled when he heard this. Yichin had already figured out what was going on. There is no other reason. It is because I can control the fairy weapon. Today's Yichin, in the previous battle with the Du family emperor, has already shown that he has the ability to destroy any holy land. After all, go with the fairy artifact. Use the fairy to contain the fairy. 013. Yichin's combat power is enough to directly penetrate any holy land. The existence of Yichin made Kedah Holy Land feel the real threat for the first time. After all, although some emperors of the Du family were close to the Mahayana stage before, they were still only close after all. There is no immediate threat to them. As for Yichin, although he is still in the fusion stage, he is already able to control the immortal weapon. So, before they treated Yichin, although they were respectful. But it's not so scary after all. But it's different now. If it offends Yichin, or makes Yichin dissatisfied, Yichin could really go and destroy their inheritance. Even hiding under the protection of the fairy artifact is useless. It is precisely because of this. The Holy Lands will come to Zawan to send congratulatory gifts at the first time. And the fact is indeed as Yichin guessed. Although each family is delighted that Yichin destroyed the Du family. But for Yichin himself, he was afraid from the bottom of his heart. Many holy places have even been decided upon. I plan to wait for Yichin's wedding day and send a precious gift for peace. Next, the Foreign Affairs elders reported such things as Shi Yuanzhou's stratification and recruitment of disciple Chang'e, as well as the recruitment of couriers in Zaiwanzu. In short, the overall planning is exceptionally organized. This made Yichin quite satisfied. With such subordinates, it is indeed peace of mind. If he ascends to the fairy world in the future, he can lead people. That is except for his Taoist companion, Master. Definitely bring the Foreign Affairs elders with you. This kind of reassuring subordinate is something you can meet, but not ask for. Holy Lord, I will continue to stay in Zaiwanzu for about a year. The Holy Master has now completed the layout of the formation. Is he going back to Great Yinzhou? After the Foreign Affairs elder reported everything, he asked. Yichin shook his head when he heard the words. I won't go back for now. I want to prepare for the new application. I will shoot a TV series here first. I have already selected several filming locations. Hearing this, the Foreign Affairs elder immediately showed curiosity. Got a new app? TV show, what is this? Why are you still filming? The elder of Foreign Affairs knew that his holy master must come up with something new again. Immediately looked forward to looking at his own holy master. And Yichin smiled slightly. TV dramas are actually a way of telling stories. For example, novels tell stories through words, and TV dramas tell stories through shooting videos. Through shooting, editing, and finally presenting a complete story to the audience. The Foreign Affairs elder has a strong comprehension ability. Deng even understood the meaning of his own holy master. Will the story be presented through video? This sounds very interesting. The elder of Foreign Affairs immediately asked curiously, what story does the Lord plan to film? When Yichin heard the words, he didn't make a fool of himself and said directly, it is to shoot the novels that cover the sky with fingers among the novels of Wong, and make them into TV dramas. The Foreign Affairs elder's eyes widened immediately. Covering the sky with a flick of a finger is in the world of cultivating immortals, although it is over. But the popularity is still quite strong. After all, the scene of covering the sky with a snap of the fingers is grand, and the characters cultivating immortals in it are even more flesh and blood, with an incomparable atmosphere, which is still fresh in people's memory. For example, the great Emperor Wuxi, although he basically didn't appear in the scene. But there are countless fans. Among the short videos on Wong, there are many short videos praising the great Emperor Wuxi who turned his back on all living beings. And the ruthless emperor is peerless. There are also countless fans. As for other characters, they are still fresh in people's memory, such as Yaguang Xingxingzi, Hua Yunfei, Big Black Dog, Duanda, etc., even for a big man as busy as the Foreign Affairs elder. I was also fascinated by it and read the whole book. After the book came out, it even became a hot search because of the characters in the book. That is, someone actually compared the Son of Light in the Immortal Cultivation world with the Son of Light in the book. Finally compared down. The Holy Son of Light in reality is far less elegant than the Son of Light in the book. Many disciples in Yaguang Holy Land were dissatisfied with this, even boycotted the book and demanded a name change. Of course, Tianyan Holy Land didn't care at all. And now, the book covering the sky with a flick of a finger is actually going to be filmed by the Lord as a TV series? This is definitely good news for the foreign affairs elders who are fans of this book. After all, after reading the novel, the foreign affairs elders are very curious about the big scenes in the book. And what are the magnificent characters in the book like? Text can bring attraction, but it is not as intuitive as pictures after all. If it can be filmed into a TV series, as long as it's not bad, the foreign affairs elder will definitely take a good look at it. At this moment, the foreign affairs elder was nothing but surprised. It is a surprise, even a little ready to move. All the characters in the shrouding sky with a snap of a finger will appear in front of your eyes. This is really exciting. The foreign affairs elder even had a bold idea. Holy Master, what can I play a role in it? Anything is fine. Yichin was immediately happy when he heard this. Yichin really didn't expect that the elder of foreign affairs is still a fan of books. Now I heard that it will be adapted into a TV series. Even excited to ask for a role. Yichin didn't refuse and said directly, "You have a lot of things recently, so it's good to play a part-time role for fun." Mr. 0.8, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, didn't care the slightest bit about his role as a secondary player and nodded immediately. At this moment, he also reacted. It's no wonder that some time ago, the Holy Master asked the branch sex refiner to refine a Taoist weapon for pulling the coffin from the 9 dragons. I thought it was the Holy Master's interest, and he did it at will. Thinking about it now, it was actually a preparation for filming a TV series. After all, pulling the coffin in Kowloon is the most shocking scene. It makes people feel how terrifying the author's imagination is. Soon, the Foreign Affairs elder asked curiously again, "Who is the Holy Master planning to find to play the Werewolf Empress?" Among the female cultivators, there are not many with such momentum. Empress de Zhou is not bad. Her cultivation in the mid-stage of void refinement is basically the strongest female cultivator in the world of immortals, and she also has the aura of the zodiac, which is quite suitable for the character of the Werewolf Empress. Hearing this, Yichin immediately smiled, then shook his head. Seeing the Lord shaking his head, the Foreign Affairs elder immediately realized that he had guessed wrong. As for Yichin, naturally he will not let his Taoist partner act in any TV series. No future. In the TV series in the previous life, the hero and heroine kissed and hugged each other, and even drew. Yichin said that he could not accept it at all. Moreover, there are many monks in the world of cultivating immortals, plus all kinds of supernatural powers, illusions, and so on. Finding the right actors is easy. No headache at all. So, the new app is specially used to watch TV series. Of course, not only TV series, but also movies and the like. As for the difference between movies and TV shows, you will know later. After explaining to the Foreign Affairs elder again, Yichin stood up leisurely, stretched his waist, and went to find Empress de Zhou, who was waiting for him. And the Foreign Affairs elder stood there, showing confusion. "Movie? What is this?" But seeing the Holy Master leave, he still hurriedly said, "Holy Master, don't forget my role." For his first 15 TV series, Yichin is still very attentive. Like props, such as the scene of pulling the coffin in Kowloon. Yichin directly asked the craftsman in the Holy Land to create a Kowloon coffin of Taoist level, according to the shape in the book. The materials are all top grade, magnificent. The most important thing is to use 9 green dragon balls found from the Du family's palace, and inlay them on the eyebrows of each dragon. Let this 9 dragons coffin have its own dragon power. It looks extremely frightening. It is even better than the deterrent force of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin described in the book. As for actors, Yichin has also found quite a few. For example, the protagonist Yifan. Yichin chose one of his own disciples who came to Zaiwanzu. Not particularly handsome, but has a temperament of its own. There is a bit of black belly in the perseverance. It is also quite suitable for the character design of the protagonist Yihei. Of course, the only disadvantage is that this disciple's cultivation base is a bit low, and he has just reached the late stage of foundation establishment. But that's not a problem. After all, this is the realm of cultivating immortals. No special effects are needed. When shooting the protagonist to break through to a higher level, you can use some supernatural powers, illusions, and the like to set off the protagonist and make him look invincible on the screen. But what Yichin didn't expect was, on Earth, it is not news that the crew was entrusted with the Cypriot actors. I didn't expect it to be the same in the world of cultivating immortals. Yichin naturally did not hide the fact that he was going to film a TV series. Although Empress de Zhou is not interested in novels, but she knew that what her husband did must be a good thing. It just so happened that the Great Zhou dynasty also sent people to Zaiwanzu. Empress de Zhou asked for a few roles for her nieces. Faced with the request of his Taoist companion, Yichin naturally did not refuse. Moreover, several nieces of the Great Zhou Empress are also characters with good temperament. You can play female characters like in Miaoi in the book. So with a wave of his hand, he directly arranged a role for the niece of the Great Zhou Empress who came through the back door. In short, under the impetus of Yichin, the first TV series in the world of cultivating immortals, and also the first adaptation, started filming. Actually, it's not that Yichin doesn't have other TV series to shoot. It doesn't have to be a screenplay. The reason why they wanted to film Flipping the Fingers to Cover the Sky was to stir up the copyright of Xian Wang's novels. Let the whole world of cultivating immortals know that novels are not just for reading. It can also be adapted into a TV series to watch videos. As long as the copyright is hot, I can definitely make another fortune at home. This is completely killing two birds with one stone. And besides that, filming of the TV series started soon. Yichin is the director of the first season of Flicking the Sky. As for the actors, there are all kinds of actors, and some elders from Tianyan Holy Land came in to play tricks. Of course, the filming of the TV series did not cause any disturbance in the world of cultivating immortals. In today's world of cultivating immortals, Ming Wangzhou and Dianzhou are still curious about Zaiwanzu, which has been ruled for thousands of years. While admiring the powerful talent of the Holy Master, they are also discussing why the Holy Master can control the immortal weapon with a mid-stage cultivation base. And the major forces are all working hard for the interests represented by the new market of Zaiwanzu. As for the world of cultivating immortals in Zaiwanzu, but he was completely shocked by the fairy net PHS who came across the ocean. Countless immortal cultivators are addicted to surfing in the fairy net PHS. The immortal cultivators who haven't bought them are looking forward to the arrival of a new batch of goods soon. At the same time, among several fairy cities in Zaiwanzu, the Tianyan Pavilion branch has opened. Although the elders of the Foreign Affairs Department had already prepared for it, the store was well prepared, and the space formation in the store was the most top-level formation. But it still can't stop those immortal cultivators from Zaiwanzu who have already been unable to use official functions because they don't have real name authentication. For a moment, a long queue formed directly in front of the gate of Tianyan Pavilion. The grand occasion of queuing in Mingwangzu in the past has reappeared in Zaiwanzu. When these scenes were sorted out and uploaded to Xin Wang's short video, it made all the immortal cultivators in Mingwangzhou extremely satisfied, because that's how they lined up back then. Seeing that the immortal cultivators of Zaiwanzu also lined up like this, they were relieved. At the same time, the teleportation arrays in various places have also started construction, especially the fairy city in the center of Zaiwanzu. It even began to build a huge interstate teleportation array. This attracted countless immortal cultivators to watch, all looking forward to the day when this teleportation array will be completed. After all, the current world of cultivating immortals is different from before. In the past, there was basically not much communication between the continents. But now, relying on Xianwang PHS and the convenient cross-state transmission array, directly build the entire world of cultivating immortals into 223 as a whole. The immortal cultivators of Zaiwanzu are very envious of the immortal cultivators of the other two prefectures. And after the establishment of the interstate teleportation array is completed, they will also be able to bid for treasures in the Xianwang auction house, buy goods from any continent in Xianwang Taobao, and the price of Xianwang PHS will also come down, which will be on par with other big states. Of course, the local immortal cultivators in Zaiwanzu also have many far-sighted talents. For example, there was a master of a holy place who was still hesitating about the Xianwang Sutra Pavilion and other holy places in Zaiwanzu, and was reluctant to upload his own exercises. The Lord of the Holy Land uploaded all his own exercises to the fairy net without hesitation, earning a lot of money. And there are already immortal cultivators in Zaiwanzu who have started to shoot videos and try to broadcast live. There are even cultivators who started writing novels. However, the novels written by the author of Shi Yuanzhou's novels have a very distinct style. Basically, it is a plot of suffering and great hatred, being ruled by a big force, and the protagonist rises against the trend to overthrow the big force. Obviously, art comes from reality. The 10,000-year dark rule of the Du family has brought too much shadow to the immortal cultivators in Zaiwanzu. Therefore, most of the novels created by immortal cultivators in Zaiwanzu now have similar themes. This phenomenon is placed on the Earth, just like the trend of the anti-war drama on the Earth. But no matter, the world of cultivating immortals in Zaiwanzu has gradually integrated into the mainstream world of cultivating immortals by relying on the magical function of PHS on the fairy net. Long Feife. Possessing a high-grade spiritual root, there must be a good development in the future, and maybe it will become a strong nascent soul. If it is placed in other small sects, that is definitely a character at the level of a senior sister. However, in the branch sect of Tianyan Holy Land, where there are a lot of talents and countless arrogance, Lan Feifei was just a very ordinary disciple. But what Lan Feifei didn't expect was that, a few months ago, she was lucky enough to meet the Heavenly Yin Holy Lord who shocked the entire world of cultivating immortals and moved the hearts of countless female cultivators. Lord Tianyan himself is even more handsome than in the video. Extraordinary temperament, unparalleled gas. Just seeing it for the first time, Lan Feifei couldn't help but feel her heart throbbing in shock. But she is very clear. I am not qualified to be the Taoist companion of the Lord Tianyan. The several Taoist companions of the Lord Tianyan are all stunning, magnificent, and their identities and cultivations are all good. How could she be qualified to be the partner of the other party? But when Lan Feifei didn't expect it, she actually got the favor of the Holy Lord because she saw the Holy Lord open your mouth and promise to let her be the leading role. Although Lan Feifei didn't know what the leading role was. But the Holy Master said yes, that must not be a bad thing. It's your own chance. But then the Holy Master left. Lan Feifei felt a little worried. The Holy Master must not have forgotten himself as a little disciple. Afterwards, the elder even said that he was far away in Shiyuan continent. The Holy Master who had just beheaded the Du family emperor and shocked the entire world of cultivating immortals. This immediately put Lan Feifei at ease. Overjoyed, he and his junior sister went to Zawan together with the fleet. But what Lan Feifei didn't expect was that what the Holy Master said turned out to be a video. But it is different from shooting short videos that he knows. Shooting short videos, whether it's dancing or others, can be done very quickly. But Holy Master's shooting this time is completely different. Need to shoot for a longer time. And it's not a true character. Instead, play other characters. What Lan Feifei wanted to play was a character in a novel. The character I want to play is called Ji Ziyue, who is eccentric and innocent. The Holy Master actually wanted to film this well-known novel that she had heard of. But filming this TV series is far from easy as imagined. Before, a senior sister asked me to help me shoot a short video. Whether it was shooting myself with a sword or using magical powers, it was very easy to finish the filming. There are no miscellaneous requirements. But the process of the Holy Master filming this TV series is completely different. Not only do I have to recite the lines, but when speaking the lines, my attitude must be very natural and fit the mood of the characters. Various clothes are also changed. Moreover, the Holy Master also asked many people, including himself, to learn various specific corresponding spells. Everyone is different, and the time limit given is short. I heard that the senior brother who played the leading role hadn't slept for several days in order to learn some physical exercises. At the same time, the shooting process is also very strict. There are requirements for one's own demeanor and actions. And in the process of filming, I still can't watch Xianwang PHS. In short, the requirements are really many and very strict. If I am negligent, the Holy Master will stop and take another shot. For Lan Feifei, the hardest part of this filming was when she and the brother who played Yichin were filming opposite scenes. The Holy Lord requires his eyes to show the emotion of throbbing and secretly admiring. Lan Feifei said, "Where can I express myself?" In the end, I had no choice but to find a way by myself, which was to keep imagining the figure of the Holy Master in my mind. This time it was finally successful. The problems in the shooting process are not limited to these. Because of their lack of cultivation, the Holy Master asked a few elders to release their supernatural powers in some big scenes. And even a few times, the Holy Master was not satisfied with the effects of the supernatural powers. So he ended up personally. But this is a pain for these low-level actors. After all, the supernatural power blooming on the side is too powerful. But they have to behave naturally, calmly, and unaffected by their supernatural powers. It's just too hard. In short, it was the first time to film this TV series, and the difficulties encountered in it were simply not too many. But in Lan Feifei's heart, she was actually very happy. On the one hand, although it is difficult to shoot, I am a cultivator after all, so I can quickly understand what the Holy Master wants. A quick learner. And I also read the original novel. The understanding of the heroine is deeper. At the same time, during the filming process, you can also see the aloof Holy Lord every day. Even a few times, the Holy Master personally took action to guide his movements, and there were several contacts. This made Lan Feifei look forward to it even more. On the other hand, it is because of interests. There are spirit stones for filming TV dramas. The Holy Lord calls this salary. It is said that the protagonist's salary is the same as his own, 100 top-grade spirit stones. This is not a small number. After all, Shengzhu said that this time it only needs to be filmed for 1 month. To be able to earn so many spirit stones in a month is simply a surprise. Although the matter of filming a TV series is not simple, it is much simpler than doing missions. And according to the Lord, this is only the first season. Because the content of the novel is too much, it is impossible to shoot it all at once. So there will be a second season, a third season. There will be a lot of money every season, and there may even be a price increase. But among the crew, the highest paid ones are not me and the protagonist. It's the actor of the ruthless empress. The other party was a female elder from the Holy Land in Zawan, who was at the stage of transformation into a god. Whether it is figure, appearance, or temperament, they are all top-notch. It is said that the remuneration is a full 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. Of course, this is something you can't envy, who makes people cultivate to a higher level. The second time the money was paid was that the Lord said that after the filming of the TV series, if the TV series can become popular, the popularity of these actors in the world of cultivating immortals will also increase greatly. The number of fans of Xianwang Weibo, Xianwang Short Video, and Xianwang Live Broadcast will all be rewarded. The benefits that can be earned are even much more than the film salary. Lan Feifei was even more excited when she heard this. She already understood at this moment that meeting the Holy Master was really the greatest opportunity in her life. After all, I am lucky, it is the heroine. There are more pictures and the scenes are more brilliant. Definitely easy to suck powder. As long as you seize this opportunity, you might be able to easily earn tens of thousands of high-grade spirit stones like those big anchors and big video bloggers in the future. With so many resources, it is not only possible to achieve the nascent soul stage in the future, it is even possible to achieve a higher level of deity. Therefore, Lan Feifei worked harder to study her acting skills, pondering the words of the Lord's guidance. The progress is rapid. Although your character is the protagonist's ex-girlfriend, but you yourself were parasitized by the crocodile ancestor. So the expression should show that kind of indifference. But after indifference, there must be changes showing struggle, showing helplessness, showing regret, which can make people feel the feeling of impermanence in the world. There must be a beauty of regret. Looking back before jumping into the abyss at the end, you must show a decisive emotion so that the audience can feel the regret. Got it? Shoot again. This is the last day of filming, and I'm all motivated. On the set where Yichin specially selected the scene. As the director, Yichin is training the actors. And the actor in front of Yichin, who plays the protagonist's ex-girlfriend Li Xiaoman, nodded nervously. In order to achieve the acting skills required by the Holy Lord. And nearby, many elders from their own holy land were visiting the class, and they watched with great interest. After all, it was the first time in the world of cultivating immortals to do such a thing as filming a TV series. The elders are free to do things, so they will come to have a look. The filming of this TV series seems really interesting. And it turns out that a complete story can be cut out in the end by relying on small clips. This filming is really interesting, it's supernatural and illusion, and there are all kinds of grievances and 507 grievances. When the finished product comes out, I must go and see it. It's a pity I was involved in the construction of the Tianyan Pavilion before, otherwise I would have to ask the Holy Master for a trick. Indeed, it seems quite interesting to be an actor. I'll try it next time. I advise you not to. You don't know how strict the Holy Master is in filming. You know the elder of the Holy Land who was invited to play the werewolf empress? Because I couldn't get into the state during the filming process. The filming results didn't have the taste of a ruthless empress. Immortal cultivators at the stage of transforming into gods. Their eyes are red after being taught by the Holy Master. And those little disciples were taught by the Holy Master to be trembling. Is the Holy Master so strict? Forget it, I'll take a look. If you cry at a young age, it would be too embarrassing. Holy Master is really a genius. To think of an immortal cultivator acting as a character in the book and filming it as a video, it sounds very interesting. The elders who came to visit the class were all talking about it, but very quietly. Don't dare to disturb Yichin's filming. And then, the shooting progress is very fast. After filming the rivalry between the leading actor and the supporting actress jumped into the abyss. The filming of the first season is over. All the actors breathe a sigh of relief at this moment. It is finally over. Although it is a good thing to be able to contact the Holy Lord. But the Holy Master is really too strict, making them tremble with fear. Empress Dezhou, who was waiting on the side, immediately came over with a smile on her face and took Yichin's arm. I see you have worked hard these days. Yichin, who ended his directing career for almost a month, did not work hard. Not to mention, directing people to shoot TV dramas is quite interesting. However, the subsequent editing work does not require Yichin to do it himself. Because Yichin has already formed a film and television production team in the branch of Zawan. During the shoot, They have been brought with them all the time. Let them learn by their side and understand how to shoot. For a cultivator, knowledge about camera positions, lighting, and the like is easy to understand. Learn very fast. After Yichin leaves Zawanzu, this shooting team will stay in Zawanzu and continue to shoot new TV series and movies. And Yichin will also film a TV series in Mingwangzhou in the future. After returning to Dianzhou, I will shoot another one. Correspondingly, a film and television team has also been cultivated in the Ming Wangzhou branch and the Great Yinzhou Holy Land. In the future, we will continue to produce film and television content. After all, after the new video application is launched, there must be more than one TV show in it. That was so monotonous. No matter what, there must be 3 or 4 TV series and several movies. Only in this way can people be attracted. This filming is over. Everyone has worked hard. Yichin held the slender waist of the big BFDJ, Empress Zhou, and spoke to the actors with a faint smile. All the actors hurriedly shook their heads, expressing that they were not working hard. And the female cultivators present all looked at Empress de Zhou with envy, wishing to replace her. Yichin smiled lightly. This filming is only the first season of the film and television series Flicking the Sky. After that, there will be a second season, a third season, and a total of 8 seasons are expected. So you should prepare in advance, and it's best not to do anything big and risky. Otherwise, it would be bad if there was an accident. Besides, being an actor is actually a good profession, and there are many directions to expand. It is not too difficult to earn spirit stones by relying on popularity. So there is absolutely no need for you to do any dangerous tasks. Yichin exhorted lightly. In fact, just speak at will. On Earth, it's like a series or a series of movies. A question often arises. That's what's wrong with the actor. Such as death, such as sickness, such as being banned, and the like. Due to various circumstances, he was unable to appear in the sequel. And the crew can only change people. But once it is replaced, it will bring discomfort to the audience. As a result, the performance of the sequel deteriorated. But in the world of cultivating immortals, there is actually no need to worry too much about this issue, because of all kinds of supernatural powers. Even if the main character dies, at that time, it will not be difficult to invite a cultivator to take on his appearance and continue to participate in the performance. So, Yichin is just a kind reminder. Of course, filming series for serial sequels. On Earth, another problem may be encountered. That's how actors' pay has risen to outrageous levels. Because knowing that you're going to make a sequel, it is impossible to change people. So the actors would jack up the pay for the sequels to outrageous levels. For example, the actor who played Iron Man in the previous life. The remuneration for the next few films was frighteningly high. Marvel finally chose to end the Iron Man series, largely because the actor's pay was too high. In quite famous series The Big Bang Theory, the final choice to end is said to be related to the higher and higher salaries of actors. But for Yichin, this is not a problem at all. After all, the realm of cultivating immortals is not the Earth. It is impossible for an actor to open his mouth like a lion. Of course, Yichin will not be stingy, and will gradually increase the salary of the actors in the future according to the benefits brought by the TV series. In short, the production team is officially finished. At the same time, let the film and television team start editing. Everyone began to look forward to the final product. After all, the order of shooting is not based on the plot, but based on the location. After filming a scene in one location, go to another place. So the filming was piecemeal, and it was impossible to guess what the final result would be. Everything has to wait for editing, and after all the shooting scenes are edited, you can finally see the finished film. Because during filming, Yichin does not prevent cultivators from taking pictures and posting on Weibo or shooting short videos. So on the current fairy net, there have already been some news about the TV series being filmed by the Lord Tianyan. After all, according to the logic of the past behavior of the Lord Tianyan, basically after dealing with the enemy Dash, they will all return to Tianyan Holy Land soon. But this time, the Holy Master Tianyan has been in Zaiwanzu for several months. It makes people curious. At the beginning, there has always been a saying that the support rate is the highest. That is, the Holy Master Tianyan was obsessed with the Queen of the Great Zhou and was reluctant to leave. But soon, with more and more photos about Tianyan Xingzhu's filming, the short video appeared on Xianwang. This statement is futile, and the focus of the cultivator's attention is on the filming of Tianyan Xing's master. What is filming? What is the Lord commanding a group of people to do? In the midst of confusion. Soon, some insiders from Tianyan Holy Land came out to clarify the confusion for everyone. When all the cultivators on the Immortal Network understood it, their eyes widened. Holy Lord Tianyan actually wanted to record the content of the novel into a video? How can you still play like this? Words do have the charm of words, and they can describe a world that is infinitely imaginative through short language. But no matter how good the text is, it is not as intuitive as the video. Everything can be clearly expressed. Moreover, the shooting is still covering the sky with a snap of the fingers. You know, covering the sky with a flick of a finger is the first novel that many cultivators read. The importance is naturally extremely high. After the message is confirmed, it directly made countless book fans who were overwhelmed by the sky with their fingers, and at the same time, they were very pleasantly surprised, but also a little worried. Who played the leading role? I think it's hard to play a leading role with a domineering character. If the leading role is wrong, I feel like the book will be ruined. Is the female cultivator in the crew picture the one who plays Jizue? It's quite suitable, pure-hearted, and energetic. I just want to know who played the great Emperor Wuxia? Who is the peak at the end of the ferry road? When I see Wuxia Dao, it becomes empty. Such a domineering beauty is more brilliant than the protagonist. I feel that besides the Holy Lord himself, who will play me, they all feel inappropriate. Can the big scenes in the book be photographed? After all, the moving axis in the book smashes the edge of the universe. If this effect cannot be photographed, then the style of the book will be lowered a bit. My son Wong Tung has the qualifications of a great emperor. I just want to know that we will play Wong Tung. Are you only going to shoot the film that covers the sky with your fingers? I really like watching immortals breaking the sky, and I especially like Yun and Medusa in it. I really hope to be able to shoot it. The Holy Master of the Blood Book of thousands of people filmed mortals cultivating immortality. This book resonates with me. Like the protagonist, I have the most rubbish spiritual root, but the protagonist never gives up and has given me great encouragement. I really hope this books can be photographed. When will the overbearing sovereign fall in love with me be filmed? I really hope that the Lord Tianyan will act in person. Countless book fans were blown away by this good news. After all, although the descriptions in the book are beautiful, they cannot give book fans an intuitive impression, and imagination is needed. But if you can really shoot everything in the book, let them see how beautiful their favorite heroine is, how chic they like the stunning color, how shocking was the thrilling battle scene. That is undoubtedly the most perfect. So, except for the book fans who can cover the sky with their fingers, fans of other novels also hope that their favorite novels can be made into TV dramas. Of course, there are also many book fans who are worried that the TV series will not be able to produce the original style and ruin the original work. But overall, it was expected. Many immortal cultivators have judged many things from it. It seems that the shooting of this so-called TV series by the Lord should be related to the new application. That's true. It stands to reason that if there is a new application, it should be updated. Now it seems that this is it. Isn't there a short video app? That's a short video. The one the Holy Master is shooting now should be a long video. After all, if it takes a few minutes to make a novel, it will be hard for us to read it, right? It's another entertainment app, not an app that is helpful for cultivating immortals. It's a pity, but if the TV series is well filmed, it's quite attractive. I look forward to it. When will the new app be updated? And when will I be able to watch the TV series that can cover the sky with a snap of my fingers? I heard that the filming has already been finished. Is it just these 2 days? Many immortal cultivators have even speculated about the functions of the new application. Looking forward to the update date. I hope that the new application can be updated soon, so that they can be seen soon. And in Zawanzu, asking for flowers. After the crew wrapped up, Yichin rested comfortably with Empress Dezhou for a few days. Today, Yichin received a communication application from the Foreign Affairs Elder. Because the video editing team guided by Yichin is extremely efficient. Just a few days. So he edited the first season of the 3-century full-fledged season. Now it is waiting for Yichin's inspection to see if it meets Yichin's requirements. Yichin immediately smiled when he heard this. Talk to Empress Dezhou, who is still a little tired beside her. Although Empress Dezhou doesn't read novels, she is quite curious about the first TV series in the world of cultivating immortals. It's not just my niece who plays in it. And Yichin also told her, in the future, any force will be allowed to shoot TV dramas. Filming a TV series can be a pretty good business. But now, there are already quite a few forces relying on fairy nets to earn spirit stones. Many big powers earn more than half of their total income from spirit stones earned from Xianwang applications every year. Empress Dezhou is the master of the great Zhou dynasty. After hearing that shooting TV dramas is a good business, Naturally, I'm also excited, and I plan to take a good look at it and study it. After returning, the Great Zhou Dynasty filmed TV dramas. When the two returned to the former Du family palace, the Elder of Foreign Affairs has already been waiting at the mountain gate. Let's go and see the finished product. Yichin is also very interested in the finished product. After all, in his previous life, Yichin was also a fan of books, and he was deeply fascinated by them. It's a pity that the film and television industry in the country where he lived in his previous life was too bad. He only thought about making money and didn't want to make a good TV series at all. The anime was filmed, but it may be that the level is not good, and it is also a mess. On the contrary, it was me who took the picture of covering the sky with my fingers in the world of cultivating immortals. If the shooting is good, it can be regarded as satisfying a regret of my previous life. In the future, if it can return to Earth, bringing these TV series back should make those scumbags in the film and television industry in the previous life feel ashamed. Just thinking about it like that. Yichin followed the Foreign Affairs elders and met the video editing team who had been waiting. And the edited video has been stored in a photo stone. After getting Yichin's order, it started playing immediately. When Yichin arrives, there are already many elders waiting on the scene. They all saluted immediately. They were all very curious about the TV series filmed by the Holy Master, and they were looking forward to it. After all, they watched a lot during filming. But one will shoot this person, and another will shoot that person. It's a mess. Tian can't see anything. Now that the editing is complete, they can finally see what the content looks like after the shooting is completed. Under the blessing of spells, the influence in the picture stone directly shines out, forming a light curtain in midair. Start playing officially. A start. It is a vast starry sky. Move with the camera. In the vast starry sky, a black dot appeared. As the camera gets closer and closer, the black spots are also getting bigger and bigger, making people wonder what 680 is. When the final camera zooms to the nearest, all the elders present involuntarily gasped, and their eyes widened. Because in the picture, there were actually 9 black, lifeless dragon corpses. In the cold and dark starry sky, the 9 dragon corpses, as if they existed forever, make people feel sad and vast when looking at them. Each dragon corpse is extremely huge. Even the stars, they all look small next to the dragon corpse, as if they would be swallowed by Long Ri in one gulp. The icy body of the dragon corpse is like a mountain made of steel, exuding infinite dragon power. But what is even more surprising is on the tail of the dragon corpse. They are all wrapped with huge black chains that seem to be able to lock the stars. At the end of the 9 chains is a bronze coffin. The inner and outer coffins are vicissitudes and simplicity, with mysterious divine patterns on them, and they are extremely huge. It seems to be able to bury the entire universe. Kowloon pulls the coffin. All the elders present, even if they watch through the screen, they can clearly feel the dragon's power coming towards them. Let them involuntarily give birth to shock. Many elders may not have read the novels that cover the sky with a snap of fingers. But after learning that the Lord is filming, they all ran to look at it more or less. When they read the novel, when they saw the description of 9 dragons' coffin at the beginning, they all marveled at the author's unconstrained imagination. Maybe a little shocking, but very light. But now it's different. Looking at the picture of the Kowloon pulling the coffin across the universe, they all involuntarily felt a tremendous shock. Originally, it wasn't that there were no elders who disapproved of this TV series and thought it was boring. But at this moment, seeing the impact brought by this picture, they finally understood the meaning of filming a TV series. That is the impact brought by the picture, which is always more intuitive than words. Readers still need to think in their minds about the picture shown through text, but it is shown directly through the screen. As long as the scene is grand enough and the shooting is good enough, that can bring the most intuitive shock to the audience. It's really unbelievable that a Taoist instrument can shoot such a shocking picture. The dragon corpse, which is bigger than the stars, seems to be able to bury half of the universe in a bronze coffin. This scene is really atmospheric. To be honest, I haven't read the novel, but when I saw this scene, I couldn't help but be attracted. Whose corpse is lying in the coffin, and there is such a row of faces dragged by 9-headed dragon corpses. At first I just planned to take a look, but now I am shocked at the first glance, and I am looking forward to the following scenes more and more. Obviously, the elders present were all shocked by this opening, and Yichin looked at the opening scene with a smile on his face. Yichin is also very satisfied with the effects shown. In fact, there are many TV series, The dragon corpses in the original work are collected in hundreds, but it was too small to take a picture. So directly use magical powers to evolve a galaxy, and use the galaxy to set off the Kowloon coffin, making it look huge and more imposing. It now appears that it is undoubtedly a success. After a short exclamation, everyone continued to look behind. Then the screen changed, came to Immortal World. A group of mortals who used to be classmates gathered together. The protagonist looks ordinary, but has a different look. At the beginning of the party, the main character is belittled, but when the party was over, the students realized that the protagonist was extraordinary when they saw the respectful address others gave to the protagonist, and immediately changed their attitudes and began to flatter him. On the second day, people climbed the mountain. The protagonist's ex-girlfriend appears. Immediately afterwards, the Kowloon coffin shrank and landed on the sacred mountain, shaking the earth and shaking the mountains. The five-color altar appeared. A group of classmates all fell into the coffin and were dragged into the coffin by the restarted Kowloon and flew to the starry sky with them. This scene is all imaginative and full of shock. Immediately afterwards, there was an extra person in the coffin, making the scene horrifying. It was finally confirmed that he was the good brother of the protagonist, and the male number 2 appeared on the stage. After that, everyone descended on an ancient star. It was extremely desolate, and there was only one ancient official who was a bit dilapidated, but with a miraculous power, who could exude divine brilliance. There are all kinds of treasures inside, which look extraordinarily extraordinary. All the elders looked at the picture and nodded their heads in admiration. This ancient temple was built by the Lord for filming TV dramas. At that time, a lot of materials were used, and in order to show the mystery of the ancient temple, the formation master carved a lot of useless formations that could only bloom Buddha's light. In short, it is quite time-consuming and wastes a lot of spirit stones. And such a large investment is only for filming a scene. But looking at the results now, it feels quite worthwhile. The first episode of the first season, which covered the sky with a flick of a finger, ended with the roar of the crocodile ancestor. When the screen disappears, many elders showed reluctance and expectation on their faces. Immediately said, "Why is the first episode so short? What about the second episode?" Obviously, they have been attracted by the plot. Looking forward to the next plot of 0.1. I can feel the apprehensive eyes of the editing team. Yichin suddenly smiled and nodded in satisfaction. Jianjiang is very good. Yichin is extremely satisfied with the results. This first episode of the first season perfectly shows everything in the original book. It shows the unconstrained style and unconstrained style of the original work. Everything that goes beyond and beyond. Perfect. If the Earth in the previous life was a TV series adapted from those novels, it would have this level that can directly spread all over the world. After getting Yichin's affirmation, the editing team felt relieved and immediately started playing the second episode. Next, the protagonist and his party leaned on the weapons in the ancient temple, and many people died, but they finally escaped back into the coffin. The coffin starts up again. Enter the vast and vicissitudes of the starry sky, heading towards the direction of the endless depths. There are all immortal cultivators present, and they are all high-level immortal cultivators. Even if you don't rest for several months, it's not a big deal. The finished product of the filming that can cover the sky with a snap of a finger is really beyond everyone's expectations. Most importantly, the content is extraordinarily interesting, and the scene is grand. For example, the protagonist and his party came to the ancient restricted area of Beidou's star field. The restricted area is extraordinarily vast, and when the masked werewolf empress appeared, it pushed the atmosphere to a peak. Afterwards, no matter the main character fights or explore ruins, all shot wonderfully. The actors in it will not let them play in the slightest. On the contrary, looking at these actors, it seems that they have entered another world and experienced an interesting journey. Then, a total of 30 episodes, half an hour of each episode of the TV series. Everyone saw it at noon the next day before finally finishing it. When you see the sound of Zishan bells ringing through the beginningless bell. When all the Holy Lands took out their fairy artifacts and were about to attack Zishan, everything came to an abrupt end. At this moment, all the elders showed a sense of loss on their faces. Is this the end? Isn't this too little filming? You should film more, at least 100 episodes to watch. 15, to be honest, I was not interested in Xianwang novels at all, so I was not interested in TV dramas, but I never thought that TV dramas are so interesting. through videos, it shows a brand new world of cultivating immortals, which is quite exciting. Although I think the filming of this TV series is very good, isn't the protagonist's combat power too strong? I think there is something wrong with the setting of the protagonist's combat power. I think the combat power of the protagonist is very reasonable. After all, it is an ancient sacred body. It is so difficult to upgrade, and the resources consumed are hundreds of times that of immortal cultivators of the same level. It is normal for him to have transcendent combat power. 11. This thing depends on comparison. Look at our Holy Master, and now look at this protagonist named Yichin. Do you still think that the other party is outrageous? If you say that, then I think the Holy Master is even more outrageous. Yichin didn't expect that these elders would compare themselves to the protagonists in the book, and smiled helplessly. This trial was apparently a success. It can be seen from the reactions of the elders. You know, these elders are all high-level cultivators. Even they are satisfied. Obviously, mainstream immortal cultivators must also accept it. The first TV series in the world of cultivating immortals, it's stable. The editing is very good, and the subsequent movies should be edited like this. As for the filming team, you can start filming immortals breaking the sky afterwards. We also shoot according to the mode of covering the sky with a snap of our fingers, and shoot the first season first. Whether it's actors or location selection, it's up to you to decide. For a TV series like this adapted from a novel, you only need to pay attention to one thing, that is, respect the plot of the original work and don't change it magically. Of course, these novels may be watery in some places, and making them into TV dramas will slow down the pace, so you can consider what should be cut out. Hear Yichin's words. The elder who was in charge of filming nodded immediately, with anticipation in his eyes. Originally, he had no interest in being a director, just doing things for the Lord. But today, after watching the first season of Snapfingers covering the sky, he was deeply attracted by TV dramas. Where is this filming a TV series? This is simply creating a new world through video. It was so much fun. The elder couldn't wait to start filming. Wait until Yichin has ordered everything. The elders dispersed one after another. Yichin stretched his waist and prepared to leave. Yichin is planning to return to Mingwang Prefecture. After all, the things to be done in Zawanzu have basically been done. Time to leave too. Empress Dezhou will naturally leave with Yichin. After all, the reason why she stayed in Zawanzu for so long was to accompany Yichin. The foreign affairs elders learned that Yichin was leaving. Also hurriedly reported the current progress. Holy Master, now we have opened 46 Tianyan pavilions in Zawanzu. And the internal teleportation array has also started construction, connecting about 30 fairy cities. As for couriers, they are also recruited in each city. Today, the number of PHS users on Zawanzu Xianwang has exceeded 100 million, and the number of authenticated users has exceeded 10 million. It's already starting to create benefits for us. However, because the various offline services are not yet perfect, and the interstate transmission array has not yet been completed, so the benefit is not too high. However, in about half a year, the basic coverage of the Tianyan Pavilion in Zawanzu and the basic coverage of the teleportation array network will be completed. We will be able to provide normal services to most users in Zawanzu. The construction progress of the interstate teleportation array is also very good. It is said that the new teleportation array technology is indeed very suitable for ultra-long distance transmission. It is expected that the interstate teleportation array will be officially successful in half a year. By then, the flow of people and goods will be smooth. The immortal cultivators of Zawanzu can enjoy all services, and it becomes easier for us to recruit and deploy people, and the expansion speed will become faster. Listen to the report of the foreign affairs elder. A satisfied smile appeared on Yichin's face. This trip to Shiyuan continent was a bumper harvest. Not only did he get a total of 20 billion high-grade spirit stones from the Du family, 720. Save yourself a full year of breaking through the world. Zawanzu is also on the right track. More and more immortal cultivators have become users of Xianwang PHS. Wait until the teleportation array is used to completely open up the traffic passage between Zawanzu and Mingwangzu. Let the time of going back and forth between two continents be shortened to 1 day. Then Zawanzu will officially enter the era of fairy nets. For myself, and for the Tianyan Holy Land to continuously deliver benefits. Until then, the monthly income of Tianyan Holy Land is bound to explode again. The time required for him to break through the late stage of perfect integration will be shortened. Thank you for your hard work, Elder Foreign Affairs. Once everything in Zawanzu is on the right track, you can come back. The Foreign Affairs elder nodded immediately. Yichin thought for a while, and then said, "By the way, we can ask the editing team to edit a promotional video of a TV series and post it on the short video on Xianwang. Build momentum in advance." Attention is of course very important. Yichin previously allowed the elders and actors to take photos at will while filming TV dramas. It is to set off the popularity in advance and create momentum for the TV series. And obviously, after the news of the filming of the TV series before came out, the enthusiasm aroused on Xianwang is very high. Many cultivators began to look forward to the TV series. Now post another promo. It will definitely push the heat to a higher position. Seeing the Foreign Affairs elders was a little confused, and he didn't quite understand what a promotional video is. Yichin explained with a smile. The promotional film is a small short film made by editing the highlights of the TV series. And the function of this short film is to make the audience look forward to your drama. It's not just about covering the sky with your fingers. Afterwards, for each drama, a promotional video must be released before it is released to warm up in advance. Post a promo. This is normal operation on Earth. Let the audience know your movie and be attracted by the promotional film, so they come to watch it. Of course, Earth's promotional video has been played to perfection by many directors. The movie didn't do very well, but the promotional video was shot extremely attractive. Some even have highlights in the promotional film, which are all the highlights of the entire movie. There are even more outrageous promotional videos for some movies. Promotional videos and movies are directly two different things. Not to mention a scam, but this also shows the importance of promotional videos. In the first season of my own, Snap Your Fingers Covering the Sky is full of hot spots. The promotional video should not be too easy to shoot. The Elder of Foreign Affairs completely understood now, immediately nodded in response. By the way, how is the progress of exploring other continents? Yichin looked at the Foreign Affairs Elder and asked. Today's application output is almost reaching its limit. Soon there will be no apps to make. Not that there are none at all. Some small applications are not impossible, like music software or something. You can also update if you want to update. But the problem is that there is no music culture in the world of cultivating immortals. Immortal cultivators don't have the hobby of practicing while listening to songs or fighting while listening to songs. So creating a music software is doomed to eat ashes, and you won't earn any linkshare. And there are many other similar applications. They are all applications that are not suitable for the customs of the world of cultivating immortals, and they are destined to have no big money. Therefore, opening up new markets is the most important means of increasing income. Therefore, obviously, Shiyuan continent has not been formally opened up yet. Yichin has already set his sights on other big states. When the Foreign Affairs Elder heard the words, he hurriedly replied, "Holy Master, the task of finding other great states has been hanging in the mission hall of Xianwang and has not been interrupted. But because of the death of the ancestor of the Heart Tool sect in Zaiwanzu, let the cultivators feel fearful about opening up the continent. After all, the patriarch of the Heart Artifact sect is also in the mid-stage of void refinement, and he is considered to be the top wave of powerhouses in the world of immortality apart from you, the Holy Master. Such existences are dead, which makes them a little afraid. Because Zawanzu is not as weak as they imagined, many immortal cultivators are also worried about whether the other two states will have top powerhouses like Zawanzu." Yichin frowned upon hearing this. But after thinking about it, I feel that the worries of the immortal cultivators are not unreasonable. Because Yichin felt the same way. Yichin is not saying that he has persecution paranoia. The main reason is that I read a lot of Shoshin novels in the past. There are always all kinds of old monsters hiding in it. You think the protagonist is number one in the world. As a result, a strong man who was sealed 10,000 years ago emerged from the stone. You thought the protagonist was number one in the world again. As a result, the enemy came from the sky. In short, probably because of the influence of these novels. Even Yichin is now the well-deserved number one person in the world of cultivating immortals. The only power in the middle stage of the fusion. But Yichin still felt that there was a stronger existence in the world of cultivating immortals. After all, this world was a world where there were immortals. Although the fairy is now gone. But the immortal left without knowing why. Who knows what's going on? In short, there is nothing wrong with being steady. In this case, then increase the reward. For this kind of matter, Yichin's solution is simple and rude. That is to add money. As long as you add money to solve things. That's not the thing. Hearing this, the Foreign Affairs elder smiled wryly. The way my holy master handles it is really simple and rude. Previous missions to explore the New World. It has reached 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. It can be said to be the most expensive task in the world of cultivating immortals. Now, even raise the price. That's why my holy master is so willing. But the Foreign Affairs elders also found out. Although my lord likes to earn spirit stones, but when it comes to flowering spirit stones, he is merciless. Sure enough, the more you are willing to spend spirit stones, the more you can earn spirit stones. Yichin quickly decided everything. After everything is over, Yichin leisurely flew in the direction of Ming Wangzhou together with the great Zhou Empress. It's different from when it came. When they left, there were only Yichin and Empress de Zhou. But before leaving Xiyuan continent, an exceptionally handsome monkey monster came to Yichin on the ferry net. Immortal cultivators are discussing new applications more and more. It's basically solidified now. The new application is a long video application, used to play TV shows, and after a lot of revelations, all the immortal cultivators have confirmed that the TV series filmed by the Holy Master, called Snap Fingers Covering the Sky, has ended, because the actors have already gone home. Therefore, many cultivators are looking forward to when the new application will be released. Guessing the time when Xianwang PHS will be updated this time. Even in the Xianwang live broadcast room, there are anchors who swear that they know the elders of Tianyan Holy Land. In a few days, the new app will be released. In just a day, many, as usual, open Xianwang's short video to brush short video. By the way, check if there is any news about the new application. They were surprised to find out. On the opening page of Xianwang's short video, an advertisement unexpectedly appeared. Sacred Lord Tianyan personally directs. Cultivating Immortals drama covering the sky with a flick of a finger. The leading trailer is officially released today. And behind the text, there is a large picture. The picture is a starry sky, and the one in the front is an immortal cultivator with a blurred face, with a three-legged bronze ingot on top of his head. Tao divine light hangs down, shrouding the body of the immortal cultivator. And behind this, Zhao Qianzhao, immortal cultivator, there are several vague figures. There is a tall woman with a strange crying mask. There was a man with a bronze bell floating beside him. There are many characters, but they are not real. Seeing this, countless immortal cultivators stared wide-eyed, although they don't understand what a leading trailer is. But that's what the ad means. Could it be that they will be able to see the TV series filmed by the Holy Master today, adapted from the TV series that cover the sky with a snap of fingers? However, Xianwang PHS did not show any update notifications. How is this going? Is it possible to use the short video app to watch directly? If you can watch it directly with the short video app, then everyone may have guessed wrong the category of the new application recently. Anyway, most immortal cultivators have long been extremely curious about this TV series that covers the sky with a snap of their fingers. Don't hesitate at all, just click. The next moment, a short video jumped in front of all the cultivators. Filmed by the Lord Tianyan, the TV series covering the sky with a flick of a finger has come out. When the news comes out, countless immortal cultivators were refreshed and showed anticipation. TV show, is it coming out? Although there are no new applications, but they were looking forward to the TV series adapted from the novel. So without hesitation, he immediately entered the short video application of Xianwang. All day today, just open the short video of Xianwang. There will be advertisements on the homepage about covering the sky with a snap of your fingers. Look at the promotional screen. There was a look of surprise in everyone's eyes. Click the page immediately without hesitation. And when the video jumps out, they clicked immediately without hesitation. However, the length of the video made them frown slightly. Why only 1 minute? Why so short? How can such a short time be enough to show the plot of a novel? But those who haven't watched the TV series don't quite understand. So keep watching. When the video starts, all the cultivators watching held their breath. At the beginning, there was a vast and lonely starry sky. There was a dead silence in the starry sky. Only the huge and shocking Kowloon coffin sails slowly in the sea of stars, heading for the unknown shore. When looking at this, all the cultivators only felt their scalps go numb. In the video, the scene of pulling the coffin in Kowloon is really 210 too impactful. A dragon corpse bigger than a star. It seems to be able to hide the coffin of the entire universe. The mysterious formation patterns on the coffin and outer chamber all bring a huge impact to people. This scene is undoubtedly even more grand than the one described in the book. All fans of the original. The moment I saw this scene, I was completely conquered. They were worried that TV dramas would not be able to produce the taste of novels. Today, this worry has completely disappeared. Just based on the scene of Jilong pulling the coffin, they were convinced. And many immortal cultivators who have never read the novel, their eyes widened at this moment. They are not interested in fiction. The reason why I saw the hot search came to watch. It is curious what the TV series shot by the Lord is. But at this moment, when seeing this scene, they were also shocked. The immortal cultivators who originally just came here to join in the fun all felt a sense of anticipation. And many immortal cultivators were shocked. It also has a great interest in the original work. Going to read the original. In short, no doubt, as soon as the video started, it conquered all viewers. Let the unnamed immortal cultivators have great expectations for TV dramas. After all, it just exploded at the beginning. This TV show is definitely not ordinary. And the scene when Kowloon pulled the coffin flashed by. The screen changes. The next moment, an extremely domineering figure appeared, with a three-legged bronze ingot covering its head. Wisps of divine light hang down. The young man exudes golden blood. His eyes are stern, as if he is invincible in the world. I am the Emperor of Heaven, and I will suppress all emperors in the world. Immortal cultivators who have read the original book recognized it at this moment. This is the protagonist Yichin. Didn't wait for them to get excited. The screen changes again. A woman in cassock and a crying mask stood high in the sky and said softly, "I don't want to become a fairy. I just wait for your return." Seeing this, the immortal cultivator was shocked again. Isn't this the ruthless queen? This is the female nun who left the deepest impression on everyone among the people who covered the sky with her fingers. Seeing it with my own eyes at this moment is exactly the same as the description in the book. People can't help but wonder about the face under the mask. The immortal cultivators look forward to it more and more. After that, the picture continued to change. Who is the peak at the end of the fairy road? At first sight, the great Emperor Wushi, whose Tao without beginning has become empty. Jiang Taishu, the king of gods who conquered the world. Clean and dust-free, and Miao Yi is extremely beautiful. The ferocious crocodile ancestor. And at the end of the video, it is a golden 100. The golden crow is burning with blazing divine fire, like the most dazzling sun in the universe. Seeing this golden crow, anyone who has read the original works will know that this is the golden crow. I saw the golden crow facing the camera and shouting loudly, F*****KU, the heavenly emperor will finally never see you again. Hear the venting words. Countless cultivators who have read the original book couldn't help but smile. The golden crow emperor in the book is a tragedy, because according to the setting in the book, each generation can only have one emperor. But this great emperor is an invincible existence in this world. It ended up at the place of Emperor Jinwu. But because the protagonist became a different way, although he didn't become an emperor, he was more terrifying than the emperor. As a result, Emperor Jinwu was suppressed for a lifetime and became the most aggrieved emperor. That's why I said that before I died. In short, the appearance of the characters in the book makes the audience look forward to it even more. But at this moment, they saw a few large characters appearing in the video at the last moment. The first season of Flicking the Sky will be officially updated in 5 months. Stay tuned. What? See here? All the cultivators who were shocked by the video just now and raised expectations were stunned. Official update after 5 months? What they are watching is not a real TV series at all. This is too bad. Many immortal cultivators did not give up and continued to scroll down for short videos. However, if you continue to swipe down, the short videos you usually swipe will pop up. There are no more videos related to the TV series Fantasy Covering the Sky. At this moment, some immortal cultivators finally understood. What does the promotional video mentioned at the beginning mean? This promotional video is definitely only in the TV series. And indeed, as the cultivators expected, promos are some of those images. And the video editing team, after getting the order from Yichin to shoot a promotional video, I also specially invited people to show their supernatural powers and took some pictures and characters in the future. For example, the Golden Crow and others. These are not characters that will appear in the first season of the TV series. But the editing team filmed it in advance for the popularity and attractiveness of the promotional film. And have to say, this promotional video perfectly achieved the effect Yichin requested. Because in the fairy net, countless cultivators complained that they had been cheated. It's too stupid. I thought the TV series was updated, but it turned out to be just a clip. Before, I was always worried that the filming of the TV series was not good. Now that I have watched the promotional video, I am not worried, but it is obviously finished. Why don't you let us watch it? I regret it so much. I shouldn't have ordered that promotional video. I wasn't interested in TV dramas at first. Now it's over. I'm interested in it, but I can't watch it. It's been 5 months. How can I wait? The temperament of the werewolf empress is really amazing, which makes people look forward to it. Why does it take 5 months? Can you let us see it sooner? Unfortunate, but forget it. Because of this promotional video, I became interested in the original book. I'll read the original book first. By the way, why did the strong man of the Golden Crow tribe scold the Emperor of Heaven? Did the Emperor of Heaven do anything to offend him? He's just too aggrieved. He was supposed to be invincible for a lifetime, suppressing an era. But he met a monster who was stronger than you in battle and lived longer than you. You would be aggrieved if you were him. The promotional video of the TV series covering the sky with flick of fingers. There is no doubt that a huge wave has been set off in the entire world of cultivating immortals. Although there was an oolong that made the cultivators think it was a TV series. But overall, it's perfect. Successfully made the immortal cultivators in the entire immortal cultivating world have a sense of anticipation for the TV series Fingering Covers the Sky. At this moment, above the fairy net, countless cultivators are discussing the story of covering the sky with a flick of a finger. And those cultivators who were not interested in novels originally. Many also ran to read the original novel because of the promotional film. As for fans of other novels, they're also looking forward to adapting their favorite novels. At the same time, because there are quite a few novel authors now, author of many Wong novels, they all looked forward to the novels they wrote being adapted into TV dramas by Lord Tianyan. On the one hand, what I wrote was adapted into a TV series. The world of your own fantasy becomes reality. This is something no author can refuse. Of course, there is another reason. That is, on the backstage of the writer of Wong novels, it is written that if the work is adapted, the author can get half of the copyright fee. Authors who wrote books in Wong novels before don't know what adaptation is and what copyright is. But now, after watching the adaptation of Snap Fingers Covering the Sky, they understand. This is definitely a great thing. Although I don't know how much the copyright fee is. But it's better than nothing, isn't it? Besides, they didn't expect this when they first wrote the novel. There may also be copyright fees at this moment, which is completely unexpected. And in Zawanzu, although Wong PHS has just begun to cover. But the promotional video still caused a sensation throughout Zawanzu. Those Zawanzu immortal cultivators who have just come into contact with the immortal net are undoubtedly too excited to be exposed to such a carefree promotional video, and they are looking forward to it. There are also many immortal cultivators, so they have the idea of writing novels. At the same time, the major forces in the world of cultivating immortals are also paying attention to this promotional video. Honestly, it's a pretty good shot. Even those big forces like them, the great powers of the Holy Land, couldn't help feeling a sense of anticipation after watching the promotional video. It's just that their focus is different from that of ordinary cultivators. Ordinary cultivators pay more attention to the TV series itself. But these big forces are more concerned about the benefits that TV dramas can bring. Obviously, if the Lord Tianyan created something himself, he would definitely be able to earn Lingshire. So how does this TV series earn Lingshire? Can these powerful forces earn this feldspar? This made the major holy places and major forces have some expectations. After all these years, with the popularity of Wong PHS, the income methods of the major forces and the major holy places are also changing. Many holy places rely on related applications to earn a lot of spirit stones, although the Lord Tianyan relied on the fairy net PHS to earn Lingshire madly. But he does not eat alone, nor is he stingy. Will take the initiative to give money to other cultivators and forces. So in their opinion, they should be able to shoot this TV series. Maybe you can earn spirit stones with this. It's just relying on the promotional video and the revelations on Wong. They still don't know enough about TV dramas. Moreover, they don't understand how the TV series earns spirit stones. So for the time being, just look forward to it. But he didn't act rashly. Instead, they plan to wait 5 months until the official update of this TV series, and they will see the situation before discussing it. This promotional film was filmed, and even the missions that will appear in the next few seasons were filmed in advance. TSK. If this is placed on Earth, this promotional video will be scolded and deceived. However, this editing team is quite good at creating a sense of expectation. Ming Dynasty. Branches of Tianyan Holy Land. Yichin watched the promotional video with a smile on his face. Yichin's original idea was to let them edit some highlights from the finished products of the first season. As a result, this directly engages in a character display. It works pretty well, though. It didn't take long for Yichin and the Empress of Great Zhou to return from Zawanzu. It's just a week. After all, the two traveled lightly. It's not like when you go to Zawanzu, you have to take a boat with you. With Yichin's current speed, it would not even take him a week if he hadn't traveled to the mountains and rivers with the Great Zhou Empress. You can come back in 3 days. This is the speed of the top powerhouse. And come back this time, in addition to being with the Queen of the continent. Also brought a light bulb. That is a monkey demon in the void refinement stage. Although the demon clan in the world of cultivating immortals is declining now, but the ancestors were once rich after all. So in the world of cultivating immortals, there are still many big monsters active. As long as you don't offend the Holy Land, don't make the sky angry and people complain. Seeking Flower Zero. Basically, it will not provoke the big forces to encircle and suppress. There are even many big monsters who will go to the big forces. After all, the monster race is declining, and many cultivation resources are occupied by the human race, so they need to rely on the human race. And this bloodline is the great monster of the ancient monkey tribe, who came to join him after hearing about Yichin. Seeing that the opponent was not weak, Yichin did not refuse. After all, it is also an ancient alien species in the early stage of void refinement. In the mid-stage of void refinement, the combat power is comparable to that of ordinary people. It's not bad to be a mountain guardian monster in Mingwang Prefecture. It's nothing more than spending some resources to support it. For his own Tianyan Holy Land, it is not important at all. Of course, apart from letting the monkey monster be the guardian monster. Yichin also had a bold idea. That is to let this monkey demon come to shoot TV dramas. 0. This ancient alien monkey monster is so powerful that he can completely play the role of the holy ape fighting in the movie Fingering Covers the Sky. Of course, that was just a cameo. Most importantly, Yichin remembered a popular TV series from his previous life, Journey to the West. And this monkey monster can play in its true colors, as the protagonist Monkey King in it. Therefore, Yichin changed his plans. Cancelled the original idea of filming an adaptation of Xianwang novel in Mingwangzu. Instead, it was time to shoot an original TV series, Journey to the West. The TV series Journey to the West. Just modify some content appropriately. It will definitely become popular in the world of cultivating immortals. Moreover, I can't just shoot screen adaptations. After all, the reason why I shoot TV series is mainly to set an example for the whole world of cultivating immortals, to let them know what a TV series is and how to shoot a TV series. If I only shoot screen adaptations, after that, wouldn't there be only adaptations of TV dramas in the world of cultivating immortals? In this case, it is not very good for the revenue and development of new applications. And I made an adaptation of the screenplay by myself so that I can cultivate immortals in the world. In addition to being able to adapt novels, you can also write a TV series yourself. This is undoubtedly the most perfect. And that ancient alien monkey monster didn't care about filming or anything. When they first met, he was completely overwhelmed by Yichin's powerful strength. Moreover, Yichin also agreed to a rather generous treatment. So for Yichin's words, the monkey monster has no opinion at all. So on the 3rd day after Yichin came to Mingwang Prefecture, Immortal World Edition Journey to the West officially started filming. The story of Journey to the West must have been adapted. After all, this is the realm of cultivating immortals. Cannot copy. If it is copied, it is very likely that the environment will not be acclimatized and it will not be able to catch fire. Of course, the adaptation is not a random compilation. Yichin naturally still follows the context of the original work, only adding and deleting the storyline. At the same time, Yichin also added some lines and plots from the Legend of Wukong. And after Yichin finished the script, the subsequent casting was also within the Holy Land, causing quite a stir. After all, everyone has seen the promotional video of the previous TV series. How shocking it is. Now my Holy Master wants to make a film again. Who wants to miss out? Besides, this is an opportunity to get close to the Holy Master. If one is lucky enough to be favored by the Holy Master, it will soar even higher. Therefore, the competition for casting is extremely fierce. Of course, 427 is also indispensable to go through the back door. The nephew of Empress de Zhou took on a few more roles. Because Yichin told Empress de Zhou that filming TV series is not just about earning spiritual stones intuitively. There are many more benefits. For example, people who make TV dramas can gain fame. Even the location of a scene selection may become a scenic spot. As the Immortal Net has changed more and more for immortal cultivators. Immortal cultivators are no longer what they used to be. They are either practicing or running around for cultivation. Immortal cultivators also became more leisurely. And with the coverage of the transmission array network, the range that cultivators can reach is getting wider and wider. It was an incredible trip in the world of cultivating immortals. Perhaps in the future, it is also a good business. For Yichin's words, Empress de Zhou was unconditionally convinced. So this time I brought a lot of people from the Great Zhou dynasty into the crew to learn how to shoot TV dramas. And when the news of the new drama spread to Xianwang, it immediately attracted the attention of all the cultivators. They haven't seen the feature film of the first TV series. In the end, the Lord is going to make another drama? However, the protagonist of the new drama is not a human, but a Japanese monster? How is this going? I haven't seen any novels where the protagonist is a monster. Immortal cultivators are all confused. But even so, they are still very curious about the new drama. Especially in the crew photos sent out, or in the short video, there's a video of the protagonist monkey monster. It sparked a heated discussion. That monkey looks pretty cool. Yeah, holding a stick in his hand, wearing a golden armor, wearing a purple gold 7-star crown, walking on cloud shoes. This is definitely the most magical monster I have ever seen. I heard that this monkey is the sacred beast guarding the mountain of the branch sect of Tianyan Holy Land, and its bloodline is an ancient alien species, and it is a great demon in the early stage of Lian Zhou. Hey, the TV series starring the big demon in the early stage of refining the virtual world? The Holy Master's handwriting is too big. As more and more news came out, the popularity of Journey to the West on Xianwang is getting higher and higher. The news that the monsters in the void refining stage were acting in TV dramas even made it to the top of the trending searches. To know, there is such an existence in the void refining period. Whether it is human beings or monsters, they're all the pinnacle figures in the world of cultivating immortals today. Ordinary people are rarely seen. Even now that Xianwang is popularized, such characters will not show up much on the internet. And now, they can actually watch a TV series filmed by a master of Liangsuki? How can they not look forward to it? And after a month, the crew wrapped up. Not a few days. The trailer of Journey to the West came out. Immediately, countless immortal cultivators came to watch. The trailer begins. It is a fairy mountain with beautiful mountains and clear waters, singing birds and fragrant flowers, with the aura of the avenue, which is extremely extraordinary at first glance. And on the top of the fairy mountain, there is actually a multicolored stone, which is crystal clear and looks like a treasure. And within the stone, there was the breath of a living creature. A divine thunder approved it. The color of the world changed, and the 5 colors divine stone exploded. An extremely miraculous monkey demon appeared in the sight of everyone. The immortal cultivators who watched the promotional video hadn't had time to be surprised. The screen just turned around. The monkey demon knelt in front of an old man with white beard and hair. If that's the case, then I'll give you the name Wukong. What spell are you asking for? I just want to live forever. Immediately afterwards, the screen changed again. Countless heroic warriors wearing fairy armor surrounded the monkey monster. Above the 9 heavens, there are layers upon layers, densely packed, as if endless. And on top of these immortal soldiers, there are phantoms of countless behemoths. Some hold pagodas, some are armed with long guns. Some brows stood up, and pupils opened angrily. Some master lightning. All in all, at first glance, they are all powerful, 4-god-level figures. This scene alone makes people feel full of oppression. And the surrounded monkey monster, although in front of these endless enemies, looks extremely small. But in his eyes, there is only a raging, fighting intent. If I want this sky, I can't cover my eyes anymore. If I want this earth, I can't bury my heart anymore. If I want all living beings to understand my intentions, disappear. Before the cultivator was caught by this big scene, and shocked by the shocking words of the monkey monster, the screen turns again. A figure seemed to fill the whole world, enveloped by infinite Buddha light. The screen can only show the opponent's big hand. The opponent's big hand seemed to hold a galaxy, and it seemed to hold a universe. When the big hand slowly fell, it has brought a feeling of nowhere to escape to all immortal cultivators. And under big hands, the monkey monster who was fighting fiercely had despair and unwillingness in his eyes. I am the great sage, equaling heaven. The picture changes quickly. In the next moment, a monkey demon covered in Buddha's light sits cross-legged on a lotus flower and is dressed in cassock. He no longer has the hostility of being a monster, let alone the hustle and bustle of fighting. There is only peace in his eyes. I am fighting against Buddha. The promotional video of Journey to the West ended abruptly at this moment. Only countless audiences were left with wide-eyed eyes, and it was only now that they had time to recall the shocking promotional video, just now. After a long time, Immortal Net boiled directly. Hey, this new TV series looks equally impressive. The scene of the strong man pressing down with his big hand gave me no less shock than when I first watched 9 Dragons pulling the coffin. 2.5 Before I was not interested in the story of monsters, but after watching the whole promotional video, I became curious and felt that this story is more interesting. What's the matter with this monkey monster? Has it offended any powerful force? But even if it is besieged by gods and Buddhas all over the sky, it is still fearless. It is really domineering. The power that appeared is too terrifying. It feels like one hand can destroy the entire world of cultivating immortals. Is the monkey demon dead? He must not have died, otherwise how could he become a Buddha in the end? But how did the monkey monster become a Buddha? The rebellious and fearless temperament before is gone. If I want this sky, I can't cover my eyes. If I want this land, I can't hide my heart. If I want all living beings to understand my intentions, I want all the Buddhas to disappear in smoke. These words are too domineering. Oh my God, the promotional video of the TV series Fingering Over the Sky was enough to make my heart itch, but now there is another journey to the West, and I have to wait 4 months. I can't wait. Holy Lord, please update it as soon as possible. Journey to the West promotional film. There is no doubt that there has been an uproar in the entire world of cultivating immortals. Countless cultivators have been attracted by this original TV series. After all, the previous flick of the finger covered the sky. Most of them have read the original and know the plot of the story. The main thing is to look forward to the scenes and effects after the text is adapted into a video. But Journey to the West is different. This is an original story. No one has ever seen it. But the bright spots shown in the promotional film made all the cultivators have great curiosity about the plot of this TV series. How did the main character, a monkey demon, attain Taoism and become a fairy? And how did he provoke Mantian gods and Buddhas and be suppressed? In the end, why did he become a Buddha himself? What happened to the monkey demon during this time? Countless cultivators are extremely curious about this. However, this is still a trailer. At the end of the trailer, it is clearly written that it will be released 4 months later. So, no matter how curious they are, no matter how impatient they are, there is no way. On the fairy net, the resentment of the immortal cultivators continued for a while. But it was the Lord Tianyan who made them suffer so hard. Therefore, even if the resentment continued, few dared to complain on the fairy net. Can only suffer and wait, waiting for the day of the update. And Yichin finished filming the TV series Journey to the West. A new script was left for the filming team of Ming Wangzhou branch. The name is Westward Journey. It's similar to Journey to the West, but there are many differences. The 18th filming team couldn't help laughing around the script, and even laughed. But at the end, they were all silent. This is called the story of Journey to the West. It seems to be a joke, but it makes people think. Among them, the theory of heaven and destiny is even more heavy on people's hearts. But make no mistake, it's a good story. But what is a movie? After getting Yichin's explanation, I understood the difference between movies and TV dramas. Everyone was stunned. It turns out that, in essence, the difference between movies and TV dramas is the difference between the head of the team. A TV series can use dozens of hours to tell a story, but a movie takes an hour to tell a complete story. This is undoubtedly more difficult to shoot. But the script is all there, everything else is trivial. And Yichin is also very relieved about this. After all, cultivators are smart people. Watching myself shoot once, and then looking at the finished product I shot, I can basically learn how to be a director without a teacher. After Yichin explained the next tasks of the Ming Wangzhou filming team, just ready to leave. But at this moment, the elder who was in charge of filming hesitated to ask, "Holy Master, the protagonist in Journey to the West is easy to find in human form. But in the end, how do you find the actor who wears the golden hoop and turns into a monkey?" With Journey to the West Pearl and Jade in front, invite a big demon in the refining stage to act as a monkey. His momentum and temperament have reached their peak. If we randomly find a monkey monster, wouldn't the gap be too great? The elder who was in charge of filming was indeed asking a question. But Yichin didn't have to think at all. Then just use Monkey King. After performing Journey to the West, the monkey monster of the ancient alien species was very satisfied with the domineering title of Monkey King, and used it for himself. Anyway, I have open enough to worship. It is natural to make the best use of everything and not waste it. Isn't the main reason why I accept the monkey monster as a mountain guard monster for filming? As for guarding the Holy Land, that's just a way of saving the monkey monster's face. With Yichin's current strength and status, looking at the entire world of cultivating immortals, there should be no one who can't think about it. Come to find trouble in Tianyan Holy Land, even if it's just a branch. So there is no need for a monster to guard the mountain gate. Really have a problem. A monster in the void refinement stage is useless. When the elder heard the words, the corners of his mouth twitched immediately. Holy Master, if you still use Monkey King to play the role, will the audience see the exact same monkey monster? Will there be a play? Hearing this, Yichin suddenly smiled. Then let the Monkey King change his coat color. He is a great monster in the void refinement stage. This must be a small problem. By the way, the filming of the second season will begin in a snap of the fingers. The character of fighting the Holy Ape is about to appear. Remember to remind him to go to Zawan for filming. Elders. In the end, the elder director of Journey to the West had nothing to say, because what the Holy Master said is too reasonable. It's just that the status of the monkey monster is a bit weird. In other holy places, if there is a great monster in the void refinement stage as a holy beast to protect the mountain, then it must be enshrined with delicious food and drink. I'm afraid I'll wait too long. Only at home. Why do I feel like I can't wait to use the big demon to death? The big demon doesn't want to run away, does he? But I thought that the big demon had collected so many spirit stones from the Holy Master. If you dare to run, it is estimated that the end will be absolutely dismal. When Yichin returned to Mingwangzhou to film, all the local Holy Land masters in Mingwangzhou wanted to see Yichin. It is estimated that it is mostly because of Yichin's ability to control the fairy weapon to please Qianshun. By the way, inquire about the filming of the TV series. It's a pity that Yichin didn't have a heart to see them at all. At this moment, he bid farewell to Queen de Zhou without hesitation and embarked on the cross-state teleportation array back to Yinzhou. After returning to Great Yinzhou, Yichin was very emotional. It has been almost a year since I left Great Yinzhou this time. It was really the first time he had left the Holy Land for so long. However, a date has been set for the launch of a new application. Today there are only 4 TV series and movies. Obviously not enough. So Yichin returned to the Holy Land. Non-stop in the Tianyan Holy Lord, set up a shooting team. At the same time audition actors. And the disciples in the Holy Land have long been looking forward to playing the role. When the actors started auditioning, the scene was filled with crowds. It is more lively than the Holy Land Dobby. Yichin filmed 3 TV series in succession in Yinzhou. The first one is Zhuxian. Although this book is a male novel, there are especially many female readers, more suitable for the public. The second part is about the promotion of the princess, a standard TV series for female cultivators. After all, there can't be only male-oriented TV series, but also female-oriented TV series. Female cultivators account for 40% of the entire population of the world of cultivating immortals. This market cannot be missed. For the third film, Yichin chose to shoot Fairy Courtyard. Although it is said that cultivating immortals is all the way to triumphantly slamming Tianjiao and sweeping away all demons and ghosts. But that is only the life that few arrogants can experience. But for most immortal cultivators, especially those who have wasted their lives in the Qi refining period, their life of cultivating immortals is full of family shortcomings. And this immortal courtyard was launched for them. A group of random cultivators with no future, rented in the same compound because of the high housing prices in Xianqing. The protagonist falls in love with a widow. The widow only has her own child in her heart. The widow's mother-in-law is an old lady with broken eyes. There is also Love taking advantage, who used to be at the peak of Qi refining, but later could no longer practice due to injury, and his cultivation base regressed, and he devoted himself to the uncle who let the protagonist retire. There is also a deaf old lady who used to be a saint of a sect. The sect was destroyed, and she almost fell, almost half useless, but has a bit of prestige. In short, this is a TV series filled with all kinds of wonderful characters with distinctive personalities. There is no high-spirited spirit of cultivating immortals. Only the parents are short-sighted. You plan on me, and I plan on your daily life. But after the script was read by the filming team, the elder who Yichin chose to be in charge of the filming team in the future almost died of anger. And the corners of the team members' mouths twitched as they watched the bloody script. Want to say something, but dare not say. Or the elder was more courageous, with a sore face. Holy Master, this drama is too suffocating, isn't it? How can there be such a cultivator? Including the protagonist, there is no normal person in the entire courtyard. Not too much. The elder spoke like this. Several deacons also carefully echoed, "Yes, Holy Master, I don't enjoy watching this script at all. It is far worse than other dramas. What I saw was almost reversed directly, and I went crazy. How could there be such a stupid person in the world? I am a male cultivator, but I feel that I would rather watch those TV dramas for female cultivators than watch this. It is too uncomfortable. Holy Master, why don't you change this script? I don't think anyone will like it." Hearing the deacon's words, Yichin suddenly laughed. This script, Yichin, is adapted from a bloody TV series in the previous life. To be honest, when Yichin watched this TV series, he almost vomited blood because of the plot. But surprisingly, the show is quite popular. Not to mention that old people like to watch it. Young people also watch it while cursing. This means that this drama must have merit. Besides, the categories of TV dramas in the realm of cultivating immortals also need to broaden their categories. There can't be only stories about slaying demons and eliminating demons, revenge, and counterattacks by high-ranking geniuses. There should also be more TV dramas with short parents and more life. After all, this is a real world of cultivating immortals. 99% of immortal cultivators are in the chi refining stage, and most of them are casual cultivators. Many of their lives of cultivating immortals have nothing to do with immortals. From 9 to 5, desperately working for a spirit stone. Therefore, it is also good to shoot more TV series that can touch them. Anyway, Yichin will never admit that the reason why he created this fairyland courtyard house is entirely out of bad taste. In short, no matter how the elders and deacons complain, under Yichin's will, the filming of this dog-blood drama that makes people go crazy after watching it has officially started. Under the filming of the filming team pinching their noses, the Fairyland Quadrangle was officially completed at an extremely fast speed. After all, the whole film is really not difficult to shoot. Even supernatural powers are useless. The setting is just an ordinary courtyard house. The only troublesome thing is to find actors with the right temperament. The actors of the previous TV series were basically found in the Holy Land. But the actors in this play, the disciples in the Holy Land, are not suitable at all. The main reason is that the disciples who can enter the Tianyan Holy Land can be called a heavenly pride in the outside world. Such characters are full of spirits. The temperament doesn't match this show at all. The concept of filming in the world of cultivating immortals has only just emerged. There is nothing that can control various styles of old drama bones and small fresh meat. So the final selection went to Fengshe. Several low-level casual cultivators with unlucky luck got this opportunity to soar into the sky. Among other things, the pay alone made their eyes shine. Although I was a little nervous in front of such a big figure in the Holy Land, especially the Lord Tianyan. However, the Lord Tianyan is very kind, so it is good to let them play in their true colors. Then, the filming of this play was so easy. After each play is filmed and edited, there is a test session. All the elders of the Holy Land can come and see, as long as it doesn't spread. After the editing of the previous TV series was completed, basically all the elders who had time came over. And it is the same today. But after the first episode is over, half of the elders excused themselves and left. After the second episode was played, an elder who was injured not long ago and hadn't recovered hurried away while clutching his chest with a painful expression on his face. When the third episode is halfway through, an elder rubbed his temples and left with a face full of doubts about his life. And when the fourth episode finished playing, a few elders who were planning to retreat and break through recently stood up with doubts on their faces. They're asking themselves, why did they come to watch this TV series? Now the mood is all messed up. If you dare to retreat now, let alone a breakthrough, you will have to go crazy that night. Eventually, when the last episode aired, there were only 6 people left. In addition to Yichin, there are also elders who were selected by Yichin to be in charge of the filming team. The remaining 4 are the oldest group of elders in the Holy Land. An old man with white beard and hair. The corners of his mouth twitched at this moment. I try to resist watching it, just to see when this idiot will wake up and stop being sucked by a group of people. So it's over? I'm so D off. I'm so mad. I spent a day and a half. What did I see? Who took this? The elders are about to swear, but thinking of something at the moment, shut up quickly. At the same time, 2 elders also stood up together. They didn't say anything. They just looked complicated and looked at their holy master with confusion in their eyes. They are curious. In what mental state did the Lord of the House film this play? What is the purpose of the Holy Lord filming this drama? What is the meaning? In short, with endless confusion, the 3 elders also bid farewell to Yichin and left. At this moment, there is only 1 elder left in the hall. The elder in charge of the filming team looked at each other and nodded secretly. It's okay for the elder not to curse now. Still looking out of shape, people are fascinated by watching. Master Dan, how can a normal person be fascinated by this kind of TV series? So obviously, this elder was trying to save face for the Holy Master, and he was afraid that the Holy Master would feel that no one liked the TV series he made. But what the elders didn't expect was that such an elder stood up, turned around and bowed deeply to Yichin. His eyes were even slightly red. The elders were taken aback. This acting, I didn't ask you to come over for filming before. I really feel sorry for you. And the next moment, the elder said, "Thank you, Holy Master, for making this TV series. It reminds me of my childhood." To be honest, immortal cultivators live too long. Although immortal cultivators have solid memories and will not forget the past, but because their lifespan increases and they experience more and more, the past things will basically not echo. In the past, my parents were only the lowest casual cultivators, and they couldn't even break through to the middle stage of chi training. They have been wandering outside, hoping to break through to a higher level. But then I resigned to my fate and got me again. So for my safety and future, I found a house with the lowest rent in a city and took root. They work hard for me to practice and do things for others. In order to have enough spiritual stones to lay the foundation for me, my father went out to gather medicine, but died in the deep mountains. My mother brought me up alone. I remember that in that courtyard, I experienced the evil of people's hearts, but also felt the goodness of people's hearts. The characters in this fairy courtyard seem to have been experienced in my life. This TV series, in the eyes of others, may be bloody, may be disgusting, but in my eyes, it was my parents' daily life. I really didn't expect that a genius like you, Holy Master, would be able to see the lower level of the world of cultivating immortals and make such a TV series. Holy Lord, please accept my worship. After the old man finished speaking, he bowed to Yichin and left in a depressed mood. The camera elder was stunned. He suddenly remembered that this elder was a casual cultivator who joined halfway. For example, the elders of Tianyan Holy Land are basically the former top Tianjiao. Even half of the elders who join are basically the strong ones from outside big families. But this elder was different. He is a real casual cultivator with average talent, and he was able to reach the stage of the late nascent soul, completely relying on his own hard work. But never thought of it. The Holy Lord's TV series actually touched him. And Yichin looked at the figure of the other party going away, feeling a little emotional. Hear the elder's words. Yichin may suddenly understand why so many people still watch the courtyard house on the earth despite being complained about by so many young people. Perhaps it is because many people saw the pastime in that drama. But even with the episode of The Last Elder. But this attempt was undoubtedly a failure. With so many elders, there is only one who really loves to watch. Obviously, this drama may not be very popular in the world of cultivating immortals. Although Yichin didn't care much. After all, this was done on a whim. But under the persuasion of the filming elders, Yichin still agreed. And when the new app is updated, the show will not be launched immediately. Instead, it will start broadcasting after half a month. However, promotional videos should still be done. After all, everything was shot. The process that should be followed still needs to be followed. The filming director was also relieved to see the Holy Master agreeing. This Fairyland Courtyard house is really outrageous. If the new application is updated on the first day, it will be released simultaneously. In case the nausea takes away many users, it will be a big deal. The following days, Yichin has also filmed several TV series and movies. There was even a Tomb Raider TV series. It's just a few low-level immortal cultivators whose ancestors used to be rich, but now they can't live in misery. So I started to think about the idea of a strongman cemetery. Then in the cemetery, encounter all kinds of wonderful dangers and mysterious species. In the end, I even went to dig fairy graves. It could be regarded as developing a tomb robbery supernatural category. In short, on the eve of the new app update, Shi Yuanzhou's filming team also completed the filming of the first season of Xian Putsong Blind and Mortal Cultivation of Immortals. The filming team of Ming Wangzhou filmed Westward Journey and also co-produced a novel called Deduction. As for Great Yinzhou, under the personal operation of Yichin, the progress is fast. Even if you go to the blood-vomiting Fairyland Courtyard House, there are also a full 6. In other words, there are a total of 12 TV series and movies, which will be updated and played synchronously when the Xianwang TV app is launched. That's right. The name of the new application is Xianwang Film and Television. Now, the content is ready. Everything is waiting for the scheduled launch date to arrive, and then it will be updated immediately. And on the FairyNet, with one TV series after another being filmed, edit the promotional video, and post it on the internet. The recent hotspots in the entire world of cultivating immortals are basically the promotional videos of these TV series and the new applications that will be launched soon. It can be said that basically every TV series and promotional video of a movie is listed on Wong, sparking intense discussions. It caused a lot of waves. Of course, except for the TV series about the Immortal Courtyard, a TV series in which a group of immortal cultivators live their lives and even marry widows. Compared with other TV series, it seems Money is Good is really a bit boring. Duh. Xian Putsang Xiong was actually photographed. Thanks to the Lord Tianyan, the Queen Medusa in it, I feel like the Queen Medusa I imagined. After Immortal Breaking the Sky became popular, the price of snake slaves directly increased by 40%. I feel that it will have to increase after the TV series airs. Among these promotional films, I am most looking forward to the one about mortal cultivating immortals. I think Journey to the West and Journey to the West are very good, and the lines in the promotional film are very cool. The TV series about the tomb-robbing jade slips really made me curious. A group of immortal cultivators who were not in the foundation-building stage dared to enter the tomb. It is really too bold, but why did the woman in the coffin in the promotional film suddenly open her eyes? Have you opened your eyes? Could it be that you have become a wraith? The story of the promotion of the princess, and I have already read it with a few seniors and sisters. It is really enviable for an ordinary female cultivator to be reincarnated as the princess of the immortal dynasty. I want to be reincarnated too. The Immortal Courtyard was filmed by the Holy Master? It's not the same style as other TV dramas. It's hard to understand. And why is the release time written on the promotional film half a month later than other TV dramas? Could it be the finale? That being said, I'm a little curious about the courtyard house in the fairy world. In short, in the expectation of countless immortal cultivators. Time away from the release date announced by those trailers. Getting closer. Although it's cool to read online novels, but if the TV series is well filmed, it will definitely look cool too. The promo video that covers the sky with a snap of your fingers is really shocking. I couldn't fall asleep all night after watching it. My mind was full of the big scene of pulling the coffin in Kowloon. I think the movie called Green Snake is very interesting. The words said by the monks in it, the majestic Tianlong, the Prajna Buddhas, the world-honored Dizong, and the Prajna Bamahong, sound very touching. Among them, if there is such a supernatural power, I also want to learn to try. Haha, there are a total of 12 TV dramas and movies that will be released, and I'm sure I'll be able to watch them today. However, the promotional video says it will be updated today, but it doesn't say when, and I don't know when it will be. In a holy place in Zaiwanzu, many disciples were in high spirits, chatting excitedly. Ever since the Holy Lord Tianyan came to Zaiwanzu and wiped out the Duan family, the entire Zaiwanzu immortal cultivation world was completely liberated. After being exploited by others, the resources of immortal cultivators have also multiplied. Not to mention the magical fairy net PHS. Let them experience all kinds of incredible applications. It can be said that the Holy Master Tianyan has completely changed the entire Zaiwanzu world of cultivating immortals. It is the most grateful existence in the heart of the immortal cultivators in Zaiwanzu. While the disciples were chatting, suddenly, the fairy net PHS on their fingers trembled slightly. Immediately, in their minds, there is a prompt sound at the same time. Xianwang PHS will update a new version in 3 minutes. Hearing this, the faces of the disciples of the Holy Land showed surprise and shock. The surprise is naturally because Xianwang PHS has been updated. According to those old Xianwang users in Ming Wangzhou and Dainzhou 290, once it is updated, new applications will appear. Shocked because it's the first time they've experienced an update. They really can't figure it out. Why can the FairyNet PHS in their hands still be updated? This is really a bit magical. The Lord Tianyan, who brought liberation to Zaiwanzu, is really an incredible power. Zhang Mingxian is also one of the disciples of this Zawanza Holy Land. He has been looking forward to the TV series for a long time. Seeing the update at this moment, I bid farewell to my brothers without hesitation. Go back to your own courtyard and wait for the update to complete. And the rest of the brothers are like this. They all plan to wait for the update to be completed as soon as possible, to see what the TV series shot by Lord Tianyan looked like. Is it as good-looking as the promotional video shows? Even the deacons and elders of the Holy Land are like this. I'm very curious about this novel thing. And when Zhang Mingxian returned to his courtyard, his FairyNet PHS has been updated. When it entered the interface of Xianwang PHS with anticipation and excitement in its heart, immediately, a version update instruction popped up. If they are immortal cultivators from Ming Wangzhou and Great Yinzhou, may be impatient to skip directly. After all, there is nothing interesting about the version update description, and you will know what the new app is just by clicking on it. But Zhang Mingxian, who saw the version update instructions for the first time, did not skip it. But interested viewers, Xianwang PHS version 2.2 is updated as follows. Zawan's map is added to the Xianwang map. Xianwang Express has added express services for the 67 ferry cities within Zaiwanzu. For the list of service activations, please go to the Xianwang Express app to view. Zaiwanzu users can use the internal version of Xianwang Taobao and Xianwang Auction House. The internal version of Xianwang Taobao and Xianwang Auction House, Zaiwanzu Immortal cultivators can only buy and bid for local products in Zaiwanzu. When the cross-state teleportation formation is completed, the internal version will be directly merged into the normal version, and you can buy and bid for commodities in the entire world of cultivating immortals. Xianwang novels have added a copyright display window, and those who are interested in the copyright of Xianwang novels film and television can directly negotiate and purchase through the online Tianyan Pavilion. New application, Xianwang film and television. Look at the long list of version update instructions. Zhang Mingche carefully. There was also a look of anticipation on his face. We Zawanzu Immortal cultivators can now use Xianwang Express Delivery. Although it can only be delivered internally and cannot be delivered across states, it is not bad. I can send the elixirs I have accumulated to my younger brother in the family. You can also use Xianwang Taobao and Xianwang Auction House. I used it before, and it reminded me that Zaiwanzu has not opened the service yet. I didn't expect it to be available now. Although it seems that you can only buy products from local merchants and local treasures, it's not bad. There are more choices. And when the cross-state teleportation formation is completed, then you will be able to buy products from the entire world of cultivating immortals. This is too cool. And we can still use the Xianwang map. The navigation function and scoring function are also very cool. I heard that in Mingwang Prefecture, you can travel hundreds of thousands of miles by yourself during the qi refining period without encountering danger, and there are no black shops in the entire Mingwang Prefecture. These are all thanks to the map of Xianwang. Zhang Mingxian looked quite excited. The Xianwang Xilingtong they used in Zaiwanzu before, many applications cannot use full functions. Now you can experience most of the functions. This kind of satisfaction is really indescribable. Soon, Zhang Mingxian saw the last item. New application, 4-zone landscape. What do you mean by film and television? By the way, TV dramas, movies, and the combination seem to be film and television. Zhang Mingxian is very smart. Soon I guessed the origin of the new word film and television. He closed the version update instructions and immediately clicked to enter the homepage of Xianwang PHS. In the bottom application column, sure enough, there is already a new app called Xianwang Film and Television. Zhang Mingxian immediately clicked into it with great excitement. Opening of new apps, BJFD, is fast. A brand new page immediately jumped in front of Zhang Ming. Xianwang Film and Television Novice User Guide. Zhang Mingxian watched carefully. It is more serious than looking at exercises. Users can bookmark TV series, and once the favorite TV series is updated, they will be prompted to update immediately. Once a TV series is purchased, it belongs to the user forever. Click to play a TV series. You can pause, jump to any progress by dragging the progress bar, and you can choose to watch at double or triple speed. While watching a film and television drama, you can also send bullet chats to communicate with other viewers, but spoilers are prohibited. Once the spoilers are reported and confirmed, you will be directly disqualified from sending bullet chats. The novice introduction guide of Xianwang Film and Television is not too much. Zhang Mingxian just watched it for a while and then finished it. Wait for him to close the novice guide page. Immediately, the homepage of Xianwang Film and TV application came into view. On the homepage, there are a total of 12 TV series and movies displayed. Zhang Mingxian glanced around with great interest. Fingers covering the sky. Fairy breaks the sky. Mortal cultivation. Princess's promotion. Green snake. Journey to the west. Journey to the west. Zhang Mingxian has watched all 12 promotional videos. To be honest, for Zhang Mingxian, who has never watched a film and television drama, he is very interested in each of these 12 volumes. But among them, what he likes the most is to accompany the fairy to break the trap, because this novel is really well written and very enjoyable. Zhang Mingxian stayed up all night to watch the commercials on the first day. He's certified Xianwang PHS. Naturally, there is no hesitation now. Immediately choose Immortals Breaking the Sky as the first TV series. When it clicks on the cover of The Fairy Breaks the Sky, next moment, A video page was redirected to him. The Immortal Breaks the Sphere, Season 1, accompanied by a burst of music sounds. The opening song resounded in Zhang Mingxuan's mind. The opening song of the light head ends, the screen turns, and the video becomes dark. A stern voice reached Zhang Ming's mind. Anti-inflammation, cultivation level, the initial stage of qi refining. Hearing this voice, Zhang Mingxian felt goosebumps all over his body. Because this sentence is the first minister in Xian Putsang Qiong's novel. Really? The next moment, the screen lights up. A large family square appeared in front of Zhang Mingxuan's eyes. The square is not big, and the materials are very ordinary. But there were a lot of people in the square. When they heard the voice at this moment, they were all whispering and whispering to each other. Many people looked at the voice in the middle of the square and on the high platform with regretful, pitiful, mocking, and joking expressions. Zhang Mingxian could even faintly hear a few voices. Xiaoyan is really a waste. The former genius has really fallen. This kind of waste should have been out of the family long ago. It wasn't just Zhang Mingxian who heard it. On the high platform, the thin figure obviously heard it too. The back trembled slightly, and the palms were clenched even more, and a trace of blood could be vaguely seen. Obviously too much force. And when the young man turned around, Zhang Mingxian finally saw the appearance of the protagonist. Is a handsome, 15 or 16-year-old boy. It's just that the head is lowered at the moment, the hair covers the eyes, and the boy's expression can't be seen at all. After a long time, the young man raised his head, showed an expression of indifference, bowed slightly, and walked down the stage. Zhang Mingxian felt the loss, sadness, unwillingness, and other emotions hidden in the young man's expression, and he was amazed. To be honest, the protagonist of this book is too good. He knew that when he was filming a TV series, he was also afraid that the actor he was looking for would not be able to capture the temperament of the protagonist. I am even more afraid that the acting will not have that feeling, full of mistakes and omissions. In the end, it ruined the original. But now that he only saw the first picture, Zhang Mingxian relaxed. Because of the first scene, he conquered him. This is exactly the same as written in the book. And because of the intuitive performance of the picture, the impact of seeing this scene in the book is even greater. This thing, it must be too cool. It's not just Zhang Mingxian who is satisfied. Above the video, dense bullet screens began to float up at this moment. First, am I the first? The first TV series everyone chooses is Immortal Breaking the Sky. I think this is the best online novel. The protagonist is very handsome. He is even better than me. The trash family is not friendly at all, and even mocks the protagonist. If there is no protagonist, the Xiao family will be wiped out by the other two families in a short time. Where is Yao Lao? When is Yao Lao coming out? I just found a particularly good-looking female cultivator in the crowd. It should be the heroine, right? The barrage came crazily. Zhang Mingxian glanced at it and felt uncomfortable. These bullet screens affected him from watching TV dramas. So he immediately turned off the barrage. Continue to concentrate on watching the TV series Immortal Breaking the Sky. The plot of the TV series completely follows the original work. Soon after the protagonist ends, he meets the heroine. The heroine is young, lively, and beautiful. Zhang Mingxian, who watched, was moved and jealous. The main character is lucky. He who has read the novel knows that this heroine is the saintess of one of the 8 most powerful families in the world. The status is ridiculously high. When I read novels before, I only read the beautiful descriptions, but I didn't have a specific concept. But at this moment, looking at the appearance that appeared in the video, Zhang Mingxian was really moved. The heroine is really good looking. Soon, with the passage of time, the plot continued to develop. And soon, the protagonist's marriage partner arrives. When the other party proposed to withdraw the engagement in public, Zhang Mingxian couldn't help clenching his hands. The other party is really bullying people. And the same goes for the main character. When the protagonist writes a letter of divorce, and said the words that spread throughout the world of cultivating immortals, 30 years in Hedong, 30 years in Heshi, don't bully the young and poor. And after making a 3-year agreement, Zhang Mingxian just felt extremely refreshed. And when the protagonist returned to his house, a voice suddenly came out of his mind. Zhang Mingxian until. It's Yao Lao in the protagonist's ring who wakes up and is talking to the protagonist. And the protagonist started the road of rising against the trend only after meeting Yao Lao, and became a distinguished alchemist. Zhang Mingxian continued to look down with great anticipation. The screen flashes. The first episode of Immortal Breaking the Sky is over. Is that how the first episode ended? Why so short? Zhang Mingxian was looking cool, but was interrupted at this moment, and suddenly became anxious. He is also looking forward to the plot where the protagonist becomes an alchemist, earns spirit stones, and then goes to the Warcraft Mountains for special training. You know, when the protagonist was training in the Warcraft Mountains, he met two other heroines, the little doctor and the master of the Yunlan sect. Zhang Mingxian immediately clicked on the next episode. However, at this moment, a prompt box popped up. This episode is immortal. Only the first episode can be watched for free. Episode 2 requires a pay-to-view. The purchase price of the second episode, 2 high-grade spirit stones. Do you want to buy? Before purchasing, please ensure that there is sufficient balance in Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass. Otherwise, the purchase will fail. Want to collect spirit stones? Seeing this prompt, Zhang was stunned. To be honest, he was a little reluctant. He frowned suddenly. Can't the Xianwang film and television be watched for free like Xianwang novels? For Zhang Mingxian, he is more accepting of advertisements. But let him down. Xianwang movies and television does not have the option to watch for free. In fact, before the launch of Xianwang film and television, the elders were also curious about this question. Why can't we add a free viewing option like Xianwang novels? Get rich viewers to pay to see it. Audiences without linkshare then watch the advertisement. Definitely earn more that way. However, Yichin did not accept this proposal, but rejected it. There is no other reason. The main reason is the high cost of TV series and movies. How low does a novel cost? One chapter of the novel, the author wrote it in half an hour. But what about TV shows and movies? Not to mention the long shooting time. It also requires the efforts of a whole shooting team and editing team. And there are various actor costs, prop costs, and so on. If you want to pay back by watching advertisements, if a cultivator wants to watch an episode of a TV series, he must at least watch an advertisement of the same duration. Otherwise, the family will lose money and make money and lose money. Just look at the operation of those video platforms in the previous life. In the beginning, video platforms relied on advertising to make money, but it loses money every year because the advertising fee can't cover the cost at all. And after, started to push membership fees, push purchases of TV dramas and other businesses. Only when the losses became smaller and smaller, and even gradually began to make money. So, movies and novels are different. Yichin doesn't plan to engage in any film and television membership either. Straightforward, simple, and rude. Except the first episode is free. For others, you have to pay for one episode of linkshare after you watch one episode. Save time and energy. As for Zhang Mingxian, he was really hesitant at the moment. There are spirit stones in his Fairy Net Cloud flash payment. It was during the real name authentication before, in order to purchase exercises from Xianwang, Zongjing Pavilion to recharge. Zhang Mingxian was willing to let Zhang Mingxian use this spirit stone for cultivation, but let him use it to watch TV shows. To be honest, he felt a little distressed. But the plot is now approaching a turning point. Yao Lao is about to appear. Zhang Mingxian couldn't help but feel a little helpless about what happened next. After hesitating for a moment, I clicked on the value. Just watch one episode. Let me see what Elder Yao looks like. By the way, let's see how the protagonist learns alchemy. After the next episode, I won't watch it. Zhang Mingxian made up his mind very seriously, saying that he only watched one episode. Definitely only watch one episode. Don't watch any more episodes. After clicking, the recharge speed is very fast. It was too late to make Zhang Mingxian feel bad. The second episode officially started. Yao Lao really appeared. From the protagonist's ring, an illusory figure floated out. Yao Lao has white hair, but he is immortal, with the temperament of a great man, and he is not aloof from his own holy land. At a glance, one can feel that the other party is a real expert. Zhang Mingxian was very satisfied. Because the medicine is old, it fits the image of my fantasy all the time. This TV series that breaks the sky is really well shot. The actors in it are really in line with the original work. As the plot develops, the protagonist becomes more and more fascinated. When I saw that the protagonist failed to refine medicine several times, Zhang Mingxian's eyes widened when he started refining medicine for the 5th time. #10. This time it should be a success. But at the end of refining the medicine, it was about to announce whether it was successful or not. The screen dimmed again. The second episode of Immortals Breaking the Sky is over. Finished watching again? Zhang Mingxian frowned. The episode of Xian Pitsang Qiong is half an hour long. How did you finish watching it so quickly? I didn't feel anything at all. But at this moment, it is also very refreshing. Zhang Mingxian hesitated for a moment, but decided to continue reading. But Zhang Mingxian still made up his mind. Just watch one more episode. Let's see if the protagonist succeeded in alchemy this time. By the way, Zhang Mingxian also wanted to see the scene where the protagonist hides his identity and goes to the auction house to sell medicine. After all, Yifei, the auctioneer of the auction house described in the book, has a hot figure and a stunning appearance. He wanted to see if the actress playing Yifei met the standards of the original book. That's right, just to see if the specs are up to par. Not a second thought. Therefore, Zhang Mingxian immediately wanted to buy the next episode. But at this moment, he discovered that there are only 2 episodes of Immortal Breaking the Sky. There is no next episode at all. This made Zhang Mingxian frown immediately. It's not right. It is not rumored on the internet that the filming has been finished. Why only 2 episodes? How is this going? At this moment, Zhang Mingxian saw in the introduction. The first season of Immortal Breaking the Sky. 2 episodes will be updated every day at 8 p.m. Stay tuned. At this moment, Zhang Mingxian understood. The filming of Sui Ran's TV series is over. But I can't watch it all at once. Instead, 2 episodes are updated every day. How can this be? Obviously, the filming has already been finished, but no one is allowed to see it. People's appetite, this is too modern. Zhang Mingxian was extremely dissatisfied with this kind of behavior of Tianyan Holy Land. However, this daily update request was actually requested by Yichin. After all, Xianwang Film and Television has just been updated. That's all there is to it. If the Cultivator finishes watching it in one go, the popularity will plummet. Therefore, the means of the earth must be used. Use daily updates to tie down the cultivators. In this way, wait until the first batch of film and television content is updated. The second batch of film and television content will be launched. At that time, it will not only be the film and television content shot by its own shooting team. There are also film and television content filmed by other forces will also be online. At that time, the content of Xianwang Film and Television will skyrocket, so there is no need to worry about the popularity of the application falling due to insufficient content. And there is another benefit of daily updates. That is, it can bring discussion and topicality and increase the popularity of the series. For example, after reading today's update content, the immortal cultivators must have something to say, and they will discuss the future plot, discuss feelings, etc. with other friends on Xianwang Weibo. Under such discussion, it will definitely attract more immortals to watch. As a result, the performance of TV series is getting better and better, and the income is getting higher and higher. So, the TV series updated daily are not just Immortals Breaking the Sky. The same is true for other TV series of Xianwang Film and Television. This is a pain for all the cultivators. They watched it very well, but in the end they had to wait until tomorrow to watch it. It's really hard. For a while, the discussion of denouncing the daily updates spread all over the entire Xianwang Weibo. Zhang Mingxian took the time to open Xianwang Weibo. In today's Xianwang Weibo, there are basically immortal cultivators denouncing the practice of only updating 2 episodes of new app TV series. Obviously, it's all over, but it still has to whet their appetites. It is too much. After all, it is too much to watch Xingxuan without the next episode. Moreover, when Yichin asked the editing team to edit the TV series, he specially taught them the skills of breaking chapters. In short, the plot is about to reach its climax, or when some turning point is about to happen, in this episode, so that the audience will never forget it like scratching an itch. Keep watching. And obviously, the effect is very obvious. Immortal cultivators can't stop watching. But there is nothing to do. After all, the decision made by such a powerful force as Tianyan Holy Land will definitely not be changed because of their dissatisfaction. But fortunately, today is the first day of the new application Xianwang Video Update. But there are a full dozen TV series and movies. They can watch more than one. So after watching the TV series that I am most interested in, they can only settle for the next best thing and look at other film and television dramas. Zhang Mingxian is like this. Except for the legend of mortals cultivating immortals. Zhang Mingxian is also very interested in other 633 TV series and movies. For example, the promotional video is so strong that it can cover the sky with a snap of its fingers. For example, the suspenseful Tomb Raider Jade Slips movie. Another example is the Green Snake movie with particularly domineering lines. But what Zhang Mingxian is most interested in is the movie called Journey to the West. To be honest, Zhang Ming couldn't understand the difference between movies and TV dramas. But at this moment, after Zhang Mingxian collected Xian Patsang Xiao, without hesitation, I went back to the homepage of Xianwang Film and Television and found the movie about Journey to the West. After clicking, immediately the screen jumps, the movie starts, and the clips come into view. In the beginning, a desert appeared. In Zhang Mingxuan's sight, an exceptionally heroic monkey appeared. The monkey holds a golden stick-shaped magic weapon in its hand, which looks extremely extraordinary. Clearly a strong man. And above the sky, an incomparably holy figure sat on the lotus platform, holding a clean bottle with an inconceivably strong aura. At first glance, it is top-notch power. The extremely holy woman's voice was stern. Son Wukong, your duty is to escort your master Tang Sanzang to the west to learn Buddhist scriptures. As a result, you walked halfway and joined forces with the Bull Demon King and other big monsters to murder your master. This is an unforgivable crime, let alone you stole the Moonlight Treasure Box. You stubborn monkey, you have never changed your nature, and now you have even done the act of deceiving your master and destroying your ancestors. It's inevitable that you will be a disaster in the future, and if you enter, you will be completely executed. Zhang Mingxuan's eyes widened when he heard the holy woman's words. This monkey is a bit out of place. He even joined forces with other monsters to eat his own master. And the monkey was very arrogant, and immediately waved a big stick, and was about to start a war. Zhang Mingxian immediately looked forward to it. The fighting scenes shot by the Holy Lord are all extremely exciting, and everyone on the fairy net is praising them. Now the two existences that seem to be powerful are going to do it. There must be a big scene. But Zhang Mingxian was disappointed. That looks extraordinarily extraordinary, rebellious, and unruly monkey monster. He didn't even have a few tricks with the opponent, but he was directly sealed by the opponent raising his hand. It is too dish. At this level, conspiring with others to eat your own master? Put it in the online novels I read. It is definitely a villain who can't survive 3 chapters. But just when the big monkey monster was sealed, the woman named Guanyin was about to kill her. The monk who had been standing beside him, without any sense of presence, stood up. Master Guanyin, please? Wukong, you're not good. It's bad for you to throw things around and hit flowers and plants. Why are you still throwing away? It's not my fault as an apprentice. It's my master's fault. As the saying goes, a life pays for a life. The monk looked like an ordinary person, but he was extremely verbose. The scalps of the Guanyin master and the monkey monster who listened to it were numb. Master Avalokitesvara couldn't help but want to shoot the monk to death. But Zhang Mingxian was particularly shocked by the last scene. The long-winded monk threw his Zen stick into the sky without hesitation. The next moment, it penetrated directly from the top of his head. He actually did what he said. One life for another. In order to kill his apprentice, he gave his life. Zhang Mingxian was shocked when he saw this scene. Is this the real monk? But before Zhang Mingxian could react, the screen turned and he appeared in a desert. A group of bandits with crooked noses and squinting eyes. There's also a squinting bearded chieftain. It was like rotten fish and rotten shrimp, but Zhang Mingxian couldn't help laughing at it because it was so interesting. The heroine Chen Sanyang came, and he said that the other party's bath water was urinated by himself. He wanted to beat the second master, but because of squinting, he left the third master. He was even teased by 2 banshees, and his pants caught fire. In the end, a group of younger brothers put out the fire in an outrageous way. Watching this movie, Zhangkin laughed with joy. It was the first time he saw a comedy movie, and it was the first time that some things were so funny. He became more and more curious about how the protagonist would deal with the 2 banshees next. At the critical moment, the picture stopped. A familiar prompt box jumped out. Zhang Mingxian was taken aback. Didn't you watch an episode before? Why did I only watch it for 15 minutes, and it ended? Look at the prompt box. Try it for 15 minutes. If you want to watch the full episode, please pay 10 low-grade spirit stones and buy whole eggs. 10 low-grade spirit stones? Zhang Mingxian was stunned for a moment. Why so expensive? You know, there are only 2 low-grade spirit stones in the first episode of Xian Put Sangxiu. This big talk about Journey to the West. Why do you need 10 low-grade spirit stones for 1 episode? It's kind of funny though, but it's too expensive. And this pricing was actually set by Yichin. After all, movies seem to be much shorter than the total length of TV series. But shooting is not easy. Much more difficult than TV shows. After all, it is time to tell a story in a movie. It's really not an easy thing. There are also higher requirements for polishing the plot, and higher requirements for actors' acting skills. If it is a movie, it only charges 2 low-grade spirit stones. There is no doubt that there will be no influence in the future to make movies, because there is no way to earn spirit stones. They must have all gone to make TV dramas. So, the price of the movie is higher. And Zhang Mingxian soon discovered the difference. This movie only has one episode, and this journey to the West, a full 2 hours long. In this way, it is not too expensive. Of course, Zhang Mingxian was mainly attracted by the plot of Journey to the West. Especially the funny plot in it really made Zhang Mingxian want to stop. The first time I watched a comedy movie was watching the classic work of Yi Fei's previous life in Journey to the West. It's perfectly normal to be overwhelmed. In the end, Zhang Mingxian still paid Lingshi. In the next plot, the corners of Zhang Mingxuan's mouth twitched, and he wanted to laugh. It was outrageous, but it didn't feel too outrageous. For example, the shivering story of Nakan Sanyang and her Dangjia. Just looking at Zhang Mingxuan's stomach hurts. How dare you tremble on me? The most important thing is when the two are shivering. The protagonist Zunbo is using the Moonlight Treasure Box to go back to the past and save Bai Jingjing. It turned out to be one step too late every time. The last time it traveled directly to 500 years ago. This fantastic plot makes me more fascinated. Next, Zixia Fairy, Bull Demon King, and Mrs. Niu appeared one after another. Although there are still many funny plots in it, Zhang Mingxian is overjoyed. But the overall division has become sad. A strong sense of fate weighed on Zhang Mingxuan's heart. Finally, Zunbo found himself in love with Zixia Fairy. But in order to save Fairy Zixia, she had to wear a golden hoop. He became the omnipotent Monkey King again. Can save Zixia Fairy, but I can no longer say I love her. Seeing this, Zhang Mingxian was extremely depressed and regretful. And at the end of the movie, Xiao So, the supreme treasure who embarked on the path of learning scriptures, left. He looks like a dog. When it's all over, in Zhang Mingxuan's heart, there was actually a feeling of emptiness. Just over 2 hours, Zhang Mingxian seemed to have watched a person's life. A strange emotion rushed into my heart in an instant. After a long time, Zhang Mingxian let out a long sigh of relief. He retuned the video to where it started. I want to know who wrote this show. Director, Lu Jinming. 1.1 Screenwriter, Lord Tianyan. The director of the show not. But the screenwriter is the Holy Lord. The screenwriter is the one who writes the story. Zhang Mingxian showed such a look. Only a task like the Holy Master can write such a wild and unconstrained story. At this moment, Zhang Ming felt impulsive in his heart. He also wanted to write such a story that would touch the immortals and make people remember it. Zhang Mingxian planned to write a novel before, but now I plan to be a screenwriter. He hopes that one day he can write as wonderful a story as Journey to the West. No one expected that the future #1 screenwriter in the Immortal World would be released. What this person is best at is to show tragedy under the core of comedy. In the script written later, the fairy and the devil are inseparable, and the righteous and the devil sent undercover agents to each other to destroy each other. The script became popular all over the world of cultivating immortals. And other movie scripts are also very popular. Although Zhang Mingxuan's final cultivation was not high, but he became the guest of honor of the major holy places, just to get Zhang Mingxuan's script. After all, if you can get Zhang Mingxuan's script, you can earn Lingshi for the movie you make. Who will want to miss it? However, these are things for later. No doubt, Xianwang film and television is really popular. The popularity of Xianwang film and TV is not because of the application itself. It's because of the premium content within the app. Moreover, Xianwang film and television also has a dual open function. To put it simply, you can watch dramas while using other applications. They don't delay each other at all. This made many immortal cultivators, while watching the drama, post their own exclamations on the Xianwang Weibo. These TV dramas are really good-looking, and the big scenes that cover the sky with a snap of your fingers really shocked me. The crocodile ancestor that confuses the ancient star was really horrifying, as if I saw a peerless monster with my own eyes. To be honest, I wasn't interested in TV dramas at all before. I was just curious about the new app, so I came to check it out, but I couldn't clean it up after seeing it. Now I'm already watching the main TV series. I recommend Westward Journey. The plot is really shocking, especially the male lead. He is too good at flirting with girls. The sentence, "There was once a sincere love in front of me, but I didn't cherish it, and waited until I lost it. Too late to regret. The most painful thing in the world is this. If God can give me another chance." Shocked me for 100 years. A Westward Journey is really funny. I watched it, and it seems that there are no similar comedy movies. It's a pity. The green snake is also good. The great monk Fa high inside is really domineering. My cultivation of immortality and Buddhism have declined. Among my monks, there are almost no powerful ones who can be named. It would be great if there were Fa high in the world. Journey to the West is really wonderful. The protagonist of 21 was born with a stone monkey and only wanted to live forever. He is really pure, but he is also quite arrogant. After returning from his studies, he dared to go to the underworld alone. The most important thing is it is true. Let him tick off his name on the Book of Life and Death. So cool. Compared with a series of online novels, I still prefer original series, which are unconstrained and really exciting. The screenwriters of those original dramas are all holy masters. It's unbelievable that holy lords are really omnipotent in everything. Apart from these TV series, will there be other TV series to be filmed in the future? It's not fun. The actresses in these TV dramas are all so beautiful. They don't feel weaker than the top 10 female cultivators. I really don't know where they got them. It is said that the heroines of all the TV dramas are selected by the Holy Master himself. With the level of the Holy Master's Taoist couple, do you think the heroines chosen by the Lord Xin cannot be good-looking? Li Xin is so beautiful. I'm going to follow her Weibo. It's just too expensive. If I didn't pay attention, I would have spent 10 low-grade spirit stones. Countless cultivators are discussing the feelings brought to them by the TV series on Xianwang Weibo. The cost of TV dramas is not low, but these TV shows are really wonderful. Different styles, and it is the most wonderful work of the previous Earth. For cultivators who have never been exposed to film and television, the impact is really a huge factor. So they couldn't help it at all. Keep subscribing, playing. In addition, the male and female protagonists in the play have also started to become popular. The male and female protagonists used in these TV dramas are all ordinary people. In short, they're basically disciples of the Holy Land, and most of them are not too outstanding disciples. But their fame all followed the broadcast of TV dramas and movies, directly spread throughout the world of cultivating immortals. After all, immortal cultivators will be convinced by the characters in the TV series when they watch TV series. But the characters in the play are all virtual. Immortal cultivators will naturally transfer that favor to the actor who plays a stunning role. Not to mention that some heroines are peerless in the play. It has attracted countless male cultivators, and there are many well-known supporting roles. After all, as long as the supporting roles are brilliant, they can also attract a lot of fans. Then, those cultivators who play roles and appear in TV dramas. They were all surprised to find out. My own Xianwang Weibo fans are soaring. For example, the heroine who breaks the sky. The number of people who originally followed her was only a few thousand. This is because she is a disciple of the Tianyan Holy Land branch sect and has the identity of a Holy Land disciple. And today, after the update of Immortal Breaking Sphere was released, the number of fans of this female disciple has skyrocketed. In just 2 hours, it broke through to 10 million, and the uptrend is not down yet. It is clear. After that, Xianpetsong Xiong will continue to update. Women's fans will only grow. This made the female disciple extremely excited. After all, there are simply too many benefits to filming this TV series that breaks through the sky. First, you get a lot of money. Let her not have to run around for practice resources for a whole year. And now, the number of fans also skyrocketed. You know, if the number of fans on Xianwang Weibo reaches 1 million, you can receive advertisements. And now, the number of his fans has exceeded 10 million. In other words, I will not do any Holy Land tasks every year in the future. By accepting advertisements, you can earn a lot of money. This was an absolute surprise. There are such benefits to filming. The heroine who breaks through the sky is extremely Qingnan in her heart at this moment. Fortunately, when the crew of Xianpetsong Xiong was picking people, they ran to participate by themselves. Otherwise, if you miss this opportunity, I will definitely regret it for the rest of my life. It's not just the heroine who breaks the sky. The leading roles in other TV dramas and movies, as well as some supporting roles, are also craftsmen. For example, the male protagonist who covers the sky with his fingers directly surpassed 30 million fans. Even the slightly inferior protagonists have millions of fans. And even those supporting roles, as long as they are a little more brilliant, they can gain hundreds of thousands of fans. The change in the number of fans is naturally the result of countless immortal cultivators who are extremely eager to know. The world of cultivating immortals now is different from before. In the former world of cultivating immortals, no matter how famous you are, at most you will be respected. You may have some invisible benefits, and it will be easier to earn spirit stones. But that's all. And since the fairy net appeared, fame is the spirit stone. The number of fans is linkshare. Immortal cultivators with high fans can earn spirit stones that high-ranking immortal cultivators may take a year to earn by simply accepting an advertisement. In addition, immortal cultivators with high fans can also broadcast live broadcasts. It attracted many fans at once, and there were many rewards. If you live broadcasts with goods, you will only earn more. So, now looking at a group of disciples from the Holy Land who were originally unknown and not even considered as Tianjiao, they are now soaring into the sky, and their future income is at least comparable to that of the nascent soul stage. Who is not envious? For a time, there were countless discussions in the fairy net. There are too many benefits of filming a TV series, and it can also increase your fame. I think the leading actor has 30 million fans. How much does it cost? I heard that they still get paid for filming, and the price is not low. Now, they can still accept commercials, which is really enviable. I also really want to film Senior Holy Master. If you're checking Weibo, please take a look at me. I can also be on me. The benefits of filming are really great. If I can be the protagonist in filming, I will do anything. On the Immortal Net, countless immortal cultivators are envious and jealous. It can be said that these actors have really skyrocketed. They got a big chance. This opportunity is even greater than discovering a ruin. After all, in today's world of cultivating immortals, as long as there are spirit stones, any profound exercises, and any precious treasures, they can be easily bought in the fairy net. But these actors got the chance to earn spirit stones. And it's not the kind that only makes a fortune, but a steady stream of advertising fees. For any cultivator, this is a great opportunity. Not to mention the envy of low-level cultivators. Even the great powers of the nascent soul stage and the transformation stage, who were originally watching with cold eyes and disdain to be watched by others, are a little moved. After all, as an actor, you really earn too much. The influence brought about by the update of the Xianwang film and TV application is still fermenting in Xianwang. The popularity is getting higher and higher, and it has also attracted more and more immortal cultivators to watch TV dramas. Today, the number of views of the second episode of Snapfingers covering the Sky 580 has exceeded 800 million. What is this concept? 2 low-grade spirit stones in one episode. 800 million views, that is 1.6 billion low-grade spirit stones. Even if converted into high-grade spirit stones, there are still 160,000 high-grade spirit stones. You know, this is only one episode, and it's only been updated for a few hours. Wait for the follow-up daily update. The popularity is getting higher and higher, and the broadcast volume of the second episode will only become higher. The same is true for the broadcast volume of other TV series and other movies. Maybe there are low ones, but even the TV series with the lowest number of views, the paid episode, has 200 million views. It can be seen from this. The popularity of Xianwang film and television is so high. And those who pay attention to Xianwang film and television are obviously not just ordinary cultivators. All the major holy places in the world of cultivating immortals and the high-level powerhouses of the major forces. At this moment, they are all gathered together. Looking at the popularity and discussion of Xianwang film and television, there is a look of excitement in his eyes. In today's world of cultivating immortals, the major forces have long been used to it. That is, when Xianwang PHS updates its applications, high-level executives will get together to discuss new applications. After all, the impact of Xianwang PHS application is too great. The benefits are equally great. Many forces have been transformed because of this, and they have made a lot of money by relying on applications. So, who wants to miss the opportunity brought by new applications? It is the first time to pay attention. If you have a chance to earn spirit stones in it, that is definitely the first decision, without the slightest hesitation. In today's Xianwang film and television, also let them see the opportunity. The benefits brought by this TV series may be higher than they imagined. Moreover, this TV series doesn't look like alchemy or the like, and the threshold is too high. If they can also make TV series, wouldn't they? Therefore, at this moment, the major forces in the world of cultivating immortals. I'm all excited. The major forces and the major holy places are all excited about the benefits that the new application can bring. In the background of Xianwang film and television, there is a page for applying to publish works. Any work, as long as it passes the review and confirms that there is no problem with the quality, it can release TV dramas and movies. As for making TV series and movies, do you earn spirit stones? This is an obvious economic account. For example, The flick of a finger can cover the sky. The broadcast of the second episode broke 800 million. In just a few hours today, he earned a full 160,000 high-grade spirit stones. In that journey to the west, the broadcast volume exceeded 400 million. Just today, he earned 200,000 high-grade spirit stones. And is it expensive to make a TV series? All the powerful people present here are all wise people. It can be seen from the screen that although there are sets, people are invited to participate in the performance, and even great talents are invited to release various magical powers. But how many spirit stones does this cost? It is already a lot to use tens of thousands of high-grade spirit stones. In that TV series, just one episode can earn hundreds of thousands of high-grade spirit stones. Just shoot well. You can definitely earn spirit stones. And it's blood money. In addition to TV dramas, the broadcast income of the movie itself, there are additional benefits. That's the fame actors get. In this day and age, fame is profit. A TV series can easily make several actors popular. They can then receive advertisements on Xianwang Weibo and Xianwang short videos. Live broadcast live on Xianwang with goods. Some holy places have calculated. A cultivator with tens of millions of fans can create up to 800,000 high-grade spirit stones in 1 year. If fans can exceed 100 million, that income can reach millions, which is much more than what Lianshuda can earn. If you make a TV series, introduce a few actors with many fans. The profit earned from this point is not even worse than the income of the TV series itself, or even higher. So at this moment, the major forces are all moved. We can also shoot TV series. Judging from the finished products in Xianwang film and television, once they can be released, the income will definitely not be low. The overall income of filming TV series will be higher, but filming also has an advantage, that is, the shooting time will be shorter. The difficulty of filming TV series is relatively low, but what kind of story should we film? I have to say that the plots of the TV series in Xianwang film and television are all wonderful and unconstrained. For example, Journey to the West is very interesting. We can come up with such a story. Interesting story. We can shoot the TV series adaptation of Xianwang's novel first like the flick of the fingers. You can see the number of broadcasts and discussions of the flick of the fingers. It is definitely a bloody TV series. Indeed, it is easier to change Xianwang novels, and the risk is smaller. Those Xianwang novels already have a group of readers. If we change them, we will naturally attract more audiences. However, I really want to see that the novels of Xianwang novels are not something you can adapt as you want. It seems that you have to spend money to buy some copyrights. Tianyan Holy Land is a bit domineering. I want to spend money to shoot a TV series that is similar to a novel. In the past, only real things could be sold for money in the world of cultivating immortals. But when it comes to the Holy Master, what kind of advertisements and what kind of members are it? Earn spirit stones for everything. A strong man with a holy land has a fast reaction speed. The virtues of novel adaptations have been discovered. However, they're extremely dissatisfied with the so-called copyright fee. But there is nothing to do. The Tianyan Holy Land has already said that the ownership of all the novels in Xianwang novels belongs to the Xianwang novels application, and the plot of the novels is also part of the copyright. Use without permission. Naturally, Tianyan Holy Land would not sit idly by. Under such circumstances, let alone relying on the fairy net PHS to earn spirit stones, they dare not offend Tianyan Holy Land at all. Even if you don't take the fairy net PHS to earn Lingsure, who dares to offend a top-level power who can control immortal weapons? The video of the Holy Master rewarding the Du family's palace with a fairy weapon is still popular, and it is on the hot searches from time to time. So, even if they are dissatisfied, everyone can only be ready to pay Lingsure. And faster. Quickly find the novel you want to adapt, and then buy the copyright. After all, it is definitely not just a family that has seen the benefits of Xianwang film and television. But in this situation, it is obviously impossible to come up with original TV series. Therefore, the eyes of all major forces will inevitably be on Xianwang novels. If the copyright you like is bought by others, that would be a big loss. Immediately, the top leaders of the major forces all immediately open their hearts. For these great powers, they basically don't read novels. Few people like novels. After all, some mighty experiences are even more exciting than those in the books. But today, they all calmed down and glanced at the fairy net novels. The Great King's Forgiveness seems to be good. The plot is very funny. When you watch the story of Journey to the West, many people praised it for making people laugh, and it made people feel happy watching it. Moreover, The number of readers of this great king's forgiveness has exceeded 100 million. Adapting it will definitely make a lot of money. A sum? I think this strange fairy is not bad. The writing is indeed weird and a bit scary. If you ask a few ghost cultivators to help you display their supernatural powers, you should be able to produce a good TV series. I read A Young Hero, A Bing, and Xianwang novels before. This type of novel should be able to be filmed, right? Invite a few sisters from the Acacia sect to shoot it, and it will definitely be popular. How about we just shoot this one? Eternal Life. The protagonist is decisive, refining this and refining that. It's very refreshing to watch. There are already quite a few good novels among Xianwang novels. It is not difficult to provoke the major forces. When I saw my favorite novel, they immediately communicated with Tianyan Holy Land, which is responsible for copyright transactions, through the online copyright transaction service of Tianyan Pavilion, but in the expression of purchase intention. After asking the price, when the other party quoted the copyright price they wanted to buy, they all agreed. Because of that price, it is too high. Eternal Life. The copyright price is 1.5 million high-grade spirit stones. D-Ba. The copyright price is 1 million high-grade spirit stones. Are you asking about the king's life? This book has been very popular recently, with 200 Zhao Wong Zhao, 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. What? You asked the master? This book is the most popular top book, with 3 million high-grade spirit stones. Perfect World? Perfect World doesn't sell it. We will shoot it ourselves in Tianyan Holy Land. When an offer is heard, everyone was stunned. They even suspected that they had heard it wrong. Just a story. They were all prepared to be slaughtered before, guessing that they might have to pay hundreds of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of high-grade spirit stones. But they didn't think of Lu. The price of the copyright of this little novel is unexpectedly so high. As long as it is a little bit popular, it has been in the top 10 books on the sales list. The copyright fees start at millions. Tianyan Holy Land. How dare you? Are you crazy? All the holy places were choked with anger in the old quarter. Before the shooting started, how about paying millions of high-grade spirit stones to buy a so-called copyright? This is completely treating them like pigs. Unacceptable. Now, although the major holy places fear the Lord Tianyan in their hearts, but it's not so frightening that you don't even dare to refute a few words. Therefore, the elders of these holy lands immediately retorted after hearing the quotation from the other party. The price is too high, and it is not certain whether those novels earn so many spirit stones. You have an illusory copyright, but you dare to sell so many spirit stones. Only a fool would buy them. Didn't the Lord Tianyan always pay attention to a win-win cooperation? The practice of Kigue Holy Land is not a win-win cooperation. If it is at such a price, then we will definitely not buy it. However, for the rebuttal, the deacon over there seemed to have expected it, and soon said, "Sorry, fellow Taoist. The price of copyright is set by the Holy Lord himself." After the Xianwang novel was released, the Holy Master set the copyright pricing rules. Pricing is based on the number of subscribers, the number of readers, the highest sales list, the duration of popularity, etc. And the copyrights of these novels asked by fellow Taoists are all the most popular novels in my Xianwang novels. The prices are just like this, and they cannot be negotiated. Fellow Taoists, if you feel that the prices of these top books are a bit expensive, you might as well read the novels that are ranked later. The other party is very polite, but the meaning in the words 300 is self-evident. That is the price, which is set by the Holy Lord and is not negotiable. If you think it's expensive, you can go and see the cheap ones. This made the high-level officials of the major holy lands very angry, but also filled with emotion in their hearts. Holy Master Tianyan, this is really good at earning lingsure. The Xianwang novel was released before, which shocked them. Originally, a novel that all cultivators looked down upon could still earn spirit stones like this. But now, they realize that what they see is still superficial. The Holy Lord of Tianyan had already thought about the copyright in advance when he released the Xianwang novel. Really, in terms of the means of earning spirit stones, I am afraid that all the holy places in the world are not as good as Shengyu alone. It's just that the prices of these head novels are really too high. Before the shooting starts, one has to pay millions or even millions of high-grade spirit stones. In this case, the risk is simply too high. What if the TV series produced is not so popular? At that time, there will only be a few thousand episodes per episode, and tens of thousands of people will watch them. That would be a loss. So at this moment, the The senior officials of the major holy places are all hesitant. In some holy lands, they decided to settle for the next best thing and choose one of those low-ranked novels that are also quite well-known. Use hundreds of thousands of top-grade spirit stones to win the copyright. Going to test the waters. There are also some holy places that directly gave up the idea of buying copyright. Isn't it just a story? Can't they figure it out? If you shoot a story about a monkey, people will read it. So wouldn't it be more promising for me to shoot a story about a fox demon? The cost of adapting a screenplay is frighteningly high, and I can't afford it. That's like Journey to the West and other TV series, making an original drama. Anyway, in Xianwang film and television, original dramas are also quite popular. For example, Journey to the West, the number of views of the second episode can also be ranked in the top 3 of all TV dramas. Of course, it is not that there is no holy land willing to gamble, such as Shaker Holy Land. This is one of the most affluent holy places in the world. After careful deliberation, they made a decision, gritted their teeth, and won the film and television adaptation rights of the master. They think clearly. A novel with a length of 4 to 5 million words, such as Dezuzu, has a rich plot, enough to make at least 300 TV episodes. And the copyright fee for the great master is 3 million high-grade spirit stones. As long as there are 100 million views per episode, you can get 10,000 in your own hands. 10,000 per episode. 300 episodes is 3 million. At least it can guarantee no loss. And The Great Master is one of the top popular online novels. Good. It may not be impossible to have the popularity and playback volume like a snap of the fingers. If the playback volume can exceed 500 million, then one of his own dramas can earn at least 7 or 8 million high-grade spirit stones. And that's not the end. As long as the big Master TV series can be popular, the leading actors and supporting roles in it should all be able to gain a lot of fame. With tens of millions of fans, it is definitely not a problem. Of course, it is impossible for the Holy Land of Shaking Light to just give this benefit to the selected actors for nothing. So when the time comes, the actors will definitely share it with the Holy Land. Actors get 10%. The Holy Land takes 90%. It seems that 10% is very little, but compared to the tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of advertising costs of the moving axis, 10% is a lot of money for a cultivator. Even some holy places, they don't even plan to share with disciples. Just give some rewards to pass it off. This point is similar to the Earth. For example, it is impossible for a star on Earth to get all the salary alone, and the income from receiving advertisements should also be distributed to a large part of their own brokerage companies. But when joining a big company like Penguin Video, if an actor wants to film the other party's TV series, he has to sign a sharing contract. All advertising and film remuneration within 4 to 5 years will be given to Penguin Video, and Penguin will take the bulk. I heard that in the previous life, in the entertainment circle of Bangzi country, the rules were even stricter. It sounds a little unreasonable and a little overbearing. But thinking about it carefully, this is reasonable. You, a low-level immortal cultivator, gained fame by relying on TV dramas, and the profits gained by relying on fame naturally cannot be your own. It is normal for these holy places to ask for a share. As for the Tianyan Holy Land, there is no request for a share. Anyway, advertisements must be placed in Xinhuang's application. Tianyan Holy Land was going to take half of the advertising fee. As for the rest, it is not a loss for the disciples. It can make the disciples in the door stronger, thereby enhancing the overall strength. This is not a bad thing for Tianyan Holy Land. But anyway, Flucklight Sanctuary is well planned. As long as everything goes well. From the purchase fee to the subsequent advertising fee, the highest can even earn tens of millions of top-grade spirit stones. Such an income is definitely a huge figure even for the Holy Land of Shaking Light, which owns a bustling fairy city. In short, the Shoshin world is interested in new applications. The forces interested in filming TV dramas have all started preparations. Buy copyright to buy copyright. Make up your own stories. It has already begun to select suitable actors at home. It must be picked from home, not from outside. After all, starring in a TV series can gain huge fame and benefits. How could it be possible to give it up to outsiders? In short, a craze for filming directly swept the entire world of cultivating immortals. The major forces are all studying the movies and TV series in Xianwang film and television, learning the skills in them. Every corner of the world of cultivating immortals has sprung up like bamboo shoots, and many crews have sprung up. The speed of the affairs of the major forces in the world of cultivating immortals is extremely fast. Although this is the world of cultivating immortals, the lifespan of immortals is extremely long. But when it comes to Lingshire resources, the work efficiency will involuntarily increase. After all, the world of cultivating immortals has entered a new era. The role of spirit stone resources has become more important. Now seeing the opportunity to earn a lot of spirit stones, each family will naturally not miss it and scramble to be the first. As a result, filming teams and production crews in the major holy places were established like mushrooms after rain. And countless immortal cultivators, after excitedly watching the content of interest in the Fairy Net film and television, were surprised to find out. The power I belong to, the holy land I belong to, has started to recruit actors for being an actor. Most of the cultivators are extremely excited. Not to mention anything else, but the benefits of being a hero and heroine are beyond imagination. Not to mention that once you become a hero and heroine, your name will be famous in the entire world of immortal cultivators and known by countless immortal cultivators. If this kind of treatment was placed in the past, only the top Tianjiao would be eligible. But now it's just a play. Who can say no? Not to mention the other benefits, I stood handsomely on the screen and was seen by countless people. This is something that everyone is very proud of. So, however, after the internal mission hall of any force has released all the missions for recruiting actors, most of the immortal cultivators couldn't sit still immediately and ran directly to the selection site, wanting to soar into the sky. But like some families, the opportunities for the male and female protagonists were directly digested by the higher-ups. It was given to the daughter of the Supreme Elder, the grandson of the Patriarch, and so on. All they can fight for is the status of a supporting role. But holy places and the like are better. There's still a chance to fight, but the competitive pressure is greater. After all, the Holy Land is full of talents, and there are countless talents. If you want to win an important role in this kind of competition, it is as difficult as heaven without objection. But even so, there are still many immortal practitioners participating. Even if some lose the election and only have supporting roles, they don't dislike them. After all, it is not without supporting roles that can be remembered. If he acts well, no one will come to him to act in the future. Over time, I might be able to be the protagonist by then, and shake light Holy Land. The male and female protagonists directly made their own Son of Light and Saint of Fluctuation to star in. Both are contemporary arrogance. Although under the brilliance of the Tianyan Holy Lord, it looks gloomy. But both of them are in the top 10 of the Tianjiao list. They also have a great reputation in the world of cultivating immortals. Letting the two play the role will definitely make the popularity of their new drama to a higher level and attract more attention from immortal cultivators. Today, the smart people in the world of cultivating immortals have discovered the essence of a fairy net. That is, the higher the popularity, the easier it is to earn Lingshire. Therefore, the Holy Land of Yaoguang did not hesitate to let its own son and daughter perform in a play. However, the son of Yaoguang and the saint did not object to this, but accepted it with pleasure. After all, acting is something new. The two also want to try. For a while, discussions continued on the fairy net. In addition to discussing the film and television of Xianwang itself, they are also discussing the TV series and movies that are being produced in the world of cultivating immortals. I watched the latest 2 episodes of Xian Putsang Qiong today. It was really enjoyable. When will Queen Medusa appear? I'm really looking forward to it. Journey to the West is the most interesting. The main character is so crazy. He hit the sky directly, and it was almost all over the place. The supernatural power of the 72 changes of the Earth Evil is simply too invincible, and I want to learn it too. I heard that there is a great power in the mid-stage of fusion who intends to create a supernatural power with the same function in the world of cultivating immortals based on the virtual supernatural power in the film and television drama. I heard that the other party is creating the 72 transformations of the Earth Evil. If it succeeds, I will definitely buy it. This is a good business. Relying on the popularity of TV dramas, the supernatural powers created will definitely sell well, but it's a pity that my cultivation is too low, let alone creating supernatural powers. Even learning supernatural powers is extremely difficult. Have you heard that the Holy Land of the Light seems to have bought the copyright of the novel of the Great Juggernaut, and the crew is about to start filming, and the male and female protagonists are the Son of the Light and the Saint of the Light. They are definitely the most prominent male and female protagonists. The Great Master is going to start filming? Great, I'm a book fan, but it's a pity that the Lord Tianyan didn't take the film himself. Can Yaoguang Holy Land take the Great Master well? You'll find out when the time comes. Let me tell you something. I have a good brother who wrote a novel and earned a good income. As a result, I suddenly received a share of the copyright fee from Tianyan Holy Land yesterday, which is a total of 100,000 high-grade spirits. Sure, that's an income that he can't earn in his entire life during the foundation building period. A book earned a copyright fee of 100,000 high-grade spirit stones? It's incredible. As for flowers, I heard that among all the novels in Xianwang novels, this copyright fee can only be regarded as upper middle. I picked the eternal life, and the other party quoted the price, which almost scared my holy master to death. Writing a novel, you can actually earn so many spirit stones? Hundreds of thousands to millions at once? This is incredible. All the cultivators were shocked. The copyright fee for Xianwang novels is so expensive. In today's world of cultivating immortals, there are already many cultivators writing novels. But unless it can catch fire, most of the authors earn an ordinary linkshare. Although it is not lower than doing tasks, it is not much higher. 0. Only a very small number of authors can earn thousands or even tens of thousands of high-grade spirit stones every month. But now, I heard that their copyright fees were suddenly sold at such a high price. Countless cultivators were moved. Many immortal cultivators, on impulse, ran to Xianwang novels to open new books, looking forward to the adaptation rights of his novels, being able to be spotted by big forces and sold at a sky-high price. No one thought of it. After the new application of Xianwang Xilingtong was launched, Xianwang novels were actually reposted on the hot search list. However, the value of the copyright of Xianwang novels has undoubtedly been demonstrated today. More and more immortal cultivators have devoted themselves to this industry. And at the same time, the crews of the major holy places have already started filming. They all learned from the operation of Tianyan Holy Land. It also allows actors to take photos, post videos, and upload them to Xianwang and the crew, sparking discussions. Some forces are even more impatient. After the first episode was filmed, I hurriedly edited and released the trailer. In short, on the FairyNet today, news of various crews, new TV dramas, and new movies are flying all over the sky. And there are countless big forces filming TV dramas. Even the Hahuan sect in Great Yinzhou announced that they had made a movie. Led by the suzerain of the Hahuan sect, the saint of the Hahuan sect plays a supporting role. As for the type of shooting, just say one thing and you'll understand. That is the movie made by the Hahuan sect. The stills cannot be viewed normally, and only adult cultivators can see it. From this we can see the first type of film made by Huanzong. Tianyan Holy Land. Yichin is practicing supernatural powers. And beside Yichin, Nangongwan watched Yichin's every move carefully. Now, the two have already turned upside down. Although Nangongwan is Yichin's master, but he has already started to learn supernatural powers from Yichin. Yichin, on the other hand, is teaching Shizhen Kudozi's secret. Duzi's secret, the supreme method of attacking and killing. Every move, killing and defeating unparalleled. With the blessing of Do Zimi, even ordinary supernatural powers can bloom with extraordinary power. As for Nangongwan, she was obviously shocked by the word Do. I studied very seriously, but the difficulty is not small, and I haven't gotten started for dozens of days. Master, don't worry, this technique is extremely difficult. Even for Tianjiao, it is normal for it to take 3 to 5 years to get started. For more immortal cultivators, it is even more difficult to learn for a lifetime. Yichin comforted Nangongwan. Nangong 960 felt better when he heard the words. She didn't ask Yichin why he had such magical powers. He just asked curiously, "How long did it take you to get in?" Hearing this, Yichin thought about the following. "It seems that I got started on the same day, but it took me half a month to master it." Nangongwan. Seeing that Master was a little closed, Yichin suddenly smiled. "Master, do you want to learn the method of longevity?" Hearing this, Nangongwan's beautiful eyes widened. To be honest, the main purpose of her hard work now is to prolong her life. After all, Yichin's cultivation has skyrocketed, and the gap between the realms of the two is getting wider and wider. The difference in realm represents the difference in lifespan. Nangongwan is unwilling to leave this world early and never see Yichin again. However, the method of longevity is extremely rare in the world of cultivating immortals. Many exercises that can increase lifespan have disadvantages. Nangongwan also found a heaven-level exercise that can prolong life. It is a pity that the materials needed for practicing have been extinct. Nangong wants to make a fortune by passing on the exercises to the Sutra Pavilion in Xianwang. It's a pity that there is not a single person who was taken in. And Yichin actually has a way to live forever? Feeling Nangong's beautiful eyes looking forward to, Yichin suddenly smiled. People with constipation have the effect of prolonging life. The same is true for the Indestructible Sutra. Today's Yichin has a lifespan of over 10,000, breaking taboos and reaching the longevity that only immortals can achieve. It is the credit of these two. In these days, Yichin has been studying and simplifying. In the first few days, finally succeeded. This supernatural power can enhance the strength of the physical body, increase the resilience of the physical body, and most importantly, prolong life. Just practice. In the same state of affairs, the lifespan can be half as long as that of a cultivator of the same realm. In other words, others can live 1,000 years. You can live 1,500 years. And the difficulty of cultivation has been reduced a lot. Of course, it's not without its downsides. The disadvantage is that the effects are much worse than the original version. For example, physical strength is much worse than the Immortal Sutra itself. And the ability to recover and heal is much worse than the original Zazimi. But the advantage is that it is easy to practice, and the life-giving rate is high. Very suitable for cultivators. If this kind of supernatural power is spread, it will definitely make the immortal cultivators in the entire Immortal World snap up it. Yichin planned to wait later. If he lacks a spiritual stone breakthrough, it's not that he can't upload this supernatural power to the Tibetan scripture pavilion of Xianwang. Once this supernatural power is uploaded, it will definitely be the most popular supernatural power for immortal cultivators, and it can make a lot of money, and let all the immortals live longer. For Yichin and Tianyan Holy Land, it is also beneficial. After all, the more immortal cultivators, the more Xianwang PHS users. The more you earn, the more you earn. However, these are things for the future. This supernatural power can grant half of the lifespan on the basis of what the realm should have. Master, do you want to learn? Yichin looked at his master with a smile. When Nangong heard the words, his eyes immediately became brighter. Give half of your life? This is more useful than any pill or any treasure. Of course, she was moved, and she didn't even care about being reserved at the moment. Her beautiful eyes looked at Yichin expectantly. Yichin suddenly smiled, but he didn't speak. Instead, he walked up to the master and raised his hand slightly. Nangong looked at Yichin's movements and blushed. This traitor. Shouldn't he want to touch his own head? However, the supernatural power of longevity is imminent, so Guanwan decides to endure it. Wait until later to clean up the portal and educate the traitor Yichin. However, Nangong Wan was surprised. Yichin didn't touch his head. Instead, he lightly tapped on the top of his head 3 times. Then he turned and left the cave with a smile on his face. Nangong Wan was stunned. What's the meaning? What is this traitor doing? For no reason. Why knock yourself on the head? But the next moment, Nangong was stunned, and then his face turned red, and his perfect body trembled slightly. She remembered one of the TV series that she had been chasing these days. Journey to the West. Although the protagonist of that TV series is a monkey monster. But the plot is very interesting, which fascinates Nangong Wan deeply. Among them, when the protagonist's son Wukong said that he wanted to learn the law of immortality, its master Bodhi patriarch gently tapped its head 3 times. The meaning is, come to my room in the middle of the night. Monkey King understood what the other party meant, and learned the 72 transformations of the earth that night. As for Yichin, he also wants to teach him the method of longevity. He also patted himself on the head 3 times. This, rebel. After thinking about it, the eunuch Wanqiao's face was full of red noses. As a traitor, I am getting bolder and bolder. And Yichin is naturally amused with master. It can be said that the method of longevity created by Yichin is prepared for the master and the women around him. To teach them, there is no need for conditions at all. Just having fun with master. As for why you left, it was because some elders contacted me through PHS and had something to report to me. I have seen the Holy Lord. The elder in front of him is a self-made elder who acts on behalf of the Foreign Affairs elder. 1.2. As for the Foreign Affairs elder himself, he is still working hard for Yichin and Zaiwanzu. Holy Lord, now the new application, Xianwang Film and Television, has been launched. The income it brought us to the Tianyan Holy Land has reached 50 million high-grade spirit stones. According to the forecast, as long as there is a stable output of new content, the monthly income of Xianwang Film and Television can reach 150 million high-grade spirit stones. Hearing this, Yichin raised his eyebrows. A monthly income of 150 million? It's not bad. However, this is obviously not the limit of Xianwang Film and Television. The main reason for restricting Xianwang Film and Television is that there are too few contents, only 12 films shot by ourselves. And after the TV series and movies that all major forces are filming are completed, the income of Xianwang Film and Television will skyrocket again. Therefore, Yichin is quite satisfied with the performance of Xianwang Film and TV app. Like these entertainment platforms, the quantity of content matters. The greater the amount of content, the greater the revenue that can be created. But now only 12 TV dramas and movies can generate such income. Wait for more content to be produced in the world of cultivating immortals in the future. Xianwang Film and Television will definitely become more popular. Earnings will go to the next level. As for the film and television dramas made by the major forces, will they work? Yichin was not worried about this at all. The first TV series or movie they shoot may have various shortcomings, but it won't be long before they gain experience. It must be able to shoot a real boutique. The boutique beyond the earth is just around the corner. After all, Yichin has never underestimated the wisdom of cultivators. How's the situation in Zaiwanzu? Yichin asked. Hearing that, the elder immediately said, Holy Master, the expansion of Shiyuan continent is progressing very fast. The Tianyan Pavilion Immortal City coverage plan is progressing smoothly, and half of the planned Tianyan Pavilion construction work has been completed. As for the teleportation array coverage plan, 21 also completed the second division. As for the interstate teleportation array, according to the information sent back by the construction team, because the distance is too far, there are still some minor problems during the construction process, but the problems are not serious. It is estimated that by the end of the year, the interstate teleportation array between Mingwang Prefecture and Zaiwanzu will be officially opened, and Zaiwanzu will be included in the transportation network of the teleportation array. Listening to the elder's report on the progress of Zaiwanzu's expansion, Yichin nodded in satisfaction. This progress is fast. As expected, the foreign affairs elder did not disappoint himself. How about the income from the Zaiwanzu market? Yichin is more concerned about income. The elder hurriedly said, Holy Master, although Zaiwanzu is not officially opened up with Mingwangzu. However, many applications provide the internal version of Zaiwanzu. Xianwang Xilingtong's coverage in Zaiwanzu is very fast, and now 600 million Zaiwanzu immortals have used Xianwang Xilingtong and have been certified. And the income that the Zaiwanzu market brings us every month has been increasing. Now it has reached 200 million high-grade spirit stones per month. And when the coverage of PHS and Xianwang reaches 100% and the cross-state teleportation array is opened, the revenue will skyrocket again. The elder obviously did his homework and reported carefully. Yichin listened, the corners of his mouth curled up, feeling extremely happy. Shi Yuanzhou can already provide himself with 200 million high-grade spirit stones every month. This is a good thing. You know, the original monthly income of Xianwang Xilingtong has reached as much as 1.8 billion. Now add another 200 million to Zaiwanzu. That is a complete breakthrough to 2 billion. And this is not counting the 150 million of Xianwang film and television. If counted, that is 2.15 billion. This can definitely be regarded as an astronomical sum. Yichin perfectly breaks through the late stage of fusion, and then needs hundreds of billions of high-grade spirit stones. Obtained 20 billion high-grade spirit stones from the Du family's palace. And now, it has been a year since the last retreat. He also accumulated 20 billion high-grade spirit stones. In other words, the current cash flow of Tianyan Holy Land has reached more than 40 billion yuan. There is still a shortfall of 60 billion high-grade spirit stones. Judging from the current income, it will take at most 30 months for Yichin to accumulate hundreds of billions of high-grade spirit stones enough to break through the late stage of fusion. 30 months, not even 3 years. Moreover, Zaiwanzu's income will rise in the future. The income of Xianwang film and television will also rise. Therefore, it may take at most 2 years for Yichin to break through the late stage of fusion. This is definitely good news. Yichin was in a particularly happy mood, and the elder saw that his holy master was in such a good mood, so he hurriedly said, Holy Master, all the applications are going well. However, the copyright of Xianwang novels has not been as popular as expected. Although many forces have contacted us, showing interest in the copyright of Xianwang's novels. But the number of people who bought it was very small. So far, we have only sold the copyrights of 17 novels, and the total proceeds have been derived from prescribing high-grade spirit stones. Among them, the top online novels only sold 3. All major forces think that the copyright of Xianwang novels is too expensive and hope that we can lower the price. Do we want to modify the pricing rules for the copyright of Xianwang novels? Hearing this, Yichin raised his eyebrows. The online novel copyright of the head only sold 3 copies? To be honest, some are missing. But thinking about it, it's not incomprehensible. After all, the copyright of the top online novels is indeed not cheap. It is normal for the world of cultivating immortals to not accept such a thing by spending millions of high-grade spirit stones for an illusory copyright. Therefore, to be able to sell 3 copies is actually a bit much. But Yichin is not in a hurry. Adapting screenplays has the advantage of adapting screenplays. Original dramas have the advantages of original dramas. In the future, the concept of copyright will be thoroughly popularized in the world of cultivating immortals and deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. The right to adapt Wong's novels will naturally be gradually accepted by the major forces. But the price reduction is obviously impossible. So Yichin directly vetoed the elder's proposal and instead asked curiously, "Sell 3 top online novels? Which power bought it?" Such courage. Hearing this, the elder hurriedly replied, "Yawang Holy Land has bought the adaptation rights of the Great Master, and the filming of the related TV series has already started. And the Great Zhou dynasty bought the copyright of the Tomb of the Gods, and it has already moved away. The last one to buy the copyright of our online novel is Tianyan Holy Land, which bought the copyright of the Dragon Talisman." In the end, the elder's expression is also very interesting. 123, and Yichin also raised his eyebrows. It is understandable that Flucklight Holy Land is willing to buy. After all, it is one of the wealthiest holy places in the world. There is certainly a very discerning presence inside. And the Great Zhou dynasty? Judging from the relationship between the Great Zhou Empress and himself, it is normal for the Great Zhou Empress to be willing to buy. But this is too mysterious holy place to be willing to buy. It's extraordinarily strange. After all, back then, the Holy Land of Tianyan and the Holy Land of Great Yin fought against each other everywhere. Even though the Supreme Elder was killed by Yichin later, he was still not convinced. The Immortal Net is most dissatisfied with Tianyan Holy Land. When it comes to the battle between Yichin and Denung, those who most hope that Yichin will fall will speak. Most of them were said by the elders and disciples of Tianyan Holy Land. Why are you so happy to buy the copyright from Tianyan Holy Land now? Could it be that the Holy Master of Tianyan Holy Land has changed? Otherwise, why did you change your temper? Yichin asked the elder, and the elder shook his head. Although Tianyan Holy Land is not regarded by Tianyan Holy Land now, but the other party is a holy place anyway. If the Holy Master is replaced, he must be eligible to be on the hot search list. But I don't know anything about it, so there must be no replacement. Still the original one. Learned that there was no substitution. Yichin nodded, not paying too much attention to what was going on. After all, the gap between the two sides is really too big. If it wasn't for the copyright issue, Yichin hadn't thought of this person for a long time. The filming teams on all continents have already begun intensive preparations for the second season of the TV series. It is expected that after 2 months, the second seasons of all TV dramas except original dramas can begin to be released. Hearing this, Yichin nodded. This is the benefit of shooting in seasons. If the performance of the TV series is not good, it will not make money or even lose money. Then the second season and the third season will not be filmed directly. This saves money. And if the first season of the TV series is popular, then the second season will start filming immediately. And obviously, the several TV series adapted from online novels that I took the lead in filming were extremely popular. The last snap of the fingers covered the sky, and now the average number of purchases per episode has reached 1 billion. And the TV drama with the worst performance has an average purchase volume of almost 600 million per episode. This is an inevitable blood-earned achievement. It is naturally impossible to lose money. Take the first season of Covering the Sky as an example. Each episode earns 200,000 high-grade spirit stones, and one season earns 6 million high-grade spirit stones. Judging by the length of the storyline, at least 10 seasons can be filmed, and the total income will reach 60 million high-grade spirit stones, plus other miscellaneous income. For example, by placing advertisements, allowing the supporting characters to use the artifacts and vestments provided by the advertisers, they can earn another fortune. It can be said that the income of a play, it is comparable to the income of ordinary holy places for 20 or 30 years. Such episodes will naturally continue to be queued. And the rest of the episodes are pretty much the same. All have bright prospects. After nodding, indicating that the various filming teams are fine with shooting the sequel. Just as he was about to leave, Yichin suddenly remembered something and asked, "According to the days, is the courtyard in the Immortal Realm going to be renewed?" Hearing this, the elder's mouth twitched immediately. He also watched the TV series called Immortal Courtyard. As for his feelings, it can only be said that it is indescribable. He really didn't understand what kind of mental state his holy master was in to shoot this TV series. As for the reaction after the show was released, he can guess it now, and it is definitely full of scolding. But this is the Holy Lord's decision. Who can disobey it? Therefore, the elder nodded. Return to the Holy Master. That's right, the Immortal Courtyard will be released tomorrow. Yichin nodded in satisfaction. Finally, the cultivators can feel the impact of the dog-blood drama. Perfect. Yichin left leisurely, satisfied. On Wong, discussions about Wong film and television are getting higher and higher. On the one hand, various holy lands are filming TV dramas and movies, and the entire world of cultivating immortals has set off a frenzy for filming dramas. Countless cultivators want to become actors, earn salary, and gain fame. It is a matter of interest, so the heat is naturally very high. On the other hand, it is because today is the 15th day of the Wong film and television update. In addition to several original dramas, such as Journey to the West, most of the adaptations of online novels have ushered in the update at the end of the first season today. This made countless viewers extremely dissatisfied. It's okay to only update 2 episodes a day. Just wait slowly. But for a good novel, you didn't finish filming it all, but divided it into 1 season and 2 seasons. 3 seasons is too much. When is the next season coming? How long do you have to wait? The audience's dissatisfaction was almost overwhelming. Fortunately, the official Weibo accounts of each shooting team have released the update date, all in 2 months. At the same time, their Wong short video account also updated the short video of the crew starting work. Also promise. After that, the interval between each season will not exceed 1 month. This barely reduced the dissatisfaction of some viewers. But while the audience is dissatisfied, I also set my sights on a TV series that will be updated today. Fairyland Courtyard. The show doesn't really get much attention. Other TV dramas, or TV dramas changed from online novels, have their own popularity. And those original dramas are all grand scenes, with various powerful talents appearing on the stage, vigorous and exciting. Only this Courtyard in the fairy world. It is actually written in the promotional film that this is a TV drama about casual practitioners helping each other and living a better life during the Qi refining period. This, who is interested in the life of casual practitioners during the Qi refining period? High-level cultivators have no interest at all. As for the low-level immortal cultivators, their lives are cramped enough, and they watch TV dramas just for fun. Now let myself look back on my miserable life in the TV series. Crazy, isn't it? It doesn't matter if the audience isn't interested. And this TV series has not been updated as soon as the new app is launched. Naturally, it was forgotten by the cultivators. That is to say, the first season of many online novel adaptations today is over. Fewer TV shows are being updated. They just discovered this show out of boredom. Immortal Courtyard updated 2 episodes on the first day. Many immortal cultivators also feel that they have watched too many big scenes. And it is not bad to watch this kind of ordinary and warm TV series for a change. But most immortal cultivators don't bother to look at it at all. So on the first day of the update of the Courtyard in the Fairyland, neither warm nor hot, not many people saw it. The number of subscribers for the second episode is only over 300,000. More than 300,000 people have subscribed. If it was put on a certain platform on the previous life Earth, it would definitely be considered a hit drama. But in the world of cultivating immortals, the Wong film and television family dominates. More than 10 billion users can only use this platform to watch movies and TV. With such a large number of users, there are only more than 300,000 subscriptions. It can be said that it is the most aggressive drama of Wong film and television. It was silent, and there was not even any discussion of the plot in Wong Weibo. Compared with those hot dramas before, it is simply a world of difference. All major forces are making TV dramas, so naturally, they pay special attention to the TV dramas of the genius Lord Tianyan. But at this moment, I was a little surprised to see this drama hit the street like this. To be honest, no matter how popular the TV series made by Master Tianyan are, they can accept it. But it's strange that no one cares about it. There are also quite a few high-level executives with big, good money, influence, whose mentality was inflated because of the enthusiasm for filming dramas. But now, because of this drama, they have calmed down a bit. It turns out that not every drama can make money. Even the Lord Tianyan will suffer. They have to put more effort into filming dramas. But the appearance of this drama also made all the major forces in the world of cultivating immortals discover one thing. That is, the Holy Lord Tianyan was not really omnipotent. The Lord Tianyan will also fail. This made them all have a special emotion in their hearts. Some even gloated. After all, Holy Lord Tianyan is too transcendent. Now that they failed once, they finally found a sense of balance in their hearts. Most of the cultivators think that this drama is just like this. After that, there will only be fewer and fewer people to see. But something unexpected happened. The next day, A post about a cultivator angrily scolding the protagonist of the courtyard in the Immortal Realm became the third most searched topic on the Weibo of ImmortalNet. The next day, in the courtyard of the Fairyland, the third episode was updated, shortly after the fourth episode. On the Fairy Net, a cultivator sent out a message. When this post was sent out, it instantly attracted the attention of countless immortal cultivators. After all, the immortal cultivator who posted this post is none other than the strongest casual cultivator in the world, the Taoist Yushu in the mid-stage of void refinement. Taoist Yushu has lived for nearly 2,000 years now. He is extremely righteous and generous, and without fear of the Holy Land, dared to scold and offend, help countless casual practitioners. He is honored as the patriarch of Sanshio by Sanshio in the entire immortal cultivation world. There are so many casual cultivators. Therefore, Taoist Yushu's Xianwang Weibo account has more than 4 billion followers. It can be said that it is the top 10 people in the number of Xianwang Weibo fans. And once Taoist Yushu posts on Weibo, he will either point out the cultivation experience of immortal cultivators. Either it is to expose the Holy Land, the big forces oppressing casual cultivators' faces. Seek justice for Sanshio. Many holy places and powerful forces, for the sake of reputation, will deal with the matter in a hurry after Yushu Taoist posts Weibo and even apologize publicly. This also made many casual cultivators go to Yushu Taoist Weibo to leave messages after being wronged by the 023 forces. And today, Taoist Yushu tweeted again, immediately attracted countless cultivators. I want to know which holy place the Yushu Taoist is going to denounce again today, and who is going to speak out. But when they saw the movement of Taoist Yushu, they were all stunned. What Taoist Yushu is doing today is not to expose the darkness of the Holy Land, nor to explain his cultivation experience. It turned out to be spraying a TV series. Everyone was shocked. Look carefully. There is no hope in the later stage of Pindo's breakthrough in refining the void, so I simply watch dramas every day for leisure, but I am quite content. No, I watched the update of the courtyard in the Immortal Realm today. I really want to vomit blood, and my mood is unstable. This Fairyland courtyard house, the first 2 episodes are not normal. Looking at the appearance of those casual cultivators working hard to survive, it reminds me of my parents when I was young. So I can watch it. But today's updated plot? What is this? Widow Qin's Taoist companion is not dead yet. Yet you are envious of Widow Qin every day. If I see this kind of wicked person, I will just chop you up. The behavior of the protagonist Xiaojin is called injustice. And you, an alchemist who has just reached the 9th rank, works as an alchemist in a small alchemy room. The master trusts you and won't check you. As a result, you smuggled back bad-looking pills every day. Those elixirs are just of bad quality, and their efficacy is 80% of that of normal elixirs. Even if the protagonist sells them as defective products, he can still earn money back from the medicine. In the end, relying on the trust of the master, you drove out such a wicked thing? What's more, how come there are waste orders every day that are not good in appearance, but have similar efficacy? I suspect that the protagonist deliberately refines 1 or 2 pills every day. The protagonist's foolish behavior is disloyal. It's fine to be unfaithful. The protagonist is not filial. Silly guy, I have a younger sister, and it was the time when I first came into contact with Xiaoxian. You have elixir, but you don't give it to your own sister who is related to you by blood. When your sister needs a spiritual weapon, you are not even willing to give it the slightest residue. Instead, I secretly gave the elixir that came along to Widow Qin every day and asked Widow Qin to give it to the other party's children. This kind of person is simply lustful and stupid, unfaithful, unrighteous, unfilial, extremely stupid, extremely selfish. And in this Fairyland courtyard, apart from the protagonist's sister, there is no other normal person. Widow Qin seems embarrassed, but in fact she knows it well, but she still deliberately gets close to the idiot. This kind of female cultivator is watery. As for the Widow Qin's mother-in-law, she took it for granted and was even dissatisfied when she was favored by others. And the uncle, the second uncle, the deaf old Seb, wife and others are not good things. This immortal courtyard, the introduction says it's a warm drama about helping each other, but how can there be any warmth? It's all animals. I think it should be renamed as Yaoman Courtyard, this TV series, because it is annoying to people. I'm afraid that if I watch it any longer, I'll go mad. I hereby release a newsletter to let fellow Taoists avoid pitfalls, let alone 2 low-grade spirit stones in 1 episode of this TV series. Even if you watch 10 episodes with one low-grade spirit stone, it is definitely not worth it. After reading Taoist Yushu's Weibo updates, everyone was shocked. They could all see that Taoist Yushu was quite restrained despite his fierce words. When Yushu Taoist scolded other holy places, he was really merciless, even scolding the other party's holy master Taishang Elder. Obviously, mostly because this TV series was filmed by Lord Tianyan. Taoist Yushu naturally has scruples, so he only targets TV dramas. However, countless immortal cultivators have become curious about this drama that was originally indifferent. Is this TV show so outrageous? It doesn't matter if the protagonist's name is Xiaojin. How could he do so many outrageous things? And under the news of Taoist Yushu, there were countless messages soon. Is the plot of this drama really so outrageous? It's not just outrageous, it's outrageous. The protagonist is going to do everything for someone else's Taoist companion. The humbleness makes me feel sick. But if the protagonist is more generous, just tell Widow Chen to follow me. I'm not even that nauseous. Then Widow Chen is not a good thing. It feels like she is hanging on to the protagonist's stupid roots, and she keeps rubbing pills and spirit stones to raise children. The main character's sister is really pitiful, with such a big brother on the stand. Watching the 4th episode, my blood pressure soared, and I almost went mad. God, I'm so bored that I recently practiced a supernatural power, and it was almost done. But after watching this drama, I was always indignant at the plot in my mind, and I couldn't calm down when I practiced. As a result, I really went crazy. Now he is vomiting blood. Half a year of cultivation has been in vain. It's a TV series, and the fellow Taoist vomited blood after watching it. Although I've heard from you all that I can be sure that this is definitely a bad drama, but for some reason, I'm a little moved and want to try it out. Let's go together. I will also challenge to see what a TV series that can make people watch crazy, what it looks like. I'm going to see that Widow Chen. You will regret it. Don't watch it. On the fairy net, there was a lot of scolding, and it was on the hot search. But these countless scoldings made the world of cultivating immortals curious about this courtyard house in the immortal world. This is a play made by the Lord. To be scolded like this, it is really curious. Therefore, many immortal cultivators immediately poured into the immortal net film and television, intending to watch the immortal courtyard. For a while, the broadcast volume of the first episode of the immortal courtyard is soaring. In the first season of the immortal courtyard, the broadcast volume suddenly skyrocketed. It directly broke through 100 million. This data shocked the elders of Tianyan Holy Land, who were in charge of Xianwang film and television. And all the holy places were also shocked. Is it possible that this drama will be scolded because of Dash? Because this drama is bad enough. So the cultivators have a rebellious mentality. Instead, they have to come to see how bad it can be? Everyone was shocked. If this drama can earn Lingshire, that was really subversive. Everyone even doubted the taste of immortal cultivators. Is it possible that you just like to feel unhappy and feel aggrieved? But soon, the major holy places were relieved. Although, because of the Yushu Taoist scolding, the Immortal Realm Courtyard was on the hot search list, causing a lot of buzz. Let the playback volume of the first episode skyrocket. But when it comes to the second episode that needs to be charged, just looking at the number of people has dropped sharply. Even now, it is highly discussed. But the number of buyers is only about 2 million, and waited for 4 or 5 days. The Fairyland Courtyard has played more than a dozen episodes. There are still a lot of people scolding, and the popularity is not low, but very few people see it. All the holy places were relieved now. Just know that TV series like Xianwang Courtyard won't be popular. Otherwise, they all have to worry that the TV series they are filming will not meet the tastes of immortal cultivators. The major holy places no longer pay attention at this moment. They all concentrated on their own film and television projects. Although it is the first time to do it, I'm not very skilled and the efficiency is very low. But wait another half a month at most. The film and television they shot can be released. But in Tianyan Holy Land, the elders in charge of Xianwang film and television actually have this expectation in their hearts for the Fairyland Courtyard House. After all, although it looks a little bloody, it's a little bit high. But this was taken by the Holy Lord. My own Holy Master often comes up with things that the elders don't understand, but can earn spirit stones. So, will this immortal courtyard also be able to make a lot of money? In the end, however, the elders were disappointed. The immortal courtyard has been updated until the end is approaching, and there are not many outbreaks at all. However, compared to other TV dramas, Fairyland Courtyard has fewer people watching it, but exceptionally stable. Basically, each episode has more than 2 million views. Obviously, there are still some cultivators who are interested in this drama, and they are all extraordinarily loyal and watch every day. But the total number is too small after all. With 2 million subscriptions, you can earn 4 million low-grade spirit stones in one episode. If converted into high-grade spirit stones, there are only 400 of them. Although the shooting process of Xianwang Courtyard is simple, it does not require any supernatural powers, nor does it require any special sets, and the cost is very low. But the whole show has more than 30 episodes. Earn 10,000 to 20,000 high-grade spirit stones. For their own holy land, it is really too little. All the elders shook their heads, and they sentenced the TV series of Xianwang Sihiyuan to death in their hearts. No longer follow. And the audience of Xianwang Courtyard. Basically, I watch it every day and scold it every day. Watching while cursing, never abandoning the drama. Especially the Yushu Taoist, who read it immediately after the update every day and then angrily scolded the characters in the plot on Xianwang Weibo. In short, most immortal cultivators, although their heads are a little overwhelmed by the bloody plot. But the show still has its merits. For example, the characters are vivid. For example, they are really down to earth. Except that the people inside are not good things. Everything else is good. So they're kind of addicting instead. If you can keep watching, you may still have expectations. I look forward to the protagonist's behavior, a burst of majesty, and elation. It's a pity until the finale of Xianwang Courtyard is updated. They also did not see this scene. After watching the seemingly peaceful finale, the audience who endured so hard until the end almost vomited blood. In the end, the protagonist actually generously forgave those who have hurt him. After raising the children of Widow Qin's family, she turned out to be a white-eyed wolf. In the end, she died with Widow Qin, who was unwilling to give birth to her. Asterisk, it's so frustrating to watch. This moment. On the fairy net, the popularity of complaining about the quadrangle in the fairy world has reached its peak. Heavenly Thunder Rolling. It's really Heavenly Thunder Rolling. I really didn't expect that I finished watching him. And while she watched it, the children of Widow Qin are all white-eyed wolves. Widow Qin secretly used the secret method to avoid the children of the protagonist, so that the children can use the resources of the protagonist. It really made my blood pressure go up. My brain is in chaos at this moment. How did I finish watching this TV series? The protagonist is so muddy that he can't support the wall. If I had known that the protagonist has always been such a waste, I would definitely not have watched it. I regret it. I just want to ask, can I withdraw the spirit stone? Asking for flowers. On this day, the Immortal Courtyard once again appeared on the hot search list. It is said that today, there are many immortal cultivators in the world of cultivating immortals, who were so angry that they vomited blood on the spot. There are also quite a few immortal cultivators who are not young, who almost went mad. All kinds of things. Let the courtyard in the fairy world once again set off a heated discussion. However, there are many people watching the excitement, but very few people go to watch TV dramas. After all, cultivating immortals is not easy enough. Who will want to be uncomfortable in a TV series? So Xianwang Sihiyuan relied on this wave of popularity. Although the number of broadcasts has increased, it is still as tepid as Song Dynasty. Just like chicken ribs, it's tasteless to eat, but it's a pity to discard. But for the entire world of cultivating immortals, although this TV series made them extremely unhappy, when they thought of this TV series in their minds, their blood pressure surged, and they couldn't even practice meditation. However, with the second season of TV series such as Flicking the Sky, it will be updated soon. In addition, the film and television dramas filmed by various holy places and big forces are about to go online. The attention of the cultivator was still diverted. He started to pay attention to new things, and gradually forgot the unhappiness brought to him by the courtyard in the fairy world. But there are also immortal cultivators who are more brainy. Even after a few days, he still couldn't get rid of the influence of the bloody drama in the courtyard of the fairy world. In particular, there is a novel author of Xianwang novels. Because of the influence of this courtyard house in the fairy world, I was unable to write my own novels, which led to the suspension of updates and was scolded by countless readers. This made the author of the novel even more dissatisfied with the courtyard house in the immortal realm. After thinking for a long time, the author of the novel thought of a good way to make himself feel better. That is, to write a novel about courtyards in the fairy world. Aren't you angry that the protagonist has brain problems and the mud can't support the wall? Then, just like those time travel novels, write a novel in which you travel as the protagonist. Then change the plot and teach those neighbors who want to cheat themselves a lesson. Thinking of this, the author's mood immediately improved. He also knew in his heart that not many people watch this TV series, let alone the related novels. But the author doesn't care either. Anyway, I have no shortage of spirit stone for the time being. Then write a novel that makes you feel happy. Then, the first fan fiction in the world of cultivating immortals has just been released. In the next few days, this ushered in the new drama update wave of Xianwang film and television. The TV dramas and movies planned by various companies have passed the review of Tianyan Holy Land and started updating. Yes, there are audits. However, The review of Tianyan Holy Land is very simple. On the one hand, it is divided into levels. If the scale is too large, it will be directly classified into the special category for adults. Underage cultivators are forbidden to watch. The second is to look at the quality. The quality can almost pass the audit. But if the quality is too poor, too shoddy, it will be sent back directly. After all, as a Xianwang film and television platform, the minimum quality must be guaranteed. Otherwise, if it is in the application of film and television, it will be full of shoddy garbage dramas. That's bound to make many users dissatisfied and choose not to use the app anymore. It may even cause bad money to drive out good money. In short, Tianyan Holy Land is extremely serious about quality control. 7.5 Lords. Then there is the issue of plagiarism. Some forces do not have the slightest respect for the concept of copyright. For example, a certain faction replaced the monkey demon with a deer demon. They were born stone deer at the beginning, then competed for the Deer King, and finally went overseas to seek immortality and then disturbed the East China Sea. The plot hasn't changed at all, just the main character has been changed. It's just short of filming a reskin version of Journey to the West. This is simply challenging the patience of Tianyan Holy Land. Naturally, this show was seriously warned and called back. There are also some who didn't buy the right to adapt, but filmed similar plots while they were on the sidelines. These were also sent back, either by the copyright of the novel or shoot something else. Anyway, the Immortal Cultivation World is the only one that can release TV series and movies to earn Spirit Stones. I want to earn Spirit Stones here. Then you must abide by the rules of Tianyan Holy Land. And the news of the drama series filmed by various crews has long been spread all over the ZN website. Various trailers have already been screened. For example, in the Holy Land of Shaking Light, the drama master who invested heavily for his own family can be popular. After releasing the trailer, ask the Holy Land to repost all of them on Xianwang Weibo and Xianwang short videos. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the formation was overwhelming. There are also some forces that are particularly confident in the dramas they make. For the sake of exposure, it even chooses to spend huge sums of money on advertising in various applications, in order to be seen by more immortals and gain higher popularity. In short, various TV dramas have just been released, and they start to roll up, but this is naturally a good thing for cultivators. Although the TV series filmed in Tianyan Holy Land are excellent, but the number is not enough after all. It's not fun to watch. Only when more and more forces start to make dramas can 100 flowers bloom. Then, on this day, countless cultivators watched hundreds of new dramas and movies, and they were directly dazzled. Although there are many new dramas, but the cultivators soon discovered that the quality of these new dramas was uneven. For example, The Master of Shake Light Holy Land. That is the real boutique. For this play, it is said that the holy sons and daughters of the Shaking Light Holy Land have carefully studied the magical powers and spells used by the hero and heroine in the book. I have learned spells with similar effects in order to be more natural when shooting. Secondly, the strong men in this play are all real strong men, and they are played by dozens of elders from the Holy Land of Shaking Light. Even the monsters inside were not photographed with illusion. Instead, an elder in the mid-stage of void refinement went to the endless sea. The rare monsters captured in the world of cultivating immortals are only for the filming of this drama. And for such a drama with heart, the quality is naturally not bad. In addition, the novel is already very popular. So on the first day of release, the adaptation of the TV series by the great master directly exploded. With an unrivaled momentum, it crushed all other TV dramas. It climbed to the top of the film and television sales list on this day. The broadcast volume of the second episode reached 700 million viewers, which is only slightly worse than the first day's results. And there are still many good dramas to come. For example, the adaptation of the play The Tomb of the Gods by the Great Zhou Dynasty also received a good response. It directly climbed to the second place in the sales list. As for the third place, it is the adaptation of Dragon Talisman filmed by Tianyan Holy Land. And except for the first three, the remaining few TV dramas on the sales list are basically adaptations of Xianwang novels. There is only one original drama, which ranks 6th. But this is an original drama produced by Huanzong. With the gimmick of the Acacia sect, it naturally attracted countless male monks. It's no wonder it's in the top 10. Today's Xianwang film and television sales list is basically swept away by screen adaptations. The reason for this is mainly because the adaptation of the screenplay has its own fans. Even if it has just been released, it can attract the attention of cultivators. Although if the filming is not good, the cultivators will definitely abandon the drama. But if you can gain huge popularity from the very beginning, then the possibility of the TV series becoming popular is naturally higher. If you shoot well, you will definitely earn money. And most of the forces who are not willing to spend linkshare to buy copyright. The TV series and movies they filmed are basically very dull on the first day, far less lively than those adaptations. Such a gap made them feel a little regretful. If I knew this, I might as well buy a copyright to make a screenplay. In short, the arrival of various new dramas makes up for the shortage of film and television libraries faced by Xinyu film and television. There are many high-quality content in it, and over time, the popularity of many screen adaptations that were not considered excellent has gradually declined, and some original dramas that relied on word of mouth and succeeded in the later stage. The reputation is getting bigger and bigger, and the rating is getting higher and higher. As a result, more immortal cultivators were attracted, and it was about to be on the sales list. Filming dramas can indeed earn spirit stones. For example, the leader who has always dominated the rankings is the master of filming in the holy land of Shake Light. The average number of broadcasts per episode has exceeded 700 million, and it is still rising. This made everyone in the holy land of waving light couldn't help but be overjoyed. This wave is completely earned by blood. The holy land of Shaking Light immediately started preparations for the second season of Mastermind. At the same time, he is still considering whether to win the copyright of another top novel. As for the already well-known Son of Light and Sanus of Light, their popularity skyrocketed thanks to the popularity of TV dramas. The accounts of the two on Xianwang Weibo and Xianwang short video platform have both exceeded 100 million fans, and they are still rising. No doubt, this wave of Shacklight Holy Land has earned 3.8 times. The same is true for the Great Zhou dynasty. The Tomb of the Gods he photographed firmly occupies the second place on the list. Naturally, the Great Zhou dynasty also earned blood. Even the Taishan Holy Land, where the Dragon Talisman TV series was filmed, although due to quality problems, it did not stabilize the third position in the sales list. Now it has dropped to 7th. But even so, it is also profitable because of the Xinxing land. He even won a few of his own talents with more than 10 million fans. As for the major holy places, they were all moved when they saw the appearance of these three blood-earned families. Although there are also original dramas that are popular now. But adapting a screenplay is obviously easier to succeed. And look at the various adaptations that are currently released. There are big profits. There are also small profits. Even the one with the worst performance can maintain a balance of payments based on the number of broadcasts. Therefore, adaptation is the kingly way, no matter what industry. Consumers vote with their money after all. Now the TV series are officially released. The results are clear at a glance. There is no doubt that the advantages of adapting the screenplay are obvious. Adapted screenplays, with their own huge readers, are born with huge popularity. Second, novels that have been successful. It proves that the plot, worldview structure, character setting, etc. all meet the standards. Moreover, the adapted screenplays filmed in the world of cultivating immortals all respect the original works. It would not be said that the content of an entire novel can be filmed in just 20 or 30 episodes. In short, under the blessing of various factors. Adapted screenplays are easier to earn spirit stones than original screenplays, which has become a consensus in the world of cultivating immortals. As for the filming of dramas, the major forces, even those who are on the street, are still enthusiastic. After all, it takes less manpower to make a drama, and a drama can be produced in a month or two. As long as you are popular, you can easily earn hundreds of thousands, or even millions of high-grade spirit stones. You can also promote your own disciples to become famous, have huge fans, bring goods to live broadcast, and earn a second share of money. Moreover, the benefits of filming dramas are more than that. Now that the series is released, they have also discovered that there are other incomes from filming the series. That's prop-derived income. This is because the Great Zhou dynasty came up with 24. In the TV series about the Tomb of God, filmed by the Great Zhou dynasty, the protagonist owns a divine soldier Hui Bao. There is no such thing as the Great Zhou dynasty. Instead, the master craftsman in the dynasty designed a Taoist-level Hui Bao, which is extraordinarily eye-catching and miraculous. The appearance of the protagonist using the Hui Bao in the play is even more handsome to the extreme. No one expected that the day after the update to the protagonist's use of Hui's Bao. The online store of the Great Zhou dynasty has a treasure-grade Hui Bao on the shelves, which is exactly the same shape as the Hui Bao in the play. And the power is also extraordinary. On the day of listing, a total of tens of thousands of Hui bows were swept away. The hundreds of Hui bows that were put on the shelves every day were bought out as soon as they were put on the shelves. Hot to the extreme, everyone who watched this was shocked and envious. How can you still play like this? You must know that the price of this Hui Bao is at least 20% lower than the price of treasures of the same level. In this case, the supply that can be sold exceeds the demand. The Great Zhou dynasty is bound to make a lot of money. This novel way of earning spirit stones opened the eyes of all guests. None of them thought that this was the idea that Queen Dezhou came up with. Mostly, it was the opinion given by the Lord Tianyan. Only the Holy Master Tianyan can think of all kinds of miraculous ways to earn spirit stones. And Empress Dezhou is the Taoist companion of Holy Lord Tianyan. Those who are close to the water first get the moon. Naturally, the Great Zhou dynasty took the lead. But the operation of the Great Zhou dynasty made all the major forces wake up. The TV series itself is also a kind of advertisement. And this kind of advertisement is softer and more likely to interest the audience. For example, the vestment worn by the protagonist. For example, the weapons used by the protagonist. It can be said that the operation of the Great Zhou dynasty was because they opened the door to a new world. All major forces have begun to think about these matters. For example, the Holy Land of Shaking Light planned a set of treasure-level weapons based on the weapons in the Overlord. The same is true for other holy places. Even if the protagonist in the original book doesn't use weapons, he still has to wear cassocks. However, there are also some forces that do not produce magical weapons and do not have corresponding refining talents. But they didn't want to miss it, so they directly sought cooperation from the artifact refining sect. Customized the corresponding instruments. The other party brought out the magic weapon, and the family came to sell it. The profits obtained will be divided 50-50. There are also some who don't shoot TV series, but are very excited about the way of bringing goods with TV series. Take the initiative to find the strength with popular dramas in your hands. I hope that the weapons produced by myself can appear in the other party's TV dramas, preferably used by the main characters in the drama. And they are willing to pay for medical bills, not just weapons. The same is true for pills, methods, etc. The placement of advertisements in TV dramas has become completely popular in the world of cultivating immortals. However, it is different from the crew on Earth who accept commercials unscrupulously, and some movies even have all commercials, which do not consider the audience's feelings at all. The major forces in the world of cultivating immortals restrain themselves when accepting commercials for TV dramas. They won't accept commercials that don't fit the show itself. After all, grades come first. It is naturally good to earn more spirit stones by relying on advertisements. But if it affects the performance of the TV series, it will be a blood loss. But TV dramas did not perform well, and no one watched them. Will there be any force in the future who will seek you out for advertisements? Obviously impossible. Therefore, although the TV series in the world of cultivating immortals are gradually increasing the placement of advertisements. But these ads are not hard. It will not make the audience feel abrupt, but will feel that this is part of the TV series. Then, driven by interests, the enthusiasm for filming dramas is getting higher and higher. And the copyright of Xianwang novels has been sought after even more. Copyrights that were originally traded in a mediocre state are now directly in short supply. The most popular top online novels, the major holy lands, are rich and powerful, and won them without hesitation. Even if you're not afraid for the time being, you can keep it for later. Anyway, you have to win it first, and you can't miss it. After all, the competition for the copyright of online novels is the fiercest. A second late shot may be bought by other forces. It is natural to strike first. There are more and more forces filming and adapting screenplays in various places. But there are quite a few forces that shoot original dramas. After all, there are many advantages to adapting a screenplay. But it's not perfect either. The biggest disadvantage is that it is expensive, which will double the cost of filming a drama, or even double it. Once the grades are not good, you will lose money directly. If the grades are mediocre, you can earn a little lingsure. Most of the income is still used to fill the cost of copyright. And there are many advantages to filming your own drama. The biggest advantage is cheap. After all, immortal cultivators don't want the earth, and the salary is so ridiculously high. And the 757 immortal cultivators don't need to do special effects. Just invite a powerful person to release supernatural powers. As long as the grades are average, you can basically make a small profit. And if it's popular, it's like the few original dramas that are currently on the sales charts. That's bloody money. Net profit was even higher than imagined. After experiencing the first rush to the street, all major forces have learned the lesson of the first failure. Start polishing the script. After all, whether it is a movie or a TV series, a good plot is the first. Therefore, the major forces are quite sincere in purchasing scripts and paying high prices. This also gave the cultivators a brand new profession. That's the screenwriter. Many screenwriters stand out in this wave of upsurge. For example, in Zawan, there was a cultivator who wrote a movie script called Immortal and Demon Interconnection. The story of this movie is exceptional. Both the Immortal Dao sect and the Demon Dao sect are catching the inner ghosts, and they have also sent spies to the opposite side. The two sides battled wits and courage. Extraordinary. After the filming, the entire world of cultivating immortals became popular. And this one is only a disciple of the Foundation establishment stage. Just because of this drama, he was accepted into two schools by the forces he was in. Simply not too cool.